You cannot confess your feelings to her. On what grounds? Because she is my girlfriend. A technological elite, a paragon of the amalgamation of family excellence. Zhou Yu. From a young age, he epitomized the model student, obedient to his teachers and parents, diligently studying while avoiding early romantic entanglements. He was the paragon among overachievers, persevering until he obtained his doctorate, embarking on a successful entrepreneurial journey that earned him millions, while his girlfriend remained a top-tier celebrity. A life meticulously lived to perfection. Zhou Yu believed that his youth was devoid of regrets. However, in the next moment, he was reborn. He found himself back in the first week of his final year of high school. His progress bar reset to one of the few low points in his life, having just fallen out of the prestigious class. Most crucially, at that time, his celebrity girlfriend was still the aloof school beauty with whom he had never exchanged a word. So, all the side quests are being reset, right? Well, I suppose there are still a few minor regrets. Chapter 1. I have truly reborn. Is it September 10th, 2007? Indeed, I have genuinely returned. I am aware. Zhou Yu, you have confirmed the date with me 3 times already. So you finally believe me? To be perfectly honest, I too am a time traveler. Huh. Indeed, I am Qin Shi Huang, Ingzheng. Upon meeting me, do not hesitate to kneel. Si Bangzi, you rotund fool, go to hell. Zhou Yu raised his leg to kick Si Bangzi. Yet, this agile, chubby fellow deftly dodged, evading the blow and retreating 3 meters away. Zhou Yu could only shake his head in frustration. He turned his gaze toward his reflection in the shop window. A familiar visage, youthful yet inexperienced. His heavy bangs, reminiscent of a bygone era, framed his face, complemented by the eternally unchanged blue and white school uniform of Linen High School. This was his 18-year-old self. Today marked the 2nd week of his final year. It was still early in the morning, and he was on his way to school, feeling quite irritable. He longed for a cigarette, but upon searching his pockets, he could only find a piece of gum. Fine, he would have to make do with that. Zhou Yu squatted by the roadside, meticulously chewing his gum, feeling a swirl of emotions. Who could have imagined that just a moment ago, he was attending a class reunion in the bustling metropolis, only to find himself reborn 15 years back in Linen. The agile, pale, chubby boy was none other than his childhood friend, Si Bangzi, aptly named the Rotund One. The school gate in the early morning was always enveloped in the aroma of various breakfast foods, the fragrant mingling of hot soy milk, fried dough sticks, and buns creating a delicate mist. On the streets, students clad in blue and white uniforms passed by, the essence of youth palpable, as if this part of the city was its purest corner. Si Bangzi stood before a vendor with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Boss, give me 2 starch sausages." "I'm not eating," Zhou Yu muttered. "Who eats starch sausages this early? Starch sausages for breakfast? None for you. Both are mine." Si Bangzi gleefully accepted the sausages and began to eat. "These years have truly been in vain," Zhou Yu murmured, his expression forlorn. The company was thriving. "I know," Si Bangzi replied, his mouth full. 15 years later, you graduated with a doctorate, a rising star in technology, and became a successful entrepreneur. Linda's school beauty became a superstar, a top-tier influencer. Most importantly, she became your girlfriend. By the way, what does top-tier influencer even mean? In this era, terms like traffic and top-tier had yet to emerge, and certainly, no one spoke of disruption. Zhou Yu couldn't be bothered to explain. "Aren't you the one claiming to be Qin Shi Huang?" Si Bangzi nodded. "Brother, to be honest, if you were to say that 15 years later, you became affluent and financially independent, I would believe it. After all, you are indeed quite clever and grounded. If you were to say that Linda's school beauty became a superstar, I would also believe it. She undeniably possesses a beauty that surpasses even that of celebrities. But to say you two ended up together? Surely, if there were 2 peanuts, it wouldn't lead to such a debacle, right?" At this point, Si Bangzi shook his head like a rattle. "Is it still because you performed poorly on the class placement exam last week, leaving you so disheartened?" The class placement exam? Zhou Yu paused, suddenly recalling that this was one of the few setbacks in his otherwise smooth life. The class placement exam at the beginning of his final year. At that time, he had been running a high fever, feeling dazed and dizzy. He had managed to complete the exam through sheer willpower, and upon exiting the examination room, he could barely see the blackboard. And then, unquestionably, he received the lowest score of his life. Coincidentally, he also fell out of the advanced class due to the blood replacement system. Although the final college entrance examination had little impact, and he still attended his dream university, he had to admit he was disheartened for quite some time. After all, this was a significant event for an earnest 18-year-old student. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yu felt both speechless and angry. Damn it, why couldn't I have been reborn a few days earlier? If only I had been reborn before the class placement exam, I could have turned the tide. Upon hearing this, Si Bangzi wore an expression of as expected. "I knew it." He continued, "By the way, if you truly harbor a crush on Lin Da's school beauty, that indeed seems quite challenging. Leaving aside Linen High School, in the entirety of Linen City, Lin Wangshu has countless admirers, Your absence won't be noticed, nor will your presence matter. And you? For 3 years, at the same school, in the adjacent classroom, you haven't even exchanged a word with her. In the line to pursue her, you are at the very end. Of course, it can understand. Over the years, so many have boldly declared their affections. Not one succeeded. Not a single one could even give a hint. I advise you to let go of this hope. Otherwise, adding one more ghost to the pile of unrequited souls wouldn't be unjust. Look, here comes another unrequited soul. See, Bangzi raised his chubby white hand, pointing toward the entrance of the school. He needn't have said anything. Zhou Yu had already noticed. A large crowd had gathered, encircling a girl at the center, her presence both captivating and ethereal. Her hair cascaded like ink, kissed by the morning light, bestowing a soft filter upon the cool girl. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and life, always igniting a flutter in one's heart. Yet they were too mesmerizing to gaze upon directly. The ordinary school uniform she wore unexpectedly highlighted her purity. This was the true essence of a beauty. One could recognize her silhouette from afar. Lin Wangshu, universally acknowledged as the pinnacle of beauty at Linen High School over the past decade, the legendary Lin Da's school beauty. Before her stood a tall, slender boy with golden hair, holding a bouquet of flowers. It was evident that he was about to confess his feelings. Surrounding classmates were engaged in fervent discussions. 3 times a week, each time rejected. Does Yu Mingjie not feel exasperated? As for Yu Mingjie, I cannot say, but Lin Wangshu must be utterly fatigued. Look, Yu Mingjie even brought 2 little buddies today, evidently intending to prevent anyone from leaving without a response. See Bangzi, having finished his 2 starch sausages, teased while holding an empty skewer. Oh dear, your girlfriend is being confessed to. Zhou Yu, chewing on a piece of gum, gazes at the scene before him, lost in reminiscence. Yu Mingjie, notorious for his tyrannical reputation within the school, had recently transferred and was relentlessly pursuing Lin Wangshu. A good-for-nothing ruffian. By all accounts, he should never have gained admission to a prestigious institution like Lingen High School. However, he possesses a proverbial get-out-of-jail-free card. His father holds a prominent position within the Education Bureau. Thus, no matter how unruly he behaves, there is always someone to support him. Indeed, Lingen High School is home to many who harbor secret or overt affections for Lin Wangshu, both male and female. Yet, the only one bold enough to declare his feelings with fervor and audacity is Yu Mingjie. Furthermore, it is widely acknowledged that Yu Mingjie is a formidable bully. Each time he clamors for a confession, no one dares to intervene. Those so-called admirers perhaps fear the bully's tactics, or perhaps they are merely aware that they lack the same protective privilege. In any case, at such moments they all falter. To employ an inappropriate metaphor, amidst a court of officials, not a soul dares to speak. In truth, it wasn't long before Yu Mingjie's father fell from grace, apprehended by the authorities, and his immunity vanished. Consequently, this farce came to a grinding halt. In a previous life, Zhou Yu had witnessed this spectacle once or twice without intervening, as it did not concern him. Yet in this life, there is no rationale to remain a mere bystander. What a miserable start to the day. Zhou Yu wades through the crowd, making his way toward Lin Wangshu. At this very moment, in the center of the universe, Yu Mingjie proclaims, Lin Wangshu, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Lin Wangshu's expression remains frosty, and the surrounding air seems to chill to a frigid 18 degrees below zero. Initially, she would politely decline. But now, she has been so vexed that she can scarcely utter a coherent response. If she speaks again, it may be an utterance of pure exasperation. After 18 years, what diverse declarations of affection had she not encountered? This relentless, shameless pursuit is indeed a first for her. It is truly at a level that makes one consider contacting the authorities. Then shall we give it a try? I will cherish you beyond measure. Trust me. But you have no girlfriend either? Give me a chance. Emotions can be cultivated. Yu Mingjie blinks and tosses his heavy fringe. So greasy. To make matters worse, several of his lackeys assumed the role of cheerleaders. Yes, just agree to our brother Jia. Sister-in-law, brother Jia has been pursuing you for 3 days and nights, even neglecting his gaming. If you refuse, brother Jia will truly be heartbroken. One by one, they exchange knowing glances, now calling her sister-in-law. It is utterly sickening. Lin Wangshu's expression grows even colder. Just as she is about to speak, she is interrupted. No way. That's out of the question. The crowd turns toward the voice. A relatively tall figure steps forward, revealing a stranger's face. Yu Mingjie furrows his brow. Wait, mate, who are you? Chapter 2. I am her boyfriend. Yu Mingjie was of a respectable height, standing approximately 1.78 meters tall. However, Zhou Yu was slightly taller, around 1.83 meters. More importantly, Zhou Yu did not possess the lankiness that characterized Yu Mingjie, appearing far more robust despite not being overly muscular. There was a certain aura about him, an unyielding presence that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Mind your own business, Yu Mingjie waved dismissively, urging him to step aside. Zhou Yu merely raised an eyebrow, taking a few steps forward to stand firmly in front of Lin Wangshu, effectively acting as a barrier between the two. He then casually lifted a hand, instinctively shielding her behind him. At this sight, Yu Mingjie was taken aback. "Who the hell do you think you are?" he muttered, bewildered. "I am her boyfriend," Zhou Yu stated matter-of-factly. "Lin Wangshu, huh? Onlookers, what?" Si Bangzi pursed his lips, thinking, let him act. The atmosphere began to simmer with whispers, akin to the shockwave of a depth charge. Lin Wangshu was indeed astonished, yet her expression remained composed, as always, exuding a serene aloofness. It was no wonder she was born to be a star. She merely furrowed her brow slightly, instinctively turning to Zhou Yu, her eyes seemingly inquiring. "What on earth are you saying?" Yu Mingjie scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. "Who would believe that?" He then shouted to the crowd, suddenly appearing out of nowhere. "I could just as easily claim I'm her boyfriend too. Lin Wangshu probably doesn't even know your name." Ah, it seemed he had struck a nerve. Zhou Yu suddenly realized that, in a strict sense, he and Lin Wangshu were still strangers, although they had been classmates in the first and second grades. Sitting in adjacent desks, she had transferred schools afterward. Moreover, that was many years ago. In their high school years, they had never exchanged a single word. Even when they occasionally brushed past each other in the hallway, there had never been a greeting. University was in a different city altogether. She was too radiant for Zhou Yu not to recognize her, yet she seemed to have long forgotten the inconspicuous boy he had been. It was not until many years later, during a fateful blind date, that the true chapter of their acquaintance began. Now, the pressing question was, how long could this charade continue? Unexpectedly, Lin Wangshu, standing behind him, nudged his arm. "Zhou Yu, just let it go." "Oh, so she remembered him?" Zhou Yu felt a flicker of surprise. "What are you doing holding his hand?" Yu Mingjie exploded, clearly flustered. "Are you two serious?" From his perspective, Lin Wangshu's gesture did indeed appear to be an affectionate caress of Zhou Yu's arm, akin to the tender gestures shared between lovers. Lin Wangshu, startled, instinctively took a step back, widening the distance between them. Zhou Yu merely shrugged, a brighter smile illuminating his face. "Indeed, I'm not deceiving you." Yu Mingjie was momentarily dumbfounded, his expression darkening. "What a ridiculous act!" He cursed, charging at Zhou Yu with swift ferocity, throwing a punch aimed at his face. In the infirmary, the atmosphere was rife with pain. "Ouch, that hurts. Please be gentle." Zhou Yu winced. "Mr. Wang, they struck me first. It was 3 against 1. Si Bangzi, unable to bear it any longer, attempted to intervene, only to find himself embroiled in the fray. Many students were present, ready to testify. Zhou Yu lay on the examination bed, a bandage at his mouth and a bruise marring his cheek. As the school nurse tended to his injuries, he grimaced, his expression rivaling that of a candidate at a film academy audition. "Is there no sense of fairness left?" He sighed meaningfully. "I hardly retaliated. It was all in self-defense." Beside him, Si Bangzi nodded vigorously in agreement. "It's true." Across from them stood Yu Mingjie and his 2 accomplices. In truth, the trio had barely landed any blows, continuously on the receiving end of the punishment. Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi struck with precise, deliberate force, mindful not to land blows to the face. Their adversaries, however, had not managed to inflict many hits, and those that did connect unfortunately left visible marks on their faces. Yet, no one saw that the actual bruises they bore were hidden beneath their clothing. Now, the 3 of them were in such pain they could hardly stand, particularly Yu Mingjie, who felt as though his knees might buckle. As he glanced up, he spotted Lin Wangshu by the nurse's desk, still exuding her characteristic coolness and breathtaking beauty, captivating all who beheld her. In that moment, a surge of determination, rising from the depths of his dignity, shattered his reason. At such a time, could a real man admit to pain? Certainly not. Thus, Yu Mingjie straightened his back, adopting an impassive expression, beads of sweat trickling down his temples, remaining silent. He even slightly lifted his chin, revealing a less than appealing jawline. He believed that, at this moment, he looked undeniably dashing. Standing beside Lin Wangshu was a middle-aged man, the grade director and head of discipline, Wang Yao. With his slick-back hair, polo shirt, metallic frame glasses, and a slight paunch, he exuded a scholarly yet prosperous demeanor. Wang Yao glanced at Yu Mingjie, his tone neutral as he inquired, "Do any of you 3 have something to say?" "No." Yu Mingjie maintained a smirk, embodying the bravado of a man who dared to face the consequences of his actions. Engaging in violence and brawling, he seemed remarkably unrepentant. Wang Yao furrowed his brow, his voice laced with irritation. This young man was driving him to the brink of exasperation. In just 2 weeks at the school, he had caused more trouble than most do in a year. Yet his father was a leader in the education bureau, making it imperative for Wang Yao to tread carefully in his words. In contrast, Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi were devoid of any prior infractions, particularly Zhou Yu, whose academic performance was exemplary. and whose demeanor was humble. He had never caused trouble. During the opening ceremony in their sophomore year, he had even represented the students in a speech. Wang Yao held a particularly favorable impression of him. Upon entering the infirmary, Wang Yao's internal scales had already tipped. However, he had to maintain the facade of an impartial educator, balancing the scales. Lin Wangshu, please explain what transpired, Wang Yao requested. Mr. Wang, Zhou Yu was trying to help me, Lin Wangshu replied, succinctly recounting the events without embellishment or minimization, her tone calm and articulate. Each statement was clear and fair, simultaneously clarifying her relationship with Zhou Yu. The infirmary fell into a heavy silence. Even the school nurse couldn't help but silently marvel. This girl is not only beautiful, but also knows how to articulate herself with such poise, striking the perfect balance with her composed and commanding presence. Yu Mingjie was utterly bewildered, fixated on Lin Wangshu's face, his gaze becoming entranced. In his mind, only one thought persisted. I have no idea what she is saying, but I want to marry her. As for Zhou Yu, he knew he could not allow his carefully crafted image to crumble. He still dutifully covered his minor bruises, nodding when required and occasionally letting out a soft hiss, just enough to establish his identity as the injured party. Si Bangzi stood to the side, wearing a complex expression, unable to suppress his inner monologue. The illustrious Lin is chatting away, one feigning faintness while the other plays the part of the hero. After a round of deliberation, Wang Yao pretended to ponder for a moment, delicately raising his fingers in a flourish before rendering his final verdict. You three, accompany me back to my office. Each of you shall submit a reflection of 10,000 words. You may not return home until it is completed. And you too, cease your giggling. Each of you will write 500 words of reflection to be submitted to me by tomorrow. Understood, teacher, Zhou Yu replied cheerfully. Wang Yao led the three intended scapegoats away, while the trio muttered their discontent as they walked. The school nurse applied medicine to Zhou Yu's injuries before attending to other matters. In the spacious infirmary, only Zhou Yu, Si Bangzi, and Lin Wangshu remained. Lin Wangshu spoke first, her tone laced with an unusual hint of guilt. Thank you for earlier. She stepped forward, approaching Zhou Yu, who bore evident injuries. Are you all right? Chapter 3. The Scandalous Boyfriend. A gentle breeze caressed her face, carrying with it her fragrance, reminiscent of lemon, citrus, and mint, a scent that danced between the freshness of grass and the sweetness of blossoms. It was neither sugary nor overly warm, yet undeniably alluring. This aroma instantly drew Zhou Yu back into the memories of his past life. It was roughly a few years ago during the Spring Festival, the second year of his entrepreneurial venture. Unfortunately, it coincided with a global economic downturn and a rampant pandemic. It was the most arduous year for a budding entrepreneur. Approaching 30 and grappling with life's lows, Zhou Yu was coerced by his family in a blind dates. Initially intending to merely go through the motions and concoct an excuse to escape home, he was caught off guard when the other party called to cancel at the last moment. Before he could grasp the situation, the private room door swung open. What first invaded his senses was that clear yet intoxicating fragrance. And then, she appeared, the radiant and cool superstar, Lin Wangshu, who also happened to be the good friend of his date. Thus began a tale of unforeseen circumstances. As time passed, perhaps catalyzed by hormones, Zhou Yu found he could always sense Lin Wangshu's presence, as if it were an inexplicable physiological instinct. This life mirrored the last. It felt all too familiar, comfortingly so. Zhou Yu snapped out of his reverie for a moment, then chuckled softly. It's nothing, really. Just doing what's right. His tone was casual, even imbued with a sense of obligation and responsibility. Lin Wangshu listened, feeling somewhat perplexed. It wasn't discomfort she felt, but something about the situation felt off. After a brief pause, she suggested, how about I treat you all to a meal another day? At this, Si Bangzi's eyes lit up. Oh, that sounds great. When it came to food, this hefty fellow was more enthusiastic than anyone else. His passion for cuisine surpassed that for beautiful women, games, and even the very essence of life itself. Sunday? I'm fine with that. How about you, Zhou Yu? Sure. Si Bangzi promptly proposed a newly opened restaurant, displaying his culinary knowledge that rivaled any food lover-s in Linen. They settled on a specific time and confirmed their plans. Just then, the bell signaling the end of morning classes rang, prompting Lin Wangshu to return to the classroom. In a now empty infirmary, only Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi remained. With no one else present, they abandoned their facades, sprawled across the hospital bed, legs crossed, swaying back and forth. Do you think we were too lenient just now? Si Bansi Muzed Kazwali. He was a nimble and capable individual, hailing from a well-off family, much better off than Zhou Yu. His parents were business people, often away on construction sites, and last year, they purchased a Porsche Cayenne. However, They were too preoccupied with work to pay him much attention, leading him to be raised by his grandparents. Coincidentally, his grandparents lived in the same compound as Zhou Yu's family. The two had grown up together, sharing a childhood bond. Most importantly, his grandfather owned a martial arts school. They had honed their skills there as children, acquiring genuine martial prowess. So, did Yu Mingjie think he could bully them due to sheer numbers? Apologies, but he had unwittingly kicked a steel plate. Not too bad, but there were too many people around to strike hard, Zhou Yu replied. Speaking of which, you really held it together today. Siban Sirimarkt. When did you become so natural around Lin, the campus beauty? Was I not natural before? Zhou Yu countered. Si Bangzi pondered for a moment and replied, well, every time you saw her, you'd lower your head to tie your shoelaces. Perhaps when one is awkward or shy, they instinctively seek something to occupy themselves. Zhou Yu chuckled. I swear on my life, it was never intentional. I can only say, my shoelaces have an uncanny connection with her. The two continued their banter. But eventually, Si Bangzi drifted off to sleep, while Zhou Yu found himself wide awake, his mind racing with memories from both this life and his past. In his previous life, although he had fallen out of the best reform class at the start of his senior year, he performed admirably in the college entrance examination, securing a spot at a prestigious university in the metropolis, majoring in computer science. He pursued a direct doctorate for 8 years, graduating at the age of 26. After graduation, he coincidentally entered the height of the internet boom, landing a genius program at a major firm, earning a 7-figure salary in his first year. However, by the second year, while many embraced change, Zhou Yu chose to resign and embark on his own entrepreneurial journey. He faced numerous challenges and endured the darkest of times, eventually carving out a path for himself years later. Just as everything seemed to be falling into place and the company was about to go public, he was inexplicably thrust back to high school. While many years later people might nostalgically reflect on their high school days and the college entrance examination, no one truly desires to relive it. The only consolation was that he retained all memories from his past life. In this life's recollections were equally vivid. Furthermore, he had consistently excelled in mathematics and English, never ceasing his studies, and had even recently published a paper in a top-tier international mathematics journal. Objectively speaking, even if he were to sit for an exam now, he was confident he could achieve an impressive score, perhaps even better than before. So how should he navigate this life? Gazing at the ceiling, the incandescent light flickered gently. Zhou Yu found himself lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lin Wangshu had just returned to class and sat down, only to be bombarded by a flurry of QQ messages from Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan was originally Zhou Yu's intended blind date in his previous life and also a close friend of Lin Wangshu, a gothic girl enamored with tarot cards. Opening the chat box, it was as if he had entered a war zone of messages. The first message, repeated 10 times, read, "What? You actually have a boyfriend?" It seemed she feared her astonishment might not be adequately conveyed. Then she began to frantically inquire, "Why didn't you tell me? Have you stopped loving me? Are we on the verge of ending our friendship? How many secrets remain unknown to me? Speak candidly, and I shall be lenient. Resist, and I shall be severe. If you do not respond, I shall summon you to my chamber tonight, ensuring you shall not rise from your bed come morning." It must be said, the conversations among girls often possess a ferocity surpassing that of boys. Yet in reality, online, what a lewd tongue. In the tangible world, living a life akin to a nun atop a May mountain. Lin Wangshu replied, "Nothing much. Just a male classmate observing Yu Mingjie's incessant pursuit of me, intervening on my behalf." Intervening to the point of fisticuffs? Jiang Yuan probed. Fisticuffs? That seems a stretch. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that Yu Mingjie has endured more. However, Lin Wangshu, typically disinclined to elaborate, simply responded, "But I truly have no connection with him. Today marks our first exchange of words. To be precise, it is the first time in nearly a decade. Rounded off, one might consider a first. Does he harbor feelings for you?" Jiang Yuan inquired nonchalantly. After all, in Linen High School, one could randomly accost any boy or girl, and they might harbor some feelings for the illustrious Lin. "No, Lin Wansuri torti instantly." Jiang Yuan, astounded, the school forum has been inundated with posts about you all today. By now, the entire school must be aware of a newfound romantic link. It seems rather challenging to clarify. Upon finishing, Jiang Yuan shared several screenshots and links. Lin Wangshu cast a casual glance, not bothering to open them. Let them spread their tales. Time shall unveil the truth. Chapter 4. Some changes. As the second lesson neared its conclusion, Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi reluctantly departed from the infirmary. After all, it was a class that needed attending. Yet, today was somewhat exceptional. It marked Zhou Yu's first day reporting to his new class, following his disappointing performance in last week's placement exam. Zhou Yu had fallen from Class 1 to Class 5, coincidentally the same class as C. Bangzi. Linan High School's senior year comprises 11 science classes, ranging from Class 0 to Class 10. The lower the number, the fewer students, higher average scores, and stricter management. Zhou Yu's demotion felt akin to tumbling from a mountaintop to a mid-slope, a significant drop. Yet, he paid little heed to it. Having lived 2 lives, such trivial upheaval, to a man in his 30s, was nothing but ripples upon the surface, neither painful nor bothersome. However, before reporting to Class 5, he needed to return to his former class to gather his belongings. At the front of the teaching building, the two parted ways. Due to the school's special attention to the reformed classes, Classes 0 and 1 were allocated to a separate building, grandly named Qiushi Academy. Class 0 is the reform class, a preparatory team for Tsinghua and Peking University. Class 1 is the secondary reform class, the backbone striving for admission into the top 985 universities. Each class is limited to no more than 20 students, all under focused cultivation. The so-called reform class, under the pretense of curriculum reform, essentially means additional evening study sessions, classes on Saturdays, and nearly no breaks during holidays. School commenced on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Consequently, the school relocated them away from the ordinary teaching building, granting them independence and special treatment. Even the relevant teachers' offices were moved into Qiushi Academy. Qiushi Academy is at least 500 to 600 meters from the main teaching building. Fortunately, the long break following the second lesson spans half an hour, the longest of the day. Otherwise, merely walking would be insufficient. Meanwhile, the winds of gossip had inevitably reached Class 1's classroom. Did you see the forum? This morning at the school gate. Of course. Zhou Yu is with Lin Wangshu. How surreal. I can't believe it. I've never seen him converse with anyone, not even a greeting. It's as if they're complete strangers. Based on experience, those who feign unfamiliarity often conceal deeper truths. You make a fair point. Regardless, I believe it. That scoundrel deserves to be envied. How infuriating. Some relished the gossip, while others eagerly listened. Some pounded their desks in jealousy, and others silently clenched their lips, inadvertently crushing their nutritional drinks. The classroom buzzed with excitement. Just then, footsteps echoed at the door, and the chatter abruptly ceased. The male protagonist of the tale had arrived. The atmosphere in the classroom turned inexplicably tense, all eyes intensely focused upon him. Zhou Yu remained oblivious to the uproar in the forum. What is the matter? Why is everyone staring at me? He pondered, recalling that even in his previous life, when he was clearing out his belongings, he had never attracted such fervent gazes. Casual exchanges for friends, silent glances for those less familiar. This sudden attention was bewildering. While he was still in a daze, a boy with whom he shared a decent rapport stepped forward and playfully punched Zhou Yu, exclaiming, "You little rascal, you were quite the hotshot this morning." "You all know about it?" Zhou Yu instinctively replied, surprised at how swiftly the morning's events had spread. Yet, to others, it sounded like an admission. "Is it true?" "No way, really?" Zhou Yu, unfazed, approached his seat and began to stuff his books into his bag. Suddenly, a bottle of nutritional drink caught his eye, slightly deformed from being squeezed. "This is for you," a voice chimed. Looking up, he saw a girl with high ponytails and curly hair, not particularly tall, but strikingly delicate. Her fox-like eyes blinked at him. Memories from the past began to resurface. The curly-haired girl, named Lu Yi, was considered the belle of Class 1. In his first and second years, she had consistently inquired after Zhou Yu's well-being, messaging him frequently on QQ with good mornings, good nights, homework queries, and shared emotional sentiments. Zhou Yu, out of friendliness, would politely respond. However, once the third year commenced and Zhou Yu faced the prospect of being relegated from the reform class due to his poor exam performance, Lu Yi's demeanor shifted dramatically. One moment she was warm and caring. The next, she was as cold as ice. The abrupt change felt akin to plummeting from a rooftop to the depths below, without a moment's respite. Nevertheless, Zhou Yu remained unbothered. Truth be told, he had never harbored any particular feelings for the class beauty. Instead, he found her coyness and games of emotional manipulation rather contrived. On the second day, following the class reallocation, Zhou Yu received a QQ message from Lu Yi. "Let us break up?" Zhou Yu was utterly dumbfounded. "Huh? Are you out of your mind?" Before he could retort, she had blocked him without a second thought, offering him no chance. This is absurd. Even more absurdly, within days, the school forum was abuzz with rumors of their breakup. Anonymous sources began to circulate claims that Zhou Yu, lacking ambition, had toyed with Lu Yi's feelings, leaving her heartbroken. In no time, he became the archetype of a heartless scoundrel in everyone's eyes. Furthermore, having just been expelled from the reform class and with grades that were far from commendable, various rumors spread like wildfire, exacerbating his plight. During that period, Zhou Yu truly found himself in a state of despair. The gazes of those around him and the attitudes of his classmates had all undergone a dramatic transformation. Much later, during his university days, Zhou Yu learned from an old classmate that Lu Yi had harbored feelings for him since the beginning of their first year in high school. She admired his looks and academic prowess. The rumors of their supposed relationship had originated from her own machinations. It must be said, this tactic indeed had some merit. However, when he performed poorly on an exam, she felt he was no longer worthy of her and sought to cleanse her own reputation, inevitably dragging him through the mud. Damn, that insufferable green tea. In retrospect, Zhou Yu felt that if it had not truly happened to him, he would never have believed such a ridiculous tale. It seemed almost fabricated. Later on, he also caught wind of some gossip related to Lu Yi. This girl had been a prominent figure in the high school social scene since their freshman year, adept in the art of social manipulation and possessing a diverse array of connections. From their first year onwards, she had cultivated numerous acquaintances. In Lu Yi's eyes, Zhou Yu was merely one of her catches, albeit he was the most notable among them at that time. However, in his past life, Zhou Yu recalled that when he was forced to leave, Lu Yi did not bestow upon him any nourishing drinks. By that point, he had already been relegated to her blacklist. "No need, you keep it for yourself," he said, not even lifting his gaze, merely glancing out of the corner of his eye before returning to his task of organizing his books. Lu Yi tilted her head, seemingly unperturbed, and instead smiled as she reclaimed the drink, her tone sweet and suggestive. "Don't be too disheartened about moving to Class 5. Just do your best. We'll be here, waiting for your return." Ah, here she goes again, resorting to familiar flirtatious tactics, feigning concern. How absurd. Zhou Yu offered a faint smile. "No need. I have no intention of returning here," he added, "and do refrain from waiting around. You might be in for quite a long wait." Lu Yi, who had been wearing a welcoming smile, suddenly froze, her expression faltering. In truth, just yesterday, Zhou Yu had already become a discarded fish in her eyes. Yet who would have anticipated that today, this so-called discarded fish would be entangled with the unattainable goddess of Lin in high school? That would be Lin Wangshu. Lu Yi was certainly aware that in terms of academic performance, appearance, physique, and family background, the disparity between her and Lin Wangshu was beyond measure. They didn't merely start from different points. They were in entirely different leagues. It was likely that regardless of how long she ran, she would never reach the starting line of Lin Wangshu. But when it came to men, Zhou Yu was the prized catch she had nurtured for more than 2 years. Of course, this was solely her perspective. Thus, she felt a modicum of confidence, which is why she dared to approach him earlier. Yet, to her surprise, Zhou Yu was colder and more resolute than usual. He had previously been polite and gentle. Did he know about all those matters? At this thought, the little green tea almost lost her composure. "Zhou Yu, I don't understand what you're saying," Lu Yi said, forcing a smile while tugging at the corners of her mouth. Zhou Yu glanced at her, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unmistakable chill. Just then, classmates who had stepped out during the break began returning to the classroom. With the entire Class 1 present, Zhou Yu swept his gaze across the room and stated clearly, "I do not like you. I never have. So please cease your fabrications. There is no relationship between us." As these words left his mouth, the classroom fell into a hushed silence, as if someone had pressed the mute button. Even the sound of breathing became acutely pronounced, leaving only the stifled gasps of surprise in the air and a few exclamations of disbelief. No one dared to respond. Lu Yi stood frozen, a half-smile still on her face, as if she hadn't heard his words. Yet, her ears had quietly reddened, betraying her embarrassment. "Zhou Yu, what are you talking about?" A male classmate who had just entered the room exclaimed angrily. The short, buzz-cut boy with a potato-like face bore a resemblance to the popular pantomime of the future. This was Li Xin, the class president of Class 1, and Lu Yi's foremost admirer. His looks were mediocre, and he was significantly shorter than Zhou Yu, who stood at 183 centimeters. Naturally, Lu Yi looked down on him. However, his dedication was unwavering, having pursued her from high school through to university. Even when Lu Yi had switched boyfriends 3 times, rumors circulated that he would stand outside her hotel room with a basin of hot water, waiting for silence before going in to clean up the aftermath. More than just an admirer, he was the king of lapdogs, the supreme liquor. It was terrifying. Upon entering university and learning about Lu Yi's past intentions, Zhou Yu reflected on Li Xion's behavior, uncovering a plethora of ridiculous actions. He had failed to include a workbook when distributing exercise materials to Zhou Yu. He neglected to provide Zhou Yu with the correct size when handing out sports uniforms. Zhou Yu always ended up with an extra duty on the schedule. Anything that could be taken from him was taken. This was not the behavior of a class president. He was merely a petty tyrant masquerading as a fair leader. Zhou Yu shook his head, a mocking smile adorning his lips. "Why do you care about my conversation with Lu Yi? What are you to her?" Li Xin was momentarily taken aback, his face shifting between shades of green and white before he erupted in anger. Zhou Yu, I know you are upset about leaving the reform class, but you should take it out on your classmates. You are misplacing your anger. Don't you like Lu Yi? Zhou Yu flashed a grin. Too bad, she doesn't fancy you. Not even a little. The moment those words left his mouth, the classroom fell into a brief silence before laughter erupted. Some stifling their giggles by pretending to cough, others covering their mouths to suppress their laughter, while a few simply leaned on their desks, shaking with mirth. After all, it was common knowledge in class, one, that Li Xin liked Lu Yi, but Lu Yi did not reciprocate his affections. This was an unspoken secret, a frequently discussed topic. However, it had never been directly addressed until now, and Zhou Yu's words struck a nerve. Li Xin stammered, struggling to articulate a response. Regaining his composure, Lu Yi attempted to smooth things over. It's fine. Zhou Yu is just joking with me. I'm not joking, Zhou Yu interjected calmly, his words precise and cutting. I truly do not like you. I never have. There is absolutely no relationship between us. As he spoke, his tone was neither hurried nor slow, yet it was undeniably resolute. In that moment, the depth of his 30 years of experience and wisdom seemed to transcend the ages. His gaze emanated not an ostentatious arrogance, but a thorough and composed dominance. With just a glance, both Li Xin and Lu Yi found themselves immobilized, rendered speechless. They did not dare to cast even a glance back. Zhou Yu ceased to speak further, as he had just finished packing his belongings. He grasped his backpack and, casting a fleeting glance at them, as though surveying the air, turned on his heel and strode away. A few seconds of silence enveloped the classroom, soon followed by a cascade of hushed whispers. What did Zhou Yu's earlier gaze signify? Did you not perceive it? It resembled the way one might look at a dog. Li Xin, why are you trembling? Is a seizure upon you? Hey, why are you in tears? Chapter 5. His choice. As Zhou Yu exited the door of Class 1, he unexpectedly encountered his mathematics teacher and homeroom instructor, the once esteemed Wang Weiguo. He was neither tall nor short, possessing a sausage-like mouth, and donned a pair of black-framed spectacles. Despite being merely 28 years old, premature balding rendered him particularly aged in appearance. Ironically, this mature facade instilled a sense of reassurance in many parents regarding his capabilities. He was a distinguished figure among the younger generation of educators, leading the curriculum reform class at Linen High School, and in many respects, he had secured the city's most elite educational resources, deserving the epithet of a promising young talent. Nonetheless, he remained unmarried and had yet to find a proper girlfriend, for he was somewhat effeminate. His speech was animated, often accompanied by the flourish of a delicate wrist. When he sprinted, his hands flapped like little wings, his hips swaying. Who could possibly endure such antics? The students affectionately dubbed him the Demon King. Despite his effeminacy, Wang Weiguo was a straight man. Huh? Zhou Yu. Wang Weiguo nodded and smiled. Zhou Yu met his gaze and replied with a smile. Hello, Teacher Wang. Are you heading to Class 5? Wang Weiguo appraised Zhou Yu from head to toe. Indeed. Ah, Zhou Yu, I have always held high hopes for you. However, regarding this class reassignment exam, I must express my regret. Zhou Yu chuckled, finding it quite amusing, and regarded the concern as hypocritical. In his previous life, Zhou Yu had held Wang Weiguo in high esteem for a considerable time. The competition among the younger generation of teachers was exceptionally fierce, particularly for the position of homeroom teacher in the curriculum reform class. It required not only academic prowess, but also credentials, background, and strategic alliances. Wang Weiguo hailed from a small county in a remote northwestern province and graduated commendably from Linen Normal University. After graduation, he commenced his teaching career at Linen High School. He lacked connections and credentials, and his current standing was entirely a result of his hard work and choices. Zhou Yu's departure from the curriculum reform class was partly due to the unfortunate outcome of the class reassignment exam and partly a consequence of Wang Weiguo's decision. Although the school's rolling reassignment policy had always been in place, its actual implementation was fraught with limitations. It was hardly feasible to switch classes solely based on a single exam. The truth was that Wang Weiguo had chosen someone else. The rolling reassignment policy operated on a one-in, one-out basis. When one student departed, another would inevitably take their place. The student who replaced Zhou Yu did not excel academically and performed abysmally in the college entrance examination, ultimately repeating the year. However, his family owned several coal mines in Jin province. In his youth, Zhou Yu had been dismissive of such matters. Would Teacher Wang really be short on funds? But as he matured and navigated the complexities of adult life, he came to understand the underlying rules of the world. He realized the harsh truth. He was at a disadvantage. Who would willingly forego financial gain? Moreover, oftentimes it was not merely about money. It was the exchange of resources that money could not procure. At present, as he transitioned to Class 5, he need not feel disheartened. Work diligently. Seize every opportunity during the monthly assessments, and next semester, there will be another class reassignment exam. There remains a chance for you to return to our class. The Demon King spoke with a swaying head, playfully delivering a gentle punch to Zhou Yu's chest. Despite being a rugged man from the Northwest, he exhibited a certain delicate charm akin to a Jiangnan girl. Your concern is unnecessary, Teacher Wang. Zhou Yu smiled broadly, subtly retreating a few steps. It's no big deal. There is no reason to feel disheartened. Wang Weiguo was momentarily taken aback. In his expectations, Zhou Yu ought to have bowed his head, remaining silent or forcing a smile. Yet, he appeared relaxed, and even bore a teasing air. It is wonderful that you can think this way. Wang Weiguo's eyes crinkled with laughter. His tone sweet yet insincere. Your teachers and classmates are all here waiting for your return. Waiting for me to return? How amusing. Would you truly part with your connections? Their superficial concern and pleasantries were transparent. Zhou Yu also chuckled, his smile disarmingly innocent. Just now, some classmates mentioned the same thing. However, I genuinely do not wish to return here. It is not such a great place. If I were to rise, I would certainly aim for a better environment. For instance, Zhou Yu gestured towards Class 0, the only genuine curriculum reform class in the entire grade, the true gem of the esteemed school. With that, Zhou Yu bypassed Wang Weiguo and strode directly towards Class 0, leaving the astonished Demon King staring in disbelief, stamping his foot in frustration. Wait, has this kid taken a wrong medicine today? Zhou Yu squinted towards Class 0, and it was precisely at that moment that he noticed Lin Wangshu emerging from the doorway, cradling a hefty stack of books. Yet, she was intercepted by a fair-skinned young man standing before her. Hu Zikai, the monitor of Class 0, president of the student council, and representative for mathematics, standing at a height of 178 centimeters. Though he claimed to be 180 centimeters, he consistently ranked within the top 5 academically. He possessed a refined appearance, exuding an air of genteel sophistication, with his shoulders perpetually held straight, embodying the archetypal model student demeanor. Many girls at the school admired him. Last year, he had even replaced his wooden-framed spectacles with sleek half-rimmed glasses that accentuated his presence. Although still a high school student, he had an affinity for crisp, white shirts, presenting himself with an air of maturity. However, he invariably adopted a rigid posture, standing tall and proud, which often appeared somewhat awkward and overly forceful. It was rumored that he hailed from a well-to-do family, with whispers circulating that an influential uncle of his held a prominent position within the school's administration. Overall, he was considered one of the notable figures at Linen High School. In contrast, Lin Wangshu was tall and graceful, having studied dance for many years during her childhood, which contributed to her elegant demeanor. When viewed together, it was evident that Huzakai's deliberate attempts to stand tall and straight appeared rather unnatural. It is worth noting that perhaps due to Lin Wangshu's striking beauty, even when simply standing still, she emanated an aura that created a palpable distance. Having always been in the best curriculum reform class further solidified the perception that few could penetrate her social circle. This sense of unattainability was a shared consensus among the boys. In the past, attempts had been made to approach her, suggesting to walk home together after school, or coincidentally meeting and gradually becoming acquainted. The boys were always strategic in their plans, but the issue lay in, when you were still cycling to school on a second-hand bicycle, the goddess had already arrived at the school gates in a Maybach, occasionally switching to a Rolls-Royce. How could you possibly encounter her? Would you dare to chase after the thunderous V12 engine of a 60T, pedaling furiously at 30 miles per hour on your dilapidated bike? And while in pursuit, would you shout, "How can I live without you?" It would be nothing short of a comedic performance. Lin Wangshu had been well protected by her family. Many of her plans were utterly unfeasible. Thus, despite her prominent presence, few dared to pursue her. She resembled a campus star, visible yet unattainable, much like her name suggests. Wangshu, the moon. Love, akin to moonlight, is close yet distant. Yet, there are always a few audacious souls, self-assured and undeterred by fate. Yu Mingjie is one such individual. Hu Zikai is another. After all, the entire Linen No. 1 high school was well aware of Hu Zikai as open pursuit of Lin Wangshu, unabashed and unrestrained. However, Lin Wangshu showed him no regard whatsoever. Not only was there no hint of ambiguity, but she also lacked the slightest interest in even casting a glance his way. In the face of such indifference, others would have retreated long ago. But Hu Zikai was different. He was confident, persistent, and firmly believed that perseverance could carve stone. Boasting commendable academic performance, the teachers turned a blind eye, feigning ignorance. At present, he had his hand on the books in Lin Wangshu's arms. smiling with a blend of confidence and tenderness. Wangshu, let me assist you. He had already supported a hefty stack of books, exuding an air of superiority. Lin Wangshu was well-liked within the class, with many classmates eager to lend a hand. Yet, with Uzakaya's forceful intervention, no one else dared to step forward. No need, Lin Wangshu replied coolly. The surrounding students watched quietly, none daring to interject. Uzakai's hand remained on the books, displaying an affectionate tenacity, creating an awkward atmosphere. In truth, these books were not imperative to move. However, the events on the forum this morning had stirred quite a commotion. Since the start of morning study, Uzakai had been restless, his mind consumed by thoughts of Lin Wangshu and that individual. Although his rational mind deemed the possibility unlikely, he could not resist the emotional turmoil. Just then, Lin Wangshu, the physics class representative, was on her way to deliver books. He thought to lend a hand and accompany her to the teaching building. A round trip of half an hour would surely allow him to clarify everything. Uzakai was mentally calculating his strategy when unexpectedly, Zhou Yu stepped forward, smirking slightly. He reached in and effortlessly extracted 3/4 of the books from Lin Wangshu's grasp, striding away with ease. Hurry up, class is about to start, he remarked casually. Uzakai froze, feeling his grip lighten. Lin Wangshu, too, was momentarily taken aback. Yet, without hesitation, she pulled away the remaining quarter of the books. Uzakai stood there, frozen, gazing down at his empty hands. Lin Wangshu's figure receded into the distance. Brisk and decisive, without a backward glance. The air fell silent for a moment. He extended his hand, standing there like a statue, awkward and immobile. He called out a few times, his voice tight, but no one acknowledged him, nor did anyone turn back. At that moment, several onlookers finally reacted. Who was that just now? Does it seem like the one mentioned on the forum? Not just seems, it is him. Zhou Yu from class 1, I know him. Is that for real? Could the rumors actually hold truth? Hearing these words, Uzakai suddenly felt dizzy, as if he were teetering on the edge of a precipice. The ground slipping beneath him, the world spinning around him. In the distance, Lin Wangshu hurriedly caught up with Zhou Yu, casting a fleeting glance at him while contemplating how to reclaim the books. But Zhou Yu spoke first, asking, which building are we moving them to? Building 3, please. Lin Wangshu replied. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Yu interrupted, perfect, I'm heading to building 3 as well. I'll help you carry them. There seemed to be no reason to refuse. Thank you. And from then on, silence surrounded them. The path to the teaching building was not short. The two walked together in silence. As they walked, perhaps due to the weight of the books in Zhou Yu's arms or the lightness of Lin Wangshu's, they shifted positions, sometimes one ahead, sometimes the other, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. When Zhou Yu was behind, he could see her silhouette. Sunlight fell upon Lin Wangshu's shoulders, outlining her delicate form. The white school uniform shirt fluttered gently in the breeze, and her hair swayed with each step. Each footfall danced upon the dappled shadows. At 30, Lin Wangshu was a cool and radiant star, widely acknowledged as the most beautiful in the entertainment industry, a flower of wealth and prestige. At 18, she was a pure and ethereal schoolbelle, the white moonlight in the hearts of all boys at Linen High School. A flower on a lofty peak. Though she bore the same grace at different ages, her charm varied with time. For Zhou Yu, his relationship with Lin Wangshu was intricate. They were acquainted yet not truly familiar. Their current relationship was neither that of strangers nor of close friends. Zhou Yu understood that any tricks would be futile with Lin Wangshu. Since elementary school, suitors had lined up for her, stretching from Tiananmen to Paris. Having navigated through countless challenges, what monsters and demons had he not encountered? Miss Lin herself had a saying, when pursuing a girl, there are no secrets. If she likes you, you have already surpassed everyone else. Could Miss Lin not find it in her heart to inexplicably like me for a moment? Zhou Yu, reborn, did not view any challenge as insurmountable, except for Lin Wangshu. He harbored no worries about someone getting ahead, for no one could possibly get ahead. Not long after the start of their sophomore year, Lin Wangshu participated in a talent show and achieved fame overnight, gaining a legion of devoted fans, becoming the white moonlight in countless hearts. In the same year, she starred in a major film directed by a renowned director, propelling her into the ranks of top-tier celebrities. Although this success was largely funded by her father, the rules of the entertainment industry dictate that once one becomes famous, one's past is excavated, leaving nothing hidden. Not even childhood indiscretions. During her time as an ordinary person, she had never had a boyfriend. Once she rose to fame, Lin Wangshu became fiercely career-oriented, under strict guidance from her manager. Meanwhile, her dedicated fans and paparazzi were ever watchful. In matters of the heart, she was a blank slate, until the time of her arranged marriage. After becoming involved with Zhou Yu, he had never shared the specifics with anyone, not even his family, reserving such discussions for a future meeting with his parents. Yet, Lin Wangshu's devoted fans had long since caught on. However, by that time, Lin Wangshu's career and status had stabilized, and she was no longer young. Most fans began to turn a blind eye to her romantic life, even going so far as to help conceal it. In truth, the fans were not naive. Merely for the sake of love, one feigns ignorance. At this moment, there exists a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The good news is that no one will be able to seize the opportunity first. The bad news is that this includes Zhou Yu as well. Meanwhile, what thoughts occupy the mind of the 18-year-old Lin Wangshu, who can truly discern the secrets of a young girl's heart? The two walk in silence, each harboring their own hidden agendas, one lost in reverie, the other ensnared in memories. Unbeknownst to them, the gazes of passers-by have quietly converged. Traditionally a solitary figure, Lin Wangshu, known for her solitary book lugging, finds herself accompanied by a male classmate. Everyone recognizes Lin Wangshu, but the identity of this boy remains unfamiliar to many. Who is he? Some wonder. I don't recognize him, but he appears quite familiar with Lin Wangshu. Could it be? Is she not usually aloof with others? Speculation arises. Could he be a relative? Relative, my foot. That's the guy who fought with you Mingjia this morning. Is that true? Indeed, the forums are abuzz, claiming he is her boyfriend. Isn't he Zhou Yu from Class 1? Didn't he drop down to Class 5? Wait, is that rumor true? In every corner where Lin Wangshu remains oblivious, she initially thought it was merely a farcical rumor, yet it gradually solidified amidst the embellishments of countless voices. Chapter 6, Jiuzhou. After delivering the books, Zhou Yu officially settled into his new class, Class 5. Sabangzi had reserved a seat for him early on, by the window in the second-to-last row, a distinguished spot. As Zhou Yu sits in that familiar position, gazing at the already yellowing ginkgo leaves outside, he feels as if he has been transported to another world. He cannot recall the specific emotions he experienced when he first sat here in a past life. Yet it is undeniable that they were not pleasant. It was precisely this unexpected fall that drove Zhou Yu to unprecedented diligence during that year of senior high, allowing him to truly comprehend the phrase, "In life, were there no green mountains?" Later, this phrase accompanied him through the darkest times of his entrepreneurial journey, becoming a mantra he recited countless times. Thus, when reflecting now, he wonders, had he been reborn earlier, had he truly reversed that class assignment exam, remaining in Class 1, or even advancing to Class 0, what would have changed? It would merely have been a different path in the same marathon of life. As long as one desires to win, victory will inevitably follow. Despite carrying the memories of 2 lifetimes, Zhou Yu still earnestly listens to each lesson. After all, the college entrance examination should always be approached with reverence. The day swiftly passes. As dusk approaches, the sun sets. Unlike Class 1, which is a reform class, Class 5 does not mandate evening self-study sessions, which, for Zhou Yu, is a blessing. Consequently, he finds himself with ample free time. However, after class, Zhou Yu opts not to return home, but instead accompanies Sabangzi to Jiuzhou, an internet cafe located on the back street of Linen Middle School. Has the sun risen in the west? Sabangzi muses, munching on a recently purchased rice ball. A diligent student like you, a university scholar, isn't supposed to be skipping class or logging onto the internet, right? It's Monday after all. What gives? Has dropping to Class 5 made you conform so quickly? Sabangzi grins. From now on, are we 2 peas in a pod? Zhou Yu chuckles and replies, isn't it said that Jiuzhou has excellent facilities? I just wanted to take a look. Absolutely. Their memory is all 4G. The monitors are all high refresh rate Samsung screens, and the graphics cards are 8800 GT. Sabangzi exclaims, rice grains flying from his mouth. And most importantly, the instant noodles they serve at the front desk are cooked to perfection, a true delicacy. It's the best instant noodles I've ever had. To clarify, Jiuzhou is actually a chain brand. There are dozens of locations throughout Linen, with the 2 flagship stores located in the city center boasting top-notch configurations and decor. The location near Linen Middle School is somewhat inferior to the flagship stores, but still far superior to other internet cafes in the vicinity. Naturally, the prices are also higher. In 2007, most internet cafes charged around 2 yuan per hour, with pricier ones at 3 yuan. Some near university towns even engaged in price wars, dropping to 1 yuan per hour. However, Jiuzhou's flagship stores charge 5 yuan per hour. This branch near Linen Middle School, with lesser configurations, still demands 4 yuan per hour, placing it among the most expensive internet cafes in Linen. As the two turn the corner, the neon lights of Jiuzhou flicker vibrantly in the dim twilight, resembling an old yet remarkably vibrant landmark. Today, it's on me, Sabangzi declares, one hand in his pocket, while dramatically tossing a 20 yuan bill onto the front desk. Ordering 2 machines for 10 yuan. Sabangzi's pocket money has always far exceeded Zhou Yu's, and he spends it liberally. The front desk girl, sporting a bright yellow bob, is engrossed in the first volume of Jean Yong's Demigods and Semi-Devils, chewing gum without raising her gaze. The main hall is already filled to capacity with patrons. Is the second room available? It's cheaper there, 2 yuan per hour. How could that be? Sabangzi's voice rises in pitch. Those have bulky monitors. It makes my eyes hurt. The configurations are vastly inferior. The front desk girl lazily blows a bubble, still not looking up. Well, you can wait then. There's a line for the main hall. Zhou enjoys a thriving business and lacks for customers. Just then, chaos erupts deep within the main hall. A loud crash echoes as a chair is overturned. The sounds of slamming mice and kicking CPUs intermingle with curses, blending with the cacophony of game sound effects and the sharp clatter of keyboards. The already noisy environment suddenly transforms into a battlefield. A crowd forms a circle, shouting about something unknown. Flickering screens illuminate several youthful, agitated faces, their eyes reflecting the frustration of having lost a game. This is the Internet Cafe of 2007. Youthful exuberance and hormones run rampant. A medley of characters fills the space, and no one knows if a brawl might break out at any moment. However, Zhou Yu does not aspire to establish an Internet Cafe. The limitations of this industry are far too great. In the future, with the proliferation of smartphones and the acceleration of household broadband, the clientele for Internet cafes will plummet. The Internet cafes that once lined the streets will either transform into Internet lounges or esports arenas, or they will simply close down. Zhou Yu observes keenly. Despite Zhou's seemingly leading position in terms of decor, monitors, and configurations, over half of the machines and displays here are refurbished second-hand units. This is an open secret in the Internet cafe industry. Without this approach, the initial investment would deter any prospective owner. However, correspondingly, the failure rate of outdated hardware is exceedingly high. Zhou Yu recalls assisting a nearby Internet cafe with this very issue during his junior year of college. Just then, a furious shout erupts from a corner. A youth with bleached hair leaps from his seat in exasperation. Where's the manager? Where the hell is the manager? He kicks the CPU in frustration. Damn it, it crashed again at the crucial moment. How many times has this happened today? The individual referred to as the network administrator was a slender young man wearing black-framed glasses, commonly known among his peers as Monkey. In a hurry, Monkey emerged from an inner room, executing a series of operations with a mechanical proficiency as he repeatedly unplugged the power and rebooted the system. Yet, it remained unresponsive. The blonde-haired youth, in a fit of frustration, hurled the mouse onto the keyboard, cursing, "How dare you charge me $4 an hour for this? Refund me. Give me my money back." Monkey, perspiration beading on his forehead, found himself at a loss. Many so-called network administrators lacked genuine knowledge about computers, and Monkey was one such example. Ordinarily, he could have simply swapped out the faulty machine, but it was a Monday evening, the peak of rush hour, leaving no spare computers available. Just as misfortune would have it, complications arose on the opposite side of the main hall as well. Damn it, this side's down too. Is it broken? Network admin, hurry. A chain reaction swiftly unfolded, and within mere minutes, 3 or 4 computers in the main hall succumbed to black and blue screens. Boss, why is the internet down? How can we play with no connection? Complaints echoed, not only in the main hall, but also from a small room housing the large, unattractive monitors, which the students often derided. It appeared the local area network had also crashed. Amidst the chaos, a balding middle-aged man briskly exited the break room. His name was Wang Changzhong, the proprietor of this Jiuzhou internet cafe. Having initially made a modest fortune in the timber trade, he found himself unable to continue as the market declined. Fortunately, a relative's thriving Jiuzhou internet cafe in the city prompted him to join the venture, opening a branch near Linen High School. He was well-versed in hardware tasks such as assembling and disassembling computers, and despite his baldness, he wielded a screwdriver with unmatched skill. However, diagnosing software and network issues truly vexed him. Today, he faced a large-scale cascading failure. Approaching Monkey, he surveyed the sea of frozen, blue-screened, and lagging computers, his expression darker than the extinguished monitors. "Boss, I've rebooted several times, but nothing works." Monkey, shrinking back, spoke timidly. "All you do is restart." Wang Changzhong nearly pressed a cigarette but to his forehead, exasperated as patrons began to rise, demanding refunds. A few rough-looking individuals, likely troublemakers, were also vocalizing their intentions to confront the owner. In truth, their machines were functioning perfectly. They merely sought to exploit the disorder for personal gain. The Jiuzhou Cafe was in complete disarray. Wang Changzhong was drenched in sweat, his shirt soaked through, faced with a restless crowd of gamers and a few unruly characters, teetering on the brink of chaos. From a corner, a calm voice broke through the din. "How about I take a look?" turning towards the source. They beheld a youth in linen high school uniform, backpack slung over his shoulder, strolling forward at a leisurely pace. His demeanor exuding an uncharacteristic composure for someone of his age. Monkey was taken aback, and Wang Changzhong momentarily froze. However, he quickly regained his composure, pondering, where did this kid come from? Without waiting for others to react, Zhou Yu stepped forward and began tinkering with the blonde youth's computer. Within minutes, the familiar XP boot screen illuminated the monitor. The machine is fixed. Then he moved on to the second and third computers. Before long, all previously frozen machines were restored, and the local area network was back online. The entire process took no longer than 15 minutes. All done, Zhou Yu announced, rising and dusting off his hands. The seasoned players were momentarily stunned before erupting in cheers. Great, we can log in now. Call everyone. Let us team up. After all, the majority were there to genuinely surf the web. The troublemakers, disgruntled, returned to their seats with a huff. Wang Changzhong stood in disbelief, his mouth agape. Little brother, are you studying this? His voice dropped an octave. He instinctively reached into his pocket, pulling out a crumpled pack of cigarettes. He lit one, his gaze wandering, then unconsciously offered another to Zhou Yu. For adults, offering a cigarette was often a gesture of goodwill, a means to bridge the gap. Subconsciously, Wang Changzhong no longer viewed the youth before him as an ordinary child, but rather as someone remarkable, a true expert. Zhou Yu accepted the cigarette with ease. Sibanzi, utterly taken aback, thought to himself how it seemed today he was merely a spectator to Zhou Yu's unveiling of the world. Not really. I just have a basic understanding. Zhou Yu replied nonchalantly. Wang Changzhong's eyes brightened, and he enthusiastically beckoned. Little brother, how about we discuss this further inside? He ushered Zhou Yu into the break room, leaving Monkey and Si Bangzi exchanging wide-eyed glances at the entrance. Meanwhile, the young lady at the front desk, who had been indifferent throughout the commotion, finally lifted her gaze to scrutinize Zhou Yu. Wow, this guy is rather easy on the eyes. Inside the break room, Wang Changzhong poured a cup of hot tea, his tone earnest. Little brother, if you're willing, our cafe is in need of staff. We provide meals and accommodation, and you set the salary. In truth, he was not opposed to hiring a capable network administrator. However, in this day and age, skilled network administrators were a rare breed. Those with genuine expertise were often reluctant to take on such roles. Thus, he was left to employ individuals like Monkey, who, despite lacking professionalism, exhibited a bit of cleverness and diligence. Encountering someone as capable as Zhou Yu, he was determined not to let the opportunity slip away. Zhou Yu smiled, appreciating the offer. Boss, I won't take the role of a network administrator, but I can provide you with an everlasting solution. Wang Changzhong blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Zhou Yu's tone remained calm. Software, a suite of tools that can automatically inspect the status of equipment, systems, and the local area network. It will clearly indicate which machines are malfunctioning and how to repair them. The instructions will be straightforward enough for anyone to understand, including Monkey. Wang Changzhong stared blankly for a moment, swallowing hard, speechless. Had this been half an hour earlier, he would have dismissed the youth as just another dreamer. Yet, after witnessing the chaos of the local area network crash and observing the calm aura of the young man before him, he found himself inexplicably convinced. Once I finish it, you'll be the first to try it out, Zhou Yu continued. In his previous life, during his junior year, Zhou Yu had taken on a part-time job at an internet cafe precisely for this purpose. In a month of spare time, he developed a comprehensive network administrator assistance tool, which enabled him to earn enough for tuition and living expenses. To be frank, such tools have become commonplace in later years. Yet it was 2007, and even if similar tools existed, they were primarily circulated among a select few professional engineers and had yet to permeate the internet cafe industry. Therefore, all he needed to do was resurrect and rewrite his previous work, and he would be ahead of his time. Wang Changzhong was evidently intrigued. If Zhou Yu's proposition was as remarkable as he claimed, it would not only save manpower, but also potentially reduce equipment failures, making it worth his investment. How much? Wang Changzhong inquired. Let's discuss it after you've tried it out. Zhou Yu replied with a smile, refraining from elaborating further. He was acutely aware that negotiating the price at this juncture was futile, no matter how eloquently one might speak. It paled in comparison to the value of a tangible experience. Once Wang Changzhong truly utilized the product and savored its benefits, the price would naturally become a more agreeable topic. Wang Changzhong's eyes sparkled with newfound conviction as he nodded repeatedly, inquiring, when can I try it? His urgency was palpable. Should such a tumultuous episode occur again today, he genuinely feared his ability to maintain composure. Just as he assumed that Zhou Yu would require at least a month to produce a preliminary version, Zhou Yu coolly replied, wait for me here next Monday. Furthermore, I will come by every evening this week if I have the time. I shall assist you with any issues that arise. Chapter 7. The Zhou Family. As they departed the internet cafe, Si Bangzi was practically agog, chattering incessantly. Zhou Yu, where did you learn that? Your recent maneuver left even the monkeys dumbfounded. And what was that chart? Do you have a relative working in network management? Zhou Yu, beleaguered by his incessant questions, offered only sporadic responses, deftly sidestepping the more intricate explanations. To explicate everything from the fundamentals of computer architecture to router protocols, or from operating system mechanisms to local area network redundancy design, would be an exhaustive endeavor indeed. Nevertheless, this expedition to Zhou unexpectedly yielded more than he had anticipated. He had intended merely to survey the market and explore opportunities to sell his software. Little did he know that an unforeseen system failure would set the stage for him. The frantic business owner, the disarrayed players, and a few opportunistic thugs all converged to create a serendipitous opportunity that he simply seized. His first fortune was already en route. Although Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi resided in the same compound, they typically parted ways at the street corner, as Zhou Yu would first return home to assist at the small restaurant his family owned. His mother, Mu Ging, had worked for a state-owned enterprise in her earlier years, but following the wave of reform and layoffs, she was bought out. However, Mu Ging was not the type to resign herself to fate. Innately industrious and fiercely determined, she opened the Xiaoying restaurant, relying on her culinary skills shortly after being laid off. Though modest in size, the establishment was impeccably clean and offered authentic flavors, gradually earning a respectable reputation. Zhou Yu's father, Old Zhou, was once a teacher in the countryside, a rarity in those times as a university graduate. He possessed a gentle and unassuming demeanor. After marrying the ambitious Mu Guiying, he moved to the city. Unlike Mu Guiying's vigorous approach, Old Zhou was more akin to a steadfast ox, preferring stability over ambition. He secured a position in a lesser-known public service unit, earning a modest salary with little room for advancement, but it provided a reliable livelihood. This dynamic duo, one daring and enterprising, the other grounded and diligent, steadily upheld their family. At this moment, outside the Xiaoying restaurant, even before entering, the sound of their parents' vehement argument echoed down the street. Look at you. What kind of vegetables have you bought? Mu Guiying fumed, brandishing a wrinkled eggplant in her hand. Are you feeding pigs with this? If I threw it to the chickens, they'd reject it. Her initial words were laden with indignation. Old Zhou hastily raised his hands in defense. It's already late evening. The market has closed. You insisted on buying locally grown vegetables, not greenhouse produce. What can I do? You, at over 50 years of age, cannot even procure a decent vegetable. Are you planning to carry this ignorance to your grave? Mu Ging retorted, plopping down onto the rocking chair at the entrance, rocking back and forth as she lamented. I am truly unfortunate. Marrying into the Zhou family, I have toiled from youth to old age, serving as a mere beast of burden. I prepare 3 meals a day and still worry about what you bring home for dinner. I am exhausted to the point of breaking, and you cannot even show a modicum of empathy? At least I have a good son who understands my plight, unlike you, a blockhead, so set in your ways. At this point, her voice trembled, her eyes glistening, yet not a single tear fell. Old Zhou stood nearby, alternating his gaze between the eggplant and her, nearly bursting with frustration, yet he remained silent, his mouth opening and closing without uttering a word. Ultimately, he could only timidly place the unappetizing eggplants at the kitchen door. It was his fate to never win an argument against his wife. Uncle, Auntie, please stop arguing. Little you will be back soon, chimed a girl with thick brows and bright eyes, a hint of blush on her cheeks, who intervened with a gentle yet playful tone, as if soothing a child. She was a Juan, the sole employee of Xiaoying restaurant, having worked there since Zhou Yu was a small child. To Zhou Yu, she was more akin to an elder sister who had watched him grow up. To the Zhou family, she was the peacemaker, the perfect bridge when Old Zhou found himself at a loss for words. However, after the restaurant closed, she returned to her village to marry, and Zhou Yu had not seen her since. Despite Mu Guiying's ire and her sharp tongue, there were moments when she, too, would tire of the quarrels. Upon hearing a Juan's voice, she would invariably simmer down, muttering under her breath. Observing this, Zhou Yu smiled and shook his head. Some things never changed. The Zhou family was not one characterized by warmth and harmony. On the contrary, since Zhou Yu became aware of his surroundings, the old couple had not gone a single day without squabbling. Their arguments were frequent, yet fleeting. As a child, Zhou Yu often pondered how such incompatible individuals could endure daily conflicts without fatigue. Why persist in a relationship that seemed fraught with discord? It was not until many years later, on one fateful day, that Old Zhou, having once again lost an argument to Mu Ging, came to Zhou Yu to vent his frustrations. That woman, Mu Ging, is truly insufferable. A femme fatale, beautiful, yet wicked at heart. No one can endure her except for me, though she does work diligently and cooks well. As he recounted her faults, he inadvertently began enumerating her virtues. And to Zhou Yu's astonishment, he listed them endlessly. Similarly, one day, Zhou Yu overheard Mu Guiying chatting with her old friend on the phone. Our old Zhou is the penman at his workplace. His writing is exquisite. Even the leaders praise him. And back in the day, he was the only university graduate for miles around. So, why all the struggle and compromise? In reality, those who had lived together long enough had long since intertwined love with the mundane realities of life. Affection need not be confined to sweet nothings, nor must it always manifest in gentle harmony. At times, even amidst bickering, deep feelings are concealed. Just like the old rocking chair at the entrance of the restaurant, creaking incessantly, yet cherished by all. The clamor before him now brought Zhou Yu a sense of grounding and authenticity. In his previous life, after entering university, Zhou Yu had seldom returned home. Although the bustling metropolis is not far from Linen, during his academic years, Zhou Yu was always preoccupied with various competitions and internships during the winter and summer breaks. After entering the workforce, he became even more entangled in the relentless grind of the 996 work culture. Consequently, he could only return home a few times a year, leaving him with precious little time to spend with his family. In the quiet hours of the night, Zhou Yu often found himself consumed by self-reproach and regret. The constraints of his actions and the guilt of his emotions became the most profound paradox of his adult life. This, perhaps, is the price of growing up. In the world, one often finds oneself ensnared. After maturing, the most unattainable things are one's hometown and the company of one's parents. Yet, fortunately, he is finally back. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Yu felt a prickling sensation at the tip of his nose and a warmth in his eyes. Pushing open the familiar glass door, he pronounced, "Dad, Mom, I am home." Chapter 8. The wishes of parents at the Xiaoying restaurant. The dining table was laden with Zhou Yu's favorite dishes: loofah soup, braised pork ribs, shredded pork with green beans, water spinach, braised chicken feet, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. There was even a mishmash of leftover dishes from the previous meal, indiscernible in nature, placed at the farthest corner of the table. Before Zhou Yu sat a bowl of rice, meticulously heaped by Mu Ging, forming a small mountain. Why such a lavish spread today? Zhou Yu wondered in surprise. Although they owned a restaurant, their own meals were typically quite casual, often consisting of leftovers with perhaps a couple of stir-fried vegetables to make do. Today's feast, particularly with the inclusion of hearty dishes like braised ribs and chicken feet, was extraordinary. He knew that such a spread was something he could only hope for on his birthday. "Eat up, you've been studying hard," Mu Guiying encouraged, finally serving herself a portion before taking her seat, cheerfully offering Zhou Yu a piece of rib. Following that, she placed a chicken foot on his plate. The steam wafted upwards, obscuring Zhou Yu's features as his thoughts began to drift. In his past life, the Xiaoying restaurant succumbed to the ever-evolving culinary and marketing trends, closing shortly after he began university. To support his education, Mu Guiying took on various odd jobs, selling clothes at stalls and cooking fast food at construction sites. Eventually, she found her footing, securing small projects on construction sites and becoming a small contractor. It was only after Zhou Yu earned his doctorate and secured stable employment that Mrs. Mu began to rest. Those years aged her rapidly. It was one ordinary afternoon, with an unintentional glance, that Zhou Yu suddenly realized that the vibrant, self-assured mother from his memories had become gray-haired. At this moment, gazing at his parents, who still had their hair dark, Zhou Yu hastily lowered his head and devoured his meal. The ribs and chicken feet were deliciously sweet, yet occasionally tinged with a hint of saltiness and bitterness. "Oh dear, you child, eat slowly. No one is competing with you," Mu Guiying chided with a smile, feigning annoyance while continuously serving him more dishes. "I despise ribs and chicken feet. They're all yours. Honestly, you're so concerned about how fast others eat," old Zhou interjected, unable to bear any longer. "The child has been in class all day. Of course he is hungry." Mu Guiying promptly slammed her chopsticks down on the table. "Is that all you can say? I'm speaking with my son. What is your input?" Old Zhou straightened his back. "Can't I say even one thing? Then go back to the kitchen." Their banter escalated into a lively argument, with neither party willing to concede. The atmosphere at the dinner table became tense, yet Zhou Yu buried himself in his food, while a Juan quietly chuckled nearby. No one intervened. Ultimately, this sumptuous dinner concluded amidst their playful bickering, leaving a warm and chaotic impression. After the meal, Zhou Yu returned to his modest room. The Zhou family resided in a ground-floor apartment at the far end of a large courtyard, the entire space barely spanning 100 square meters. The lighting was poor, with the walls of a neighboring building casting a shadow, perpetually shrouding it in dimness and dampness. In summer, even the floor tiles felt sticky. Not only were mosquitoes rampant, but peculiar little creatures sometimes found their way inside. One year, a snake even slithered in, coiling beneath the television cabinet, which frightened Mu Ying immensely. To this day, she would recount the incident, exclaiming how she nearly fainted. The parents harbored two wishes. One of them was to exchange their current dwelling for a brighter one. In fact, years ago, they could have afforded it with some sacrifices. Since Zhou Yu entered university, he had endeavored to refrain from burdening his family financially, striving for independence. Yet Mu Ying became even more frugal, hesitant to entertain the thought of moving. She calculated meticulously. Her son would eventually marry, and the expenses for dowries, wedding banquets, and a down payment for a house were all substantial. Especially if he were to remain in the metropolis, the cost of housing was astronomical. When neighbors inquired, she would smile and say, "I'm used to it. These familiar streets and neighbors make me feel at home. Moving would only make me uncomfortable." Perhaps all mothers in the world are the same, forever placing their children's lives above their own. In the end, Zhou Yu indeed achieved success and amassed wealth. Without hesitation, he promptly purchased a villa with a small garden for his parents, paying in full. The villa boasted south-facing floor-to-ceiling windows, a spacious living room, and a backyard plot specifically designated for Mu Ying to grow vegetables. He personally selected the location, designed the layout, and revised the renovation plans multiple times. Unfortunately, before the villa could be completed and his parents could move in, he was reborn. It is difficult not to feel a sense of regret. Strictly speaking, he had not genuinely fulfilled his parents' wish for a better home. As for his parents' other wish, it was hardly extravagant. They sought not wealth, but simply wished for their son to be safe and healthy, to marry and raise a family, and to have a home. It is shameful to admit that he had not accomplished this either. Throughout his life, he focused on making money, striving to provide his parents with a new home as soon as possible and to establish his own family. Additionally, he needed to ensure that the small restaurant remained afloat and did not falter. Zhou Yu vividly recalled the day the Xiaoying restaurant closed its doors. Inside the Xiaoying restaurant, a Juan was washing dishes in the kitchen. Old Zhou was bent over mopping the floor, and Mu Ying sat behind the bar, calculator in hand, tallying the accounts. The beeping of the calculator echoed, marking another day of no business, with expenses for utilities and rent accruing a deficit. Mu Ying sighed, her gaze not fixed on a ledger. After a brief pause, she softly remarked, "Old Zhou, did you notice that Xiao Yu seems a bit down today?" "Not really. Is it because he dropped to class 5 and is struggling to adapt?" "Well, didn't you ask him?" "Ah, I worry that asking might make him even more upset. I just feel that his mood seems quite low." Old Zhou muttered as he continued mopping. If his mood were that low, could he really eat 3 large bowls of rice? He would serve a bowl that was genuinely more than 2 of mine. However, when he was eating, he didn't even lift his head. Mu Ying's voice carried a rare hint of hesitation. A woman who usually resembled an eagle only displayed such helplessness in moments like these. "Do you think he is under too much pressure at school?" "In truth, I believe that whether or not there is a curriculum reform is of little consequence. Stop overthinking it. Your son studies well with me. He possesses extraordinary talent and a memory that surpasses mine." Lao Zhou stepped forward, casually twisting the mop. "Back in my school days, I too would go 3 months without studying and still come out on top. Is he being bullied at school then?" Mu Ying grew increasingly anxious, recalling how red his eyes were when he entered. "Rest assured," Lao Zhou chuckled, "your son has your spirit and your strength. If anyone dares to bully him, it is likely they will suffer the consequences." Mu Ying pouted and sighed. "Alas, I truly do not wish for him to be so burdened. As long as he is safe, healthy, and happy, I, as his mother, will be content." Children grow up. Lao Zhou's voice lowered slightly. They begin to have their own thoughts. Indeed, Mu Ying gazed out at the dim streetlight, her tone almost a whisper, as if she were speaking to herself. "And the places where we can assist him are dwindling. We can only prepare a few more dishes he enjoys." Chapter 9. Matters of QQ. In the room, Zhou Yu patted his pocket, retrieving only a 5 yuan note and a 100 QB point card. The former was the breakfast money for the next 2 days, and the latter was a token of gratitude from Wang Changzhong when he left Jiuzhou today. When it comes to stock trading, the initial capital is rather insufficient. It seems I must hasten to complete that software I sold to Jiuzhou to earn my first pot of gold. Opening his computer, Zhou Yu skillfully plugged in the network cable, listening to the familiar dial-up tones. When the QQ login emitted its familiar sound, he received a message from a flashing avatar. It was from C. Bangzi, with a non-mainstream flashy graphic that resembled a ghost. "Hey, check out the forums. They're all about you and Lin, the campus beauty. Bro, you're famous. There's a plethora of rumors floating around about you too." "What rumors?" "It's the truth, for heaven's sake," Zhou Yu silently retorted. "What has already transpired in the past, and what is destined to happen in the future cannot be dismissed as mere rumors, can they?" He refrained from elaborating, and simply replied with a nonchalant emem. Yet, he did not visit the forums. With the spirit of a 30-something, he found little interest in the trifles of campus life, even if the male lead of this gossip was none other than himself. Zhou Yu then charged the QB card to his QQ account, and a notification popped up indicating a balance of 100. In his teenage years, Zhou Yu had whimsically dubbed his QQ username Genius Island. In his youth, he was always brimming with confidence, believing himself to be extraordinary. Choosing an ID without some grandiose title like genius felt inadequate. Back then, he had yet to be crushed by the realities of life and had not yet witnessed the face of the world. His heart was filled with the notion that one must strive for greatness in youth and aspire to be the best in the world. Though he hadn't attended Tsinghua or Peking University in his past life, he did enroll in a top 3 university in a prestigious program. Upon entering, he soon realized that intelligent and talented individuals were ubiquitous. The term genius merely serves as an ordinary footnote in the annals of history. Whether admired or forgotten, only a select few will ever be remembered. Somewhere along the line, Zhou Yu's ID had long since shed its genius prefix. Before his rebirth, his WeChat name consisted of just 2 characters, Island. At this moment, looking at the 4 characters Genius Island, Zhou Yu suddenly felt it was quite fitting. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing. I want to change it. This name suits me well, he remarked. He gently moved the mouse over his QQ avatar. The familiar frame popped up, displaying a neat row of icons below. Some were illuminated, while others were gray. Most were gray. In this era, many people silently competed for these small icons. Though they were merely pixelated images, they felt like unspoken medals. A peculiar sense of rivalry. Some icons could only be unlocked by playing games under the Tencent umbrella, while others required spending money to acquire memberships, yellow diamonds and red diamonds. The more one spent, the more icons lit up. To some extent, in this era, these became your spending medals, directly reflecting your esteemed status. Of course, in a few years, people would come to regard those who spent excessively as fools. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that in his teenage years, Zhou Yu genuinely envied those whose avatars displayed rows of crowns and diamonds. Currently, the 100 QB he possessed was of little use. He could afford to unlock memberships, red diamonds, and yellow diamonds. It was time to upgrade from a BB gun to a cannon, gleaming with gold. Zhou Yu gazed at the screen, feeling a fleeting sense of delayed gratification. Ultimately, no matter how far one travels or how mature one becomes, there remains a trace of childishness within. For instance, despite being addressed as President Zhou Yu still occasionally indulged in AD calcium milk and Lisa Yuan snacks. Sometimes he would buy an entire row of Shuangxi milk, inserting straws in each and drinking them all at once. When he bought jelly, it had to be the sucking jelly. In such instances, each time Mu Guiying spotted him, she would exclaim, "At your age, still eating children's snacks. No wonder you can't find a partner. So what if it's childish? Who wants to grow up anyway? Living is about being happy." Lost in thought, a sudden message arrived from Lu Yi. This little girl has once again lifted me from her blacklist? Truly a creature of contradictions. Are you there? Though his QQ showed a green light indicating he was online, she still felt the need to ask, "How is it going in class 5? Are you adjusting well? Today in the classroom, I turned around and didn't see you. Everyone misses you." Well, not everyone, I mean the classmates. Zhou Yu didn't reply to a single message. And this little green tea had already scripted an entire play by herself. Damn, didn't I just scold her today? Why is she like a slippery eel? Zhou Yu was at a loss for words. In his previous life, this little green tea always feigned concern, sending him all sorts of messages under the guise of care, while subtly dropping hints that led to misunderstandings. But who is Zhou Yu? A cosmic-level, ironclad man, an unyielding iron tree that never blossoms. In this life, Zhou Yu was even less inclined to entertain her incessant ramblings. With a swift motion of the mouse, he deleted, blocked, and muted her, performing the actions with fluid grace. On the other end of the line, Lu Yi was still concocting the opening of her second script, just having typed, "Actually, I miss you." The message had yet to be dispatched when a chilling notification appeared. Message sent, but rejected by the recipient. Lu Yi, have I been deleted? Yet, on the other end of the internet, no one seemed to care. Speaking of which, in her past life, Lu Yi had attempted to reconcile on 2 occasions. The first was after the college entrance examinations. Whether due to a poor performance or her true capabilities, she could only manage to enroll in a 211 university, falling far short of Zhou Yu's achievements. Emboldened, she shamelessly removed Zhou Yu from her blacklist and attempted to engage him once more. At that time, Zhou Yu ignored her. The second instance occurred 3 years prior, when she had just begun dating Lin Wangshu and was blissfully in love. On that day, Zhou Yu was in the shower while Lin Wangshu lounged on the bed, engrossed in a game on Zhou Yu's phone. Coincidentally, Lu Yi decided to make her move. sending a flurry of provocative messages that would elevate anyone's blood pressure and send hormones racing. Naturally, Lin Wangshu saw everything and responded with a simple. Lu Yi's messages, which had previously met with silence for years, suddenly garnered a reply, even if it was merely a punctuation mark. It was as if she had clutched a piece of driftwood, and she immediately initiated a video call. Astonishingly, Lin Wangshu accepted the call. One dared to initiate, and the other dared to answer. Yet, Lin Wangshu said nothing to Zhou Yu about it. She neither questioned nor exhibited any semblance of jealousy, nor did she display any unusual emotions. Only later did Zhou Yu find himself inexplicably researching how to swiftly eliminate hickeys. It was only by chance, while scrolling through chat records, that he pieced together the events. The video call lasted a mere 10 seconds. What they discussed remains a mystery to Zhou Yu. However, the thought of Lu Yi connecting and catching a glimpse of Lin Wangshu's ethereal and stunning visage helped. Chapter 10, It Was Raining. Speaking of which, Zhou Yu realized he did not have Lin Wangshu's QQ account. In his previous life, it was because QQ had fallen out of favor. In this life, it was because, according to the original trajectory of his life, he would only add Lin Wangshu's WeChat on the day of their blind date. Therefore, he had never added her QQ and did not know her QQ number. He mused that he might as well add her QQ for now. In fact, Lin Wangshu's QQ number was hardly a secret at Linen High School. It had been widely circulated on forums. However, since the day she enrolled in the school, she had set her account to refuse any friend requests from others, rendering it impossible for anyone to add her. But who was Zhou Yu? Did he truly need her consent to add her? As a programmer ahead of his time, he decided to simply hack into her account and compel her to add him. Without hesitation, Zhou Yu approached the QQ login page and began to type furiously on the keyboard. In less than 2 minutes, he successfully logged into Lin Wangshu's QQ account. The process was surprisingly straightforward. Zhou Yu was aware of Lin Wangshu's commonly used passwords. Most individuals have a go-to password since their teenage years, and they often use it across various platforms without changing it for years. After trying a few variations, he succeeded effortlessly. What one might envision as a hacking operation, a flurry of code racing across a black screen, was in fact merely a few attempts to guess a rather simplistic password. Meanwhile, Lin Wangshu was still attending evening self-study sessions, which in the remedial class concluded at 9 o'clock. She was still engrossed in her studies at school, completely oblivious to the fact that Zhou Yu had logged into her QQ. After adding her on QQ, Zhou Yu perused her profile. Lin Wangshu's QQ nickname was simple, consisting of just a single symbol, a crescent moon. Even her profile picture was that of a crescent moon faintly obscured by clouds. Zhou Yu gazed at the moon for a considerable time before recalling that Lin Wangshu's WeChat ID from his previous life had also remained unchanged, merely substituting the symbol for a moon emoji, while her avatar consistently featured that crescent moon veiled in clouds. It seemed that from the age of 18 to 30, she had remained unchanged. It felt as though everything had transformed, yet nothing had truly altered. He glanced at Lin Wangshu's profile page, noting that all premium services were activated and fully leveled up. Truly a dedicated spender. Subsequently, Zhou Yu boldly delved into Lin Wangshu's QQ space. In the future, many people's QQ spaces had transformed into secrets unfit for public consumption, not due to the presence of unspeakable posts and blogs, but rather because if unearthed, they would induce one to cringe and consider deactivating their account. Zhou Yu smirked, his fingers poised over the mouse, eager to glimpse the melodramatic and cringe-worthy musings of the little star he had known. However, Lin Wangshu's QQ space was entirely unlike what Zhou Yu had anticipated. There were no ostentatious non-mainstream effects, no hyperbolic lyrics that would make one cringe, nor a plethora of emotional diaries overflowing with exclamation marks and dashes. On the contrary, it was simple yet exquisite. Her space was adorned with a theme of the starry sky, not the typical black background with flashy star trails, but rather a bright, restrained light blue, or perhaps moon white. Simple, clean, and even possessing an air of sophistication. The background music was a piano rendition of River Flows in You. This piece, released in 2001, remained popular for many years in the future. Its translated title is You Flow Forever in My Memory. Yet, the version playing was not the widely circulated official rendition. It bore subtle differences in tone. It seemed Lin Wangshu had performed it herself. Indeed, Lin Wangshu could play the piano and did so exceptionally well. By elementary school, she had already reached the highest level and frequently participated in various competitions, winning numerous awards. Had she not chosen to focus on academics, she could have attended a top-tier music conservatory in the country. These past achievements were well known among her fans, who relished recounting them after her rise to fame. More surprising than the aesthetic of her space was Lin Wangshu's posts. Unlike others who inundated their timelines with emotional diaries, she only posted sporadically and the content was almost exclusively about the rain. Each entry was made solely during rainfall, simply stating, "It's raining." There was no pretentious depth. Her tone was calm, devoid of sentimentality, lacking any superfluous words or emojis. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, a vague sense of loss, a subtle sadness, and an unarticulated regret hidden within the raindrops. "You weren't always so brooding and melancholic." Perhaps, in public, she appeared distant and aloof. Yet in private, she was not like this, at least not during the 3 years Zhou Yu and Lin Wangshu were together. Particularly during their first year, she had been like a little sun, quietly illuminating the dark path he had been treading alone. However, life is indeed a long journey. The passage of time can be so protracted that it leads one to countless crossroads, fostering growth, transformation, and even profound change. Perhaps the Lin Wangshu encountered in a past life has now blossomed into a towering tree. And in this moment, I stand before her, while she is still but a sapling. Such are the contemplations of Zhou Yu. Just then, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated from outside the window. A tempest was brewing. Would it rain soon? In no time, dark clouds gathered, and torrential rain poured down. The fierce winds made the windows creak, while raindrops pelted against the glass in a relentless torrent. Instantly, the world was shrouded in a misty haze. For reasons unknown, Zhou Yu found himself reminiscing about his past life, specifically a time not long after their initial acquaintance, when he and Lin Wangshu had yet to become a couple. Ironically, it was also a particularly arduous phase in his entrepreneurial journey. His company as cash flow had ceased, leading to discontent and mounting pressure. Yet, as adults often do, he maintained a facade of calmness and nonchalance. Zhou Yu, in his maturity, possessed the ability to perceive matters with clarity, calculating each step with foresight and deep consideration. However, in his youth, he could be as naive as an unsophisticated child. While others sought solace in travel, indulgence, or various forms of exercise during their moments of discontent, Zhou Yu took a different path. He repeatedly listened to those songs that had once brought him joy in his childhood, simple, foolish, and pure melodies that seemed capable of guiding him back to a flicker of light amid darkness. During that period, he had played Little Jumping Frog on a continuous loop, listening to it while driving, riding in a vehicle, and even as he drifted off to sleep. He played it so frequently that others would chuckle and shake their heads at the mere sound of its introduction, teasing him about his fondness for such childish tunes. Yet, only Lin Wangshu, seated beside him in the passenger seat that day, refrained from mocking him. Instead, she swayed gently to the rhythm emanating from the speakers, humming joyfully along, much like a jubilant little frog leaping through Zhou Yu's dreary world, bringing with it a long-awaited brightness and cheer. Later that evening, upon returning home, Lin Wangshu found herself staring at her WeChat dialog box, typing and deleting again. After a considerable pause, she finally sent Zhou Yu a message. "Are you feeling down about something lately?" In that moment, as Zhou Yu glanced down at the message, he felt an unfamiliar sensation, realizing that someone had been genuinely listening to each of his childish songs deep within his heart. In that instant, he instinctively opened the chat window with Lin Wangshu and typed, "Genius Island. Are you feeling down about something?" However, the moment he hit send, a jolt of panic coursed through him. He had almost forgotten his method of adding friends was anything but straightforward. It was not the innocent exchange of classmates, but rather a case of having added someone through a hacked account. Although his intentions were harmless, it was hardly a respectable approach. He instinctively wanted to retract the message. But to his dismay, in this era of QQ, the option to retract messages simply did not exist. Chapter 11. Logging in. In the opulent residence of Lakefront 1 in Linen City, the night had deepened. Lin Wangshu had just finished her shower, her hair still slightly damp. A few wet strands clung to her cheek, accentuating her porcelain complexion. She slipped into a silk nightgown that hugged her form, far more ethereal than her school uniform, elegantly outlining her slender silhouette, particularly her legs, long and straight, with a luminescent complexion that almost glimmered under the light, legs that had been concealed beneath the confines of her school attire. The room was tranquil, save for the sound of raindrops tapping against the window and the distant murmurs of her parents from the living room. She neither heard nor wished to hear them. Instead, she sat at her desk, opening a new notebook to pen her thoughts. She began by documenting the trivialities of the day before writing. "Sister, I don't often think of you. Yet whenever I do, it is with great longing, especially on rainy days. People often say that the departure of loved ones is not akin to a torrential downpour, but rather the lingering dampness of the rest of one's life." Lin Wangshu always felt that the day her sister left, her own life had been enveloped in rain, a deluge that had persisted until today, never truly ceasing. How could a girl who lived perpetually in the rain ever come to love rainy days? Everyone has their own means of coping during moments of unhappiness. And the 18-year-old Lin Wangshu was no exception. Her method was simple, playing video games. However, unlike most girls who prefer games like QQ Dance or QQ Speed, which featured elements of dressing up and socializing, Lin Wangshu was drawn to FPS shooting games. In this era, the most popular was CS, soon to be followed by CF, and later titles like CSGO and Valorant, games she never missed. Whether at 18 or 30, she remained the quintessential gaming girl. In later years, a game called Miracle Nikki, aimed at women, would epitomize the exploitation of female consumers. Perhaps due to her overflowing wardrobe since childhood, Lin Wangshu never developed much interest in such games. Instead, she adored firearms, particularly the thrill of landing headshots. On this rainy night, Lin Wangshu booted up her computer and expertly launched CS1. 6. As she logged into QQ, a message suddenly popped up in her inbox. Genius Island. Are you feeling down about something? Taken aback, Lin Wangshu felt a slight pang in her heart. Yet, confusion quickly overtook her thoughts, for the ID was entirely unfamiliar and bore no notes. Who are you? Meanwhile, Zhou Yu was not waiting for a response. He was happily decorating his QQ space, taking full advantage of his newly acquired yellow diamond privileges. Upon seeing the message, he fell into a brief contemplation. In this era, there indeed existed a group of users who were randomly recommended by the system. Many added each other purely to share daily life, play games, and confide in one another. True online friends, devoid of ulterior motives. Most of them were quite pleasant, contrasting sharply with the superficial interactions of later social media platforms. Zhou Yu instinctively wanted to respond with its Zhou Yu, yet his fingers hovered over the keyboard before he resolutely typed. Genius Island. You added me before. What do you want? Arrogant. Huh? I added you? Lin Wangshu found this notion utterly incredulous. As a campus celebrity, countless individuals sought to add her as a QQ friend daily. Lin Wangshu had long since set her account to reject all friend requests, meaning that the only way to become friends was for her to take the initiative. In Lin Wangshu's impression, since entering high school, she had not added anyone else apart from her classmates. Despite her many admirable qualities, Lin Wangshu harbored a minor flaw: forgetfulness. She seemed to possess a memory akin to that of a fish, only retaining thoughts of trivial individuals and inconsequential matters for a mere 7 seconds. It was no wonder that the goddess could remain composed in the face of incessant, bothersome chatter. Humans have a tendency to archive their memories autonomously. Thus, in the ensuing minutes, Lin Wangshu earnestly pondered whether she had recently added any insignificant acquaintances. After a considerable time, she finally typed on her keyboard. The last time we played CS together? After much contemplation, she deduced it was likely a chance encounter with a compatible teammate, perhaps intending to arrange another gaming session. However, finding a compatible teammate was indeed a rarity. With this thought in mind, Lin Wangshu hesitated momentarily before typing the next message. Want to log in? Shall we have a match? Upon sending the message, she found herself somewhat surprised. She was not the type to extend invitations, especially to an anonymous online acquaintance whose name she had forgotten. Yet, perhaps due to the oppressive rain that evening, the stillness of her home, and the weight of unexpressed emotions, she felt compelled to reach out. Meanwhile, on the other end, Zhou Yu chuckled. Indeed, there are moments when one inexplicably smiles in silence. Oh well, considering your current mood, I shall indulge you and bring a bit of joy your way, Zhou Yu mused. Genius Island. I'm logging in. A few minutes later, Zhou Yu sat in his chair, gazing at the familiar interface of the long-forgotten Halfong battle platform. In an instant, he felt a sense of déjà vu. In a previous life, it seemed things had unfolded similarly. On the screen, Zhou Yu's gaming ID read, Little Soldier Zhang Jie. Beside it, the all-too-familiar Lin Wangshu's ID was the mightiest man in linen. Zhou Yu couldn't help but smile. It was unmistakably her. He recalled that Lin Wangshu had never chosen a conventional gaming ID. As games evolved, her IDs became increasingly absurd. Zhou Yu vividly remembered the various aliases she had used in other games. The mightiest man in Suhui, king of sniping, just call me daddy, and even in a certain MOBA game, she had named herself Me Too. Her avatar featured that iconic expression of Zhang Fei's Me Too meme, embodying a rough, masculine charm. While other female gamers opted for poetic IDs like when the forest is deep, I see a deer, or when the sea is blue, I see a whale. Zhou Yu often found himself rolling his eyes at such pretentiousness, lamenting the misuse of classical poetry. Similarly, there were names like Iron Horse and Ice River entering my dreams. Paired with signatures like the Iron Horse is you, the Ice River is also you. It was utterly ludicrous. Why not say, sharpening the knives for cattle and sheep? You are the cow, and you are the sheep? Ultimately, Zhou Yu found Lin Wangshu's masculine style far more acceptable than those self-styled literary names that attempted to evoke an atmosphere, yet often left one bewildered. For anyone who thought the ID belonged to a rough-and-tumble man, little did they realize that beneath the surface was a stunning beauty. As the game commenced, the duo navigated the Dust 2 map with the familiarity of their own neighborhood. True to her ID, Lin Wangshu charged ahead with the bravado of a mighty warrior. Her skills commendable, her aim steady, while Zhou Yu had little affinity for FPS games, preferring Dota or LOL. He had often accompanied Lin Wangshu in FPS games during their previous lives, having explored everything from Crossfire to Valorant to PUBG, allowing him to understand her style and how to synergize with her. In this moment, Zhou Yu maneuvered with subtlety, neither too far ahead nor lagging behind, focusing solely on providing cover, replenishing ammunition, and deploying smoke grenades. He drew all firepower toward himself, allowing Lin Wangshu to reap a frenzy of kills. In a single match, she secured 14 eliminations, carrying the team to victory. Zhou Yu glanced at the scoreboard. The mightiest man in linen, stats, 1402. Little soldier Zhang Jie, stats, 2414. Zhou Yu remained calm and began typing. Genius Island. Wow. You're incredibly skilled. Genius Island. Your headshots are precise, your positioning fierce, and your movement impeccable. Having provided emotional support, he recalled how, during their ambiguous phase in a previous life, he had gradually lost himself amidst her praises of "you're amazing" and "so strong." He later realized that this woman could take on 10 opponents at once. You played your cards well. Consider this life a repayment. On the other end, Lin Wangshu paused. Compliments from those around her had long ceased to elicit any reaction, as she had heard countless flattery throughout her life, often laced with ulterior motives and insincerity. It had left her somewhat numb. However, this was merely an online acquaintance speaking directly, without any pretense, even exhibiting a hint of naivety. Yet, his support was indeed commendable. No wonder she had taken the initiative to add him as a friend. He was a fantastic support player. And with a score of 1402, Huun Ti exclaimed, "That's truly impressive." Thus, a smile crept onto Lin Wangshu's lips, thinking to herself, "Hey, I really am quite formidable." Chapter 12. A bit of happiness naturally. Lin Wangshu also remembered to remain humble, so she began typing, "I'm just having a good day." Zhou Yu chuckled again. This fellow had been the same since childhood. Humility? Not in her vocabulary. When praised, she would climb higher, her tail practically soaring into the sky. Moreover, she would screenshot any impressive gaming achievements, relishing in them repeatedly. Particularly proud moments were shared on social media, prompting Zhou Yu to give them a thumbs up. Meanwhile, it was indeed accurate. Lin Wangshu had already captured her achievements and uploaded them to her private QQ Space album. Many speculated whether it contained her exclusive collection of beautiful photos. In reality, she found it amusing. There were no beautiful pictures, just a compilation of screenshots showcasing the prowess of Lin's mightiest man, limited to her best performances. After uploading the screenshots, Lin Wangshu felt a surge of excitement and sent another message to Zhou Yu. "Shall we continue? Genius Island. Let us keep going." That night, Lin Wangshu achieved her highest winning streak ever, even feeling an illusion that she was extraordinarily powerful. The two continued to duo until the early hours of the morning. And as they concluded, Lin Wangshu, reluctant to part ways, made plans to meet at the same time the following evening. The identity of the gaming partner has thus been established. In truth, when he is genuinely invested in a game, Zhou Yu is quite formidable. He possesses an innate talent for gaming, excelling in any game he attempts. Furthermore, in his previous life, he was drawn into playing similar games with Lin Wangshu for over 3 years. Within the realms of such games, while it may be debatable whether he can surpass the Lin Wangshu of his past life, he could certainly manage to tease the 18-year-old Lin Wangshu without difficulty. However, Zhou Yu does not harbor a profound passion for shooting games. He prefers to play a supportive role, ensuring that those who relish gaming derive joy from it. Accompanying a girl in gaming is akin to playing mahjong with a superior. Fundamentally, both activities share the same essence. The aim is not victory or defeat, but rather to ensure the other party enjoys themselves. Of course, when it comes to less skilled players, it is essential to demonstrate some prowess. For those who are stronger, it suffices to allow them to carry the game. The strategy varies according to the individual, adapting to their unique capabilities. After logging off, Zhou Yu politely exchanged goodnights with Lin Wangshu. He was not yet tired, so he opened QQ Music, intending to listen to some tunes. During this era, the Chinese music scene was still at its zenith, though it would gradually decline in the ensuing years. For reasons unknown, he felt an urge to listen to Little Jumping Frog today, so he played it. What is that saying? It may seem a touch juvenile for children aged 7 or 8, yet for a 30-year-old man, it is just right. Listening to this song when feeling down lifts the spirits slightly, and when in a good mood, it amplifies the joy. At that moment, Zhou Yu felt a surge of happiness. Meanwhile, on the other end of the internet, after saying goodnight, Lin Wangshu too did not succumb to slumber. Throughout history, goodnight has always served as a social nicety to conclude a conversation, a mere token of decorum. It is rare indeed for someone to utter goodnight and immediately fall asleep. A true rarity among the genuinely serious. Lin Wangshu was still delightfully admiring the numerous screenshots of her gaming achievements from that evening. Amidst her admiration, she noticed that the player with the ID Little Soldier Zhang Jie, though he had fewer kills, did not die excessively and had numerous assists. It was hard not to acknowledge that he possessed a modicum of skill. Thus, she casually updated Zhou Yu's note to reflect his gaming ID, Little Soldier Zhang Ga suddenly. Curiosity piqued, she clicked into Zhou Yu's QQ space, only to find her access denied. Indeed, while little Lin was still engrossed in evening self-study, Zhou Yu was busy adorning his QQ space with a warm yellow diamond theme, inadvertently coming across 2 of his previous posts. Give me 10 years, and I will leave you speechless and solving for the maximum field strength along the perpendicular bisector of like charges. The mention of the mean inequality in its cubic form was quite shocking. He could only speculate how his peers might feel upon encountering such sentiments. In any case, Zhou Yu, with the soul of a 30-year-old, found it rather shocking and somewhat embarrassing. This must remain a secret. He promptly locked his space. Lin Wangshu, typically not one to harbor curiosity about others, especially not about the opposite sex, was taken aback by her first exploration ending in failure. She then turned her attention to the QQ profile of Little Soldier Zhanga. Zhou Yu had never taken the time to edit his QQ profile seriously. Even his location was carelessly selected as Andorra. Apart from indicating his gender as male, no other valuable information was discernible. Perhaps he truly was just a stranger from another city, Lin Wangshu mused. Just as she was about to close the profile window, she suddenly noticed a line of small print. Little Soldier Zhang Jie is listening to Little Jumping Frog. In this era, QQ Music had a unique feature displaying who was listening to what and what they had previously listened to, all prominently featured on the profile cards. Some individuals would even keep a close eye on the listening status of their friends, particularly those with a refined taste in music. Upon spotting a new song, they would eagerly click in and pilfer the playlist. What kind of song is Little Jumping Frog? Lin Wangshu pondered. Still listening to children's songs? Could he still be a child? Little Lin thought to herself, as the image of that grimy little boy from the television series Little Soldier Zhang Jie surfaced in her mind. Yet her hand unconsciously clicked on the song, and she began to listen as well. Happy little frog, leapfrog. It's a little jumping frog, jumping over the blue Atlantic to the distant east. It jumps to our side through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. We're the best of partners. After listening once, she thought it was rather childish. Upon a second listen, she found it oddly catchy. By the third time, she was humming along, la 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 la, lend me a pair of little wings, and I can fly to the sun. Outside the window, the rain continued to clamor. Listening to this childish tune, Lin Wangshu felt an unexpected wave of tranquility wash over her. Somehow, she recalled a weather forecast, light rain turning to showers, with occasional sunshine. Back at the other end of the internet, as Zhou Yu was about to log off QQ, he noticed that Lin Wangshu was also listening to Little Jumping Frog. In fact, he had intended to share this song with her, but in a moment of frustration, he found himself clueless about how to share music on QQ Music in this era. Moreover, upon further reflection, sharing it directly felt inappropriate. It dawned on him that Lin Wangshu must have borrowed the song from him. Perhaps it was for the best. He hoped Little Jumping Frog would brighten her mood a bit. As the night deepened, Zhou Yu drifted into a heavy slumber, dreaming of his past life. Envisioning Lin Wangshu joyfully singing Little Jumping Frog in the passenger seat beside him. As for Lin Wangshu, she too dreamt, envisioning herself dominating in the game, with the player known as Little Soldier Zhang Jie, resembling the character from the show, yet masked and shadowing her. Curiosity urged her to rush forward and remove the mask, only to reveal a remarkably agile frog. That night, the rain fell long, and the dreams felt equally prolonged. Chapter 13, Scandal. The following day, a Tuesday, the rain from the previous night had yet to cease. The late summer, early autumn rain always carried a certain heaviness, accompanied by a chill. Raindrops pelted against the window, intermittently accompanied by the rumble of thunder splitting the sky. Zhou Yu, carrying a bag of buns and a bottle of plum juice, shook the water off his umbrella as he stepped into class 5. Each day, for a high school student, typically begins with a morning reading session. However, in reality, in some classrooms, morning reading merely masquerades as a breakfast gathering under the guise of learning. Various breakfast items, egg pancakes, fried dough sticks, buns, wontons, and mixed noodles, filled the classroom, creating a colorful array of aromas. Class 5 was known for its relaxed academic atmosphere, with a blend of reading voices and buzzing chatter. Si Bangzi took a hearty bite of his egg pancake, mumbling, "If you ask me, the egg pancakes at our school's entrance are undoubtedly the best in the city." Zhou Yu took a bite of his bun, remaining noncommittal. The entrance of Linen High School boasted numerous breakfast stalls, all of commendable skill, operating from dawn until dusk for many years. They were cherished memories for countless Linen students. Yet later on, it became unclear what changes the school had implemented. In the blink of an eye, the small vendors had vanished entirely. Upon reflection, it seemed as though it had occurred during the first semester of their senior year. Take, for instance, the egg pancake stall. Zhou Yu would often reminisce about that delectable egg pancake, yet he had never encountered the proprietor again, nor had he tasted anything akin to its unique flavor. Well, he decided he would go and procure one tomorrow morning. Suddenly, a shadow surged forth like a locomotive, accompanied by a resounding proclamation of traditional Chinese culture, coming to a halt abruptly behind Zhou Yu. "Goodness gracious! Did you help Lin Wangshu move books yesterday? Didn't you claim you two had no real connection?" shouted Pan Jing, brandishing his phone, his voice even quicker than his gestures. With skin as dark as night and a robust frame, his features bore a hint of mischief. It was fortunate he had a round face. Otherwise, he would undeniably be a strikingly handsome fellow. Thus, he radiated the aura of a playful yet earnest individual. He positioned himself directly behind Zhou Yu, while Si Bangzi sat in front of him. The three of them formed a straight line, occupying the entire corner of the classroom by the window. In truth, Zhou Yu's closest companions in this class were Si Bangzi and Pan Jing. Despite their differing personalities, they harmoniously complemented one another, forging an unbreakable bond of brotherhood that would last a lifetime. Even years later, separated by vast distances and rooted in different corners of the earth, they would manage to find a common frequency for conversation, often checking in on one another and sharing mundane anecdotes. Zhou Yu frequently likened their trio to the legendary companions from Journey to the West. Si Bangzi, the gluttonous yet clever second brother; Pan Jing, the brawny but simple-minded third disciple. As for Zhou Yu himself, he was undoubtedly the composed, intelligent, diligent, and strikingly handsome eldest brother, the unparalleled Monkey King. Upon hearing Pan Jing's words, Zhou Yu, sitting in front, did not turn around but casually remarked, "It's hardly a big deal. I merely assisted her while tidying up in class 1 yesterday. We played CS together all night long." If he were to rewind to his past life, it was not merely a single night of gaming. It was an entire night spent engrossed in video games. "But how do you know about this trivial matter?" Zhou Yu countered. "From a forum," Pan Jing replied, shaking his phone. "Look, you two were spotted moving books together, and someone posted it on the forum. Everyone's curious about who you are. I'm about to reply and enlighten them regarding your identity. A true brother, always so considerate. Didn't I send you a message on QQ last night? Did you not see it?" Si Bangzi chimed in, his mouth full of egg pancake, his words somewhat garbled. "Oh, I was too busy gaming yesterday," Zhou Yu said, taking a glance at Pan Jing's phone. Sure enough, they had been photographed from multiple angles. After all, wherever Lin Wangshu went, she attracted attention. Even buying a bottle of mineral water at the convenience store could lead to her being captured on camera and uploaded to the forum, potentially becoming a trending topic. Ultimately, she did become a major star, and the only difference would be that the cameras transitioned from mobile phones to professional equipment, from forum posts to the trending page on Weibo. In a sense, Lin Wangshu's life rarely belonged solely to her. She perpetually existed under the scrutiny of others, magnified, discussed, anticipated, and often misunderstood. Beneath her dazzling brilliance lay a constricting freedom. "I heard your rumored romance is generating quite a buzz. The forum's homepage is abuzz with discussions," Fan Jing exclaimed. "Look at you, Zhou. You've made quite the name for yourself. Although, I must say, your names together sound like something out of sci-fi novel." "Siban Siekod, shall I help clarify things for you?" Pan Jing offered. "While I appreciate the sentiment, there's really no need for such thoughtfulness." Zhou Yu replied without turning around, decisively declining. Just as his words faded, a thunderous clap resonated outside the window, causing the glass to tremble. Pan Jing was momentarily startled. Why so serious all of a sudden? And now it's thundering? Si Bangzi appeared equally taken aback. Zhou Yu shrugged, feigning innocence. In his previous life, this time had been rife with negative rumors regarding Lu Yi. He mused that if he were to return to this moment, he would certainly clarify everything. Yet as for the rumors with Lin Wangshu, what was there to explain? The events of the future remained true, after all. Furthermore, in his past life, he had not even had the opportunity for such rumors to circulate. The management company had stifled any possibility, and the public relations team had maintained a tight grip. Naturally, Zhou Yu understood. Since he and team managed to create any rumors last time, This time he would ensure they would be grand and widespread. As the trio exchanged banter, a sudden commotion erupted in the classroom. The homeroom teacher had arrived. Zhou Yu, who had just graduated from the mathematics department of Lin Normal University this year, was said to be merely 22 years old. Yet her appearance resembled that of a character straight out of an anime. With straight bangs, flaxen hair, and remarkably fair skin. Her large, sparkling eyes twinkled, and her charming smile revealed a playful little canine tooth. She was quite petite, barely reaching 1.55 meters, and had to stand on tiptoe to write on the blackboard. Truly, she was an adorable little girl. However, she possessed a G-cup. For those who understood, the significance was clear. The juxtaposition of her youthful visage and her mature curves was striking, creating an overwhelming presence. The delightful contrast between her youthful appearance and her impressive figure was almost too captivating to behold. Amusingly, this seemingly youthful teacher had a penchant for wearing mature attire. Today, for instance, she donned a floral long dress paired with heels that added an extra 7 or 8 centimeters to her height, evoking the image of a child donning adult clothing, creating a slight sense of dissonance. Moreover, our dear teacher Sue often adopted a stern demeanor. Perhaps she felt her innocent face lacked the necessary intimidation factor, leading her to speak at a higher pie in the year of Dr. Zhou Yu's graduation. Another piece of news emerged. Teacher Xiao Su had been dismissed from Linen High School. It was rumored that a rival teacher had reported her for giving birth to a second child, leading to her losing her position and the security that came with it. Even more surprising was that shortly thereafter, she divorced. She withdrew from all student groups, completely severing ties with Linen, and vanished without a trace. It was as if she had been quietly erased from that city and from those memories. On the day Zhou Yu heard this news, he could only feel a sense of regret. For the sake of family, she had sacrificed her career, bearing 2 children in 3 years. Yet the home she had fought so hard to protect had failed to become her sanctuary. She had been abandoned. She chose to leave, to remain silent, to quietly erase her life from its original trajectory. Ironically, just a few years later, policies were relaxed to the point where families could receive subsidies for a 3rd child. At that moment, Zhou Yu felt the phrase "born at the wrong time" resonated with startling accuracy. But was it truly a matter of timing? No. Ultimately, it was merely a premature trial that revealed true emotions. Regrettably, the feelings were not profound enough, and the tribulations were all too genuine. At that time, the then untested teacher, Xiao Su, stood resolutely at the front of the classroom. Silence. This entire floor is the noisiest because of your class. As she spoke, Su Yuan crossed her arms, her brows furrowed, and her chin slightly raised, exuding an energy that seemed to elevate her stature by 5 centimeters. The classroom fell silent in an instant. I have an announcement. The autumn sports meeting will take place next week. Interested students should find Wang Haosen to register. The deadline is next Monday. Wang Haosen was the sports representative of Class 5. After delivering her message, Su Yuan turned to pick up her thermos, taking a delicate sip. The next second, her brow furrowed, and she exhaled softly as if she had scalded herself, biting her teeth in irritation. Meanwhile, some students were murmuring among themselves. Teacher, Xiao doesn't seem to be in a good mood today. Isn't she like this every day? I think it's quite cute. By the way, what event are you planning to sign up for in the sports meeting? Oh, I want to throw the shot put. Huh? You? With your skinny arms and legs? Then I must compete in the basketball game. I am Linen's very own Iverson. In the corner by the window, a student named Pei Jing was propping his head up, preparing to doze off, while Si Bangzi continued eating, his mouth busy yet eager to express himself. Mumbling, Zhou, you could join a basketball team. You were a key player back in Class 1. Your class even placed in the spring sports meeting. Zhou Yu was momentarily taken aback, feeling as if playing basketball belonged to a past life. In his previous life, after a disheartening performance in the senior year class exams, he had ended up in Class 5, experiencing a prolonged period of despondency. The autumn sports meeting, which took place shortly after the school year commenced, had escaped his attention, let alone his participation. Although there would be another sports meeting in the spring, by then, they would be merely 100 days away from the college entrance examination, and the school would explicitly prohibit seniors from participating. Thus, Zhou Yu missed the last sports meeting of his high school years, missing the final basketball game as well. Later, as he entered university and began working, perhaps he became too engrossed in video games, studies, romance, and the pursuit of adulthood, grappling with the complexities of life. The friends with whom he once sweated on the basketball court had scattered across the country and even the world, never to reassemble that familiar team. Moreover, perhaps the open courts were filled with exceptionally talented players, leading to a sense of frustration. No one would pass the ball to him, as everyone was a lone wolf. Consequently, he gradually played less and less. Eventually, one ordinary afternoon, when he wished to rekindle his former passion, he found that he could no longer jump high or run fast. After a week of practice, He experienced knee pain and Achilles tendon discomfort, ailments he had never encountered at the age of 18. Thus, Zhou Yu often felt a tinge of regret. Now, to directly join Class 5's basketball team and compete, it was impossible. Perhaps it was the perspective of a 30-year-old soul, burdened with more thoughts and experiences, that made him hesitant. Firstly, the team had its own complete lineup, having played together for a long time with established chemistry. There was no room for him to intrude. With 5 positions, there was one spot for each player. Just because of his regrets, he could not impose them on others. Secondly, those were not the comrades he had once fought alongside. However, in this second chance at life, he still wished to participate in the sports meeting, albeit not in basketball. Zhou Yu feigned contemplation and said, "Forget basketball. I might sign up for shooting." Huh? Pei Jing lifted his head. When did they add shooting? They did. It's a new addition, Zhou Yu assured him. If you don't believe me, ask teacher Xiao Su. Pei Jing immediately raised his hand to inquire. Teacher, is there shooting this time? Teacher Xiao Su nodded, gritting her teeth and responding with a somewhat fierce yes. In reality, there was no hot tea in teacher Xiao Su's thermos. It was filled with bubble tea, generously iced. Unfortunately, when she took that last sip, a pearl rolled into her mouth, and with the entire class watching her, she felt a bit embarrassed to chew noisily. Thus, she had to discreetly hide the pearl at the back of her mouth, grinding it slowly, which made her appear to be gnashing her teeth in frustration. Therefore, sometimes when a class is progressing well, and one suddenly notices the teacher biting her teeth in anger, it may not be genuine anger, but rather the result of her drinking bubble tea or taro bubble tea. Meanwhile, in Class 0, the homeroom teacher Hanji had just announced the details of the autumn sports meeting during morning reading. However, Mr. Han was not under any bubble tea spell. He meticulously outlined each competition, registration method, and points of caution. Classes 0 and 1, both part of the curriculum reform experimental group, had only about 20 students each, which was far too few. To ensure sufficient participants for the events, the 2 classes would merge for the competition. Now, the classroom buzzed with lively discussions about the various competitions. Lin Wangshu sat in the 3rd row of the middle aisle, her desk mate. A girl with her hair tied up high, radiating excitement. "I want to sign up for table tennis," her desk mate exclaimed eagerly. "Back in elementary school, I even won an excellent award in the city table tennis competition." With that, she proudly puffed out her chest, as if a certificate were currently displayed on her forehead. "An excellent award? ISNT, that just a participation award? That is still great. What about you? Do you have any events in mind? I might sign up for shooting." In Class 5, a dismissive voice interrupted. "Puffed. You, when have you ever touched a gun?" Si Bangzi finally finished eating and began to chatter. "Laser electronic guns?" Pei Jing scratched his head, asking. "Archery, like with bows and arrows." Zhou Yu spoke, striking a pose as if drawing a bow. "Even playing CS made one dizzy in 3D. Make sure not to miss the target. A score 0 would be quite embarrassing," said Si Bangzi. Indeed, in this life, Zhou Yu had yet to touch a gun or a bow. However, in his previous existence, he was not entirely averse to shooting. It was primarily due to the celebrity Lin, who had an innate obsession with all FPS games and shooting sports. She was a senior VIP at a renowned shooting club in the country, often dragging him along to practice, trying out various models. Zhou Yu, initially just tagging along, found himself improving to the point where he shot even more accurately than she did. He vividly remembered that during this particular autumn sports meeting, Lin Wangshu had indeed registered for shooting. This was not out of intentional interest. It was merely that someone of her stature naturally became the center of public attention wherever she went, her every action creating ripples. This time was no different. She ultimately secured 2nd place, losing to a semi-professional male competitor. Nonetheless, this achievement stirred quite a commotion on the campus forums and social media. The reason? Her campus fan club had captured stunning photos of her shooting, showcasing her poised profile and focused gaze, which were nothing short of breathtaking. Ultimately, it boiled down to appearances. Who truly scrutinized someone's shooting accuracy? Following this, a fervor for shooting swept through the school. By the spring sports meeting, shooting had become the most sought-after event, with boys vying to be grouped with Lin Wangshu. The star effect was indeed formidable. Sometimes, Zhou Yu mused, it was no wonder she commanded such a high endorsement fee. Zhou Yu grinned. "How about we make a bet?" "All right, let's wager on whether you can advance past the group stage," Si Bangzi replied dismissively. Zhou Yu shook his head. "The group stage is trivial. I bet on 2nd place." "2nd place?" Si Bangzi's eyes widened. "Our school has a shooting club with quite a few semi-professionals. You think you can secure 2nd place? What shall we wager?" A slow reacting by Jing nodded. "2nd place is quite challenging. Count me in as well." Amusing, these naive youths. If they were in university, Zhou Yu believed someone would have already been washing their underwear and socks this semester. Unfortunately, they were still in high school. "Well then, what shall we wager?" Zhou Yu shrugged nonchalantly. How about you buy all your breakfasts this semester? See, Bangzi suggested. I'll bet lunch, by Jing chimed in. Deal. Chapter 15, The Tarot Girl. The first 2 periods after morning self-study were chemistry classes. The chemistry teacher, Han Ji, was a man sporting reflective, color-changing glasses and perpetually messy hair. He graduated the same year as Wang Weiguo and began his career concurrently. However, compared to Wang Weiguo, Han Ji lacked some of the ambition and cunning, instead possessing a fervent obsession with the subject, reminiscent of a scientific madman. It was said that he could blow up the laboratory 3 times a week, which somewhat explained his disheveled appearance. Simultaneously, he was also the homeroom teacher of Class 0, the same class as Lin Wangshu. Many high school teachers often handled both a good class and a struggling one. At the podium, Han Ji tirelessly explained the chemistry problems from the recent class division exam, interspersed with chemical puns and dry humor that ordinary individuals could hardly comprehend. For instance, he likened the reactivity of metals to interpersonal relationships, asserting that the more lively individuals were prone to trouble and that love adhered to the law of conservation of energy. The enthusiasm you put in would eventually be reciprocated. However, beneath the podium, no one responded. There were no laughs, nor any attentive listeners. After 2 periods of chemistry, the longest break of the day arrived. However, Linan High School did not mandate third-year students to participate in physical exercises during breaks. Thus, for the seniors, this was a much-anticipated interval, with 25 minutes available. They could play a few games on the court or leisurely stroll around the teaching building in groups. Yet today, due to the relentless thunderstorm, everyone remained indoors, confined to their classrooms. The few girls from Class 5 congregated together, seemingly joined by a few from the neighboring Class 6. At this moment, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Come on, help me see if there's any possibility between him and me. Help me see if I can escape this math ordeal. Will I become wealthy in the future? Will I be able to study outside the city? This group of girls chattered excitedly, resembling a brood of fledglings eagerly awaiting nourishment. At the center of the girls was Jiang Yuan. She was from the adjacent class, but had been warmly invited to join the 5th class during this break. With an air of mystery, she produced a deck of tarot cards and spread them across the table. At the back of the classroom, Si Bangzi began to chatter. Let me tell you, these girls gather every day to read fortunes. It's quite absurd, especially that Jiang Yuan. She's like a fortune teller. Those girls truly believe in her. Zhou Yu laughed, believe her? They might as well believe I am Qin Shi Huang. Despite this, Zhou Yu's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yuan. Among this group of girls, she was indeed a striking presence, her aura strikingly unique. Her face was both cold and exquisite, with clean brows and eyes, her skin fair to the point of translucency, resembling a porcelain doll hidden in the shadows. Her black hair, with bangs, cascaded smoothly to her collarbone, her lines sharp, evoking the image of a gothic heroine straight out of a Japanese manga. If Lin Wangshu exuded an air of aloofness, Jiang Yuan emanated a chilling, yet somewhat whimsical vibe. She wore a purple crystal ring on her left hand and an obsidian ring on her right, said to enhance inspiration and ward off evil. Around her neck hung a few delicate silver chains. Moreover, she favored dark, smoky eye makeup. Jiang Yuan was originally Zhou Yu's designated match in his past life, as well as a close confidant of Lin Wangshu. In truth, during his high school years, this gothic girl frequently visited Class 5, her presence quite notable. However, at 18, the Monkey King Zhou Yu never truly acknowledged her. Firstly, he held an innate distaste for that gothic style, finding it dark and foreboding. Secondly, he was at that time immersed in his own self-absorbed world, aloof and self-important, experiencing a late blooming in romance. Consequently, he was aware of her existence, but never truly acquainted with her. Later on, even after being with Lin Wangshu for 3 years, Zhou Yu had never met her close friend in person, having only seen a few photos of them together. Take, for instance, that fateful blind date from his previous life. Jiang Yuan had mentioned in advance that she would bring a friend along to ease the awkwardness, which was quite normal for a first meeting. However, upon reaching the private room, Jiang Yuan announced that she had a sudden engagement and couldn't make it, providing an absurd excuse about colliding with a wild boar. Zhou Yu puzzled over how a wild boar could possibly roam the streets of the city. The other party hastily hung up the phone. Moments later, the door to the private room swung open, and Lin Wangshu stepped inside. After that, she was never seen again. In the future, Jiang Yuan became a doctor, indeed, a doctor without borders. However, her tale was one that Zhou Yu had heard many times from Lin Wangshu. She traversed the globe, navigating through war and pandemics, saving lives, an endeavor of utmost significance. One might ask, are you not afraid? A girl so steeped in adolescent illusions, so eerily superstitious, ended up wielding a scalpel, controlling the fates of others. Zhou Yu, for one, was indeed apprehensive. Fortunately, she specialized in obstetrics. Zhou Yu consoled himself with the thought that he would likely never find himself beneath her surgical knife. Probably. In the front row of the classroom, Jiang Yuan was engaged in a tarot reading. "Help me see if I can escape this mathematical calamity," a girl inquired cautiously. Jiang Yuan leisurely drew the cards, laid them out, and stared at them for 2 seconds, her expression laden with meaning. "You shall never escape the trials of love in this lifetime." Her tone bore a weight of fatalism, a hint of gothic whimsy, yet carried a semblance of seriousness. "But I asked about mathematics." The girl protested. "You're reading love, not math. Choose one." Jiang Yuan shrugged. In the back row, Zhou Yu was sipping water when he overheard this exchange and nearly spat it out. An image flashed in his mind. Jiang Yuan, clad in surgical scrubs and a mask, standing at the operating table, her gaze steely, not uttering, "Breathe deeply, fear not. I am here," but coldly declaring, "You shall never escape the trials of love in this lifetime." Zhou Yu was caught off guard, choking and coughing, the sound abruptly disrupting the silence of the back row. The girls all turned to stare at him, bewildered, while Jiang Yuan glanced back, raising an eyebrow. Lin Wangshu had one flaw, a poor memory. Yet Jiang Yuan possessed an admirable trait, exceptional hearing. She could be likened to a master of eavesdropping. In the office, no gossip would escape her notice. Hence, Zhou Yu's earlier remark, "Trust her or trust me, I am Qin Shi Huang," had reached the ears of this tarot reading maiden, and she was certainly displeased. However, she chose to endure it, for she was not so petty as to confront every whisper behind her back. But Zhou Yu's outburst had drawn significant attention, successfully captivating the entire class. The devoted followers of the Tarot Society gathered around Zhou Yu, chattering animatedly. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Who do you think you are to mock tarot? Your destiny lies here," one girl exclaimed, brandishing a deck of tarot cards like a proclamation of fate. "I see it. You simply do not respect our Tarot Society." Indeed, Linen High School boasted numerous clubs, and these individuals were part of the Tarot Society, with Jiang Yuan serving as its vice president. This club was one of the most renowned at Linen High, boasting a large membership, predominantly female. Zhou Yu stifled his laughter as he wiped the water stains from his desk. It was utterly amusing. He had never taken this so-called Tarot Society seriously, viewing it merely as a gathering of small-time mystics and their acolytes. A staunch atheist and a firm advocate of materialism, he held these mystical practices in the utmost disdain. Ironically, even in the modern era, tarot cards maintained a substantial market, especially with the rise of social media. Those bloggers claiming to offer spiritual healing and astrological guidance became increasingly affluent. Some women would go so far as to schedule appointments with supposed tarot masters, paying hundreds, if not thousands, for a reading. While Zhou Yu worked late in the lab, he would watch these live broadcasts and ponder, what could one do with that money instead? Similarly, he found the Zodiac bloggers absurd, always spinning their words in ways that could apply in any direction, echoing the sentiments of the masses. This was the Barnum effect, offering vague statements that seemed uniquely applicable to each individual, when in truth, they could resonate with anyone. On a whim, one could pull a dog into the mix, and perhaps it would fit 80. Indeed, Zhou Yu did not believe in astrology and held the entire framework of zodiac theory in contempt. To him, these notions were mere tools wielded by ignorant rulers in antiquity, concocted to fabricate divine authority, pacify the populace, and solidify their power. Nevertheless, ultimately, whether it be tarot cards or astrology, lunar retrogrades, or the positioning of Pluto, he could understand and moderately respect such beliefs. After all, throughout the long and chaotic journey of life, humanity is prone to losing its way. They yearn for guidance, for some semblance of divinity, even if that divinity is just a few cards or a star chart. It is certainly preferable to having nothing at all. Yet, Zhou Yu firmly believed that one's fate could not be foretold by anyone else, for one's destiny is eternally held in one's own hands. He raised his gaze, finally directing it towards them, his expression as calm as a placid lake. With a delicate finger, he tapped the tarot cards that lay on the table. "You claim that these cards determine your fate?" After a brief pause, a smirk curled at his lips, his voice low yet assertive. "Shall we see who among us is more adept at divination?" No sooner had he spoken than a thunderclap erupted outside, reverberating like an affirmation. Chapter 16, Children of the Stars. As the thunder rolled, a flicker of light passed over every face in the room, causing a collective shiver. Perhaps it was Zhou Yu's commanding presence, or perhaps the sudden thunder had heightened the atmosphere to its zenith. Even Zhou Yu himself was momentarily taken aback. "Why is it that thunder strikes whenever I speak today?" he mused, as if the heavens were intent on joining the conversation. Meanwhile, in the front row, Jiang Yuan had yet to approach. She was quietly observing Zhou Yu, having taken every opportunity over the past few days to scrutinize him, especially following the altercation at the school gate. Although Lin Wangshu had clarified the matter to her, this tarot maiden could not resist the urge to read for both Lin Wangshu and Zhou Yu. To her astonishment, the cards revealed that he was, indeed, her destined counterpart. Thus, Zhou Yu was officially placed on her watch list. He was not unattractive, nor were his grades lacking. In the realm of ordinary individuals, he could be deemed exceptional. Yet, to be paired with her beloved Xu Bao, that was simply unacceptable. Oof. This was Jiang Yuan's conclusion after days of observation. However, the crux of the matter was that she was now utterly devoted, genuinely believing in the tarot. She held her divination results in unwavering faith. In her own words, one might say, before I matured into a vengeful woman, I was merely a steadfast tarot card maiden. This only heightened her curiosity. How could such a person possibly be associated with me? Xu Bao. Meanwhile, on Zhou Yu's side, the group of young girls were genuinely taken aback by his words. Yet their tongues remained unyielding. Who are you? Why should we compare ourselves to you? They retorted. What a charlatan. How could you possibly match what's with us from the Tarot Society? Their tone was as brash as ever, their voices loud. However, this bravado was merely a facade to mask their own insecurities. At this moment, Zhou Yu smiled. After all, when one steps outside, identity is self-assigned. Moreover, facing this group of naive, mystic-minded girls, Zhou Yu did not subscribe to theism, but he believed in the vast expanse of the starry sky above, in Einstein, and in the principles of physics. He cleared his throat twice and began his performance. You inquire about my identity? To speak candidly, I have traversed the interstellar dust, heard the whispers before the collapse of a black hole, and witnessed quasars burning in solitude across billions of light years. My consciousness was birthed in the arm of Orion. My heartbeat synchronized with that of supernova. I know the profound silence before a supernova's explosion, and the struggle of light as it is consumed by a black hole. I have seen humanity's fear within the gravitational well at the core of the galaxy, and from the crevices of interstellar dust. I have heard the faint prayers of each of you. You rely on a few cards and vague phrases to stitch together your destinies. While I decipher the evolution of the universe over 7 billion years, unraveling the randomness behind the code of life. Another name for fate is entropy. You cling to superstitions of prophecy, yet remain oblivious to the concepts of heat death, gravitational waves, and the laws of entropy. Fate does not descend from the heavens. It is probability, microscopic disturbances, and certainty amidst chaos. You claim your cards can predict the future? Can you foresee the next distortion of gravitational waves? Do you know which star will collapse tonight or which planet is about to be ejected from its orbit? He rose to his feet, as if finally weary of indulging childish games. I have already seen the trajectory of your lives, for in another timeline, I have lived through it once. Now, I have merely awakened a step ahead of you. Truth and falsehood intertwine, as do science and mysticism, reality and theory. I am the child of the stars. Suddenly, a thunderclap shattered the silence outside, the sound deafening. This was the third time it had occurred. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Zhou Yu's voice harmonized perfectly with the thunder. This time, even he felt a tremor of surprise, not from fear, but from a fleeting moment of apprehension. Did the heavens think I was overdoing it? Zhou Yu mused. 3 times is the charm. The Tarot Society girls stood frozen, their expressions a blend of shock, disbelief, and barely contained tension. They were not averse to retorting, but the cosmic imagery Zhou Yu conjured, galaxies, supernovae, the whispers before a black hole's collapse, felt as surreal as a trailer for a science fiction epic. One girl discreetly asked her companion, "Do you think what he just said is another form of clairvoyance?" To which another shook her head, replying, "No, he seems to be channeling physics." Si Bangzi, Pan Jing, and the other boys were equally dumbfounded. Initially, they had been debating whether to intervene and diffuse the situation. But upon hearing Zhou Yu's proclamation of traversing interstellar dust, their steps faltered. As the thunder rumbled again, Pan Jing swallowed hard. He glanced at Zhou Yu, then at the pale-faced Tarot Society girls, and thought, who could possibly rein him in? Just as he raised his hand to say something, Zhou Yu launched into another discourse about cosmic consciousness and entropy, effectively silencing Pan Jing's intended interruption. Thus, Zhou Yu managed to dominate the entire room. At that moment, a voice broke through enough. Let's have a contest and see who can predict accurately. The voice, though not loud, resonated through the classroom like thunder, drawing everyone's attention to the front row. Jiang Yuan had stood up. The girls who had previously encircled Zhou Yu now wore expressions of shock. Having just been overwhelmed by the concepts of entropy and gravitational waves, they now saw Jiang Yuan as a divine savior come to reclaim their honor. Our Tarot Society's vice president has arrived. They seem to think. Zhou Yu smiled lightly. Yet he was not one to offer ambiguous statements that could be interpreted in various ways. I only predict clear and definite matters. For my subconscious has already seen the trajectory of your lives. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan maintained a calm exterior, but internally she was cursing, damn it. Have I truly encountered a master? This tarot reading doesn't yield such clear insights. He was not adhering to the unspoken rules. What now? Under the eager gazes of her classmates, she found herself in a precarious position. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yu continued, how about this? I can use the power of the stars to unveil one of your secrets. You can verify whether my revelation is accurate. Jiang Yuan froze. Me? My secret? Chapter 17. Your secret. Zhou Yu nodded, his gaze unwavering. Huh? Jiang Yuan exclaimed, bewildered. In this contest, why do I feel like I'm the one being wagered? Yet, if Zhou Yu intended to predict her secret, Jiang Yuan felt a strange sense of calm. After all, no one knew her better than herself. Zhou Yu was entirely unrelated to her life. Therefore, he could not possibly grasp any of her secrets. To be precise, today marked their very first conversation. If Zhou Yu were to gamble on someone else's secret, like that of Si Bangzi, she might find it more challenging to navigate. Besides, what secret could she possibly have? Even if she did possess one, she would never divulge it to others, let alone to Zhou Yu's companions. Jiang Yuan thought smugly, even feeling amused. She lifted her chin slightly, akin to a queen seated in her tarot throne, surveying a misguided interloper. Then, what can you reveal? Our tarot cards aren't mind readers. How could you be as miraculous as you claim? Her tone was light, laced with mockery. But I can, Zhou Yu countered, beckoning her with a languid gesture, as if teasing a ruffled cat. Come closer. Surely, you wouldn't want everyone to discover your secret, would you? The classroom fell silent, the very air seeming to freeze. Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes and let out a cold laugh. She feigned indifference, yet her actions revealed a momentary hesitation before she leaned forward, adopting an air of bravado. Pray tell, I'm most curious to hear what you can conjure up. As she drew closer, Zhou Yu bent down, whispering a few words in her ear. In less than 5 seconds, Jiang Yuan's entire face flushed crimson. It was not a mere blush of shyness, but a deep, burning red that spread from her ears down to her neck. Her pupils dilated, as if a forbidden veil had been lifted. In the next instant, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Zhou Yu. He remained nonchalant, as if nothing had transpired. Without waiting for him to utter another word, Jiang Yuan abruptly turned and fled, leaving the tarot cards behind, bolting from the classroom as if pursued by a rabid dog. Inside the classroom, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Si Bangzi appeared dumbfounded. Pan Jing was equally bewildered. Several female classmates from the Tarot Society were left in shock. Everyone was at a loss. A moment later, the class erupted in a cacophony of exclamations. What did he just say to her? Others whispered, speculating. Could it be something unspeakable? Couldn't he possibly possess the ability to read minds? Could he? Zhou Yu merely stood there, exuding an air of tranquility as if nothing had occurred. He even bent down to retrieve the tarot cards that Jiang Yuan had dropped, casually handing them to a nearby member of the Tarot Society. With a mere flick of his wrist, he had rendered the queen of the Tarot Society utterly defenseless, leading her to withdraw from the competition. Zhou Yu shrugged, explaining, it's nothing really. Let's not overthink it. Everyone, please disperse. In the restroom, the tiles reflected a cold glow, the sound of running water echoing. Jiang Yuan leaned against the sink, her face still ablaze with warmth. The words echoed repeatedly in her mind, enunciated with precision. Would you like to check if your pants are on inside out today? And then, the dreaded confirmation dawned upon her. Indeed, her underwear was once again worn, inside, out. Jiang Yuan stood frozen, her mind becoming a whirlwind of white noise. This couldn't be right. How could he possibly know of this peculiar habit of mine? I have never confided in anyone about it. This is it. I have truly encountered a person of extraordinary insight. It seems he might genuinely be the child of the stars. Back in the classroom, Pan Jing was left perplexed, regarding Zhou Yu with newfound reverence. What on earth did you say to her? He inquired. Even someone as enigmatic as Jiang Yuan turned beet red before you. How'd you come to know? Zhou Yu chuckled lightly. How else would I know? I obtained that information from her dear friend Lin Wangshu. Though, it's not that Lin Wangshu is indiscreet. She would never use her friend at some mortifying moments as fodder for conversation. She is not lacking in taste. Yet, during casual chats, one tends to share stories about a friend as clumsiness. It is common knowledge that I have a friend usually refers to oneself. Zhou Yu had accepted this unspoken rule, gradually accumulating a plethora of clumsy traits attributed to Lin Wangshu. However, He soon discovered that Lin Wangshu's friend was indeed a real person. By piecing together certain bits of information, Zhou Yu deduced that Lin Wangshu had a friend who was quite scatterbrained, often misplacing things, and even wearing clothes inside out on a daily basis. Coupled with his observations over the past few days, it became evident that the friend in question was none other than Jiang Yuan. Zhou Yu was not particularly interested in such gossip. He was no voyeur, and in fact, he cared little for the secrets of others. His innate curiosity lay in uncovering the truth. During the years when murder mystery games gained popularity, he became renowned in the Shanghai social circles as a formidable detective. His logic was astute, and no case remained unsolved. He approached life as if it were another script waiting to be unraveled, a scene where the truth could be pieced together at any moment. Thus, if anyone else were to engage in a duel of wits, Zhou Yu might not possess absolute confidence. Yet, when it came to Jiang Yuan, it was akin to a gift-wrapped opportunity. Zhou Yu felt a tinge of guilt for winning so easily, but it was a chance she had presented to him. Meanwhile, Pan Jing continued to press for revelations about her secrets. Come on, just spill it. You're acting as if you're about to ascend to the heavens. If it's a secret, how can it be divulged? Zhou Yu replied, as a child of the stars, we must adhere to principles. We observe, but do not disseminate. We cannot disrupt the fates of humankind lightly. Seriously, man, are you addicted to this act? Sibansi interjected. Why don't you take a guess at what his secret might be? He gestured toward Pan Jing. Pan Jing's secret? Zhou Yu glanced at Pan Jing, feigning contemplation, before casually remarking, would you care to hear about your life story at 30? Where you were in Southeast Asia practicing mixed martial arts and ended up paralyzed from the spine due to a botched revenge. I, for one, have been pushing your wheelchair for 10 years. QNMD, you're the one in a wheelchair. Your whole family is in wheelchairs. Pan Jing retorted angrily. However, Zhou Yu's tone shifted abruptly, becoming eerily calm. But your true secret, he paused, as if casually adding, I know that you have feelings for someone. The voice was low, yet unmistakably clear. Who? Sibansi Kaimdin. Pan Jing, however, froze in place, his body reacting before his mind could catch up. He opened his mouth, yet words failed him. Zhou Yu was slightly taken aback. He had not intended to name anyone, for he genuinely had no idea whom Pan Jing harbored feelings for. That was the truth. Even though they had shared a close bond in their past lives, Pan Jing had never once mentioned his crush. Zhou Yu would only learn of this much later. Pan Jing came from a reasonably well-off family. His father was the director of the Municipal Development and Reform Commission, while his mother was the head of the Demolition Office. Though their positions were not particularly grand, they held significant power. However, these glamorous backgrounds had little bearing on him, as his parents divorced when he was merely in the first grade. His biological mother remarried and had a daughter the following year. By the third year, his biological father had brought home a young and beautiful woman. And by the fourth year, Pan Jing had another younger brother. After the college entrance examination, Pan Jing chose not to pursue higher education, but instead enlisted in the military, serving for a decade. After leaving the army, he opted not to transition to civilian life, but began a journey of volunteering while traveling the world. His social media was filled with majestic snow-capped mountains, vast deserts, fragrant tropical rainforests, and the brilliant starry skies of the Milky Way. Experiences Zhou Yu had longed for, but never had the chance to witness. He had attained the poetry and distant lands that everyone yearned for. Yet, he remained perpetually on the move, never returning to Linen, nor to his home. One day, upon returning from South America to Shanghai, Pan Jing expressed a desire to meet. They decided to rendezvous at their old haunt for drinks. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the deepening night breeze, the conversation meandered aimlessly, the atmosphere thick with a hazy charm. They lost track of the topic at hand. But in a moment of drunken spontaneity, Zhou Yu casually posed a question. Do you still remember that person from high school? Long forgotten. No, I haven't even said who it is yet. Chapter 18, Going to Complain. In truth, having a crush on someone during high school is a perfectly normal affair. Most people would not keep it under wraps. Even if they dare not confess openly, they would at least discuss it with friends privately. There are countless instances of successful confessions. Who hasn't experienced a moment of sincere impulsiveness? Logically speaking, given Jia Qing's character, he shouldn't be the type to be shy or bottled up. He is not someone who carries a heavy heart all day. On the contrary, he is quite carefree, enjoys joking around, and can occasionally utter flirtatious remarks. Thus, Zhou Yu always believed he could say anything, even if he truly had someone he liked. He wouldn't hide it for so long. Yet, that name remained concealed for many years, hidden so deeply that even Zhou Yu, who had been given a second chance at life, could not uncover it. However, to label Jia Qing as a pure-hearted romantic warrior, someone who has harbored unspoken affection for a decade without uttering a word, Zhou Yu would be the first to shake his head vigorously, as if it were a rattle. During his teenage years, he might not have attracted the affection of young girls, but as he matured, he grew increasingly charming. Did he not later embark on a journey around the world? Throughout that time, he was never without female companionship. Truly, he had tasted a variety of experiences, whether exotic or mundane, from all walks of life. He longed for a home, yet found familiarity in every corner of the world. How enviable indeed. And despite Zhou Yu teasing him about his free-spirited fighting style or wheelchair athlete returning to the arena, the truth was that in his previous life, Jiaqing had indeed fought in Southeast Asia, even claiming a championship title. It was one of the few instances in his life where he genuinely fought hard for something. It represented the most authentic and sharpest aspect of his being. In his past life, Jiaqing could genuinely be considered a wayward soul. From the perspective of a brother, he was a brawny man with a simple mind. From a woman's viewpoint, he was a charming yet unarticulate rogue. Perhaps akin to what Gabriel Garcia Marquez penned in another of his works, Love in the Time of Cholera. He loved many in his lifetime, yet never ceased to love her. Or to put another way, one is bound to be haunted by unattainable desires from youth throughout their lives. Do you understand? Jiaqing's expression revealed a hint of nervousness and unease. Zhou Yu nodded. Do not tell anyone. Jiaqing added, I do not wish to cause her any distress. Zhou Yu nodded again. In his previous life, he did not press for further details, and in this life, he would refrain from doing so as well. Some secrets are best left for time to unveil. Only see Bangzi furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, what on earth are you two talking about? The wind blew in through the window. The rain had ceased, and the post-rain sunlight slanted across the desk, enveloping the room in silence. The bell for class rang. The students who had been chatting in the hallway scattered like startled birds, rushing back into the classroom. The classroom door swung open with a bang and then closed. At that moment, Jiang Yuan returned, her steps neither hurried nor slow, her face devoid of any extraneous expression. She merely returned to her seat, bowing her head, as quiet as if the earlier mortifying scene had never occurred. She did not turn around or speak. Instead, she discreetly opened her phone while leafing through her book, her fingers gliding swiftly as she proficiently accessed QQ. Jiang Yuan's online name was Moonlit Tarot Yuan, adorned with an ostensibly sophisticated yet rather juvenile English signature. The moon reversed, I saw through your lies. She was preparing to seek solace from Lin Wangshu, ready to lament her woes. Then she sent a message. Moonlit Tarot Yuan. Ooh, crying. Lin Wangshu, what's wrong, my treasure? Lin Wangshu, Yuan Bao hugs. Moonlit Tarot Yuan. I was bullied by your man today. Huh. Upon reading this message, Lin Wangshu nearly choked on her own saliva. Lin Wangshu. Lin Wangshu sent a flurry of question marks in response. One can eat recklessly, but one must not speak carelessly. Moonlit Tarot Yuan. It was the one who fought for you a few days ago at the door. Later, my tarot cards did predict that you two were somewhat fated, but you refused to believe it. Moonlit Tarot Yuan. His name is Zhou Yu, remember? Lin Wangshu. And then Jiang Yuan tearfully recounted Zhou Yu's misdeeds today. Terms like child of the stars, galactic consciousness, entropy destiny, and life coding gradually steered the tale towards a ghost story ambience. Fortunately, Lin Wangshu was always clever and clear-headed. Lin Wangshu. Let's stop there. First of all, he's not my man. Lin Wangshu. Secondly, what secret does he know about you? Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment, not intending to conceal anything from her close friend. In fact, in her previous life, she had only revealed it to Lin Wangshu much later. Thus, Lin Wangshu in this life remained unaware. This indeed was still a secret known to none. Moonlit Tarot Yuan. He actually knew that I wore my pants inside out today. Lin Wangshu on the other end was not surprised, knowing Jiang Yuan had always been a bit scatterbrained. Lin Wangshu. Oh, that's reasonable, given it happened to you. But how do you find out? Moonlit Tarot Yuan. That's the eerie part of this whole affair. Moonlit Tarot Yuan. Do you think he might truly be a child of the stars? Always talking about galaxies, supernovae, and interstellar dust. He speaks as if it's all real. Lin Wangshu. He was always knowledgeable about these things when he was young. Moonlit Tarot Yuan. Huh. Lin Wangshu. We were briefly classmates in our childhood, played in the mud together for 2 years. Moonlit Tarot Yuan. Aren't you supposed to have a poor memory? Don't you forget things about unimportant people and events? How come you remember this trivial matter so clearly? Lin Wangshu glanced at the message, but chose not to reply, shutting her phone instead, as the teacher had already approached the podium. Yet, Lin Wangshu unconsciously gazed out the window, her memories drifting back to childhood like light smoke. She suddenly recalled that slender little boy with soft hair, whose eyes sparkled as if he had just been plucked from the galaxy. He would often tug at her sleeve, eagerly sharing those seemingly incomprehensible cosmic mysteries. For instance, what would happen if a person fell into Jupiter? Was there really life on Mars? Was human colonization of Mars feasible? Why does Venus rotate in reverse? Is it somewhat rebellious? He could speak endlessly about the solar system, from the first planet to the last, from Mercury to Pluto, elaborating on Neptune's icy storms with fervor, as if he had lived on those celestial bodies himself. In her childhood, she scarcely understood. Yet, she always felt his world was vast and distant, like an endless starry sky. She was reminded of Jiang Yuan's earlier questioning. For unimportant people and events, don't you forget them? When did he cease to be unimportant? I have always remembered him. Chapter 19, The Public Enemy. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, Jiang Yuan sent several messages in rapid succession, eagerly probing for response. Yet, on the other end, it was as if the recipient had suddenly evaporated, leaving no reply in their wake. However, Jiang Yuan did not take it to heart. After all, isn't that the nature of conversation among good friends? One moment they are chatting away, and the next, they disappear, with replies often shrouded in mystery. Yet, when they re-emerge, the dialogue seamlessly resumes, without the need for a formal introduction or conclusion. Most of the time, their exchanges meander through trivialities, filled with casual indifference. Thus, Jiang Yuan, feeling a surge of irritation, exited the chat with Lin Wangshu. With a swift flick of her finger, she opened another QQ group chat titled Tarot Society Internal Combat Meeting Room. This was the core group of the Tarot Society, comprised solely of the top 10 witch-level contenders within the organization, far removed from the casual participants who merely pulled a couple of cards for fun. Upon entering the group, Jiang Yuan wasted no time and launched into a dramatic lament of her unfortunate plight, albeit with the discreet omission of the embarrassing detail regarding her pants being worn inside out. She focused instead on recounting how, during class, members of the Tarot Society were publicly provoked by a certain individual. This person had made boastful claims, openly belittling the culture of tarot. While everyone else stood dumbstruck, Jiang Yuan, Queen of the Tarot Society and Vice President, stepped forward to defend the honor of our group. She then artfully elevated the narrative. After an intense battle lasting 300 rounds, the opponent still refused to apologize. She concluded with a passionate rallying cry. Sisters, I cannot swallow this indignation. This stirred a tempest in the group chat. Who was it? Which individual dared to bully us? Do they not regard us at all? Don't be angry, Yuan Jia. We will avenge you. At that moment, all avatars fell silent for a few seconds, until an ID that rarely spoke lit up the chat. President of the Tarot Society, Upright Tower. A system notification popped up. Shun Xingli has come online. The group was enveloped in a 3-second silence, for this was the most formidable force of the Tarot Society. Shun Xingli, the most enigmatic woman at Linen High School. The mere mention of her name made even Jiang Yuan instinctively straighten her posture, sitting up as if she were a student in a moral education class. Then, in the next instant, Shun Xingli typed, "Who has harmed my people?" Upon reading this, Jiang Yuan felt tears welling up in her eyes, her blood surging with fervor. She was ignited. Even 2 small pearls of emotion escaped the corners of her eyes. She quickly replied, "Class 5 Zhou Yu." Shun Xingli then responded, "Notify all core members. The Tarot Society will hold a public divination duel at the Tarot Arena. Date, next Friday. Opponent, Class 5, Zhou Yu." After that final declaration, Shun Xingli logged off. The Tarot Society group chat fell silent for a moment. Then, as if under a spell, half of the members burned with fervor while the other half stood in solemn respect, as if they were truly on the brink of a fateful battle. If Zhou Yu were to see this string of messages, he would likely feel too embarrassed to even turn to the second page. Reflecting, this is truly an embodiment of youthful delusions. As for why the duel was scheduled for next Friday instead of this one, Jiang Yuan and the other tarot enthusiasts harbored a touch of curiosity. Yet, they refrained from inquiring, for the secrets of fate must not be divulged. Since the president chose next Friday, it surely bore her mystical reasoning. After all, divination hinges upon timing, fortune, energy, magnetic fields, and angles of illumination. One miscalculation could skew the results. However, in reality, it was simply because Shun Xingli had a tutoring class that Friday evening. It was as straightforward as that. Destiny is hard to defy, and attending classes is even harder to evade. At that very moment, the public enemy of all the girls in the Tarot Society was nestled in the last row of Class 5, fast asleep. Zhou Yu had his entire body sprawled across the desk, half of his school uniform draped over his face, breathing steadily. He was sleeping rather soundly. The previous night, he had stayed up late playing games with Lin Wangshu, and when the nostalgic tune of Little Jumping Frog echoed in his mind before bed, memories surged forth, making it somewhat difficult to drift off. How could he not feel drowsy? After all, he was Zhou Yu, the child of the stars, and also a little soldier named Zhang Ga. After school, Zhou Yu did not rush home, but instead accompanied Si Bangzi to the Jiuzhou Internet Cafe. They were there to patrol the area and resolve daily issues, fulfilling his promise to Wang Changzhou. For trust with clients must be gradually established. As they approached the entrance of the Internet Cafe, the sky had just darkened, and coincidentally, they encountered Wang Changzhou, who was sweeping the floor while holding a cigarette. Wang Changzhou appeared unchanged, with a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his lips, unlit yet maintaining a casual demeanor. He wielded a broom with a nonchalant motion, as if merely passing the time. The ground was still littered with debris, fallen leaves, cigarette butts, and crumpled paper scattered about, and after sweeping for some time, it was unclear what he had actually accomplished. At the front desk, Si Bangzi placed 10 yuan on the counter and logged into a computer. Throughout this process, the front desk girl, who usually never acknowledged anyone, kept her head down, chewing gum while engrossed in reading the original volume of the Legend of the Condor Heroes. As for Zhou Yu, he had no intention of going online. He contemplated leaving shortly. In truth, ever since Zhou Yu entered university, his days had been spent in front of a computer screen, playing games for over a decade. By the time he graduated with a doctorate, he had seldom played computer games and even felt disinclined to turn on a computer unless necessary for work. Instead, he had developed a fondness for outdoor activities, often hiking, cycling, or trekking. Life, after all, can be quite interesting. In his youth, when his body was at its peak, he would stay indoors playing games. But as he aged slightly, his physical fitness declined, yet he became fixated on the wilderness. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. After all, life is a vast expanse. Regardless of the direction, one must always move forward. Thus, Zhou Yu decided not to enter the cafe. He leaned against the front desk, exchanging idle banter with Wang Changzhou, who continued sweeping at the entrance. If anything urgent arose, he would step in to lend a hand. At that moment, while they were engaged in casual conversation, a delicate, fair hand suddenly emerged from behind counter. With a soft thud, it opened before Zhou Yu, revealing a piece of orange-flavored Bubbaloo bubble gum resting in the palm. "Here you go," she said. Zhou Yu was taken aback for a moment, turning his head to see the front desk girl. Though she typically avoided eye contact, perpetually chewing gum and immersed in her novels as if she were an idle NPC in a martial arts story, Zhou Yu had never truly noticed her either. However, as the orange-flavored gum was placed in his hand, the sweet scent of citrus wafted through his fingers, prompting him to genuinely look up and observe her for the first time. Her skin was fair, her eyes large, and when she smiled, 2 adorable dimples appeared. Sweetness radiated from her, and indeed, she was genuinely sweet. Yet, her bright yellow hairstyle, reminiscent of a jellyfish, paired with her thick, long hair, seemed like a trendy choice from an earlier era. In the eyes of the young girls of this time, it might be deemed cool. In recent years, the prevailing definition has been non-mainstream. In the years to come, it shall likely be categorized as the eccentric girl. Zhou Yu observed silently for a few moments before diverting his gaze. Perhaps his aesthetic sensibilities had stagnated since 2015. Such a style was simply not to his taste. It squandered such a beautiful countenance. "Thank you," Zhou Yu murmured softly. However, scarcely had his words dissipated when a cacophony reminiscent of a monkey-esque shriek pierced the air. "Xiao Tian, you haven't even shared a single morsel with me." "She's called Xiao Tian?" "Xiao Tian, rather sweet." This phrase unconsciously burrowed into Zhou Yu's mind. Of course, one must disregard that gaudy yellow hairstyle. "You actually gave it to him? How long have we known each other? I've cooked for you, repaired your fan, taken out your trash. And yet you can't even spare a piece more than a baboon?" The monkey exclaimed, rushing over in indignation. Xiao Tian lazily lifted her gaze to assess him. Arms crossed, standing upright, her voice slightly elevated. "Humph, children of the rivers and lakes, grievances must be clear. This candy I bestow upon him, for he possesses extraordinary grace and composure. And you, in your frantic and foolish demeanor, lack the merit to receive such a gift." With that, she deliberately flicked her yellow hair and performed a dramatic turn, resembling an obscure heroine confronting a rogue swordsman. "Have you been so immersed in novels that you've lost your wits?" The monkey retorted, dumbfounded. Xiao Tian sighed, leisurely responding, "All affections are but calamities, and to be indifferent is to be strong. Yet I shall not be indifferent. I shall bestow a candy upon one who pleases my eyes." She puffed a bubble with her chewing gum, turned, and departed. Zhou Yu thought, "A drama queen?" The monkey exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it. You just can't stand to see me well, can you?" Wang Changzhou, who had been sweeping nearby, paid little heed, merely catching the tail end of the exchange. Muttering under his breath, "A bunch of lunatics. Soon this internet cafe will resemble a period drama. If you can't stand the sight of me, just say it." Zhou Yu cast a glance at the candy in his hand, which moments ago seemed merely a piece of bubble gum. Now, he felt an unexpected reluctance to consume it. He could only discreetly tuck the candy into his school uniform pocket. Zhou Yu did not linger in the Jiuzhou internet cafe for long. After standing for over an hour, he hefted his backpack and departed. After all, he had promised to come, but had not committed to an extended stay. Everyone's time was quite precious. Most importantly, he still needed to return home that evening to write code and duo queue with a girl. Though, based on their performance, it seemed more like the girl was carrying him. After leaving the internet cafe, Zhou Yu did not hurry home. He stopped by the bank and withdrew all his savings, his entire stash of red envelope money. Then, he turned and headed to the market. He acquired a second-hand oven, along with a collection of miscellaneous tools and ingredients. Chapter 20. Master Zhou. At that moment, in the Xiaoying restaurant, Zhou Yu was reluctant to disclose that these items were purchased with all his red envelope money. Such a revelation would complicate matters and make explanations more arduous. Instead, he concocted a serious yet nonsensical tale. You know how Si Bangzi's mother is. She has a penchant for buying this and that impulsively, accumulating a heap of clutter. The house is overflowing, and envied transformed Si Bangzi's room into a storage space. A few days ago, he mentioned that this oven takes up too much space. They sent it to his grandparents' house, where the old folks couldn't even figure out how to use it, claiming pressing a button was more challenging than operating the television. As he spoke, Zhou Yu shrugged, putting on an expression of helplessness. Si Bangzi suggested that since it was just gathering dust, I might as well take it off their hands. The ingredients were also part of her purchase at the time, as there was no room in the fridge. She asked me to help consume them. She even gave me a secret recipe. What do you think? ISNT, my brother thoughtful? This elaborate fabrication flowed effortlessly from his lips, weaving a tapestry of truth and fiction interspersed with a sense of natural obligation. Furthermore, the two had indeed grown up as thick as thieves, constantly assisting one another. Coupled with Zhou Yu's well-established reputation as a good boy, Mu Ging in the kitchen listened without suspicion. After Zhou Yu concluded his tale, she nodded and replied calmly, "But we can't take without giving." She turned to the cupboard and retrieved several jars. "The green plum wine we brewed earlier is ready. You can take some to Si Bangzi's grandfather. Also, your grandfather just sent over a box of fragrant nuts. You should take some along." Human relationships are a ledger that can never be fully accounted for. Yet it is precisely because they are unquantifiable that they form the most tender, illogical exchanges throughout one's life. Following his mother-s instructions, Zhou Yu packed the green plum wine and fragrant nuts. He then stepped outside to deliver them to Si Bangzi's home. In less than 20 minutes, he returned carrying a bag filled with fresh eggs and rice cakes given by Si Bangzi's grandfather. Back in the kitchen, he rolled up his sleeves and began to set up the newly acquired oven. The trays, power supply, baking tools, and workspace all required rearrangement. One of the greatest advantages of Xiaoying Restaurant is its spacious kitchen. It was more than sufficient to accommodate this oven, along with a plethora of baking tools. Zhou Yu busied himself in the kitchen, and within an hour, an indescribably alluring aroma began to waft down the street. Initially, it was a faint scent of eggs mingling with milk, reminiscent of the comforting aromas from a bakery in his childhood, soft and inviting. However, as time passed, the fragrance intensified, becoming irresistible, distinctly unlike the offerings from an ordinary cake shop. Several elderly neighbors passing by were drawn in, gathering at the entrance of Xiaoying Restaurant. "Old Joe, what are you cooking? It smells divine. I caught a whiff at the corner and had to come. I thought a new pastry shop had opened." "What pastry shop could possibly smell this good? It's akin to the salad bread I had in my youth, mixed with cake and meat floss, but even more fragrant." In no time, a crowd formed outside Xiaoying Restaurant, with many bending down to peek inside, akin to spectators at the opening of a traditional performance. "What are you on about, a pastry shop?" Mu Guiying feigned modesty, yet the pride was unmistakable in her expression. "It's my Zhou Yu concocting something. He got an oven and claims he wants to make something with meat floss." "Ah, my memory fails me. I can't remember the name." "Meat floss, little shell." Old Joe interjected. Yes, meat floss, little shell." Mu Guiying affirmed. "Meat floss what?" an elderly gentleman asked, leaning closer. "Is it a shell for sale?" No. It's a pastry." Aijuan chimed in. "What flavor is it?" an old lady inquired. This left Mu Ging and the others in a predicament, as they too were unaware. Just then, the kitchen curtain lifted. Zhou Yu emerged, carrying a tray of freshly baked little shells. The golden cake crust puffed slightly, with the edges lightly crisped, and a thick layer of meat floss piled atop, releasing an aroma that wafted outward. The neighborhood residents could no longer contain their appetites. "Oh, our Zhou Yu's grown up. Wow, what a skill. Just look at that color. Where can one procure such a delightful item? Does your establishment sell it?" In the midst of conversation, some individuals in the crowd had already begun to retrieve their wallets, eager to make a purchase. The atmosphere was electric with anticipation. However, unexpectedly, the response was, "Not for sale today." Zhou Yu's tone was firm yet measured, immediately silencing the crowd. "This is merely an internal trial. I wish to assess the stability of the recipe, the control of the oven temperature, and gather feedback on the final product. If the tests yield favorable results, then I will consider selling it to the public." As he spoke, his expression was earnest, akin to that of someone presenting the findings of an experiment. The neighbors exchanged glances. Though slightly disappointed at not being able to indulge, the prospect of future sales invigorated their spirits. "Make sure to remember me. I must reserve a dozen from the old Wang family," one exclaimed. "I must tell you, Zhou Yu, my granddaughter adores this treat. Yours is far more delectable than what is sold outside. When you do commence sales, do not forget those of us who are drawn here by the aroma." Zhou Yu smiled. "I will ensure that everyone is notified when the time comes." After dispersing the eager neighbors, the entrance fell silent once more, and Zhou Yu invited his family to partake in the tasting. Awan, still a young girl at heart, was particularly intrigued by these creations. Swiftly, she seized the piece at the edge and gently broke it apart. In the next moment, her eyes lit up. "Delicious!" Mu Guiying followed suit, exclaiming. "The texture is simply exquisite. The cake is not overly sweet, the meat floss is tender, and the balance of sweet and salty is impeccable. Is this recipe truly that remarkable?" Old Zhou took a piece as well, initially only taking a small bite, his expression unchanged. But soon, he found himself unable to stop, devouring piece after piece. Zhou Yu tasted it himself and confirmed, indeed, it was consistently excellent. The meat floss cake had originated from a master named Bao in the capital, becoming an explosive hit. Back then, lines would stretch 200 meters down the street. With each bite, one would experience savory, soft, and rich flavors, sending ripples through the realm of Chinese baking. As the market expanded, the recipe ceased to be a secret, and an increasing number of people learned to replicate it. Yet, few could achieve the allure of the original. Master Bao's success undoubtedly stemmed from his brand and marketing prowess. But the true essence that captivated consumers lay in the product's intrinsic quality. The two elements are inextricably linked. My apologies, Master Bao, for this time. Master Zhou has taken the lead. Chapter 21, The Secret Recipe. The Shaoling restaurant had not opened its doors for some time. Each day, they were losing money on rent, utilities, and labor. Old Zhou's meager salary was being utilized to subsidize the small eatery's expenses. Thus, in recent days, Zhou Yu had been contemplating earnestly how to revitalize Shaoling restaurant. In truth, the location was not unfavorable. Situated in the heart of Linen, it was a bustling thoroughfare, alive with activity. However, herein lay the dilemma. In this day and age, traditional dining had become excessively competitive. Not only were culinary skills being scrutinized, but over the past few years, establishments began competing in terms of decor, service, connections, background, and resources. From dish competition to brand premium, and extending to the intricate layers of supply chains and marketing models, a humble little restaurant, no matter how skilled, struggled to compete against professional companies launching themed eateries. This was precisely why the little restaurant of the past ultimately could not endure. Naturally, some small establishments did manage to persevere, becoming renowned local favorites. Yet such instances were exceedingly rare. One would be hard-pressed to find even a handful in the entire Linen City. It was merely a case of survivor bias. In reality, over the past 15 years, the restaurant industry resembled a battlefield, with numerous establishments shuttering their doors each year. Were they unappetizing? Not necessarily. Many small eateries boasted exceptional flavors and even held authentic culinary heritage. However, they faltered due to a lack of marketing acumen, an inability to generate traffic, and a failure to keep pace with operational rhythms. Ultimately, it was not a matter of taste. It was a struggle of stamina against the system. In his previous life, Zhou Yu had not been particularly adept at cooking. He lacked the time and inclination, often settling for a hasty meal. He was perpetually busy, engrossed in problem-solving, meetings, and an endless workload. Thus, to expect him to suddenly awaken as a culinary savior for the little restaurant was implausible. How then? Did he come to create the meat floss cake? It was an unexpected turn of events. During a month when the pandemic loomed ominously. On the eve of the city's lockdown, it was also the first day he spent with Lin Wangshu. The two, masked, were taking an evening stroll beneath their apartment building when suddenly a notice sealed off the community, trapping them inside for months. Zhou Yu found himself temporarily residing at Lin Wangshu's home, where he remained throughout the spring. As Confucius said, food and desire are inherent to human nature. Thus, during that period, the birth rate surged to unprecedented heights, and a miraculous wave of home cooking swept the nation. Social media was flooded with videos of making cold noodles, while friend circles showcased not glamorous selfies but rice cooker cheesecakes. Lin Wangshu, in particular, had a penchant for meat floss cakes. Although, being a celebrity, she adhered to strict dietary management, allowing herself only one a day, certainly not an everyday indulgence. Yet, she craved it, with a yearning spirit and restless hands. She insisted on trying her hand at making it herself, resulting in a series of disastrous attempts that nearly rendered the kitchen unscathed. Thus, Zhou Yu intervened. He approached everything with a scientific mindset. Either he wouldn't do it all, or he would execute it to perfection. During that time, he would savor a piece of the cake while meticulously analyzing its ingredients, layering, salad ratios, and texture. He incessantly researched, experimenting with adjustments to the recipe until he discovered the optimal formulation. As his research progressed, he also delved into a plethora of literature regarding master bao. From brand marketing to market promotion, even developing theories on product life cycles and consumer repurchase behavior. Ultimately, he could present an entire PowerPoint detailing why the meat floss cake could become the premier entry-level product in Chinese baking. In a sense, Lin Wangshu could be regarded as Zhou Yu's mentor in the art of the meat floss cake, for without her, he would not have pursued this endeavor seemingly unrelated to his work. Though, admittedly, her culinary skills left much to be desired. However, Zhou Yu's decision to create the meat floss cake was driven by further considerations. It was not solely because it was one of the few trending products he had truly mastered. More importantly, in this era where aroma reigned supreme, a product that was sufficiently fragrant, captivating, and capable of permeating the air was the key to unlocking a new chapter for Xiaoying restaurant. Nowadays, most bakeries still lingered in the realm of traditional offerings such as waterless cakes, honey cakes, and toast. While these flavors were stable, the variety had yet to be fully explored. It is worth noting that in the future, bakeries would enter a frenzy of competition. It can be said that dozens of new daily products are launched. What is new today becomes a rarity by tomorrow. Moreover, each establishment exudes aromas that are increasingly enticing, with the scents wafting through several streets, so enticing that even the dogs linger at the door. Regardless of the present or the future, among the trifecta of color, aroma, and flavor, it is the fragrance that eternally captivates the streets. Just moments ago, before the freshly baked goods had even cooled, neighbors had gathered around, some even offering money to purchase them. At this juncture, the 10 freshly prepared meat floss cakes had already been devoured by Mu Ging, Old Zhou, and Ajuan in a mere 5 minutes, leaving the trio still craving more. Zhou Yu, Old Zhou exclaimed, with the last bite of cake in his mouth. Wiping the corner of his lips, his tone unusually fervent. Shall we bake another batch? They are truly delicious. I don't think there's a single place in Linen that can compare. We could really sell these. Mu Ging nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling. Yes. I noticed that your oven isn't small. It can surely bake dozens at once, right? Zhou Yu, sitting calmly to the side, replied, we certainly could, but I believe we should start slowly during the first week. Let's take it step by step. Perhaps we could begin with just 2 batches on the first day, giving them away for free to garner feedback. If the taste is exceptional, they will naturally return. Though Zhou Yu was confident in his version of Master Zhou's meat floss cake, even believing it surpassed the recipe from his previous life, he understood the need for caution in approaching the market. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Guiying clapped her thigh and laughed, her eyes curving with delight. Ah, you truly are my son. You think just as I do. The enticing aroma from the kitchen lingered, igniting a lively atmosphere in the old tavern. Zhou Yu meticulously documented the recipe and handed it to Mu Ging, then guided her and Ajuan through the process once more. After their culinary endeavors, he returned to his room, and after a refreshing shower, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Once Zhou Yu finished bathing, he entered his room and powered on his computer. Not long after logging into QQ, the most formidable figure in Linen High School sent him a message, his avatar flashing a small red dot. Zhou Yu chuckled softly, stretching his limbs. Ah, let us go find my master of meat floss cakes for a game. Chapter 22. The morning market at the entrance. The following day, at the break of dawn, the old stalls at the school gate had already begun to set up their grills. Approximately 300 meters from the back entrance of Linen High School, there lay a modest patch of land adjacent to the main pedestrian thoroughfare, conveniently situated on the students' daily route to school. Naturally, this area evolved into an organic morning market. Every morning, it commenced before 6 o'clock, featuring glutinous rice, small wontons, scallion oil noodles, soup dumplings, pan-fried pot stickers, and seaweed rolls, among many others. A dozen or so stalls offered a vast array of choices, many of which had become familiar faces over the decades. Despite the school's multiple relocations and expansions, they invariably returned to this spot, as though drawn by an invisible magnet. Like returning home, over time, these stalls transformed from mere vendors into an integral part of Linen High School. They bore no employee badges and had no presence within the campus. Yet like certain veteran teachers, they quietly remained in the cherished memories of countless students. At that moment, Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi hurried towards the gathering of stalls. However, as they crossed the alleyway, they simultaneously halted, unconsciously slowing their pace. From a distance, the once bustling morning market now appeared eerily desolate. The once crowded stalls were reduced to just 2 or 3, struggling to remain open. While many familiar vendors wore expressions of distress as they packed up, the stall selling egg pancakes was surrounded by several upperclassmen adorned with student council armbands. One reciting management regulations, while another audaciously attempted to snatch the tray from the vendor's hands. "I'm just making the last one," the egg pancake lady exclaimed, her voice trembling as she protected the pan. "The children have been waiting for so long. This is the only portion left." In the next moment, a tray of eggs was knocked over, splattering yellow yolk across the ground. The atmosphere became palpably tense as onlookers fell silent, hesitant to speak. Those who were contemplating whether to join the queue instinctively took a step back, their heads bowed in silence, pretending to pass by, too intimidated to approach. The atmosphere had inexplicably dropped to an icy stillness. Si Bangzi's expression shifted, and he muttered under his breath, "Damn, what are you doing? Has the student council extended its reach to matters beyond the school?" Si Bangzi charged forward, indignantly cursing. Zhou Yu's expression darkened as he approached the egg pancake stall, calmly stating, "Annie, is there any left? I'd like to have one." Before the egg pancake lady could respond, a voice interjected this student. "You might as well buy breakfast from the cafeteria." Turning to the source of the voice, they beheld a bespectacled figure with meticulously styled hair, clad in a crisp white shirt beneath his school uniform, his posture as rigid as steel. None other than the student council president, the only one bold enough to openly pursue Lin Wangshu, Kuzakai. He turned his gaze towards the irate Si Bangzi, stating, "According to Article 7 of the school's safety management regulations, these stalls disrupt traffic order and student management. We are acting in accordance with the rules." Each word was pronounced with precision. The egg pancake lady's eyes reddened. "I've been doing this for years. When has it ever caused a problem? The children love them." Kuzakai frowned. "Please do not create unnecessary trouble. This is the school's decision. Please vacate immediately. This is not personal. It is protocol. It applies to everyone." Meanwhile, at the east intersection, Zhou Yu's former math teacher and class advisor, Wang Weigua, hummed a tune as he leisurely rode his bicycle toward them. Wang Weigua always had a penchant for masculine songs, pondering whether he would indulge in egg pancakes, small wontons, or soup dumplings today. Such a difficult choice. For a single, non-cooking male teacher like him, his daily meals were either in the cafeteria or outside. Yet, the school cafeteria was notoriously unpalatable. The stalls at the entrance, however, were both affordable and delightful, truly capturing his heart. Just as he belted out another line, he encountered Zhou Yu, the lovely young teacher, just alighting from taxi. The rose-like woman has truly arrived. Today, teacher Chiu donned a red dress, accentuating her fair and radiant complexion. Wang Weigua gazed at her, momentarily taken aback, cleared his throat, and spoke in a low, deep tone, "Good morning, teacher Chiu." Who could resist such an adorable, animated young lady? No one. Moreover, before the students, Teacher Su appears to be quite fierce. However, in the presence of colleagues and seniors, Su Yuin would never feign ferocity, without a semblance of intimidation. He naturally exudes an aura of charm and seniority. Good morning, Teacher Wang." Su Yuin greeted with a vibrant smile. "Haven't you had breakfast yet, Teacher Su?" Wang Weigua inquired. "Not yet. I'm planning to head over to buy a crepe," Su Yuin replied, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he pointed toward the stall in the distance. "I attended high school here, and this Annie has been selling them for decades. It's the best egg crepe in Linen. I highly recommend you try it, Teacher Wang. It's truly delightful." "What a coincidence. That's my favorite crepe too," Wang Weigua mused, though he adjusted his glasses and assumed a more serious demeanor. "Well, while the taste may be somewhat appealing, one must consider that these street vendors lack proper credentials and may not maintain hygiene standards. However," he added with a slight shake of his head, "since it's recommended by Teacher Su, I suppose I'll reluctantly give it a try. A taste wouldn't hurt." Just as he was about to add that he was not picky, he looked up to find that Teacher Su had already bounded away, disappearing with remarkable decisiveness. Not even glancing back, he hadn't heard Wang Weigua's self-indulgent musings and hadn't stopped to await a response. Wang Weigua stood there, momentarily stunned, his smug smile faltering before a breeze rustled the grass, seemingly mocking him. He chuckled awkwardly, patting his pants to regain composure. People these days really do walk swiftly. Meanwhile, at the west intersection, Lu Yi ambled towards the breakfast stall, her pace slow and her expression less than cheerful. Her mind was preoccupied, replaying the events of the day before when Zhou Yu had unexpectedly deleted her from QQ. Deleted. She had always been the one to sever ties. Yet this time the tables had turned. It had been 3 days, 3 days of grappling with the shock. Her mood was already poor, and to make matters worse, she was followed by an incessantly chatty admirer, Li Xen. He buzzed around her like an automatic voice assistant, chattering without pause. How about I buy you breakfast? Would you like an egg crepe? Or perhaps soup dumplings? I remember you mentioned wontons were nice too. I could get a little of everything. I'm quick. Just wait 5 minutes. As she walked, Lu Yi tightened her grip on her phone, not even affording him a glance. Could you be quiet? She thought. But the words remained unspoken. She continued forward, her expression icy, as if the very sky were about to darken. Chapter 23. The Challenge. At this moment, at the bustling, cosmic center of the crepe stall, are you all out of your minds? See, Bangzi exploded. This stall has existed longer than you have. And you dare to critique it? He then pointedly gestured towards Huzakai. And you, who do you think you are? At this, Huzakai's expression darkened to the point where it could have wrung ink. He adjusted the student council emblem on his arm. Are you questioning the student council's decision? Or are you challenging the school's management? He pondered silently, reflecting on the ridiculousness of the student council's design. Red background with a white circle, adorned with a black emblem. The color scheme and style evoked memories of a certain failed art student's totalitarian insignia, albeit with modern curves instead of sharp angles. In his freshman year, Zhou Yu had been invited to interview for the student council, but upon seeing that emblem, he had exclaimed foolishness and promptly left. In hindsight, it was fortunate he hadn't participated. What is wrong with questioning? See, Bangzi retorted, his confidence unwavering despite the lack of substantial evidence. Some people are simply born for arguments. This rotund fellow, who usually only cared about food, would become animated when it came to matters like this. Zhou Yu placed a hand on C. Bangzi's shoulder, speaking in a calm, measured tone. According to the school's safety management regulations, Article 7, it explicitly states that stalls are prohibited within 50 meters of the teaching area. He paused, locking eyes with Huzakai. However, the reality here is that we are at least 200 meters from the teaching building. This is outside the stipulated range. His voice was soft yet remarkably clear, concealing a sharpness akin to a knife slicing through paper, slow yet incisive. A hush fell over the crowd, all eyes suddenly fixated on Huzakai. He froze, his previously composed expression faltering. He couldn't recall the specifics of the regulations. He had only skimmed through them before coming, selecting a line that seemed plausible as a shield. Who genuinely memorizes regulations? And now, someone was challenging him academically? Moreover, with a steadiness surpassing his own. Had he just hit a wall? Huzakai felt as though he had raised a weapon only to have someone swiftly disable the trigger. He instinctively glanced up, scrutinizing the boy before him. The moment he did, memories long buried surged forth. Huzakai's pupils dilated. Was this not the same individual who had brawled at the school gate on Lin Wangshu's behalf just days prior? Although it was later clarified that the rumors were unfounded, that day, he had indeed interfered while helping Lin Wangshu move books. In retrospect, it felt like a personal vendetta. It was him. With this realization, Huzakai's countenance darkened further. What had begun as embarrassment due to the regulatory rebuttal had now morphed into a cocktail of old grievances and new. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. After all, the one who had sent him to disperse the vendors was none other than the vice principal of Linen High School, Yu Dawei, his own uncle. Regulations? If a mistake was made, simply amend it. He shifted his gaze, nonchalantly changing the subject. Oh, by the way, that regulation has been revised. It was just updated and hasn't been officially announced yet. He paused deliberately, smiling as though to imply that the intricacies of higher-level operations were beyond the comprehension of mere students. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yu raised his hands in a gesture of feigned realization. A smirk playing on his lips. My apologies, classmate. I seem to have misremembered. It's not 50 meters. It's actually 200 meters as it stands. His tone was as light as if he were merely commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. A snicker escaped C. Bangzi first, followed by a ripple of laughter from the onlookers, initially subdued but quickly escalating into uncontrollable giggles. Huzakai's face turned a stormy shade, as if he had just received a public slap. Even the loose threads on his emblem seemed particularly irritating. You dare to play me for a fool? Huzakai seethed through clenched teeth. Zhou Yu nodded. Indeed, I played you what of it? Youngster, next time you flaunt your authority, at least ensure you're well-versed in the regulations. Not understanding the rules, yet wishing to impose them upon others? That voice, though not loud, struck like a resounding slap. Crisp enough for all present to hear. C. Bangzi beside them burst into laughter, resembling a pig squeal. Boys in the back row stifled their laughter, turning away to cover their faces, while some girls secretly accessed the online forum, marking this confrontation as the day's most discussed topic. At that moment, Wang Weiguo, Chiu Yuan, Lu Yi, and the Xian arrived sequentially. What is all this commotion about? Why are so many gathered here so early? Wang Weiguo furrowed his brow, delicately waving his fingers to part the students, stepping forward with his characteristic brisk stride. His tone, while not forceful, carried an inherent authority that brooked no dissent. Huzakai seemed to see his savior in Wang, the teacher. Damn it, his tone even bore a hint of grievance, a touch of petulance. They were confronting the student council, publicly questioning the school's management policies. Lowering his voice, he leaned closer to Wang Weiguo and murmured, "Principal, you sent us." With this utterance, the conflict transcended mere student squabbles. A teacher siding solely with the students could still engage in rational discourse. However, once the vice principal was involved, even the most critical sentiments had to be weighed carefully. I, Wang Weiguo, have always excelled in making choices. He inhaled softly, then raised his head to speak. Since this matter is arranged by the school, it indeed requires some regulation. As he spoke, his gaze swept toward Zhou Yu, his face adorned with the customary gentle smile of an educator. Yet his tone had cooled by 3 degrees. Zhou Yu, while your points hold merit, you must also be mindful of your attitude. If there are issues, they could be raised, but we should not be arguing with fellow students here, nor inciting emotions. The school is a place of order. His words, seemingly conciliatory, subtly pushed Zhou Yu towards the realm of emotionality. While the student council's stringent measures were tacitly sanctioned as order management, the atmosphere shifted once more. Although the onlooking students remained silent, discontent brewed beneath the surface. It was evident to all that Wang Weiguo was favoring Huzakai, aligning with the student council. Yet, no one dared to retort. After all, the student council was never truly a representative of the students. It was merely an extension of the school's authority, a management entity cloaked in student guise. Everyone understood this, and their understanding rendered them powerless. However, one individual stood apart. Our old friend, the ever-loyal Li Xian. Exactly. He quickly chimed in, Zhou Yu. What rhythm are you trying to set here? A clown is like this, always jumping around for the slightest opportunity. Yet Zhou Yu couldn't even be bothered to spare him a glance. This provoked Lu Yi, who swiftly turned and glared. What are you trying to incite? Yes. Although she was miffed that Zhou Yu had unfriended her, subconsciously, she still felt protective of him. Thus, a back and forth ensued, creating a lively scene. At the heart of the battlefield, the notoriously brash and fearless Si Bangzi was the first to confront Wang Weiguo and Huzakai. What is wrong with his attitude? Let us be clear. It's you, the student council, who are misinterpreting the regulations and publicly humiliating people. There are so many witnesses here. He abruptly turned to the students, shouting, "Don't you all agree?" Originally intimidated by Wang Weiguo's presence, the students now seemed galvanized by Si Bangzi's assertiveness. A few nodded in agreement, some murmured their support, and expressions of relief spread across their faces as if finally someone was speaking up. In that moment, the crowd's mood shifted. However, contrasting Si Bangzi's straightforwardness, Zhou Yu remained composed. Had he been a teenager, he might have reacted like Si Bangzi, driven by impetuosity. After all, youth is often synonymous with recklessness. But times had changed. In this new life, he had already navigated through far sharper and more intricate situations. Arguments, disputes, and debates were never merely about winning through noise. They were invariably accompanied by deeper layers of interest and power dynamics. He understood that to prevail, one must first discern the opponent's cards, to comprehend upon what they relied and what weapons they wielded. Then, quietly and stealthily, one could maneuver to their vulnerable spots, delivering calculated strikes again and again. That was the essence of true victory. Zhou Yu remained patient, silently observing Wang Weiguo and Huzakai, his gaze steady, as if contemplating or scrutinizing. Earlier, when Huzakai had deliberately mentioned Principal Yu, his voice was neither loud nor soft, just sufficient for those at the center to hear. It was directed at both teachers, Wang Weiguo and Xiao Yuan, and intended for Zhou Yu himself. Upon hearing the name Principal Yu, memories from his past life surged within Zhou Yu. To be precise, it was Vice Principal Yu. There were several vice principals at Linen High School, one in charge of academics, another overseeing moral education, one handling personnel, and the last managing logistics. The cafeteria was under the purview of that Vice Principal Yu. Zhou Yu recalled that not long before his previous demise, this Vice Principal Yu had been implicated alongside Yu Mingjia's father in a scandal. The rumor had spread like wildfire in the alumni group. Someone had leaked that the school's notoriously abysmal cafeteria was run by his relative, with him holding shares as well. Now, witnessing him orchestrate the removal of street vendors made perfect sense. Although the school forbade students from leaving campus, numerous students could still carry a little something back, creating an impact. Moreover, the cafeteria's business was already substantial. With subsidies and profits, they could brazenly feed students subpar food. It was hard to argue that such earnings were honest. Now, even a meager hustle and bustle at the school gates was not to be spared. In his previous life, this was around the time when the third-year students had just returned to school. The vendors had seemingly vanished overnight from the school entrance. It appeared that Vice Principal Yu had succeeded. As for the rumor that Hu Zakai's uncle was a high-ranking official at the school, Zhou Yu had previously dismissed it. But now it seemed quite plausible, thus that strike needed to target their sensitive underbelly. Just as Zhou Yu was about to speak, an unexpected figure emerged from the crowd, stepping forward with a deliberate grace. Sunlight spilled over her shoulders, and the red hem of her dress swayed gently, resembling a silent flame. Zhou Yu approached the egg pancake stall, seemingly oblivious to the earlier disputes and inquiries, simply lowering her head and softly asking, "Boss, do you have any egg pancakes left? I'd like one too." Her voice, though soft, was clear and precise, piercing through the stalemate of contention like a needle. Teacher Xiao Su, with her actions, silently cast her vote. Among the students, whispers of surprise emerged. Teacher Xiao Su is buying too. Does the teacher also indulge in street food? Surely, during her student days, she must have enjoyed this very egg pancake, right? Meanwhile, the few student council members appeared utterly flustered. They were caught in a state of indecision, unable to stand or speak, utterly at a loss. Hu Zakai's expression was exceedingly grim, as though he had received a resounding slap in front of an audience. If one were to tally it, this morning's humiliation felt like a barrage of slaps from all directions. Wang Weigua's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, Teacher Su? Aren't we on the same side? As the tense atmosphere lingered in the air, the vendor's voice could be heard cautiously interjecting, "I'm sorry, but we've run out of eggs." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, feigning regret with a sigh, then playfully winked at Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi. "In that case, we'll have to come back tomorrow." Si Bangzi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Zhou Yu glanced at Su Yuan and nodded slightly. He understood that Teacher Su was providing an exit for both him and Si Bangzi. Continuing to dwell on the matter was futile. They had to respect Teacher Su's intention. With that, Teacher Su skipped away, her skirt swaying rhythmically. Zhou Yu said nothing further and promptly followed her. Si Bangzi hurriedly grabbed his backpack, bouncing after them. "Hey, wait for me." Just then, an urgent voice called from behind. "Zhou Yu." It was Lu Yi. He paused and turned to glance at her, only to hear her angrily demand, "Why did you delete me?" "Did I delete you?" Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow, pondering briefly, and replied with an air of calm innocence. "It seems there was such an instance." With that, he turned and continued walking, as if dismissing the matter entirely. Lu Yi stood there, biting her lip, frantic. "Zhou Yu, come back. Add me back on QQ." She stomped her foot as she spoke, her annoyance palpable, yet it seemed she was more perturbed about Zhou Yu himself. How annoying. Li Xian's expression was the most complex. Initially, he thought he had finally caught Zhou Yu in a blunder. Yet in the blink of an eye, Lu Yi had turned the tables on him. For the first time, he felt quite superfluous. As for Hu Zakai, standing on the periphery of the crowd, his face was as rigid as plaster, his gaze fixated on the receding figure. His knuckles turned white, trembling slightly. The resentment of a jilted lover. The humiliation of being publicly slapped. The disdain for the student council. It seemed that this brief 10-minute farce had distilled all the grievances he had endured throughout his high school years. Hu Zakai clenched his teeth, his eyes dark and brooding. Very well then. Wang Weigua, standing not far off, watched the situation unfold with a furrowed brow. What on earth is going on? Chapter 25. Captivating the entire class of girls. In the distance, Su Yuan led Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi through the school gates. After a few steps, Zhou Yu hesitated and finally spoke. "Thank you, Teacher Su." His tone was calm, yet earnest. He knew very well that although he could have managed the situation on his own, her intervention had been the decisive factor in breaking the stalemate. As they walked, Si Bangzi, still catching up, murmured, "I fear we've offended Teacher Wang today." In the next moment, the rebellious Teacher Su responded, her tone neither loud nor soft, but resounding, "If we've offended, then so be it." There was a hint of disdain and a touch of bravado in her voice. Zhou Yu paused, then suddenly remarked, "I noticed several classmates recorded videos just now. They may have already posted them online. If it sparks too much discussion about you, wouldn't that be unfavorable?" Su Yuan was taken aback for a second, her eyes suddenly brightening. Then that would be even better. She spoke decisively, as if discussing an everyday triviality. "Just expel me. I have no desire to attend this wretched class for even a day. I wouldn't want to be this teacher for a second." Of course, she didn't voice these sentiments. Instead, she abruptly turned, furrowing her brow, hands on her hips. "Speaking of which, why are you two still dawdling here? Aren't you supposed to be in morning study?" Her tone sounded irritated, yet the small tiger teeth peeking from her smile were undeniably charming. Teacher Sue had reverted to her usual fierce yet endearing demeanor. Startled, Si Bangzi and Zhou Yu hurriedly dashed toward the classroom. The journey was silent, primarily because there was little to say. After a tumultuous morning filled with emotional upheaval, they hadn't eaten anything. The egg pancake was gone. The soup dumplings were snatched away, and the vendor was nearly swept away. Zhou Yu even began to question whether he had drunk water that morning, feeling an emptiness in his stomach that echoed. However, as soon as they stepped into the classroom, both were taken aback. Zhou Yu's desk was already piled high with breakfast. It was a genuine heap, resembling a small mountain. To the left, a steamy basket of soup dumplings. To the right, a cup of still steaming soy milk. Beside it lay 2 fried dough sticks, a portion of glutinous rice, a bag of custard buns, and even a peeled tea egg, neatly arranged at the corner of the desk. The layers of aroma wafted through the air, enticing the boys at the adjacent table. Who turned my desk into a dining table? Zhou Yu was stunned. Before he could ponder further, a tall, lanky boy with natural curls, adorned with a patterned headband, leaned over from the back row. It was Wang Haosen, the sports committee member from Class 5, a fervent basketball enthusiast, known for his habit of shooting air balls every 10 steps. Yet now, he spoke in a rather melancholic tone. You've finally returned. This basket of soup dumplings is from the girl in the pink sweater in front. She said she was too harsh yesterday and wanted to apologize. The soy milk is from the girl in the 3rd row to the right with the bow. She admitted she was wrong about your Child of the Stars thing. The fried dough sticks are from another girl in the Tarot Society. What is her name? She specifically mentioned you shouldn't go hungry. Wang Haosen paused and continued. You only said one sentence yesterday. Isn't this breakfast spread a bit over the top? Zhou Yu glanced down at the mountain of breakfast, counting them. It was precisely the circle of girls who had made things difficult for him yesterday. They had all come to bring him breakfast, even some from the neighboring class. Of course, except for Jiang Yuan. The vice president of the Tarot Society had too much pride to relent. Si Bangzi plopped down on the nearby chair, gazing longingly at the fragrant food, unable to resist swallowing. Yugo, if you can't finish, consider sharing with your brother. Addressing him as Yugo seemed rather heartfelt. Don't touch it. Zhou Yu raised a hand to block his reaching fingers, his voice steady. You, who don't believe in the Child of the Stars, are unworthy of eating. Si Bangzi was left speechless, and after a long pause, he managed to stammer. I believe, you are the Child of the Stars. The stomach of the stars. Zhou Yu chuckled, tossing him a portion of breakfast. Despite the chaotic start to the day, it had turned out to be a fortuitous twist of fate. As Si Bangzi devoured his food, he mumbled incoherently. Do you think you've conquered all the girls in our class? In our class, there are only 7 girls, and they all bought breakfast for you. Wow. It seems like this little dumpling shop requires quite a queue, doesn't it? This treatment is truly unimaginable. Zhou Yu couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Conquering the entire class of girls? That phrase sounds strikingly familiar. He suddenly recalled that during his previous life as a doctoral student, a fellow peer had playfully teased him in a similar manner. In truth, while the computer science department may not resemble a monastery, it certainly suffers from a severe gender imbalance. Fields like mechanical engineering are akin to a true Shaolin temple. However, that particular year, Zhou Yu's laboratory fortuitously had a total of 20 or so members, with only one girl among them. Even more coincidentally, that girl was not just any girl, but the belle of the department. To add to the serendipity, that very belle later confessed her feelings for him. Thus, rumors began to circulate. Zhou Yu had supposedly conquered all the women in the lab, including the department as prize flower. Eventually, these whispers even reached the ears of their advisor, who would occasionally jest with Zhou Yu, saying, Little Zhou, not only do you publish your papers swiftly, but you also manage to win over the junior sisters just as quickly. At the time, Zhou Yu could only chuckle in response. After all, he knew all too well that the Belle's research capabilities were rather lackluster. If they were to enter a romantic relationship, it would likely devolve into, I'll revise your thesis, and you write my code. Zhou Yu believed that it wasn't himself she was enamored with. Rather, it was his research, not his person. Deceiving oneself in matters of affection might be acceptable, but one cannot compromise academic integrity. Thus, he resolutely declined her advances, doing so with such decisiveness that it felt akin to completing a replication experiment with no lingering hesitation. Not long after, the Belle ended up in a relationship with another junior in the lab, who ranked second in research abilities, just behind Zhou Yu. What transpired next was rather absurd. It was rumored that during the junior's exchange abroad, the Belle had an affair with a senior from a neighboring lab. Upon the junior's return, he was confronted by that senior and was physically assaulted in front of his dormitory. Such a scenario of the mistress usurping the position of the legitimate partner was indeed quite a spectacle. Following that incident, no one dared to pursue romances within the lab. As for Zhou Yu, he merely listened to the unfolding drama over tea and meals, harboring a singular thought. That was close. I narrowly escaped a calamity. Had he acquiesced to the bell's advances, he would likely have found himself entangled in that chaotic narrative, perhaps even nursing broken ribs. Truly, it was a perilous affair. Zhou Yu had always considered himself somewhat inept in matters of love. It wasn't that he lacked understanding of affection, nor had he never been liked. And he certainly wasn't disinterested in women. Rather, he was too slow to react, too rational, and far too composed. As the esteemed author Yu Hua once remarked, "My emotional clumsiness is akin to a room with tightly shut doors and windows. Although I hear the footsteps of love passing by, I perceive them merely as transient echoes. Until one day, those footsteps halt and the doorbell rings." This emotional ineptitude had spared Zhou Yu from many unscrupulous women. When the doorbell rang, he initially wished to feign ignorance, but the persistent knocking was resolute. He thought to himself, "It matters not. The one who truly loves will break the window." Just like that day, when she pushed open the door to the private room. Chapter 26. Another complaint during the break, as Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi enjoyed their breakfast. They shared anecdotes from the morning at the egg pancake stall with their classmates. Once the details were revealed, the entire class was filled with fervor. Everyone expressed their indignation. Isn't this a blatant case of seeking trouble? We can't even enjoy our favorite breakfast with our own money? I don't care. Tomorrow, I'm going to buy an egg pancake. Count me in. Me too. Those indulgent student council members. Day by day, they flaunt their authority without doing anything of real benefit for the students. They should be filmed and posted online. It seems there's already a thread on the forum. Quick, take a look. Everyone chimed in, each adding their thoughts, while simultaneously opening the forum. Meanwhile, at the window by the corridor in Class 5, the vice president of the Gothic Tarot Society, the ever-attentive Jiang Yuan, stood rigidly, absolutely still. She wasn't serving the military. Rather, she had activated her full surveillance mode. From the moment she witnessed the first breakfast being placed on Zhou Yu's desk that morning, her posture involuntarily straightened, and her ears almost perked up. Regrettably, she wasn't in Class 5, so she could only sneak over during the break to gather intel. Listening to the grievances regarding the egg pancake stall was certainly infuriating. But what incensed Jiang Yuan more was seeing every female classmate who approached Zhou Yu's desk with breakfast. One by one, they had been cheering her on just the day before. Yet today, they were lined up, as if paying homage to that celestial being. Betrayal. This was an unequivocal act of betrayal. The vice president of the perpetually cold Tarot Society was thoroughly indignant. Without hesitation, she took out her phone and began to file a complaint. Who could she turn to? Naturally, it was Lin Wangshu. Jiang Yuan typed furiously into her phone, adopting a tone that was both furious and feigned calmness as she recounted all the gossip from class that morning, the actions of the celestial being, and the breakfast incident, balancing her narrative with varying degrees of emphasis. After a few seconds, Lin Wangshu replied, also with a nuanced response. Did they have a conflict this morning at the school gate with Hu Zikai and Teacher Wang? Yes. I heard there's already a hot thread on the forum. And then they didn't get breakfast and ran back to class to devour the offerings from our Tarot Society members. No, wait, it was a sacrificial offering. His commemorative offering. Eat, eat, eat. How ridiculous. There was a moment of silence from the other end of the phone. Then Lin Wangshu replied leisurely. Is that egg pancake really that delicious? It's decent. It's one of those soft, fluffy egg pancakes. I wonder why they suddenly started cracking down on the vendors at the entrance. The student council will surely look for trouble again tomorrow. But that's not the point. The point is, that celestial being has encroached upon my territory. In sum, I'm genuinely furious today. And then she continued her tirade. In reality, both Lin Wangshu and Jiang Yuan, despite their outward appearances of cool detachment, one a stunningly beautiful academic flower, the other a Gothic tarot girl, were not inherently indifferent. Lin Wangshu, with her naturally cool demeanor, exuded an air of elegance that was amplified by her sparse words, making it easy for others to perceive a distance. Jiang Yuan, on the other hand, was quite the opposite. She was chatty and exuberantly eccentric. Her heavy reliance on her Gothic eyeliner and dark adornments presenting a stark contrast to her vibrant personality. Two individuals stood side by side, one enveloped in cool tones, the other shrouded in darker hues. Yet, the moment Jiang Yuan spoke, they transformed into a delightful comedic duo. In the back row of the classroom, Zhou Yu joined his peers in accessing the school's online forum, for he had once again found himself in the spotlight. The homepage featured multiple posts about him. He clicked on the most trending one. Breaking news. Student council expels street vendors. Someone challenges the regulations on site, even drawing the attention of teachers. The post was authored by a gossip-loving freshman girl who had evidently recorded the entire incident. Although the video quality was poor, the audio was crystal clear. Within 10 minutes of its posting, the comment section surged with hundreds of replies. An increasing number of students joined the discussion, almost uniformly siding with the egg pancake stall and Zhou Yu. It was not a matter of innate justice, but rather, this issue had indeed touched upon the fundamental interests of the student body. Moreover, the clowns from this morning had been particularly unreasonable. The student council enforced their rules with an iron fist, while Wang Weiguo displayed blatant favoritism. Each member of the council seemed to trample harder than the last, inciting a growing frustration among the students. The more the discussion unfolded, the more relatable it became. Suddenly, from an unknown commenter, Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi were portrayed as the oppressed representatives of the student body, as if they were on the verge of raising iron pots in rebellion against tyranny. It was ironic, as that morning, it was Uzakai and Wang Weiguo who had turned pale with rage. Yet now, the narrative had skewed dramatically towards the rise of a resistance. Particularly, a classmate urged, "Tomorrow, let us all go show our support. If the student council shows up, we'll record it. Even if we can't eat, we must at least stand in solidarity." The sentiment was brewing into a wildfire. Zhou Yu observed this with a stoic demeanor. He understood that Uzakai would undoubtedly return the next day, as this matter also intersected with certain fundamental interests of his own. Amidst this clash of interests, no matter how fierce the tempest, it would merely represent a temporary ceasefire. One could only wonder how lively the scene would be the following morning. As the school day drew to a close, Zhou Yu made his customary visit to the Jiuzhou Internet Cafe. The familiar scene awaited him at the entrance. Wang Changzhong, cigarette in mouth, wielding a broom, methodically sweeping back and forth. The ground was not particularly dirty, and his sweeping did not yield much cleanliness. Yet he approached the task with a ceremonial fervor, almost as if he were possessed by the very essence of a monk dedicated to sweeping. Inside the cafe, all was as usual. No unforeseen disturbances had arisen. After departing Jiuzhou, Zhou Yu took a few leisurely strolls around the nearby streets, eyeing some vacant storefronts for rent. His mind began to concoct new plans. As night descended, Zhou Yu had not yet reached the entrance of the Xiaoying Tavern when he was greeted by a familiar aroma wafting from the street corner. It was the scent of baked goods, mingled with the savory notes of eggs and meat floss, particularly tantalizing in the evening air. The entire alley seemed to be enveloped in this inviting fragrance. Upon entering, he found the tavern abuzz with a liveliness that contrasted sharply with its usual lethargy. The customary bickering between Mu Ging and old Zhou was absent. Instead, the couple gathered at the kitchen door, sharing cheerful banter, while one sat on a small stool by the door, grinning widely. Clearly, the trial run of the meat floss pastries had been a resounding success, invigorating the atmosphere of the entire tavern. Zhou Yu regarded this scene with a silent nod of approval. The first step had indeed been accomplished. Chapter 27, The Second Battle of the Breakfast Stall, Part 1. On the following morning, Thursday, before 6 o'clock, Uzakai, accompanied by several members of the student council, briskly arrived at the breakfast stall outside the school gates. Despite the early hour, he was impeccably dressed, his white shirt crisply ironed and his hair flawlessly arranged. He stood with one foot on the stone pedestal in front of the stall, basking in the morning light as if illuminated by divine radiance. Scanning the area with a piercing gaze, he declared in a firm tone, "Let me see who dares to challenge me today." According to Article 7 of the School Safety Management Regulations, setting up stalls is prohibited within a 300-meter radius of the teaching area. And according to Article 10 of the Disciplinary Management Regulations, violators of the Safety Management Regulations will face probation, with severe cases resulting in disciplinary action. Today, even the King of Heaven himself cannot deceive me. With that, he dramatically rolled up his sleeve, revealing a counterfeit Nazi-style armband, straightened his posture, and brightened his expression, though the dark circles under his eyes were impossible to conceal. After all, Uzakai had spent the previous night sleepless, diligently perusing the comprehensive school regulations, 300 articles memorized verbatim, with key points highlighted and mind maps drawn. Who understands the struggle, my comrades? He mused. I've never worked this hard for an exam. All for this battle, to reclaim the dignity that Zhou Yu had mocked out of me. I, Uzakai, a man forged of steel, the president of the student council, shall ensure that the entire school knows who truly embodies the essence of discipline. Across the street at the bus stop, a drowsy girl who had just disembarked from the bus could not resist rubbing her eyes, murmuring to herself, "Is he serious? Setting up such a spectacle at the school gate before 7 o'clock. Are they catching thieves or filming an advertisement?" A boy beside her chimed in quietly, "He is here to catch egg pancake vendors." Before long, from the eastern intersection, Wang Weiguo hummed a tune, leisurely pedaling his rickety bicycle towards the breakfast stall. To be honest, he felt quite embarrassed for having missed out yesterday. He had resorted to the cafeteria as unappetizing braised radish paired with boiled eggs. Wang Weiguo was determined not to leave empty-handed today. He thought that if there were no students present, he would certainly treat himself to an egg pancake. However, as he approached the stall, he spotted a large crowd gathered there, including the student council's armband-wearing entourage. Leading the charge was Zhou Yu, his expression grave and his posture more upright than the streetlights. Opposite him stood a group of students who had vowed to show their support just yesterday, now eager and indignant. The atmosphere at the stall crackled with tension. Wang Wei was slowed his pace, his lips twitching. Before 7 o'clock, how could such a scene arise? Is it really just about an egg pancake? What of Zhou Yu, the nemesis who Zakai had been obsessing over? In truth, Zhou Yu had risen quite early that day, but had not rushed to school. Instead, he was busy baking meat floss pastries at home. Having asked Mu Ging to prepare the ingredients the night before, he intended to bring some to share with his classmates. The trial run at the tavern had garnered a far better response than anticipated. Even before the second batch was ready, a line had formed outside. Although these pastries were of a Chinese style, they appealed more to the younger crowd than to the older generations. Moreover, this demographic represented a significant consumer base. Bringing them to class, whether to gather feedback or conduct a taste test, was a guaranteed investment. If the consensus was favorable, it would also serve as a low-cost marketing strategy. Once the pastries were baked and packaged, Zhou Yu leisurely set out. When Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi arrived at the breakfast stall, it was already surrounded by a throng of people. The second defensive battle of the breakfast stall had entered its daylight phase. In the center of the crowd, Zakai rolled up his sleeves, his face radiating righteousness, as if he were the protagonist of the opening act. His voice, hoarse yet fervent, rang out. Today I am the frontier of discipline. Let us see who dares to step forward. Any violations will be recorded. What was he even on about? It was perplexing. Yet, the students caught in the standoff were genuinely intimidated by his threat of disciplinary action. For a moment, the protest from the crowd diminished noticeably. Meanwhile, at the intersection to the west, a car glided smoothly along the morning streets. In the back seat, Lin Wangshu leaned against the window, fighting off sleep, her eyelids heavy. She had stayed up late last night, playing video games with Xiao Bingzhang, exhilarated by a string of victories that kept her counting her accomplishments until past 1 in the morning. In the front seat, surprisingly, was her usually busy father, Lin Jie. A veteran employee of a state-owned enterprise in his earlier years, Lin Jie had been laid off during corporate reforms and subsequently ventured into entrepreneurship with his wife. That very year, young Lin Wangshu, left without care, was sent to her grandmother's home, which happened to be in the same courtyard as Zhou Yu's. Thus, she and Zhou Yu became desk mates for a time. Some individuals are destined for prosperity. Lin Jie, clever and bold, truly had a knack for business. After a decade, he emerged as a nationally renowned entrepreneur, a titan of industry. However, as his workload increased, the time he spent with his daughter dwindled. Lin Jie often felt guilty. The girl had always been closer to her mother in childhood, and now, as she grew, she seemed to drift further from him. The more successful he became, the less he understood what his daughter was thinking. Indeed, no matter how accomplished one might be as a businessman, educator, or even philosopher, one must still kneel before their own child. Today, with the sun rising in the west, Lin Jie deliberately carved out time to drive his daughter to school under the pretext of checking on the 2 sports halls he had previously donated. In truth, he sought to bridge the gap between them. Soft, gentle music played in the car, and the usually authoritative Lin Jie felt like someone embarking on a mission for the first time, his words tumbling out nervously. Kun, he tentatively initiated, using her affectionate nickname known only to those close to her. It was said that when Lin's mother was 4 months pregnant, she felt the child was particularly lively, constantly drawing circles in her womb, leading to the whimsical name. Kun, you're in your 2nd year now. ISNT your workload getting heavier? Trying to maintain a serious demeanor without burdening himself too much, your father thinks you're already quite exceptional. Lin Wangshu lazily opened her eyes. Her voice languid as she interrupted him. Dad, I'm in my 3rd year. What? Really? Lin Jie was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He quickly masked it with a forced chuckle. Right, 3rd year. Ha ha, Dad got it wrong. Time flies so fast. It feels like just yesterday you were still in your uniform with your little backpack. His voice dwindled as he spoke, and he soon fell silent, realizing he needed to find another topic to continue the conversation. By the way, I also attended Lin in high school back in the day, Lin Jie remarked. Back then, the school had only 2 dilapidated teaching buildings. Entering the school felt like climbing over a wall. There wasn't even a gate. Lin Wangshu remained silent, feigning sleep against the window. Yet, Lin Jie persisted undeterred. Hey, what is going on up ahead? Is there a breakfast stall? I used to buy breakfast here every day. There was a crepe that was particularly delicious, passed down through generations, if I remember correctly. At this, Lin Wangshu opened her eyes and gazed toward the bustling breakfast stall not far away. Dad, I want to eat a crepe. Chapter 28. The Second Battle of the Breakfast Stall, Part 2. At the breakfast stall, Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi parted the crowd and leisurely approached Huzakai. Huzakai was brandishing the regulations, his momentum soaring as he waved his arm, nearly turning his insignia into a fan. Upon spotting Zhou Yu, his eyes lit up, as if he had encountered the final boss, and he raised his voice. Zhou Yu, you've arrived just in time. According to Article 7, Clause 2 of the Lin and High School Safety Management Regulations. Pause. Zhou Yu raised a hand, as if halting a noisy student in class. His tone was calm, yet it effectively rendered Huzakai speechless. What? I've memorized the regulations all night long. I even imagined my rebuttals for hours. You think you could just say pause, and that's it? Zhou Yu didn't even glance at Huzakai, instead choosing to walk past him directly to the crepe stall. Boss, I'll have 2 crepes, he said nonchalantly, one with ham and one with youtiao. The onlookers fell silent for a moment, then erupted into laughter and whispers that rippled from the front rows to the back of the crowd. You're openly defying school rules. Huzakai regained his composure, clutching the regulations and trying to maintain his authority. Do you realize what you're doing? I'm simply hungry and buying breakfast. Zhou Yu finally turned to look at him, his tone unhurried. Is the school really going to record a demerit for a breakfast purchase? Frankly speaking, Huzakai's earlier impassioned speech was merely a display of heightened emotions, devoid of logic. He had been so overconfident, so forceful, that it had intimidated others. But Zhou Yu knew that despite the odd teachers and peculiar rules at Lin High School, it fundamentally prioritized its students. Would they really issue a demerit? That would require a meeting, a process, and notifying parents, who would make a big fuss over a crepe. Huzakai, a mere foolish student council president, thought his word was law. Such notions were only suitable for self-deception. He couldn't fool anyone else. Just then, a voice interrupted. What are you all arguing about? Turning toward the sound, they saw a short-statured man with a face resembling a historical figure from a documentary, striding forward. He was none other than Yu Dawei, the vice principal responsible for logistics at Lin and High School, and Huzakai's uncle. Upon seeing him, Huzakai felt as if he had found solid ground. Standing straighter and raising his voice by an octave, Principal Yu, Zhou Yu is openly challenging discipline and leading the charge to purchase from unauthorized vendors at the school gate. Si Bangzi was unyielding, retorting immediately, and you shouldn't overstep your bounds. Is buying breakfast a violation? That is simply absurd. Exactly. Some bolder members of the crowd chimed in. Yu Dawei regarded Zhou Yu with a warm smile, his tone measured and unhurried. So, you are Zhou Yu? I've heard of you. You previously performed well academically. You are a bright and diligent child. However, it seems you didn't do well on the recent class placement exam and ended up in a regular class. Such is life. It's normal to have ups and downs. But the most important thing, especially for young people, is to be a bit steadier, a bit quieter. Being too ostentatious can lead one astray. After all, this school is not merely your stage. Lin High School is not lacking in bright students. Yet those who truly achieve success are often those who comprehend the nuances of restraint and know when to advance or retreat. Having said that, he patted Huzakai on the shoulder and remarked, the student council may act a bit impulsively, but their intentions are commendable. As elders, we also hope that you outstanding young individuals can collaborate more harmoniously rather than creating a chaotic atmosphere. Don't you think? Wang Weigua has made his entrance. And in an upgraded version, no less. The vice principal variant, speaking without a single curse word, every sentence seemingly a commendation. Yet, woven into his words is an undertone of caution against mischief, urging one to nod in gratitude during moments of pressure. Upon hearing this, the previously animated students fell silent, their expressions revealing a mix of comprehension and confusion. Zhou Yu did not respond immediately. Instead, he slightly tilted his head to glance at the nearby crepe stall, still emitting steam, and smiled. Only then did he speak, his tone exceedingly polite. Vice Principal Yu is indeed correct. He deliberately emphasized the title vice, continuing, this school is certainly not my stage alone. He paused, surveying the gathering students before turning his gaze to the stall owner, who was nervously wiping her hands. It is not the stage of any individual, nor of any particular group. Yet since we are all on this stage, we cannot allow only a select few to speak while the rest are relegated to mere applause. Can we? I am merely hungry and have purchased a crepe. If even this can incite chaos, then the issues within the school may extend far beyond a breakfast stall. Elevating the problem to a matter of discord, is it? Then let us all sink together. His tone was neither servile nor arrogant, carrying an air of superiority that belied his youth. Yu Dawei was taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhou Yu responding in such a manner, with a tone that was subtle yet forceful. The onlookers fell into a brief silence until someone in the crowd gasped, muttering under their breath, "Damn, that was intense." Though they were unsure of what had transpired, it certainly felt impactful. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a subtle commotion arose from the back of the crowd. Someone, suppressing their voice, exclaimed, "Lin Wangshu is here." The quiet announcement rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into a lake, prompting the spectators to instinctively part to create a pathway. At the end of the newly formed corridor, Lin Wangshu approached, her long black hair gently curled, her steps light yet assured. At that moment, she appeared as an independent layer added to the scene, her colors, texture, and aura distinct from those around her. The sunlight fell perfectly upon her brow and eyes, making her seem as if she had emerged from the very light itself. Accompanying her was a middle-aged man clad in a casual suit, exuding a reserved demeanor and steady gaze. Zhou Yu was momentarily taken aback, finding the man somewhat familiar. Hu Zikai, on the other hand, was visibly excited. This morning had certainly brought him a series of surprises. Just moments earlier, he had been advocating for fairness, and now he nearly rushed forward to introduce himself. "Wangshu, what brings you here?" Hu Zikai inquired with delight. Before Lin Wangshu could respond, the middle-aged man spoke first, scrutinizing Hu Zikai with a calm yet intriguing tone. "Are you her classmate?" Calling her Wangshu so affectionately. "Who are you, young man?" At the sound of this voice, Zhou Yu instinctively inhaled sharply. Wasn't this his future father-in-law, whom he had never formally met? In his previous life, Lin Jie had already become a prominent entrepreneur, frequently gracing the news with his appearances at business summits, financial interviews, and prominent columns in the People's Daily. In the business world, merely mentioning his name commanded respect. Although Zhou Yu had never formally encountered him, his voice was oddly familiar, almost unsettlingly so. It was somewhat amusing, really. Once, upon returning from a business trip, he had visited Lin Wangshu's home, only for her parents to arrive unexpectedly. While the apartment belonged to Lin Wangshu, her parents occasionally dropped by, and they had access codes and fingerprints for entry. The bedroom door had not been locked, merely ajar. As he was preoccupied inside, the next moment, a deep, resonant voice called out from the hallway, deliberately lowering its tone. "Lin Wangshu, are you home? Why aren't you opening the door?" The tone suggested feigned ignorance, yet it was clear he knew exactly what was occurring inside. While the mother was considerate enough to attempt to divert attention, the father, in moments like these, failed to grasp the situation and stood at the door calling out in a booming voice, repeating the girl's name several times. It was intentional. That mischievous old man. Zhou Yu had been thoroughly startled. Who could withstand that? From that day forth, even hearing Lin Jie's voice on television would trigger an involuntary reaction. As for how that encounter concluded, let us just say he didn't dare step out of the room. How could he face such an awkward situation? Lin Wangshu had to shoo her parents away, managing the situation like a delivery person dispatching an order. Now, recollecting that moment, the familiar voice echoed in his ears, sending chills down his spine. Despite this, Zhou Yu, who typically did not shy away from confrontation, took a moment to assess Lin Jie. As for his appearance, it was rather ordinary. It was evident that Lin Wangshu had inherited her looks from her mother. He remembered that Lin's mother, during her youth as an accountant at a steel mill, had been the epitome of beauty. Her poise and features would still stand out remarkably today. Thankfully, she had indeed taken after her mother. Otherwise, if Lin Jie's genes were mixed differently, they might not even brush against the entertainment industry's threshold. As his thoughts wandered, Lin Wangshu had ignored Hu Zikai and approached the crepe stall directly. "Excuse me, could I please have a crepe?" Chapter 29. Half for each. Huh? The crowd erupted. Did I hear that correctly? Lin Wangshu actually eats crepes? It seems she had never been to this side before. I don't recall her ever passing by this stall. Is the moon in retrograde today? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Hu Zikai could no longer contain himself. "Wangshu, this roadside stall is unhygienic and quite dirty. If you're hungry, I can go to the cafeteria and get you something." The more he spoke, the more he sounded uncertain, his voice dwindling. Who didn't he know the school's cafeteria breakfast? The buns were as hard as bricks, the soy milk like glue, and the steamed buns were devoid of any filling after just a few bites. Even a dog would hesitate to eat it. Generally, students who lived off campus avoided the cafeteria for breakfast. Moreover, Hu Zikai's remarks only ignited public ire. The crowd had transitioned from murmurs to outright declarations. "Dude, that is quite hypocritical of you. Are you saying the crepes we eat daily are filthy? What does that imply? Are you insulting us for eating trash? Just because you're high and mighty, doesn't he mean you can look down on the student council?" Such sentiments echoed loudly, and every word reached Hu Zikai's ears. The student council president, who had always enjoyed a smooth sail, found himself unaccustomed to such ridicule. His face flushed crimson, resembling something freshly pulled from boiling water. Aware of his own shortcomings, he opened his mouth, yet couldn't muster a single word. He wished to articulate that his intentions were for the greater good, but the words eluded him. Standing beside him, Lin Jie, though unaware of his daughter's academic situation, was somewhat familiar with her temperament. Throughout the exchange, Lin Wangshu had not uttered a single word. She neither turned around nor responded, showing not even a flicker of interest. Given the temperament of their family, this indicated not a lack of familiarity, but rather disdain. Thus, Lin Jie averted his gaze from Hu Zikai, silently removing him from his list of observations. As his attention shifted to the egg pancake stall, the proprietor, holding a spatula, hesitated before speaking. My apologies, student. Unfortunately, we have limited stock today, with only 2 eggs remaining. He gestured toward the stall's edge. This young man has already claimed them all. The spatula pointed accurately at Zhou Yu, who had his hands tucked into his pockets. In that moment, who could recall the earlier tension that had permeated the air? All eyes were now fixed upon Zhou Yu's face. Lin Jie too began to appraise him. Earlier, when Zhou Yu had been embroiled in a debate with someone who appeared to be a school leader, Lin Jie had been listening. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of business for many years, Lin Jie was adept at forming judgments about individuals. This young man, who had monopolized the egg pancake stall, spoke with ease and moved with composure. He exuded a calm confidence that belied his status as a high school student. It was neither the precociousness of a slick operator nor the feigned smoothness of a charlatan, but a steadiness interspersed with a relaxed assurance. And Zhou Yu, he was surreptitiously glancing at Lin Jie. Their eyes unexpectedly met, a moment that was hard to withstand. Let her have one, Zhou Yu said, spreading his hands. You prepare for her first. He joked. After all, I can't let my father-in-law and wife go hungry, can I? He added, no scallions, please. Upon hearing this, Lin Wangshu was momentarily taken aback. How do you know I don't eat scallions? Then, with a gracious demeanor, she said, thank you. The egg pancake vendor promptly began his work. At that moment, Yu Daoi's expression shifted dramatically, as if struck by an electric jolt. He instantly recognized Lin Jie, the benefactor behind the new gymnasiums at Linen High School, a well-known entrepreneur highlighted in city reports, and a major donor whom even the principal must treat with deference. He swiftly retracted his facade of student council vigilance, his expression visibly reformatted. Rubbing his hands together, he approached Lin Jie with a beaming smile. Mr. Lin, what a surprise. You didn't give us a heads up, here to personally drop off your child for school? Lin Jie tilted his head, casting a mild glance in his direction. He didn't recognize him, but such overly enthusiastic individuals were commonplace. Thus, he offered a polite smile and responded, I came to see how the gymnasium I donated was coming along. Plus, I'm dropping off my daughter. It's a rare moment of leisure. I've already spoken with Principal Zhang. Yu Daoi's smile faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, nodding enthusiastically. Yes, yes. Principal Zhang mentioned you just the other day, saying Mr. Lin is truly dedicated to education. A businessman with genuine passion. Lin Jie simply smiled, redirecting his gaze back to the egg pancake stall. I also attended Linen High School. I've been enjoying these pancakes for many years. Oh, really? Haha. These stalls have indeed been around for quite some time. Quite good indeed, Yu Dawei replied, his laughter bordering on a strained pitch. Quite good. Who had been leading the charge against roadside stalls just moments ago. Now, before the trench was even filled, he was ready to defect. The onlooking students were taken aback, witnessing the rapid transformation, as if witnessing a face change in mere seconds. Just moments ago, he was reprimanding others. Now he was seemingly awarding the stall. Even the egg pancake vendor was left bewildered. Am I being promoted? But the most flabbergasted was Hu Zikai, standing at the edge of the crowd, akin to an NPC caught in a system glitch. Wait, uncle, aren't you the one who asked me to rectify this? You can't just switch sides like that. Have you considered my feelings? Under the weight of multiple blows, Hu Zikai's fragile worldview began to crumble. Meanwhile, before the egg pancake stall, the first pancake was ready, wafting its enticing aroma. As the vendor prepared to package it, Lin Wangshu suddenly interjected. Could you please cut in half and package them separately? Thank you. Of course. The vendor swiftly complied, dividing the pancake into 2 portions. Lin Wangshu took one bag, turned, and her gaze fell upon Zhou Yu, then glanced at Si Bangzi, standing beside him. She extended her hand, offering one half to Zhou Yu. Here, I can't eat a whole one. Her tone was as calm as a casual remark. Zhou Yu paused, looking down at the steaming half pancake, then raised his eyes to meet hers. Lin Wangshu's expression was natural, her lips curling into a smile that was neither overt nor concealed. Thank you, Zhou Yu replied. Her initial plan had been to purchase 2 pancakes, one for herself and one for Si Bangzi. However, encountering the shortage of eggs, she decided to let Lin Wangshu have one of hers. Now, with the situation altered, Lin Wangshu had willingly offered half of her portion to him. How is this to be interpreted? Well, that obviously means it's all mine. With that, Lin Wangshu walked away, with Lin Jie trailing behind. After they had distanced themselves, Lin Jie wore a subtle expression. What about mine? You can eat what I don't finish, Lin Wangshu replied. Chapter 30, Precise Feeding. With Lin Wangshu's arrival, this smoke-free breakfast stall war came to a complete standstill. For the opposing force's mainstay and core strength, Yu Dawei, had outright defected. How could one possibly continue fighting? The student council members were left in a huff, especially Hu Zikai, who had held his head high for 18 years. At last, he slumped down dismally onto the very stone stool he had just occupied. Those who had hesitated to approach earlier now surged towards the breakfast stall, bypassing the stone stool and Hu Zikai. In a collision, the student council armband, which had been advertised for 39 yuan on a certain online marketplace, was brushed away. The breakfast stall returned to its previous vibrancy and liveliness. It was as if nothing had transpired at all. Only the wind rustled past the stone stool. Lifting the unclaimed red armband and quietly whisking it away into the drainage ditch, yet to be kissed by the morning sun. Meanwhile, a new rumor began to germinate within the crowd, spreading that Lin Wangshu had shared an egg pancake with someone at the school gate, and that person was her boyfriend. In the distance, Lin Wangshu settled back into the vehicle, savoring each bite of the pancake. It must be said, it was indeed quite delightful, soft and fluffy, imbued with the essence of eggs. Yet, after just a few bites, one finds it difficult to continue. This is partly due to the early hour, as many find it hard to eat anything in the morning. Additionally, having consumed a morsel before heading out, there simply was no hunger to speak of. Here you go. Lin Wangshu leaned over the back of the driver's seat, offering the half-eaten egg pancake to her father. Lin Jie accepted it, one hand on the steering wheel while the other indulged in the treat. With a mouthful, he mumbled, "Is the one who shared the egg pancake also your classmate?" Classmate? Strictly speaking, not quite. He is my friend, Lin Wangshu replied. What is his name? Zhou Yu. Even you, who detest scallions, are aware of that? At this moment, Lin Wangshu recalled something. How'd he know? I don't eat scallions. She had never made it widely known. Even Jiang Yuan had forgotten on more than one occasion. Suddenly, memories of her childhood flooded back. Did he learn this trivial detail back then? Such a minor thing. Yet he remembered it for 10 years? Lin Wangshu found herself instinctively lowering her head. Meanwhile, on the way to the classroom, Zhou Yu was savoring a half-egg pancake, all to himself. Suddenly, he recalled a humorous post he had come across on a forum long ago, having just devoured a McDonald's meal. I realized I might be living the dream I had at 8 years old. Goodness, how did this happen? Incredible, you. At that moment, Zhou Yu appeared contemplative. He then glanced at the egg pancake in his hand, took another sip of AD calcium milk, and standing in the sun-drenched corridor, he earnestly mused, I finally had an egg pancake paired with AD calcium milk. I truly am living the life I've always yearned for at 30. And I even have a half to spare. You, my friend, are exceptionally remarkable, not partaking in the egg pancake. Si Bangzi was munching on the meat floss pastry Zhou Yu had brought for breakfast, initially biting into it with the mindset of it being a mere consolation. He was taken aback as soon as he tasted it. His eyes glazed over for a moment. What is this divine creation? The savory meat floss mingled with the creamy softness, the cake base still warm and fluffy from the oven. With one bite, it felt as if an angel had embraced his mouth. Si Bangzi exclaimed, I think I suddenly understand the essence of life. Zhou Yu glanced at him, leisurely stating, It's our family's new product, in trial operation, and you are among the esteemed first batch of taste testers. Where did you get this recipe? It's absolutely delicious. Sibansi motivated. Zhou Yu chuckled. Where did I get it? I got it from you. Upon entering class 5, the first thing Zhou Yu did was distribute the meat floss pastries he had brought that morning to everyone. While still warm, the first bite of its soft, savory goodness was the optimal tasting moment. Before long, the entire classroom was enveloped in a delightful aroma. The mingling scents of milk, meat floss, and cake made even the sunlight streaming in through the windows seem sweeter. Some students, hesitant on the first bite, proclaimed, let me give it a try. But by the second bite were exclaiming, incredible, incredible. And by the third, they were closing their eyes in appreciation. Goodness, this is too delicious. I swear I've never had a pastry with such layers of flavor in my life. Is this from a 5-star pastry shop your mother owns? The classroom erupted with voices of praise and excitement. As the delightful scent wafted around, Jiang Yuan, the resident goth tarot girl with a penchant for melodrama, was also an unofficial member of Class 5. She was either engaged in playful banter with the Tarot Society members or eavesdropping by the window. Adhering to the principle of sharing, she was also handed one. Initially, she wrinkled her nose, adopting an air of indifference. I wouldn't eat something so sweet and cloying. It's too common. This which only drinks black coffee and enjoys the mysterious. However, as the aroma wafted around, wafting through her nostrils, the warmth mixed with the salty fragrance of meat floss, the softness of cream, and the fluffiness of cake caused her to swallow instinctively. I'll just have a taste. Then, upon taking her first bite, Jiang Yuan was internally stunned, exclaiming, "This is too delicious. I want to bring one for my Shubao too. What if I can't have it again in the future?" Yet, her outward demeanor remained composed. It's passable. She finished the entire pastry in a few bites. Afterward, as she listened to her classmates' admiration and astonishment, a sense of foreboding washed over her. This detestable child of the stars even brought food today to win hearts. However, there was no need for excessive concern. Next Friday marked the day of the tarot duel. At that time, the Tarot Society president, the most enigmatic woman at Linen High School, Shun Xingli, would face off against the child of the stars. It didn't matter. She would take action. With these thoughts, Jiang Yuan's imagination ran wild, concocting an entire scenario for the tarot arena. Zhou Yu being pummeled by Shun Xingli's relentless attacks. The child of the stars' halo shattered, his face swollen like a cartoon character. How delightful. She even thought of a title. The day Zhou Yu fell, all towers resounded. Just as her mind was in a frenzy, 2 warm meat floss pastries entered her line of sight. She looked up to see the very face she had just imagined being smashed, alive and unscathed, wearing a somewhat irritating smile. "Please pass this to Lin Wangshu," Zhou Yu said cheerfully. "Huh?" Jiang Yuan was taken aback. Instinctively, she wrinkled her nose. Honestly, she dealt with a plethora of inquiries daily from those eager to learn about Wangshu's whereabouts. Either they were familiar with her, or were hoping she could relay a message. She was already fed up. To her surprise, "Zhou Yu, you two are employing these tactics?" The child of the stars is not so different from those mundane commoners. Jiang Yuan felt a mix of surprise and an indescribable sense of disappointment. She stared at the 2 pastries for a few seconds. Her tone somewhat curt. "You can get it yourself." Zhou Yu, however, replied leisurely, "I'm not going to seek her out. Don't you go looking for her every second break? It's just a casual errand. She treated me to half an egg pancake this morning. I can't let that go to waste." Chapter 31. Basketball and Her. In truth, Zhou Yu had already accounted for Lin Wangshu's 2 pastries before arriving. While others received 1, she received 2. After all, it was because of her that there was a Master Zhou. Moreover, in her past life, she wasn't a celebrity. Was she? She had to be strict with her diet, allowing herself only 1 pastry a day while meticulously calculating her total caloric intake. In this life, she hadn't yet entered the entertainment industry, and being young, her metabolism was high. Therefore, this was likely one of the few moments in her life when she could indulge in 2 pastries without restraint. It is imperative that she wears it. In the past, whenever we engaged in such endeavors, we could not afford to do so sparingly. Consequently, the surplus was consumed by Zhou Yu to the point of saturation and even regurgitation. Thus, Zhou Yu harbors no interest whatsoever in this delicacy. The dilemma arises. Despite such indulgence, he remains unscathed by weight gain. This presents yet another conundrum. A 30-year-old man who can consume copious amounts daily without gaining an ounce. This is a tale that renders even men speechless. At present, Jiang Yuan's mind momentarily faltered, sensing something amiss. Never mind. I shall inquire further with Lin Wangshu later. Setting that aside, Jiang Yuan gestured toward the windowsill, her tone neither warm nor cold. Once she had adeptly arranged all the meat floss cakes, Zhou Yu returned to his designated spot. At this moment, Class 5 was enveloped in the sweet aroma of cake, teeming with the vibrant energy of youth. Everyone was in high spirits, save for one individual, Wang Haosen, slumped in the last row, seemingly choked by the burdens of life. That tall, slender figure with a mane of natural curls and a colorful headband was the sports representative of Class 5, a fervent basketball enthusiast, the monarch of the corridors, and the legendary Lennon Iverson with his 10-second shooting prowess. Yet now, he appeared as if someone had drained the very essence from his being. The tantalizing meat floss cake lay untouched before him, growing cold. Unable to contain himself, Jia Jing turned and spoke up. "What is wrong with you today? You seem utterly lifeless." Wang Haosen, head buried in his arms, his hair a tangled mess, replied in a muffled tone, "Don't talk to me. My mood is not conducive to conversation." "Huh?" Jia Jing paused. "Have you experienced a heartbreak? Or did you lose a game?" "I didn't lose," Wang Haosen responded. So it's another heartbreak then," Jia Jing exclaimed. "Damn it, that boy, oblivious to the boundaries of adolescence, has an unnecessarily loud voice." His words resonated throughout the classroom, drawing the attention of all. The class turned to glance at Wang Haosen, quieting for a moment before resuming their animated chatter. Indeed, no one paid heed. Wang Haosen had experienced countless heartbreaks over the semester, his frequency of romantic failures more stable than the supply replenishments at the convenience store. To be precise, it could hardly be termed heartbreak, merely rejections of his confessions. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu tilted his head to observe Wang Haosen. In their high school days, Zhou Yu and Wang Haosen shared merely an ordinary classmate relationship, nothing remarkable. Their true acquaintance blossomed a few years ago during a tumultuous period when Zhou Yu faced a financial crisis and was desperately in need of funds. Contemplating the sale of his car, he encountered Wang Haosen, then a sales representative at a used car dealership. Yes, the passionate youth who once vowed to play basketball for life, only to find himself selling second-hand cars instead. By a twist of fate, Zhou Yu ultimately did not sell his car, but gained a friend in Wang Haosen. As they reached their 30s, the youthful bravado had dulled, yet they unexpectedly became the kind of brothers who could sit by a roadside stall late at night, sharing drinks and skewers, enjoying the breeze. Occasionally, they would indulge in a barbecue, sharing silence while discussing work, life, and old memories, merely the trivial disappointments of middle-aged men. The 30-year-old Wang Haosen bore little resemblance to his 18-year-old self. Now, he donned a well-tailored suit, a burgeoning beer belly, and a slick-back hairstyle. He retained a certain charm, reminiscent of Dao Ming Si from Meteor Garden. In truth, the youthful allure of his teenage years made him quite the catch, even in his impoverished state. However, Wang Haosen possessed a flaw. He was unflinchingly bold in his declarations of affection. He had professed his feelings to dozens, yet none had borne fruit, ultimately acquiring an unfavorable reputation. In reality, he was not multitasking in his pursuits. Rather, he operated in a single-threaded manner. However, his resilience in recovering swiftly after each rejection rendered his attempts somewhat tightly packed. Casting a wide net was acceptable, but one must avoid entangling oneself in a network where information flows freely, lest one be branded a scoundrel. During his undergraduate years, Zhou Yu had a roommate who was dashing and possessed a melodious voice, managing to date several beauties from the foreign languages department, each a goddess, yet all from the same class. Before the semester concluded, he had earned the notorious title of a renowned scoundrel, universally avoided. Subsequently, a PDF detailing his escapades circulated widely on the school forums. The young man felt unjustly maligned, insisting he merely moved swiftly and earnestly pursued love. I am not fickle. I simply refuse to miss any potential connection with my soul. Let's assume his words held truth. However, upon becoming a pariah, his romantic prospects dwindled drastically. He did not engage in another relationship until he studied abroad in a beautiful country. Wang Haosen's circumstances were slightly better, yet still comparable, as female classmates regarded him as untrustworthy. Nevertheless, his last confession, as far as Zhou Yu recalled, had culminated during their senior year. It was not that he had given up. Rather, a compassionate young woman had seen beyond the superficial layer of his carefree demeanor, perceiving the earnestness that lay within, albeit clumsily sincere. Yet, as fate would have it, they too must have parted ways. Zhou Yu recalled a night when he worked late until the early hours, and, while taking a break to smoke, he scrolled through his WeChat moments. He stumbled upon Wang Haosen's melancholic post. At 18, I declare my love for basketball and you, yet I still lost you. It was deleted almost instantaneously. Zhou Yu stared at the vacant WeChat interface, a phrase suddenly surfacing in his mind. At 18, I said I love basketball, and you. At 28, I rarely play basketball, and I have lost you. At 38, I gazed blankly at the court, reminiscing about you. Regrettably, Zhou Yu's youth was devoid of such regrets. He had always been a model student, adhering to the rules that forbade early romantic entanglements. He truly had not experienced such relationships. He followed the prescribed path, with every step meticulously aligned with the standard answers. Yet now, reflecting on it, was this not another form of regret? Does a life devoid of regrets lose its right to be cherished? Contemplating this, Zhou Yu spoke up. Wang Haosen, before you confess next time, consult with me. Consult you? What good would that do? Wang Haosen retorted, still enveloped in despondency. Can you conjure a spell to ensure a positive response? I do not cast spells, Zhou Yu replied, but I can predict. Predict what? Wang Haosen finally lifted his gaze to meet Zhou Yu's. Unfazed, Zhou Yu maintained his composure. I can foresee that this time, you will likely face rejection once more. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan, who had been quietly eavesdropping from her vantage point by the window, felt her brow furrow slightly. His spine instinctively straightened. Chapter 32, The Bustling Tavern. As soon as the morning reading concluded, our whimsical tarot girl, bearing 2 meat floss pastries, hurried to Qiushi Academy in search of Lin Wangshu. At this moment, sunlight streamed onto the second-floor corridor of Qiushi Academy. Lin Wangshu generously offered one to Jiang Yuan, though she protested with a no. Her hands eagerly accepted it, much like you might when rejecting the red envelopes from relatives during the new year. It was said that this delicacy should not linger for long. It was best consumed today, Jiang Yuan remarked. Lin Wangshu took a small bite, and immediately his eyes sparkled. My goodness, what a soul-stirring flavor. It was as if, after years of wandering, he had finally discovered a cake that felt destined for him. The rich aroma of milk intertwined with the essence of eggs, the meat floss was both crisp and fluffy, light on the palate, with a lingering aftertaste. Did you make this yourself? Lin Wangshu was taken aback. Jiang Yuan nodded, indeed. However, it seemed his family also sold these at a place called Xiaoying Tavern. Lin Wangshu silently noted the name. By the way, do you have his QQ? Lin Wangshu inquired, wishing to ask if he could place an order to buy some for his parents to try. Jiang Yuan furrowed her brow and shrugged. I'll ask someone from his class. It seems they don't have it. Just a phone number was left. Indeed, there was none. Zhou Yu had yet to join any group chats, leaving only a phone number. Precisely, Zhou Yu had intended it this way. In his own words, laughable. If my identity as a little soldier Zhang Jie is exposed, how can I strike from both online and offline fronts, taking them down one by one? He couldn't be bothered to create a secondary account. Switching accounts seemed too tedious. All right then, send me your phone number on QQ. I'll ask him later. Lin Wangshu said. After school, upon returning home from the Zhuzhou Internet Cafe, twilight had just begun to fall. Approaching the entrance, he could vaguely see the tavern bustling with patrons. As he pushed the door open, the clattering of pots and pans from the kitchen filled the air, accompanied by the unmistakable cheer in Mu Guiying's voice. Can you believe the line today stretched all the way to the street corner? The tavern was celebrating the first day of its official trial operation for the meat floss pastries. Unlike the previous day's free tastings, today they were being sold at a discounted price of 20 off. Though cheaper, it was still genuine currency. In fact, according to Zhou Yu's prior planning, starting early and tirelessly baking, producing 500 meat floss pastries in a single day was entirely feasible. What did that mean? At least 2,000 to 3,000 in revenue, with a net profit of 1,500 yuan. Even in 2006, let alone 15 years later, such daily profits were quite substantial. Currently, old Zhou's monthly salary was merely 2,000 to 3,000. Nevertheless, they heeded Zhou Yu's advice, limiting the first day to just 200 pieces for a limited release. Moreover, they only operated during 4-time slots, selling just 4 batches, meaning they would wrap up by 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The result was explosive. Even before noon, the cakes had sold out entirely. Many who missed out grumbled about arriving too late, while Mu Guiying seized the opportunity to usher them into the tavern. Come in and have a seat. You're already here. The side dishes are inexpensive, and rice is free. The cake leading the charge inadvertently boosted the tavern's primary business, attracting a surge of customers. Every table was filled. Even the private rooms were bustling. Pots were simmering, and orders plastered the walls. The first floor radiated warmth. The long-lost atmosphere of bustling activity had seemingly returned. While serving tea and water, Mu Guiying cheerfully remarked, in these times, serving food is all about reputation. Those who missed out today will surely return tomorrow. Observing the tavern in full swing, with the sounds of spatulas clanging, a cacophony of voices, and the shuffle of chairs creating a comforting symphony, Zhou Yu found solace in the chaos. He settled into a corner, pulled out a green arrow, and began to chew. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with an incoming message. The screen revealed an unregistered phone number. Yet, Zhou Yu recognized it. This was Lin Wangshu's number. In his past life, Lin Wangshu had more than one number, one from the magical city and another from Linen. Zhou Yu recognized both, especially the Linen number, which he had seen countless times in his previous contacts. The notes had changed from circle, baby, ancestor, juicer, to big brother's woman, until one Cold War led to the note being deleted entirely, leaving it forgotten. Moreover, it was a sequential number. Who could forget that? The text was brief, merely stating, hello, is this Xiaoying Tavern? May I inquire if the meat floss pastries can still be reserved? Zhou Yu stared at the words, momentarily stunned. Ah, so this is how we disguise our identities? Yet, upon reflection, this was quite normal. Who would reveal their identity just to purchase a small cake? Surely, that would be a bit excessive. Initially, Zhou Yu had not intended to accept reservations. He was well-versed in Master Bao's philosophy, limited availability, queuing, and the anxiety of missing out, with people posting about it on Weibo and Moments being the best advertisement. However, plans could change, customers were different, and so were the goals to be achieved. He paused, typed a few words, and sent them. Reservations are possible, but today and tomorrow are fully booked. There are 6 available for self-pickup on Sunday. Why Sunday? Although classes were held on Saturdays, Sunday was a day off, ensuring she could come. Most importantly, Lin Wangshu was also inviting him to dinner on Sunday evening. Wasn't this perfect? He knew she wouldn't be so free as to come to pick it up herself. Less than half a minute after sending the message, Lin Wangshu was typing in response. Yet Zhou Yu sent another message. To prevent scalpers, reservations must be confirmed in person on-site with a phone number. I'll save you a spot, and I've even thought of a reason for you. The other side paused for a few seconds before responding. All right, I'll take them all. After drawing in customers with the meat floss pastries, the tavern's evening business flourished remarkably. By the end of the night, no one even remembered to set aside a meal for Zhou Yu. He helped clear tables for a while, turning over a few before grabbing a bucket of instant noodles and heading home. As the noodles soaked, he absent-mindedly peeled back the lid, his mind drifting back to many years prior. At that time, he was still very young, and the tavern had just opened. Life was vibrant and bustling. Mu Ging was always busy, attending to guests and coordinating with the kitchen, often neglecting to eat a hot meal. Her stomach troubles had begun during that time. Zhou Yu often found himself eating one meal and going hungry for two. Despite living in a family that ran a restaurant, he would often gaze longingly into the kitchen, watching the pots bubble away. Yes, having a family restaurant ironically meant he often went hungry. The noodles were ready, steam rising. He sat down, lowered his head, and took a few bites. He then picked up the mouse and opened the forum for Linen Middle School. Sure enough, the morning's pancake stall defense had completely taken over the discussion board. The homepage was nearly overtaken, filled to the brim with related posts. Title: each more potent than the last. Quick look: the student council's forceful demolition of the egg pancake stall causes an uproar throughout the school. The defense of the egg pancake stall, a battle for breakfast dignity at the school gate. There's even a top post that reads, "One stands firm, many do not retreat." The events that unfolded this morning at the gate of Linen High School. Upon clicking in, one is met with a seasoned writing style, brimming with intricate details and accompanied by images. The narrative even accurately recreates the dialogue he had with Vice Principal Yu, as if someone had clandestinely recorded the conversation. As he delves deeper, Zhou Yu's brow furrows increasingly. The author not only presents an accurate account, but also transforms him into a hero of male protagonist caliber. It is said that he took the lead in standing up and arguing persuasively, successfully intimidating the vice principal and safeguarding the last vestiges of breakfast freedom at Linen High School. One cannot help but marvel at the talent of the UC Shock department, whose praises are sung so sweetly that one might almost begin to believe them. The story reaches a crescendo with the entrance of Lin Wangshu, described in an extravagantly exaggerated tone. Just as the atmosphere became tense and the stall owners were on the brink of being persuaded to leave, the crowd suddenly stirred. She has arrived. Indeed, the moon of Linen High School, the illustrious Lin, in person. Meanwhile, Lin Wangshu herself is currently attending evening study sessions, scrolling through this very post on her phone, nearly bursting into laughter. The richness of the comments and the hyperbolic rhetoric leave her momentarily unsure whether she has merely purchased an egg pancake or has heroically emerged to save humanity from chaos. Nevertheless, after this skirmish, Vice Principal Yu is unlikely to make any further public moves in the near future. Such a ruckus has drawn too much attention, compelling even him to retreat. As for the student council, their morale has been utterly shattered. Initially fervent in their efforts to impose order and establish regulations, they now find themselves humiliated by such a dismal first defeat, their attempts to assert themselves having backfired, rendering them the laughingstock of the entire school. Consequently, their spirits have plummeted, and they struggle to muster any enthusiasm in the immediate aftermath. After browsing the forum and finishing a bowl of instant noodles, Zhou Yu resumes his coding, for he must submit his work by next Monday, a matter that concerns his first earnings. During these recent days of leisure, Zhou Yu has dedicated his time to coding, often losing track of time in the process. The next thing he knows, he receives a QQ message from Linen's most formidable male student. Zhou Yu glances up, realizing it is already past 9 o'clock, the time for the evening study session to conclude. Since that day, almost every evening, Zhou Yu's been logging on to play games with Lin Wangshu. Typically, they start around 10 and wrap up before dawn. In between, they manage to chat a little, but their conversations are limited to the current game situation, discussing weak opponents and formidable adversaries. Lin Wangshu refrains from inquiring further, as she is not one to express much interest in others. Zhou Yu remains silent as well, for he knows far too much, so much that he could accurately point out a birthmark shaped like a small cherry located 15 centimeters below her navel. Moreover, Lin Wangshu has never divulged her gender or age, her profile picture merely a default penguin avatar. Thus, she is convinced that the player little soldier Zhang Jie likely perceives her as male, a sharp, cool character who occasionally directs the team with authority. Perhaps she muses, he even admires her. This misunderstanding is one she has no intention of clarifying. In fact, she finds it quite agreeable. She has long grown accustomed to the insincere flattery of those who approach her with ulterior motives in the real world. On the other side of the internet, little soldier Zhang Jie seems to regard her merely as a gaming buddy, nothing more. Additionally, the persona is compellingly immersive. Zhang Jie, after all, evokes the image of a child clad in a tank top, lollipop in mouth, zipping around on a bicycle. Curiously, Zhou Yu's QQ avatar is the system's default, Sanmao, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle with a silly expression. Over time, Lin Wangshu has subconsciously envisioned him as a primary school student still burdened with homework, often nagged by his parents about dinner. Thus, in an effort to maintain her image as a revered gaming bro, the illustrious Lin once again takes the initiative, extending an invitation for their gaming session. Good bro, log in. Upon reading this message, Zhou Yu chuckles. Who could have predicted that one day he would be on such friendly terms with Lin Wangshu? Who would have imagined that the unattainable Lin, the school S-Belle, would exhibit such a casual demeanor online? Quite the performer, she is. The show must go on. Zhou Yu proceeds to type a few words in response. Good bro, I'm on my way. Chapter 33, Some Misunderstandings. Sunday arrives as scheduled, at the Xiaoying restaurant in the kitchen. Late morning. The elderly couple and a Juan have already begun preparing the meat floss cakes they intend to sell today. Sales commence each day at 2 p.m., with batches released every 2 hours, continuing until 8 p.m. Old Zhou and a Juan are busy cracking eggs. Mu Ging is stirring the flour while mysteriously stating, Today, Xiao Yu asked me to set aside 6 individually packaged ones for the afternoon. Oh, Old Zhou replies. I asked him if he was saving them for himself. He said a classmate asked him to reserve them. Mu Guiying responds. Oh, Old Zhou says, did we not agree not to take reservations? Right? Mu Guiying's eyes light up. You notice too? Huh? Notice what? Old Zhou is puzzled. If we truly reserve for classmates, it certainly wouldn't be just 6. Mu Guiying winks. Tell me, why do you think that is? No, you can just say it directly without all this beating around the bush and throwing questions back at me. Old Zhou retorts, exasperated. How can you be so clueless? Mu Guiying's tone rises several notches. If it weren't for me marrying you, you'd still be single at 40. What are you trying to say? Old Zhou asks, bewildered. In fact, Old Zhou was quite the catch in his youth. He was reasonably good-looking, with a scholarly demeanor and an air of refinement. Moreover, he was the only college graduate in the village. In his early years, numerous suitors came forth to introduce women to him. However, Old Zhou's prideful nature and clumsiness when it came to matters of the heart, combined with his lofty standards, made him akin to Zhou Yu in many respects. It wasn't he until he turned 30 and encountered Mu King, who was 7 years his junior, extraordinarily beautiful and full of personality, that he finally blossomed. Sometimes, fate truly is inexplicable. At present, his son seems to have inherited his lack of awareness in romantic matters. He's just as oblivious, Mu Guiying chastises. In elementary and middle school, girls would slip love letters into his backpack. The envelopes even had little hearts on them. Yet, he simply forgot about them in his bag, without even opening them. I discovered them while washing his backpack during the summer break. What? You can't invade someone's privacy like that. Old Zhou protests, indignant. You woman, don't go too far. Mu Guiying ignores him and continues, but that was in the past. Now my son has grown up. Her tone shifts to one of satisfaction. He knows to give little cakes to the girls. The one coming this afternoon is definitely a female classmate. Huh? Old Zhou raises an eyebrow. Did he tell you that himself? No. Mu Guiying lifted Herchin, confident in her guess, which was likely accurate. Old Zhou remained silent, quietly cracking a few more eggs. It was rather exasperating. Yet he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Before long, Mu Guiying was clamoring again, insisting on going out to purchase a lovely box for packaging, complete with a gift bag. Whether it was early romance or not was a different matter entirely. At least on this issue, Mrs. Mu was determined not to falter in the slightest. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu was not indulging in a lazy morning, but had risen to get a haircut. The popular hairstyle of the era featured notably thick bangs that seemed perpetually poised to obscure one's vision. Yet, this was the trend everyone favored. He had long desired a haircut, but his days were consumed with the busyness of coding. Fortunately, he had nearly completed his work today. Most importantly, he had a dinner engagement with Lin Wangshu in the evening, his very first. Rounded up, could it not be considered a first date? He had to tidy himself up. Arriving at the barber shop, Zhou Yu sat down, uncertain of how to articulate his desired hairstyle. He resorted to gesturing in front of the mirror. Just this part and that part, trim them a bit shorter. Tony, an ambitious stylist, nodded along, scissors dancing in his hands while he couldn't resist slipping in a bit of his personal flair. Thus, by a twist of fate, he managed to craft the now popular American-style spiky look. The tousled hair was neat, the contours sharp. The youth in the mirror appeared refreshed, exuding a hint of sharpness, yet devoid of the former gloom. He looked vibrant, a pleasant change. After the haircut, Zhou Yu also took the opportunity to buy himself a short-sleeved shirt. Although it was September, the Jiangnan September still felt like the height of summer. It wasn't that he lacked short-sleeved shirts, but the English phrases and patterns on a few were frankly unbearable. One boasted the large print, "Suck my dick," while another proclaimed, "Nobody knows I'm gay." Goodness, who would purchase such things? Ridiculous. In his youth, he had paid no mind to the meanings of these words. Looking back, each was more outrageous than the last. Not only would he never wear them out, but even the thought of pulling them out was mortifying. The remaining shirts were either gaudy in pattern or had color schemes as jarring as a wild youth's makeshift battle garb. In any case, none suited Zhou Yu's aesthetic 15 years hence. His wallet was not particularly full, so he opted for a well-fitting pure white short-sleeve shirt. Glancing in the mirror, paired with his original light blue jeans, he appeared at least clean and sunny. In the afternoon, on the main thoroughfare connecting Sichuan Road, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom was ensnared in the midst of traffic, its body gleaming and windows tightly shut. It resembled an anachronistic aristocrat, stubbornly wedged in this old alley. It was particularly conspicuous. With the traffic this congested today, 10 minutes had passed without movement. Lin Wangshu, seated in the back, could no longer contain her impatience and partially rolled down the window to peer outside. The storefronts along the street were weathered, with peeling paint and cracked tiles, and a balcony displayed sheets hanging out to dry. Yet, at the end of this alley, an inexplicable magnetism seemed to draw everyone toward the corner. The driver, Uncle Wang, couldn't he help but murmur, "This place is odd. Although it's on the edge of the city center, there's usually not this much traffic." He leaned over the steering wheel to peer ahead. What is going on today? So many people? He glanced again at the queue by the roadside. I wonder what they're lining up for? No sooner had he spoken than an alluring aroma wafted through the air. It was a blend of salty and sweet, the warmth enveloping the scent of egg and meat floss, reminiscent of freshly baked pastries. Uncle Wang instinctively sniffed the air. What smells so good? Really whets the appetite. In a daze, Lin Wangshu remarked, "Uncle Wang, it'll be hard to park here later. I'll get out first. If the traffic starts moving, just drive off. I'll call you to come back for me." With that, she opened the door and stepped out. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Xiaoying restaurant, despite there being over an hour until the first batch of sales, a long queue had already formed. The air was filled with chatter, bustling with activity. The entire street was perfumed with enticing aromas. Even passers-by could not help but be lured by the scent, slowing their pace to glance curiously. Among the crowd, there were both young and old, professionals and students alike, including several dressed in uniforms from Linen High School. At the end of the line, these individuals had started to engage in casual conversation. "Hey, sister, you're here again today?" A middle-aged man in a gray t-shirt greeted with a smile, a thermos cup in hand. "ISN tea at the same for you?" The woman, wearing a sun hat, waved her handheld fan, adding, "This is the third day in a row. You've been ahead of me every day. I've memorized the back of your head. What can I do? My daughter insists on having it. If she doesn't tea, get this. She won tea, even touched dinner," the man replied with a wry smile. "Mine is worse," chimed in a young mother wearing glasses. "My son said he wouldn't do his homework if he couldn't get it. He complained that I didn't by enough last time. He didn't feel satisfied. Today as children are so picky," the sister lamented. "No wonder they're so selective," an elderly grandfather interjected, his voice soft yet commanding attention from those in front. "The taste here is simply exquisite. My wife took a bite and insisted I come to queue up the next morning. Forget the kids. My husband said he wouldn't feel settled until he had a taste," the young mother chuckled. "He even tried biking all around Linen, but couldn't find it anywhere. Not even a similar one?" The gray t-shirt man queried. "Exactly," the sister nodded. "That's why we have to obediently wait in line here." The crowd exchanged playful banter and laughter. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, a voice piped up, "Excuse me, is this the line for the meat floss cakes?" Everyone turned in surprise. The young mother with glasses gasped first, "What a beautiful girl." Lin Wangshu, stretching her fair neck, looked on with a hint of confusion, wondering how a simple pickup could warrant such a long queue. Yet, it appeared the staff inside were all busy in the kitchen. Most importantly, her attempts to reach Zhou Yu by phone were met with silence. And where was Zhou Yu at this moment? He was in the kitchen, concocting a new handcrafted lemon tea. Chapter 34. The Queue. Indeed, Zhou Yu's aspirations extended far beyond merely selling a few meat floss cakes. He envisioned a flourishing culinary empire. The next breakthrough would naturally be milk tea. In this era, the milk tea market could be described as a cacophony of competing voices. Put less charitably, it was largely sustained by nostalgic filters. Monotonous, crude, and lacking finesse, without even mentioning those chains with names more refined than their flavors. Even the simplest cup of pearl milk tea was often a source of dismay. The concoction was prepared using inexpensive milk powder, infused with 2 spoonfuls of food coloring for flavoring. The resulting cup possessed a faint milkiness with an overwhelming sweetness from the saccharin, while the pearls were either as hard as rubber balls or as soft as day-old rice cakes. Mastering the perfect doneness of the pearls would nearly elevate one to the pinnacle of the linen milk tea hierarchy, albeit a rather laughably low pinnacle. Take, for instance, the milk tea shop named Left Encounter situated at the entrance of Linen High School. The name is quite romantic, yet the milk tea lacks any semblance of serendipity. Priced at 5 yuan per cup, it is merely a blend of artificial coloring and milk powder, yet it continues to receive an overwhelming number of orders daily. The money from students is indeed easy to earn. In the kitchen, Zhou Yu was pounding the fragrant lemon while deep in thought. He was determined to guarantee a fruit tea and a handcrafted lemon tea. Additionally, he would ensure a classic milk tea, opting for the most ordinary pearl milk tea. This election would essentially cater to 90 of the clientele. Fortuitously, I had researched both of these options. As for the reason behind my research, one must thank those miraculous months spent in seclusion during my previous life, which endowed Zhou Yu with a plethora of skills one would seldom acquire otherwise. Meanwhile, outside the shop, at the end of the queue, a warm-hearted lady was fanning herself with a palm leaf while pulling Lin Wangshu into the line. "Little girl, hurry up and join the queue." Lin Wangshu instinctively began to protest, but was already swept into the line. "No need to be polite," the lady exclaimed, fanning vigorously. "Look over there, more people are arriving. If you don't hurry, you might find yourself in the 3rd round of the queue." "What does the 3rd round mean?" Lin Wangshu's brows furrowed. It appeared that to purchase the meat floss mini cake from this shop, one had to queue in batches. A middle-aged man in a gray t-shirt turned around, eagerly explaining, "They only sell 3 batches a day, with 200 pieces per batch. The first batch will be ready at 2 p.m. Each person was limited to purchasing only 2. I counted, and, unsurprisingly, there would be exactly 200 available by the time it was my turn. "Little girl, you want to make it for the first batch? You'll have to wait for the one at 4 p.m. "Is it really that popular?" Lin Wangshu asked. "But I made a reservation. Shouldn't that count for something?" She protested. "What are you talking about?" An elderly man interjected. "This little restaurant has been around for over a decade. The couple who own it are well acquainted with me. They don't accept reservations. No matter how familiar you are, it's not allowed. They simply can't handle it." Lin Wangshu was taken aback, her expression momentarily frozen in disbelief. "How is that possible? No reservations. And each person is limited to just 2? What about the 6 I reserved?" After pondering, the only reasonable explanation was that Zhou Yu had made an error. However, Lin Wangshu did not feel disheartened or anxious. After all, she was already being ushered into the queue by the enthusiastic lady. If worst came to worst, she could still insist on staying in line. After all, she was already here. "If you ask me, Ingzi should hire more help," the lady lamented, waving her fan. "The lines are so long every day, it's exhausting." "That is true," the old man chimed in, "but if you hire too many, and one of them accidentally leaks the secret recipe, what then?" Indeed, the lady suddenly found herself siding with the old man. "I heard from Ingzi that the recipe was concocted by her son." "You mean Zhou Yu?" The old man nodded. "Isn't he's still in his senior year of high school, but he is quite clever indeed. I'd believe him if he claimed he could build an airplane to fly out of Linen tomorrow." The lady laughed heartily, slapping her thigh with the fan as if she had uttered something particularly insightful. Lin Wangshu quietly listened to the banter between the old man and the lady. The astonishing cake, which struck the soul, was actually developed by Zhou Yu. Her thoughts drifted back to her childhood, to a summer evening vividly etched in her memory. She recalled it distinctly, in a nearby park, still illuminated by daylight, with the cicadas buzzing loudly and tiny blades of grass sprouting between the tiles. There he was, squatting beside a bush in a corner of the park, fiddling with a large bundle of reeds he had somehow acquired. One stuck in his mouth while he deftly fashioned an AK-47 with a few swift movements of his hands. A makeshift grenade launcher slung over his shoulder fashioned from a water bottle. "This is an assault rifle, and it can even be equipped with a grenade launcher," he explained solemnly, having even crafted a makeshift scope with grass twine. She was just a child then, marveling at how impressive he was. In retrospect, he seemed to have never been an ordinary person. "Is this your first time here, young lady?" The old man inquired again. "Indeed, you are quite charming. If you had been here before, we surely would have remembered you. Are you perhaps that girl from the television?" The lady's sentence trailed off, interrupted by Lin Wangshu's gentle smile. "No, you've mistaken me, dear lady. Ah, I must be getting old. My eyes are playing tricks on me." The lady self-deprecatingly waved her hand. "But honestly, your aura and appearance are even more captivating than that girl on TV." Lin Wangshu smiled, but did not respond. The elderly man and lady continued their light-hearted banter, while others around them chimed in, discussing children, the weather, and strategies for queuing for the meat floss mini cakes. She occasionally nodded, contributing a few words here and there, maintaining a warm demeanor and polite expression. Time flew by. At precisely 2 p.m., a voice rang out. All right, everyone. The first batch is about to start. 2 per person, no rush, take your time. Mu Guiying's voice resonated with clarity, echoing through the streets. The fanning ceased, and the crowd began to move. The line flowed like a river awakening from slumber, gently advancing forward. At the end of the line, today, Mu Guiying remained as enthusiastic and vivacious as ever. However, unlike previous days, she was now glancing up occasionally, scanning the street corners and the throng of people. She was waiting, searching for the girl whom her son had specifically instructed her to reserve the meat floss mini cakes for. Yet one by one, until the last piece of the first batch was sold, Mu Guiying did not spot the girl she was looking for, leaving her with a tinge of disappointment. She turned to tidy up and prepare for the next round. Just then, excuse me, I made a reservation for 6 meat floss mini cakes. May I confirm it with you? The voice was like a mojito sweeping across her heart, refreshing yet sweet. It was utterly melodious. Turning towards the sound, Mu Guiying found herself momentarily stunned, as if she had been struck by a spell. How could there be such a stunning girl in the world? Her eyes sparkled with clarity, exuding both coolness and gentleness, standing out amongst the crowd like a gardenia blooming after the rain, radiantly white and luminous, illuminating the space without the need for words. Before her mind could fully register that this was the girl who had reserved the 6 cakes, her heart was already overwhelmed by admiration. Chapter 35, A Brief Advertisement. Seeing Mu Guiying simply stare at her, neither nodding nor speaking, her face a canvas of astonishment but devoid of confirmation, Lin Wangshu suddenly felt an unsettling premonition. Could it be that she had truly made a mistake? She hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, was my reservation not successful? Yes. Mu Guiying snapped back to reality. Zhou Yu is currently making lemon tea in the kitchen. I'll have him bring it to you. With that, Mu Guiying dashed into the kitchen. Before long, Zhou Yu held a light blue, gold-embossed paper bag in one hand and a cup of freshly brewed lemon tea in the other, with mint leaves gently swaying atop the tea's surface. The sunlight caught the edges of his white t-shirt, casting an aura of cleanliness around him. Lin Wangshu, is that really you? Zhou Yu exclaimed, approaching with a smile, feigning surprise. Today, Lin Wangshu was not in her school uniform. She wore a milk-white, miao short-sleeve top. Her long black hair cascaded naturally, falling past her shoulders to her chest. It seemed she had traded a hint of aloofness for a touch of sweetness and charm. She paired her top with a denim skirt, also from Miao, which showcased her long, slender legs. Damn, those legs are longer than my life. Though her top was neither fitted nor snug, but rather slightly loose, she sported a Chanel box bag, slung casually over her shoulder, adorned with a strawberry bear. The metallic chain draped down from her shoulder, precisely dividing the hem of her shirt and accentuating her figure. A simple t-shirt transformed into a masterpiece due to the presence of that bag chain, outlining her silhouette distinctly. Her left hand occasionally rested on the chain, and on her wrist, she wore a discreetly elegant bracelet from T, a piece so refined it could very well equate to a down payment on a house. Despite their profound familiarity, Zhou Yu still found himself captivated. In her past life, Lin Wangshu rarely donned such styles, as she had already become a spokesperson for several high-end luxury brands back then. Now, the great star Lin still retained an air of youthful innocence. Here, this is for you, Zhou Yu offered, extending the paper bag containing 6 freshly baked meat floss pastries. And this, he added, handing over the cup of lemon tea, is a gift for you. I just developed it. With the weather still hovering around 30 degrees, summer calls for lemon tea. Lin Wangshu gazed at the transformed Zhou Yu, genuinely surprised, almost failing to recognize him. There was an indescribable quality about him that set him apart from other boys her age. She accepted the cup, glancing down at the ice cubes gently clinking against each other, with lemon pulp floating on the surface. After waiting in line for so long, she was indeed feeling both hot and thirsty. She then raised her hand to offer a few coins. Lin Wangshu looked up at him, her tone laced with disbelief. You can actually make lemon tea? Zhou Yu nodded, smiling as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I dabble in a bit of everything. He chuckled. And this is your favorite lemon tea, with sugar just the way you like it, 3 parts sugar, to be precise. This is the first cup I've made, and you're the first to taste it. Your feedback is crucial to me. Lin Wangshu chuckled softly. By the way, while I was waiting in line, I heard others mention that you don't accept reservations. Theoretically, that's true, Zhou Yu replied slowly, but since it's my classmates, I usually make exceptions for small orders. So, can I still place an order with you next time? She inquired. Of course. Next time, I'll have new milk tea for you to try, he assured her. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Wangshu announced she needed to head back. However, just as she turned, Zhou Yu called out to her. Aren't we having dinner together tonight? With Si Bangzi too. The restaurant is nearby. It's already past 3. He paused, his gaze earnest. How about you wait for me? We could go together. Lin Wangshu considered the time. Given the traffic congestion outside, if she left now, she would barely settle in at home before needing to rush back out. All that time spent traveling would be wasted. Zhou Yu's suggestion seemed quite reasonable. I'll put these things in the car first, she nodded, picking up her lemon tea and meat floss pastries, heading toward the intersection. Watching her slender form gracefully stride away, Zhou Yu thought, even the way she walks is so beautiful. Just as he intended to return to the kitchen to continue perfecting his lemon tea, he was suddenly called out. Zhou Yu, didn't Yu say you don't take reservations? The speaker was the older sister who had queued with Lin Wangshu earlier, fanning herself with a hand fan, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. The group that had been brushed aside by the man in the gray t-shirt nearby perked up, eager to eavesdrop. Yes, how come you reserved for that young lady? An elder chimed in. I watched you grow up. Zhou Yu was about to explain when the older sister interjected, waving her fan triumphantly. Old Wang. You don't understand. That girl and Zhou Yu clearly share a special bond. Isn't that right, Zhou Yu? Zhou Yu hesitated. If you say it's ordinary. It is, but if you say it's extraordinary, it does feel somewhat unique. Taken aback by the question, he could only smile and gloss over it. What? Old man, is it your girlfriend? The elder exclaimed, slapping his thigh in disbelief. Not quite. Zhou Yu scratched his head. Meanwhile, in the adjacent kitchen, Muging, though unseen, had been eavesdropping, practically pressing her ear against the door. Not quite. She silently repeated the word in her mind. Not quite. Isn't that just a matter of time? When Lin Wangshu returned to the car, the meat floss pastries, sealed with Muging's exquisite packaging, lacked a pronounced aroma. However, that cup of lemon tea was undeniably bold, flooding the back seat with the combined fragrance of lemon and black tea, instantly claiming the entire car's interior, reminiscent of a stroll along the banks of the Nile after rain. Lin Wangshu took her first sip. It was sweet, refreshingly so, not overly assertive. The second sip revealed a unique flavor. It was lemon, but not solely lemon. By the third sip, an exquisite sensation surged from her throat to her heart, striking her soul once again. Lin Wangshu set down her cup, exhaling softly. How is he so talented? Of course, she was keenly aware of the importance of feedback. As she savored the lemon tea, she retrieved her phone and began typing in the message box, pouring out her thoughts. But once she finished, Lin Wangshu belatedly realized that the 200 words were primarily compliments. Did I even provide any constructive feedback? She mused, chuckling softly to herself. Regrettably, at that moment, no one was there to witness it. Leaning back against the seat, sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating her fingertips and keyboard, casting a soft golden glow over her hair. It was a radiant and enchanting sight. Had someone seen her, they might have felt the same soul-stirring sensation that she experienced with those 3 sips of lemon tea. Nevertheless, Lin Wangshu had no intention of deleting her 200-word effusion of praise. Flattery begets flattery, and she was unperturbed by any potential arrogance it might provoke. In conclusion, she added 2 more words. Thank you. Send. Subsequently, Lin Wangshu opened her QQ space and shared a moment, accompanied by a freshly taken photograph of lemon tea and a meat floss cake, bathed in the slanted rays of the setting sun. The lemon tea and meat floss cake rested quietly atop the back seat armrest. The hues were refreshing, and the composition unexpectedly pleasing to the eye. The caption read, Today, I discovered a delightful cafe. The cake was delectable, and the lemon tea was equally delightful. Chapter 36, The First Date. In the kitchen of the restaurant, Zhou Yu leaned casually against the countertop, one hand clutching a flour-dusted cloth while the other idly scrolled through his phone. He had just finished reading the glowing praise Lin Wangshu had sent him via text. Upon opening QQ space, he was greeted with her latest update. In the span of merely a minute, her post had already garnered numerous likes. Although Lin Wangshu had declined friend requests on QQ, her space remained public, attracting a fair share of curious visitors daily. In a sense, the influence of this campus celebrity was undeniably substantial. In the blink of an eye, the comments began pouring in, with several eager individuals chiming in. Which cafe is this? Please recommend. I must try it tomorrow. And this photo exudes such an inviting atmosphere. Quite a few were evidently intrigued. It was, after all, a splendid piece of free advertising. In a previous life, one would scarcely have considered a promotional post on Lin Wangshu's Weibo without an astronomical budget of several million yuan. Thank you, Lin, the illustrious star. Zhou Yu chuckled softly, his finger hovering over the comment button before he exited QQ, returning to his lemon tea preparations. In total, he had crafted 4 cups, each brewed with a different type of black tea. Upon tasting, he decided to present the most flavorful cup to Lin Wangshu first. Nearby, Mu Guiying was cracking eggs while casting a contemplative glance at Zhou Yu, as if she were on the verge of speaking. What about that female classmate of yours? Which one? The one who just came to collect the meat floss cake. Oh, you mean Lin Wangshu. She's indeed quite lovely. I was merely inquiring. You two seem to have a good rapport. Yes, quite well. Oh, half an hour later, Zhou Yu had tidied up the materials and utensils used for his lemon tea experiments, just as Lin Wangshu returned after dropping off her belongings. Together, they set off to the shopping mall, where they were to dine that evening. The mall, recently opened in Linen City, boasted an enviable location, prestigious brand offerings, and exquisite decor, rendering it one of the finest in the city. It was a mere few streets away from Zhou Yu's small restaurant. Not far at all. However, due to ongoing subway construction, the roads were perilously congested, with navigation maps displaying a solid line of red. This was the primary reason for the traffic jam on the main thoroughfare near the restaurant. Nevertheless, on foot, they could reach the destination in about 20 minutes. A pleasant way to stimulate their appetites. The restaurant, chosen by Si Bangzi, was a newly opened establishment specializing in creative fusion cuisine that seamlessly blended Eastern and Western culinary traditions, boasting a high level of popularity. Even the most frugal diners would find the average cost per person starting at several hundred yuan, with no upper limit for those willing to indulge. Moreover, the restaurant only accepted reservations with a prepaid deposit. In this day and age, such prices were exorbitant for students and even for ordinary working-class families. It was a considerable expense. This rotund fellow certainly had a knack for selecting venues. Fortunately, Miss Lin was abundantly endowed with both beauty and wealth. However, it must be noted that Si Bangzi was not the type to exploit the situation for profit. Coming from a well-off family himself, coupled with his generous nature as a foodie, he would gladly treat friends even at the expense of his own pocket. Before setting off, Zhou Yu casually called Si Bangzi. Considering that he lived nearby and could easily walk with them, Zhou Yu had never been one to favor his elder brother over the younger. He had no intention of ditching Si Bangzi. While tonight marked what could be considered his first date, it was merely a dinner, not an extraordinary event. Yet who could have anticipated that this rotund fellow had indulged excessively in seafood the previous Saturday, resulting in a bout of gastroenteritis. As soon as the call connected, a series of pained sounds erupted. He was unable to leave home, chained to the toilet. Such occurrences were not surprising for Si Bangzi. Women have their monthly visits from Aunt Flo, while Si Bangzi had his own recurring issues. Zhou Yu sighed, reflecting to himself, truly, my understanding and considerate good brother. Even his gastroenteritis arrives punctually. Yet, he expressed his concern aloud, tinged with regret. It seems Si Bangzi has gastroenteritis. He probably won't be able to make it today. Upon hearing this, Lin Wangshu hesitated and queried, "Is he all right? Should we change our plans?" "No worries. He told us to go ahead and eat." Zhou Yu waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he interrupted her. When they arrived at the mall, it was still shy of 4 o'clock. Their dinner reservation was for 7. Leaving them ample time, Zhou Yu proposed, "Why don't we catch a movie first?" Indeed, from the moment Lin Wangshu came to collect the meat floss cake, every step was meticulously planned by Zhou Yu. Everything had been calculated, with only one variable, Si Bangzi's absence. But could this not be a fortuitous turn of events? Lin Wangshu pondered and found there were no better alternatives, thus agreeing to the suggestion. They began selecting a movie. It is worth noting that this mall boasted 2 cinemas. One was a large chain cinema showcasing current blockbuster films, such as the summer hits Transformers, Pirates of the Caribbean, At World's End, and Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. The other was a more intimate private cinema that screened films that had previously aired, many of which were horror films unable to be shown in China, often circulated on DVDs, such as Dead Silence, Silent Hill, Ju-On, and The Ring. For Zhou Yu, the mainstream blockbusters had long been viewed on his computer during college. As for those horror films, they were indeed classics that had endured for many years. Subsequently, when he and Lin Wangshu were together, they would occasionally cozy up to watch classic horror films. However, they had never managed to finish one. The film Dead Silence had been attempted 3 times without success, not due to its terrifying nature, but rather because, as experienced individuals would understand, couples often seek not the plot in horror films, but rather the opportunity to draw closer under the cover of dim lighting and racing heartbeats. Hence, many couples prefer to rendezvous in these private cinemas to watch horror films. The ambience of such private cinemas, to be frank, bordered on the suggestive. The lighting was dim, the soundproofing mediocre, and the tatami mats were just spacious enough for 2 people to lie down comfortably. The duration of the film, spanning 2 hours, is entirely subject to fate. Such is the nature of this age, and it shall remain so for generations to come. Zhou Yu has always harbored a sense of unease about venues like these. The hygiene pales in comparison to that of hotels, and the air is perpetually suffused with an indefinable scent. Zhou Yu even entertains the illusion that, through the door, he can catch a whiff of the aroma of heather blossoms. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the 18-year-old Lin Wangshu may yet be oblivious to the reality that these private cinemas are not merely about the films themselves. For her, the choice of film is paramount. The cinema itself is but a secondary consideration. Thus, as she stands at the threshold of the cinema, she finds herself ensnared in indecision over her selection. The promotional pages flip by, her gaze occasionally fixed and at other times discerning, mired in profound ambivalence. Passers-by, too, cannot help but cast furtive glances in her direction, for Lin Wangshu's striking visage and captivating aura are undeniably remarkable. Yet, she remains composed and unperturbed. A stark contrast to the average young girl. Lin Wangshu possesses genuine audacity, an authentic intrigue for horror films. But to expect her to scream and dive into your embrace in fright, that is improbable. Conversely, the likelihood of her feeling overwhelmed by the intimate atmosphere of this private cinema and hastily taking her leave is considerably higher. At that moment, Zhou Yu decisively pointed toward a distant poster, making a decision for the two of them. How about we watch this one? Chapter 37, Popcorn in the Cinema. A Secret That Cannot Be Spoken? Lin Wangshu instinctively read aloud the title of the film emblazoned on the poster. It appeared to be a romance? I've heard it's quite good, Zhou Yu remarked. In truth, neither Zhou Yu nor Lin Wangshu has a penchant for romantic art films, as they often seem excessively detached from reality, particularly with that pretentious artistic flair that leaves one feeling uneasy. However, this film is not merely a romantic art piece. It leans more toward suspense with musical elements. At that time, Jay Cho was still engrossed in his directorial endeavors, and this film marked the pinnacle of his career. Thereafter, he ceased to direct independently. Let us go with this one, Lin Wangshu finally declared. Conveniently, she had already seen all the other blockbusters during the summer vacation, leaving this film as the only one unwatched. Even more fortuitously, there was a showing starting in 10 minutes. The two swiftly purchased their tickets, and as a bonus for the cinema's grand opening, they received a large bucket of popcorn. Zhou Yu, gleefully cradling the bucket, followed Lin Wangshu into the screening room. The auditorium was less than half full, yet the majority of the attendees were couples, intimately holding hands and occupying the dimmest corners of the theater. The darker and more secluded the spot, the more coveted it became. Thus, even though Zhou Yu and Lin Wangshu bought their tickets just 10 minutes before the screening, they managed to secure seats right in the middle, an ideal location that afforded excellent visibility and was quite conspicuous. Especially Lin Wangshu, who, as always, stood out significantly. Among the ebb and flow of people entering the hall, several could not help but fix their gaze upon her, their eyes glued, as if enchanted, unable to divert their attention. It was only when their girlfriends pinched them sharply that they snapped back to reality, hastily averting their gaze. Nevertheless, those eyes remained restless, subtly roving to scrutinize the young man seated beside her. Some, with a modicum of restraint, after casting a fleeting glance at Lin Wangshu, seamlessly redirected their focus to her remarkably attractive companion. Who could this be? How enviable indeed. Thus, in a matter of mere seconds, Zhou Yu unexpectedly became the focal point of attention within the entire auditorium. What was Zhou Yu doing, you wonder? Oblivious to the scrutiny, he was engrossed in his study of the popcorn. As more patrons settled into their seats, the film had yet to commence, and the lights remained illuminated. Yet, a couple had already begun to kiss, establishing an atmosphere that was at once ambiguous and laden with palpable tension. It was only then that Lin Wangshu belatedly realized this was perhaps her first time watching a film with a boy. In the past, her movie outings had been with family or female friends. She had entered without much thought, exuding confidence and openness, merely intending to watch a film. Yet who could have anticipated that the ambience within this screening room would be so laden with intimacy? After all, the only film currently screening bore the label of romance, drawing in couples like moths to a flame. Even the ever-composed Lin, who typically navigates any situation with ease, found herself experiencing an unfamiliar discomfort. Unconsciously, she straightened her posture, her eyes unsure of where to rest. Suddenly, she felt a gentle nudge on her arm. Before her was that overflowing bucket of popcorn, though it appeared to have been selectively chosen, half of it white and the other half with a caramel hue. Zhou Yu turned the caramel side toward her, offering it with a casual demeanor and clear eyes. Here, you eat this, the caramel ones are tastier. Lin Wangshu paused in surprise. The slight discomfort evoked by the environment dissipated in that moment, akin to sunlight gliding over the surface of water, gently fading away. Thank you, she replied. taking a piece and placing it in her mouth. It was crispy and sweet, the flavor spreading throughout her mouth, sinking deeper, reaching her very heart. Today's popcorn is exceptionally sweet. Fortunately, at this moment, the film officially began, drawing Lin Wangshu's attention back to the screen. Her gaze quickly flickered to the grand screen. Zhou Yu, having watched this film in a previous life with Lin Wangshu, knew the plot well. It was a simple narrative, revolving around a male protagonist who, while playing a piano piece, traverses time to meet the female lead and falls in love with her. However, the suspense and pacing were masterfully executed, and the revelation of the mystery was surprisingly delightful. Watching it again, Zhou Yu felt a diminished interest. He glanced at the screen before discreetly turning his head to steal a few glances at Lin Wangshu, who was entirely absorbed in the film. The flickering light from the screen danced across her face, casting shifting shadows. She gazed intently ahead, her eyelashes occasionally fluttering down, creating a gentle shadow that caressed her cheeks. In that light, she appeared profoundly tranquil, resembling a still frame captured from a cinematic masterpiece, a beauty so enchanting that one dared not disturb it. This moment felt strikingly real. It was not a dream. Zhou Yu reminisced about every date he had shared with Lin Wangshu in his previous life. When with her, it is fundamentally challenging to walk openly beneath the sun. To speak of walking in daylight is a stretch, even when masked in the shadows of the night. It is nearly impossible. Most of their encounters and dates occur within the confines of her home, a hotel, or other decidedly private venues. The car windows are tightly sealed, curtains drawn, hats pulled low, evading all potential gazes. Their time together is largely consumed by gaming or exploring maps. The mundane routines of an ordinary couple have become a luxury. Like now, sitting openly in a cinema, sharing a bucket of popcorn, is something they dared not even dream of in their previous lives. Reflecting on it, during that long stretch of time, they had truly entered a cinema together only once. And that was during a midnight screening. The audience was sparse, the atmosphere hushed. Yet, even then, they refrained from walking side by side. Instead, they chose two adjacent seats, each purchasing a ticket, entering one after the other, akin to strangers fortuitously seated together. On that day, Zhou Yu, much like now, cradled a bucket of popcorn. However, pretending not to know each other, their communication was nearly non-existent. Only during the film did Lin Wangshu, in the darkness, subtly reach into his embrace for a few kernels of popcorn. Upon returning, she quietly lamented, "I barely had 5 pieces, all bland and white, none with caramel. So unpalatable." Cinema popcorn is often like that, predominantly plain, lacking flavor, while caramel-coated ones, being rare, are exceptionally delightful. Yet, she certainly wasn't genuinely fretting over those few pieces of popcorn. Zhou Yu understood. Hence, he chuckled, "Next time, I'll pick out the best ones for you to enjoy." Regrettably, there never was a next time. Despite their utmost caution, that instance was still captured on film. Fortunately, the photographer only caught Lin Wangshu, oblivious to Zhou Yu beside her. However, from that moment on, whenever he passed by a cinema, a vague sense of unnameable regret would wash over him. Thus, as soon as he settled into his seat, the first thing he did was quietly set aside the caramel popcorn, fulfilling that once-uttered promise. This time, however, she was right beside him. The lights were bright, the audience present. They were no longer a secret to be concealed. Rebirth, it seems, is quite wonderful, Zhou Yu mused. Chapter 38, An Unspoken Secret. The film was not particularly lengthy, lasting a total of 100 minutes. As the closing credits began to roll, Lin Wangshu felt a sense of unsated desire. One reason was the plot's unexpected twists, which shattered her preconceived notions of romance films. The other was the popcorn from this cinema, surprisingly delectable, with each piece sweet and crisp, leading her to unconsciously indulge in several more. As the movie concluded and the lights in the hall brightened, Lin Wangshu stood and noticed that the bucket of popcorn between them still contained a fair amount. She glanced down for a few seconds, observing that nearly all that remained were the unflavored kernels, clearly indicating that someone had meticulously picked through it. She said nothing, merely picked up her bag and followed Zhou Yu out of the screening room. It was nearly mealtime. The two then proceeded to a restaurant. Strictly speaking, this establishment was not situated within the mall, but rather in a standalone building connected to it. The lighting design and decor were tastefully executed, blending industrial elements with a sense of quiet restraint. In this era, its aesthetic could be deemed avant-garde, and of course the prices were equally forward-thinking. They had reserved a scenic table by the window, where Zhou Yu could merely tilt his head to behold the towering skyline of the city center. As evening descended, the lights began to illuminate, casting reflections on the glass facades. Among those high-rises, in 10 years, nearly every building would display a colossal poster of the same individual, either as an ambassador or in brand campaigns, her visage lighting up the city's nights. At this moment, the woman revered by millions sat serenely before him, engrossed in the menu. The light danced upon her lashes, rendering her aura cool and ethereal, so close that it felt as if he could reach out and touch her. Why don't you take a look at the menu? You can order whatever you like. I'm open to anything, Lin Wangshu suggested. Anything? Zhou Yu chuckled, feeling a sense of disbelief. If anyone could truly order anything, it would be her, the discerning starlet. He smiled, unrestrained, and began to order with ease and fluidity. Finally, he added, and let us have the black truffle baked lily bulb. Oh, and please omit the scallions from every dish. Lin Wangshu's expression remained neutral, but her heart stirred with a torrent of emotions. Every dish he ordered was her favorite. Even the black truffle baked lily bulb, a rather niche choice, was accurately selected. This was not mere coincidence or a result of shared tastes. Lin Wangshu scrutinized him discreetly, unable to suppress a peculiar thought. Is this man somewhat uncanny? Is this a pure coincidence, a perfect alignment? Or, as Jiang Yuan teased, is he truly a child of the stars with the ability to read minds? Regardless of the truth, the impact on Lin Wangshu was significant. She nodded slightly, refraining from further commentary, only pressing her lips together to quell the subtle emotions rising within her. Subsequently, the two dined while casually discussing the film's narrative. What did you think of the movie? Zhou Yu inquired. Quite good. Rather creative, she replied with a nod. Indeed, especially that final segment, Zhou Yu remarked. Zhou Dong sitting amidst flames while playing secret, as time rewinds to reunite him with Gue Luanmei. Lin Wangshu smiled gently. After a moment of silence, she suddenly posed a question. Do you believe people can truly traverse time and space? Zhou Yu was taken aback, for in their previous life, after watching that same film, she had posed the identical question in exactly the same tone, word for word. In that instant, Zhou Yu found it difficult to discern whether it was a memory from the past or the present. However, he quickly regained his composure. In his former life, his response had been no, that is unscientific. Yet, having experienced rebirth, Zhou Yu lowered his gaze slightly and replied, of course it is possible. Is there a past you wish to return to? She asked. No, so you acepti the saisibri. Although it had reopened once, Zhou Yu chose to live in the moment. The past and the future could not rival the present, which was the best. What about you? Zhou Yu inquired. I do have something, came the reply. What would you like to return to? Well, perhaps 8 years ago. But that was when you were still in elementary school. How dull. That's a secret. A secret? A secret that cannot be disclosed. Their conversation drifted back to the pieces played by Jay Cho in the movie. Those songs are quite melodious. I believe he composed them himself? Zhou Yu remarked. Lin Wangshu shook her head. No, they are adaptations of Chopin's waltzes. The structure and melody are distinctly recognizable. Is that so? I'm not very knowledgeable about music. Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. If you listen to the original versions, you would understand. Those waltzes are famous and have minimal modifications. Lin Wangshu replied nonchalantly. How do you know so much? Zhou Yu asked with a smile, feigning ignorance. I studied piano for many years as a child. Impressive, but I haven't seen you play at this year's New Year's Gala or the graduation ceremony. Lin Wangshu paused slightly, her hand gripping the chopsticks, faltering. She lowered her gaze to the vegetables in her bowl and said in a subdued tone, what is the point of playing the piano? I stopped long ago. That is quite a pity, Zhou Yu remarked. What is there to be sorry about? I actually wish you would continue playing. Why? That doesn't need to be a reason. It's simply because you enjoy it. They chatted back and forth, their conversation lacking a clear theme, yet engrossing nonetheless. Neither of them noticed the arrival of the guest at the empty table next to them. Oh, Teacher Sue, let me tell you, this restaurant is notoriously difficult to book. Thankfully, the owner is a friend of mine, and he arranged this table for me at the last minute. A loud, oblivious male voice suddenly erupted in the quiet restaurant, drawing the attention of nearby diners. Zhou Yu and Lin Wangshu's dialogue was abruptly interrupted as they exchanged glances, almost instinctively turning towards the source of the noise. A man and a woman entered. The man, of short stature, donned a tailored suit, his hair neatly combed. With a smile plastered on his face, he occasionally adjusted his slightly tight suit jacket, subtly showcasing a gleaming Rolex Daytona on his wrist. Zhou Yu cast a fleeting glance, then nonchalantly averted his gaze. Fake. Very fake and of poor quality, he thought, recalling his past life when he had owned a genuine Daytona. Something Lin Wangshu would undoubtedly not recognize. The young lady opposite him was none other than his homeroom teacher, Su Yuin. Zhou Yu was taken aback and quickly lowered his head. Fortunately, Su Yuin was facing away, unaware of his presence. Chapter 39. An accidental encounter with the teacher on a blind date. It wasn't that he felt embarrassed to greet her. Rather, the environment and atmosphere made him hesitant. Sitting opposite him was the renowned school beauty of Linen High School, and he feared being labeled as having an early romance which could lead to consequences. Of course, this concern was solely Zhou Yu's. In reality, who would think he could possibly be involved with the school's belle? The teacher would hardly entertain such thoughts. Although Lin in high school was generally open-minded and tolerant, prioritizing academic performance allowed for some leniency. However, Zhou Yu had just tumbled down from the pinnacle during the recent class placement exam. His grades might not even secure him a graduation pass. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, he silently lowered his head, entering a mode of discreet invisibility. The man flaunting his fake Daytona continued to speak loudly. Hello. Teacher Su. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Chong. We are the same family. Your situation has been conveyed to me by the introducer. So it's a blind date, Zhou Yu mused. You should be aware of my background. I graduated with my bachelor's from RMIT and completed my master's in Bangkok. RMIT sounds impressive, though in truth, the addition of it replaced it hundreds of ranks below MIT. Moreover, who would actually go to Thailand for a master's degree? While Bangkok had developed reasonably well in later years, it only reached the level of a second-tier city in China at best. Furthermore, it was still 2007. And although he was currently unemployed, he anticipated a future in IPOs with an estimated annual salary. He gestured a number with his hand, implying that while he was currently jobless, his future was indeed bright. Truly a talent. In an instant, the casual glances that had merely been furtive became bold stares. Everyone straightened up, ears perked. Who could resist the allure of gossip? No one. Even the aloof girl at the table unconsciously lowered her head, glancing towards the adjacent table. Zhou Yu realized she had also entered a state of eager anticipation. Oh, is that so? Su Yuin smiled, her expression betraying a hint of awkwardness. Today, she had deviated from her usual demeanor, abandoning the assertive, somewhat unfitting persona for a more charming, suitable appearance. She wore a floral dress complemented by a white knitted shawl, elegantly fitted to accentuate her figure while cleverly concealing her not-so-long legs. Her strengths were highlighted while her shortcomings were artfully concealed. Most importantly, the fierce aura she typically exuded was nowhere to be found, replaced instead by a gentle and soft-spoken demeanor. Today, Su Yuin was no longer the formidable teacher radiating an intimidating presence, but rather a charming and graceful lady. This little teacher, Su, possesses two distinct personas. Zhou Yu pondered. However, most of the time, it was the suitor doing the talking, while Su Yuin was left to play the supportive role, occasionally smiling when she felt disinterested. Regardless, she seemed to be more of a reluctant participant in this blind date. As Zhou Yu and Lin Wangshu engaged in their own conversation, they still kept an ear tuned to the elite suitor's grandiloquent talk. In truth, Lin Wangshu was not acquainted with Su Yuin. She had spent her time at Xiushi Academy, far removed from the ordinary teaching buildings. And most of the teachers in her grade were unfamiliar faces to her. Listening intently, the elite suitor made several amusing remarks. For instance, Teacher Su, I've heard from Aunt Wang that you are quite strong-willed and self-reliant. Those who are strong-willed often carry a heavy burden. Well, now you don't have to bear it alone, because your strength has arrived. That car of yours must be worth around 400,000, right? A girl doesn't need to drive such an extravagant vehicle. When we marry, I'll drive you to work every day. Each time he said this, Zhou Yu and Lin Wangshu would exchange knowing glances, their shared amusement at the unfolding drama solidifying their camaraderie. After a while, as the meal was nearing its end, Lin Wangshu rose to head to the restroom, leaving Zhou Yu at the table to await her return. Meanwhile, at the adjacent table, the elite suitor appeared increasingly self-important, utterly oblivious to the disinterest and impatience etched on Su Yuin's face. Su, my dear, once we marry, let's have 2 children, he declared. I've even thought of names for them. What do you think? As he spoke, he audaciously leaned forward and grasped Su Yuin's hand. Her eyes widened in shock as she struggled to free herself, but to no avail. With an icy tone, she replied, No, Mr. Su, please let go, if you would. However, the man merely chuckled, refusing to release her, and instead, he began to overstep further. Zhou Yu's brow furrowed. He had no intention of meddling, preferring to remain an observer. Yet, the scene before him, combined with memories of Su's unfortunate marital fate in a past life, compelled him to intervene. He stood, took the remaining orange juice from his glass, and strode towards the neighboring table. Just as he was about to approach, his foot slipped. The orange liquid arced gracefully, landing squarely on the man's sleeve and collar. My sincerest apologies, Zhou Yu exclaimed, feigning surprise. I slipped. His tone was earnest, his expression innocent, while the cup in his hand dripped the last remnants of juice. The elite suitor's face darkened instantly as he looked down to find his sleeves soaked and juice stains marring his white shirt collar. Even his ostentatious Daytona watch was not spared. Meanwhile, Su Yuin discreetly withdrew her hand and quietly stood up, distancing herself from the faux gentleman. That was sufficient. The suitor sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhou Yu, ready to unleash his wrath. You little brat. Zhou Yu flashed a grin, his tone both sincere and infuriating. Zhou Yu? Su Yuin finally took notice. Little Su, what brings you here? Zhou Yu pretended to be surprised. I'm just having a meal with friends, he replied with a smile. The elite suitor shook off the orange juice and scrutinized Zhou Yu from head to toe. Not a single item on him bore brand. Take, for instance, the shoes that men typically regard with importance. In this era, students with a modicum of means would purchase Air Jordans, while in the future, Louis Vuitton trainers might become the trend. Yet here stood this lad, seemingly clad in a pair of warrior shoes. The man scoffed inwardly, thinking to himself, what a poor boy. He looks utterly inexperienced. Not someone who could afford to order from this restaurant. He likely tagged along with a slightly affluent classmate for a free meal. Thus, he raised his voice, half boasting and half challenging. Do you have any idea how much my watch and outfit cost? He deliberately lifted his wrist, showcasing the juice-stained Daytona, its surface glistening under the lights. Zhou Yu cast a calm glance at the watch before eyeing the man's juice-stained suit. A faint smile curved his lips. Is 200 enough for your ensemble? He replied evenly. 200. The suitor felt his blood pressure soar. Huh. He laughed, about to regain control of the situation. That watch alone is worth 20. Yet before he could finish, Zhou Yu cheerily interrupted. Uncle, why not give me a receipt, and I'll reimburse you? The suitor was taken aback. Did you just call me what? Uncle, I'm hardly more than 7 years your senior. The boy's earnest smile and polite tone were infuriatingly provoking. The most troubling part was the request for a receipt. How could he possibly produce one? The watch was a counterfeit he had purchased from a popular online store for less than 300. He had no receipt, nor even a proper box. As he pondered how to divert the conversation, Su Yuin interjected, let me compensate you. How much for your outfit and watch? I'll cover it. Zhou Yu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting little Su to come to his rescue. However, he was well aware that the suitor's attire, combined with the fake watch, was scarcely worth anything. Yet the man was too proud to admit it. Zhou Yu seized the moment to add with a smile, regardless, Uncle, just remember to present a receipt. Their exchange flowed harmoniously, an unspoken understanding between them. The elite suitor's complexion shifted between shades of red and white, his mouth twitching as he grappled with the situation. If he were to demand compensation, he couldn't very well quote the actual price. Maintaining the facade seemed better than appearing petty, so he waved his hand dismissively, forcing a smile. Forget it, forget it. I'm not one to quarrel with a young pup. No worries, Mr. Su, I'll compensate you. Su Yuin maintained her polite demeanor, her expression neutral, as if addressing a matter of business. The suitor was momentarily at a loss, resorting to a dry chuckle. Su, let us not be so formal with each other. We're all family here, after all. He even winked playfully. Su Yuin rolled her eyes, arms crossed, leaning back in her seat, observing him with a quiet disdain. She felt an urge to chastise him, but held her tongue. The usual fierce demeanor of little Su had returned. Seeing his strategy falter, the suitor redirected his ire toward the waitress. But this incident occurred in your establishment. I'm an old friend of your boss. He emphasized the words boss and friend, practically shouting for the entire restaurant to hear. You must understand, if this news spreads, it would reflect poorly on you. Surely, you must provide some form of resolution. Clearly, he sought to extort a discount from the restaurant. Unfortunately, the manager was absent that day, and the waitress standing before him was a newly appointed intern, whose face flushed with embarrassment at the thought of being dismissed on her first day. You see, the suitor continued, but fell silent, his eyes widening. Following his gaze, it became clear that Lin Wangshu had returned from the restroom. The restaurant's lighting was carefully designed, with recessed and spotlight fixtures scattered throughout. She walked slowly, as if the lights themselves were drawn to her, casting a gentle glow upon her, ethereal and otherworldly. Zhou Yu, what brings you to this table? Lin Wangshu inquired. Zhou Yu maintained his composure. Oh, I just discovered that this is my homeroom teacher, little Su, and came over to say hello. Lin Wangshu nodded slightly. Turning to Su Yuin, good day, Miss Su. Su Yuin also nodded in return, though her eyes involuntarily widened a fraction. The most stunning beauty in Linen High School. The singular belle recognized by both faculty and students alike, Lin Wangshu. Of course, she was familiar with her. However, the friend dining with Zhou Yu, is she? The CPU has overheated, and I cannot fathom this. Indeed, teacher Xiao Su never considered the notion of early romance, as the disparity between the two is too vast, both in appearance and family background. This scene is all the more shocking for the elite suitor. This young lady does not appear to be an ordinary person. Not only is her attire exquisite, but her demeanor also exudes an air of nobility and aloofness. Most importantly, she is exceptionally beautiful. I have never encountered such a stunning girl. Shall we leave? Lin Wangshu turned to Zhou Yu and inquired. Aren't we going to settle the bill? Zhou Yu asked, noticing that Lin Wangshu's bag remained on the seat throughout their meal. In this era, electronic payments are virtually non-existent. Cash transactions still prevail. Upon hearing this, the suitor's eyelids twitched violently. Is this young man attempting to dine and dash? And not just any meal, but one that is quite extravagant? Has he managed to latch onto a wealthy woman? Lin Wangshu responded nonchalantly. I've already signed the bill. Signed the bill? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. Yes. She casually picked up her bag and continued, my mother invested in this establishment, but she prefers not to manage it. Now, the profits serve as my pocket money. Zhou Yu was taken aback. Oh, my apologies. How presumptuous of me. Miss Lin's family business is indeed ubiquitous. He glanced back at the elite suitor, who had been pretending to be sophisticated. One unfortunate fellow, attempting to ingratiate himself with the boss's daughter. The suitor, clearly overhearing, turned pale, realizing he had no acquaintance with any boss. His complexion morphed into a palette of vivid hues, akin to a paint spill, as he struggled to swallow. As if a fishbone were lodged in his throat, Zhou Yu chuckled and shook his head, offering a brief farewell to Su Yuan before departing the restaurant with Lin Wangshu. Did you spill that orange juice? Lin Wangshu asked. Yes, I didn't initially notice teacher Su was present, Zhou Yu replied with a teasing tone. But I swear it was an accident. Do you believe me? Lin Wangshu tilted her head, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, yet she did not respond. Their dinner date was nearing its conclusion, and had it not been for Zhou Yu's design, it would have merely been a meal. However, fate had other plans. Just moments ago, the moonlight was serene, the evening breeze gentle, yet suddenly, torrential rain began to pour. This phenomenon is common in many cities. Once it rains, drivers seem to collectively forget how to drive. Linen City is no exception. The already congested commercial district has now come to a standstill, with traffic paralyzed. The flow of vehicles is halted, and the roads are utterly impassable. To make matters worse, 2 minor collisions occurred at the garage entrance. Zhou Yu found his journey home relatively convenient. A bit of rain and a brisk walk would suffice. Yet, the driver sent to pick up Lin Wangshu was stranded 2 kilometers away, unable to move forward or retreat. What had he done but wait? Thus, the two began to wander aimlessly through the mall. Just as they contemplated finding a place to sit, someone called out to Zhou Yu. Hey, handsome. Would you like to try your hand at something? Our new store is opening, and we have plenty of gifts. Upon turning, they saw a young woman in camouflage attire, clutching a stack of flyers. Behind her stood a newly opened archery venue. Not gun shooting, but traditional bow and arrow. The flyer girl had been there all day, handing out pamphlets, primarily to lure customers inside. Every patron counts towards her KPI, so stopping someone is her top priority. Only then did she take a moment to assess the two before her. They both appeared youthful, perhaps just out of their teens. The girl, an absolute vision. As for the young man beside her, he looked fresh and spirited, quite tall, but in terms of attractiveness, he was not her equal. However, she had witnessed such scenarios numerous times. Often, admirers would end up with nothing. Nevertheless, she had a surefire tactic, an indiscriminate formula that could sway anyone. Hey, handsome, why not come play around? We have an opening event today. Hit 10 arrows into the designated rings, and you will receive a surprise gift. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. Win her a prize? Generally, no man could refuse such an offer. However, Zhou Yu could, for he had no money in his pockets. I'm sorry, I have no cash. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, about to clarify that she wasn't his girlfriend, when Lin Wangshu, who had remained silent until now, interjected, I'll give it a try. She crossed her arms and gazed thoughtfully towards the archery range. Zhou Yu was momentarily taken aback, having forgotten this particular trait of hers, her inability to resist any shooting opportunity. A few minutes later, inside the venue, the flyer girl was explaining the basic posture and technique of archery to Lin Wangshu, while Zhou Yu stood nearby, hands in his pockets, casually surveying the surroundings. The establishment had recently opened, and the scent of formaldehyde lingered in the air. The store covered approximately 200 square meters, with one entire wall adorned with mirrors, creating an illusion of a more expansive space. At the far end of the mirrors were a series of targets, while at the other end stood a group of novices, eagerly pulling back their bows. The arrows flew swiftly, and not a single target remained untouched. Business was thriving. In this era, entertainment-oriented archery venues were not yet widespread. In the future, nearly every shopping mall would boast one. The club Lin Wangshu frequently visited offered all types of shooting activities, replica firearms, air guns, bows, crossbows, and even real firearms at legitimate shooting ranges abroad, including Desert Eagles, AK-47S, M4A1S, MP5S, Glocks, and Barrett anti-material sniper rifles. To be frank, Zhou Yu had become quite proficient in traditional archery, influenced by the exposure from his past life. I, Zhou Yu, am the foremost archer in Shanghai, online and offline. He excelled. However, he was not one to seek the limelight. Often, when one attempts to showcase their skills, it can come off as pretentious, eliciting disdain from others. Most importantly, Zhou Yu understood Lin Wangshu's character. She was not the type to admire someone simply for their prowess. Rather, she would strive to surpass them. He recalled a time when he and she played King of Glory. She had little experience and was easily outmatched. Yet days later, she returned, having bested him 7 times. There was no need for that, truly. Thus, in this moment, the foremost archer of Shanghai chose to remain humble and unobtrusive. Silence enveloped the scene, untouched by interference. With hands casually tucked into her pockets and an expression of nonchalance, she stood aside, quietly observing. Lin Wangshu was poised, drawing her bowstring taut. She stood erect. Her left arm extended gracefully, while her right hand pulled the string back with precision. Her lashes cast a gentle shadow, her nose was elegantly straight, and her lips formed a neat, composed line. With a slight lift of her chin and her left eye partially closed, she exuded an air of icy calmness. She resembled a meticulously crafted sketch, defined by sharp lines. Indeed, she was a vision of archery prowess. At the moment the arrow was released, she remained still, her gaze unwavering. The arrow sliced through the air and embedded itself squarely in the bullseye. A perfect 10. The younger girl exclaimed, "Wow, you're incredible. Your first arrow hit the target." Today, she was the first to achieve this feat. Lin Wangshu's eyes sparkled momentarily, and a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. She glanced back at Zhou Yu, her eyes bright with anticipation, much like a child who had aced a test, eagerly awaiting praise. Zhou Yu smiled and, showing his support, gave her a thumbs up. In response, she proudly lifted her chin and turned back to the target, resuming her shooting, while Zhou Yu watched on, listening to the music playing softly in the shop. The owner had a sense of taste, for the playlist consisted solely of songs by Jay Cho, and the current track was Love Before Time from the 2001 album Fantasy. Coincidentally, this happened to be one of Zhou Yu's favorite songs. It was the first time he felt the lyrics resonated so perfectly with the moment. You gaze at the inscriptions in the display window, while I quietly admire your beloved face beside you, relishing the image of you being solely mine amidst the crowd. And indeed, it was the same now. She stood before him, drawing her bow and intently aiming at the target, while he quietly admired her cherished visage, reveling in the notion of her belonging only to him amidst the throngs. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a smile unconsciously crept across Zhou Yu's lips. How delightful it was. However, Lin Wangshu was now looking at him with a frosty expression. "Why you seem so pleased?" she inquired. "Oh, listen." Zhou Yu pointed to the ceiling, instinctively offering an explanation. "They're playing one of my favorite songs, Love Before Time. The piano version of this piece is quite lovely as well. Though sadly, it's not playing right now." It was only then that Zhou Yu noticed Lin Wangshu had only 3 arrows left from her original 10. Yet, there were only 5 arrows on the target. This indicated that 2 had missed their mark. Furthermore, the only perfect 10 was her first arrow. The subsequent shots hovered around the 8-point range. Ironically, Lin Wangshu had just shot 1 arrow off target, and he had indeed laughed heartily at that moment. Oh no, she must have thought he was mocking her for missing. "Not yet. How do you know it's not good?" Lin Wangshu replied coolly, not delving deeper into the matter, but simply setting down her bow and beginning to dismantle her equipment. "Are you not going to play anymore?" the younger girl asked, visibly surprised. "You currently have 42 points. If you score at least 6 points on each of your last 3 arrows, you can win a prize." Lin Wangshu lowered her gaze and shook her head, saying nothing further as she continued to disassemble her gear. Zhou Yu glanced at the prize board on the wall, sighing inwardly. With a perfect score of 100 points for 10 arrows, a score of 60 was merely a consolation prize. The so-called prize was, rather amusingly, a badge that read, "Target Licking Dog." The badge depicted a cartoon dog licking a target, its colors garishly flamboyant. While it was not particularly harmful, it was undeniably insulting. Who would want such a thing? Especially Lin Wangshu, the fiercest archer from Linen, an avid FPS player. She would rather forfeit than accept this ridiculous badge. The other awards were considerably more respectable. Third prize, 70 points and above, 3 commemorative instant photos and a silver archer badge. Second prize, 85 points and above all items from the third prize, plus a free customized archery course. First prize, 95 points and above all items from the second prize, plus a platinum honor badge for marksmanship, featuring a refined design of crossbow and arrow, exuding elegance. Even Zhou Yu, a man in his 30s from the future, found himself tempted by the sight of it. Meanwhile, Lin Wangshu remained quiet. Her head bowed as she continued dismantling her gear, maintaining her frosty demeanor. She was clearly not pleased. How about trying again? Zhou Yu approached, placing the bow and arrows into her hands, leaving no room for refusal. I actually quite like that badge, he said with a cheerful grin. You like the target-licking dog? Lin Wangshu asked, taken aback. Yes, it's adorable. All right then. Come on, let us continue. I'll teach you. Chapter 42, Silver Archer. With that, Zhou Yu positioned himself behind Lin Wangshu. One hand steadied the bow she had just set down, while the other drew an arrow from the quiver. He seamlessly knocked the arrow, drew the string, and aimed. Spread your feet a bit, shoulder-width apart, or maybe a tad wider. Your stance should align with the target. Yes, just like that. Don't press the arrow too tightly against the bow. It will cause it to misfire. Relax your wrist as you push the bow. Good. Remember, when you release the string, your hand should extend straight. Ah, your hair flew into my mouth. Zhou Yu exclaimed. Lin Wangshu, why are you staring at me? Focus. Now is the time to shoot. The string twanged, and the arrow shot forth. 10 points. The younger girl exclaimed, wow, amazing. Interestingly, there exists a subtlety that women themselves may not even recognize. When they do not like someone, they instinctively shy away from any unintentional physical contact. Conversely, when a woman does not withdraw, it may not necessarily indicate affection, yet at the very least, it means she does not harbor disdain. The onlooking younger girl observed Zhou Yu's hand resting on Lin Wangshu's shoulder and back, silently contemplating. This suitor might have a chance. The archer remained focused on the bullseye, momentarily dazed, but the upward curve of her lips betrayed her current joy. Meanwhile, the one instructing her had already knocked another arrow, readying it with ease, and playfully patted her shoulder. You're really doing well. Let's keep going. The younger girl leaned against the railing, cradling her chin in her hands, wearing a knowing smile. It was a moment of connection indeed. Zhou Yu was acting quite naturally. He had no ulterior motives. He sincerely intended to teach Lin Wangshu archery, wishing for her to return home from their outing with joy rather than disappointment. A little less regret would suffice. At that moment, the cool girl remained oblivious to Zhou Yu's hand resting where it was, nor did she notice the adjustments made to her shooting stance. For what dominated her senses more profoundly than the physical contact was his presence, his scent. It stimulated Lin Wangshu's nerves, occupying her thoughts. From the moment he approached and steadied the bow, she felt enveloped by an invisible force, especially when she was aiming at the target. He seemed so close that she could almost feel the warmth of his breath. It is a scent that belongs uniquely to a certain individual, a peculiar aroma that intoxicates the senses. So intoxicating, in fact, that it renders her heartbeat somewhat uncontrollable. At the sound of Zhou Yu's command to focus, she snaps back to reality and begins to concentrate on her archery. To her surprise, her first arrow lands perfectly within the 10 ring. Just moments ago, her confidence had been waning, but now it begins to revive. With Zhou Yu's diligent guidance, her second arrow strikes the 9 ring. Lin Wangshu can't help but bounce with joy. I truly am the strongest. In her exuberance, she accidentally collides her head against Zhou Yu's chin. Ouch! Zhou Yu lets out a muffled groan, cupping his chin as he gazes down at her. Their eyes meet as she tilts her head upwards. The proximity is almost overwhelming. She can even discern her own reflection in his pupils. The atmosphere grows quiet, slightly awkward, and laden with an unspeakable tension. Fortunately, her younger sister interjects at this moment. You have 61 points now. That's enough to be the target dog. Her sister cheerfully announces. If you can hit the 9 ring with your final arrow, you'll secure 3rd place. You can win a Polaroid camera and the Silver Marksman badge. Come on, beautiful. With only 1 arrow remaining, Zhou Yu retrieves the last arrow from the quiver. Yet this time, he does not knock the arrow or draw the bow as he had previously. He merely casts her a glance, then steps back, creating distance between them. The subtle aura emanating from him dissipates at that moment. Lin Wangshu glances at him without uttering a word. For the final arrow, you can do it yourself. Zhou Yu nods, his tone light yet resolute. You can do it. As he speaks, he hands her the last arrow. Lin Wangshu accepts it, steadies herself, draws the bow, and aims. Her gaze deepens. In that instant, it feels as though time has frozen. All sound fades away, and even the air turns distinctly crisp. Then she releases her grip. The arrow slices through the air with a sharp whoosh. Almost simultaneously, her sister exclaims, 10 ring. In the ensuing silence, those 3 words resonate like a coin dropped on the floor, crisp and resonant. The onlookers, momentarily slow to react, erupt into applause, exclamations of awe, and even a few whistles. Lin Wangshu stands stunned for a moment. This hard-earned 10 ring, achieved after a tumultuous journey, is a testament to her perseverance. Her eyes gleam brighter than before. I truly am the champion of Linen City. Instinctively, she spins around and embraces Zhou Yu. I did it. Her voice brims with uncontainable joy, akin to a child who has just won a competition. Zhou Yu, smiling, instinctively returns her embrace. Well done. However, Lin Wangshu soon realizes that she may have overstepped her boundaries. Did I cross a line? She begins to feel stiff, hastily withdrawing her arms and creating distance between them. At that moment, she finds herself at a loss for words, avoiding his gaze. Luckily, her sister reappears just in time. Let us see 421-0910, a total of 71 points. She announces, "You're amazing beautiful. You secured third place." As she speaks, she retrieves a beautifully crafted box from the counter. Inside lies the silver marksman badge. Although it may not be as exquisite as the platinum badge for first place, it is still quite charming. Lin Wangshu picks it up, examining it closely, her eyes sparkling with delight, her lips curving into a smile. The coolness has faded, replaced by a lively spirit. She is truly happy. Zhou Yu chuckles softly, sharing in her joy. The strategy employed both online and offline is effective. Emotional engagement is essential, regardless of how the first two arrows fared. Zhou Yu intended for Lin Wangshu to take the final shot herself, perhaps for some soft-spoken girls. Shooting all three arrows under another's guidance to achieve a high score would suffice for their happiness. However, for someone like Lin Wangshu, who harbors a hint of pride and determination, allowing her to take the most crucial shot will bring her even greater joy. Once again, it boils down to the principle of tailoring one's approach to the individual. Zhou Yu is acutely aware that Lin Wangshu possesses a latent talent for shooting. Nevertheless, today marks her first attempt. The initial arrow was merely a display of raw talent. The subsequent arrows that strayed off target were entirely due to the younger sister's erratic coaching. With a high volume of guests today and insufficient staff, the younger sister had been hastily recruited as a substitute coach. Therefore, when Zhou Yu relinquished the arrow to Lin Wangshu, he felt a sense of confidence. A person with considerable talent, once guided, would likely not falter too much when shooting independently. As expected, at that moment, the younger sister raises the Polaroid camera, exclaiming, "Third place," and we can capture this moment. Just as she is about to press the shutter, she suddenly recalls something, her eyes lighting up with excitement. "Oh right, we have a hidden surprise today. If you participate in archery as a couple and complete the challenge, you can earn a pair of limited edition commemorative badges, a puzzle design, one for each of you. Many people love to collect them." As she showcases the small box, she looks up at them, her eyes gleaming with understanding. "Here you go." Following their exhilarating and dramatic three arrows, the younger sister has already mentally confirmed Zhou Yu's identity as her partner. Chapter 43, Couple's Photo. Upon hearing this, both individuals, who had been lost in their own small triumphs, simultaneously lift their gazes towards one another. Their eyes lock. "Do you want them?" they ask in unison. "I'm fine with it." "So am I." Then, Zhou Yu turns to the younger sister, smiling broadly. "Please give us the badges." "Thank you." He accepts the badges, one for each of them, which are rather attractive. The younger sister shakes the Fujifilm Instax Mini 7s, its shell is soft blue and round, resembling a toy. When it comes to Polaroid cameras, if one were to assess the quality of the photographs, it is rather mediocre. The image quality is often blurred, colors skewed, and even minor exposure mishaps can ruin the shot. Additionally, the film is quite expensive and as fragile as glass, shattering at the slightest touch. High humidity and unstable lighting can render it unusable. Yet, despite these shortcomings, people continue to adore it, for it captures not merely beauty, but the essence of the moment. When the atmosphere is right, memories are imprinted onto a piece of paper that can be tucked away in a pocket once dried. In her past life, Lin Wangshu also owned a camera, albeit a different model. On significant occasions, such as birthdays and holidays, she would take it out to snap a few photos, one to adorn her wall, and another to store away in a drawer. However, most of her pictures were taken indoors, where the lighting could be controlled with curtains drawn. She seldom ventured outside, and sunlight rarely graced her. Indeed, Lin Wangshu is a woman who is not meant to bask in the light. Standing in the brightly lit archery hall, illuminated by glaring lights, surrounded by cheers and applause, Zhou Yu felt an unusual sense of novelty. His younger sister beckoned. "Come over here, the lighting is perfect. We'll take our pictures here. All right, on the count of three, say cheese. 1, 2, 3, cheese." Click. "Hey, you two, why not stand a little closer? Standing that far apart. Do you have a grudge against each other? Closer, closer. All right, 1, 2, 3, cheese." Click. "Excellent. You look stunning. Truly photogenic. I'm envious. Let's capture one last shot. How about changing your pose? Can you be a bit more intimate? Holding hands would be nice. Aren't you a couple? Come on, handsome. Take the initiative. Perfect. Just like that. 1, 2, 3, cheese." Click. "How come you're so skilled at archery?" Lin Wangshu inquired. "Oh, actually, I'm not." Zhou Yu chuckled. I just read a book titled Learning Archery with Olympic Champions, filled with useful tips. Today was my first practical application of the theory. Really? That's a bit surprising. Lin Wangshu remarked. Well, the book was quite well written, Zhou Yu continued, but theory is just theory in the end. Scoring 71 points today was mainly due to your prowess. Lin Wangshu smiled lightly. Thank you. The underground garage was damp, with vehicles splashing through puddles, their headlights casting shimmering reflections on the wet ground. Her driver had arrived. Zhou Yu took out 3 instant photos taken at the archery hall, the backs facing up, resembling lottery tickets spread in his palm. Here, this is for you, he said. A little prize for you. But may I keep one as a memento? Lin Wangshu smiled gently, accepting the photos and handed one back to him. The rain outside seemed quite heavy. She glanced at the wet ground of the underground parking lot and suggested, how about I ask the driver to take you? Zhou Yu shook his head. It's fine. It should lighten up soon. I can just run back. Traffic might be bad outside by the time I get home. You might still be stuck at the intersection. Lin Wangshu did not press further, simply saying, then take an umbrella. Afterward, she turned back to instruct the driver to fetch an umbrella, which she handed to him. Zhou Yu accepted it, smiling down, remaining silent. All right then, I'll take my leave, Lin Wangshu said. The driver opened the car door, and, just as she was about to get in, she paused momentarily, as if recalling something, murmuring softly, that first place badge looks really nice, but there's only one. By the time I come back, it'll probably be gone. She thought this, but kept it to herself. Goodbye, she said, lightly stepping into the car, her movements efficient yet unhurried. Zhou Yu waved the customized RR umbrella in his hand, watching as the car slowly exited the garage until its taillights vanished from his sight before he turned to leave. As he walked, he pulled out the instant photo, the very first one taken. He stared at it closely, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. What luck I have, he mused. In the photograph, the two stood as if separated by a galaxy, a vast space between them, as if someone had tread upon someone else's ancestral grave. As a young girl remarked earlier, do you have a grudge against each other? However, Lin Wangshu truly looked exquisite in the picture, her demeanor graceful, her smile subtle yet charming, embodying a cool elegance of a future star. As for himself, Zhou Yu raised a hand to touch his chin, gazing at his face in the photograph. Damn, I look handsome. In the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lin Wangshu sat in the back seat, examining the 2 remaining instant photos in her hand, the second and third shots. In the second, they stood very close, with Zhou Yu radiating a relaxed vibe, standing behind her, grinning playfully, even making a peace sign beside her ear. In the third shot, they were holding hands. Their expressions were natural, as if they had grown accustomed to holding each other as hands. At that moment, she hadn't even had time to react when she suddenly felt warmth in her palm. The next moment, click, looking at that photograph, Lin Wangshu could still vividly recall the warmth of that shared moment. It must be said that these 2 shots genuinely resembled those of a real couple. They needed to be kept safe. She tucked the 2 instant photos into her bag and turned her attention to the 2 badges she had earned today. Wangshu, if you have time tomorrow, could you swing by this mall to buy something for me? Of course, what do you need? On the north side of the first floor, there's an archery hall. They have a consolation prize, a dog-licking target badge, and a first-place sharpshooter badge. So you want those 2 badges? Yes, try to buy them. Especially the consolation prize badge. I don't care how much it costs. Understood. At the archery hall, the young girl had just seen off a group of guests. As she turned her head, she collided with a somewhat familiar face. Hey, aren't you that beautiful girl's boyfriend? What brings you back? Oh, I want to try out your new store promotion. Haven't you already claimed the 3rd prize? You even participated in the couple's event. But I want the first prize. That night, at the Zhou family home, in the master bedroom, Mu Ging and old Zhou lay awake, neither of them asleep, engaging in a casual conversation. Old Zhou, it seems our son has fallen for someone. Oh, why do you seem so unconcerned? Don't you care? You didn't even ask who the girl is. Oh, who is it? It's that classmate he mentioned, the one he wants to keep as his little snack. Oh, she's indeed very pretty. I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. Unfortunately, you were out changing money at the corner and missed it. I saw her at the corner. How do you know it was her? She was holding the carefully prepared paper bag you made. I recognized her. How is she? Beautiful. I think she might even be more attractive than I was at her age. No, you were more beautiful. Oh, not at all. When I saw her, she had just gotten into a car. What kind of car? A Rolls-Royce. What'd I say, Rolls-Royce? It's a car that our entire family's wealth combined wouldn't be able to purchase. At this, both fell into a contemplative silence. After a long while, old Zhou finally said, well, let the children have their own fortunes. It's not that simple, Mu Guiying replied. No matter what kind of girl our son ends up with. If the girl's family is wealthy, our son's background shouldn't be a hindrance, right? If the girl's family isn't well off, we must strive even harder. Regardless, we need to earn more money. At the very least, we need to prepare a marriage house and save up for the bride price. In the Zhou family's second bedroom, Zhou Yu sat at his computer, toying with the pure platinum sharpshooter badge, exquisite and beautiful. At this moment, the rain drummed against the window, cascading onto the glass in scattered droplets. The downpour seemed to intensify. I wonder, is she all right now? On every rainy night, she appears to be engulfed in melancholy. Although we parted ways at the mall just over an hour ago, one seldom reveals their true emotions in crowded places. It is in solitude that one's vulnerabilities truly manifest. I glanced at QQ again. The formidable warrior of linen had not logged on today. Never mind. I couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Zhou Yu redirected his focus to testing the tool he had developed over the past few days. After all, it was due tomorrow. Number 1 hub, Lin family. The ethereal sound of piano music drifted through the air. Kun, where did you buy that delightful little cake? It's quite delicious. Why did Kun suddenly decide to play the piano today? Indeed, it had been years since she last touched those keys. I wondered what had prompted her to play at this hour. Kun, what piece is this? It's enchanting. You stood before the display window, gazing intently at the inscription. Meanwhile, I stood by, quietly admiring the face I so dearly loved. Sacrifice, sanctum, warfare, archery. Whose past is this? I cherish the image of you, amidst the throngs, belonging solely to me. Love in a year before the Common Era. Chapter 44, a typical Monday. The following day, Monday. The rain had finally ceased. In Class 5, during the morning reading session, our English teacher, Tang Ruolin, took the lead. She was a stunning beauty, a contemporary of Zhou Yu, both having graduated from the same class, yet representing a blend of the old and the new in teaching. Zhou Yu sensed that since the commencement of English classes, the English teacher had consistently been the most exquisite among all the educators. This observation seemed to hold true even in university. However, unlike the petite and endearing Ms. Su, this new English teacher possessed a statuesque figure, presumably around 172 centimeters tall, with features that exuded a certain gallantry. Her demeanor was aloof, radiating an air of distance, making her a quintessential cool girl. Her attire mirrored this persona, a sleek black form-fitting dress paired with knee-high black boots and stockings. Those legs were long and straight, her skin fair. Yet, she appeared to have a natural disposition against smiling, her countenance often somber. She did not need to feign severity. Her mere presence rendered the classroom hushed. Consequently, her morning reading sessions were notably more orderly. Abandon, a term synonymous with forsaking, discarding. Even the notoriously sleepy Bai Jing, known for dozing off during morning reading, dutifully recited vocabulary. However, the repetition of merely one term, abandon, was hardly surprising. Many students, after 3 years of high school, could only manage to memorize a scant few words, some even less. Si Bangzi, having just recovered from acute gastroenteritis, lay sprawled on his desk like a limp fish. This was one of those rare mornings he opted not to eat during reading sessions. Yet, his mouth was not idle. Half awake, he murmured, alas. It seems I can only have porridge for lunch. Perhaps some wontons would suffice? As the morning reading came to a close, the moment Tang Ruolin exited, the classroom instantly regained its former vibrancy. Classmates, today is the deadline for signing up for the autumn sports meet. Those who have not yet registered must hurry. The deadline is before the end of school. Wang Haosen, the sports committee member, emphasized this thrice from the podium before stepping down. Subsequently, discussions about the upcoming sports meet erupted throughout the classroom. The room buzzed with chatter as students excitedly shared which events they had signed up for, who was just spectating, and who might secure a spot in the finals. I've signed up for shot put. You all should get involved too, declared a short-haired girl. Her features delicate and clean, with a hint of charm. Meng Miaojuan often referred to herself as bro. Her personality was unrestrained and carefree, making her one of the few girls in Class 5 who had not joined the Tarot Society. Ugh, I don't want to participate in shot put. I'm a girl, protested a girl with naturally curly long hair, playfully nudging Meng Miaojuan's shoulder. Her tone was sweet, with a smile reminiscent of Wang Weigua's charming demeanor. However, to be precise, it was Meng Miaojuan's charm that mirrored Wang Weigua's. Rolling her eyes, Meng Miaojuan retorted, "Stop pretending, Xiao Yao. You carried that bucket of water single-handedly yesterday." Before she could finish, her arm was caught by Xiao Yao, causing her to cry out in pain. Xiao Yao was the most delicate girl in Class 5, serving as the head of the Tarot Society branch and a loyal subordinate of Jiang Yuan. Laughter erupted among the classmates. Meanwhile, in a corner by the window, Bai Jing crossed his arms, lost in thought. "Have you all signed up?" "I have," Zhou Yu replied. "I registered for 2 events." "Oh, which 2?" "Archery and long-distance running. 5,000 meters. At this, Si Bangzi, still languishing on the desk, turned his head and remarked weakly, "It seems you've eaten too much." Zhou Yu shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. People truly are peculiar creatures. In their prime youth, they shun physical activity. Yet as they age, they develop a fondness for it. They spend money on gym memberships and personal trainers. At this moment, within this 18-year-old physique lay the spirit of a 30-year-old. Moreover, with the passage of time, Zhou Yu had acquired a new passion for marathons. In his previous life, he had completed both half and full marathons. Initially, it was merely a means to enhance his fitness, but he soon became enamored with the experience. The most challenging aspect of a marathon is not the beginning or the midway point, but rather when you reach 90 or 95% of the distance. Just a few steps from the finish line, and an overwhelming urge to give up washes over you. Yet, surrender is effortless. Perseverance is the true trial. You must grit your teeth and continue running. Life is akin to a marathon. He had once scoffed at this notion, but after experiencing it firsthand, he realized how apt it truly was. It cultivates not the body, but the willpower. The sense of accomplishment upon crossing the finish line is exhilarating, a feeling of triumph. Thus, Zhou Yu found himself increasingly captivated by it. Now, having returned to the age of 18, to this peak of physical capability, he truly wished to test himself, to achieve a personal best with this optimal body. Alas, the campus sports meet did not feature a marathon. The longest event was merely 5,000 meters. Yet, a marathon is not a feat accomplished in a single stride. It is a gradual journey, step by step. He contemplated starting from the 5,000 meters. Perhaps influenced by Zhou Yu's enthusiasm, Bai Jing pondered aloud, should I sign up for an event as well? You? See Bangzi, even with barely any breath left, couldn't resist making a jibe. Is there any free fighting this time? Jiang Mo stroked his chin, feeling that he might give it a try. You must be joking. How could there be such a thing at the school's sports meeting? See Bangzi rolled his eyes, questioning his sanity. Jiang Mo scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he spoke. Did old Zhou not say that I would win a championship in free fighting in Southeast Asia 15 years later? P.S. Just spouting nonsense. And you're the only one gullible enough to believe him. See, Bangzi retorted coldly, showing no mercy. It's true. Zhou Yu interjected with a grin, his expression as calm as if he were stating an undeniable fact. Jiang Mo nodded, half in belief. Then I'll join old Zhou and sign up for the 5,000-meter long-distance race. Sounds good, Zhou Yu agreed, starting tomorrow. Let's run a few laps on the playground in the evenings to build up our stamina. Hey, see Bangzi, do you want to join us? See Bansi scolded, tilting his head away. No way, I'm not going. After school, the diligent sports committee member Wang Hausen was carrying the registration form, walking towards the teacher's office. After just a few steps, he couldn't resist performing a 3-step layup in the air. Swish! He exclaimed. Then hey, Wang Hausen! A breathless voice called from behind. Wang Hausen turned around to see a chubby boy, panting and running towards him, his face glistening with sweat. What is up? Wang Hausen inquired. I want to sign up for an event too. The boy gasped. Is there still time? Of course. What event do you want to sign up for? Long distance running? Sure. How many meters do you want? 5,000. Wang Hausen pondered for 2 seconds. 5,000 might be a bit challenging for you. Are you sure about that? What is the shortest distance? 800 meters. Then I'll go for 800. That as for girls. Then make it 1,000. He paused before adding, actually, let's stick to 5,000. Chapter 45. The Monday appointment in the evening, outside the Zhuzhou Internet Cafe, Wang Changjong was slowly sweeping the sidewalk, clearing away dust and cigarette butts. The young lady at the front desk couldn't help but peek out, murmuring softly, the boss has been acting a bit strange today, sweeping the entrance since this morning. She noted that he occasionally craned his neck towards the street, seemingly watching for something. Although he had been in this state for a week, today felt particularly charged with expectation. Behind the counter, the technician, known as Monkey, shrugged. Who knows? Maybe his wife is hounding him for money? Can't pay the rent? The girl rolled her eyes. It seems like the boss hasn't even smoked a few cigarettes today. How absurd. Monkey complained. This is just ridiculous. He is usually lounging at the cash register, cursing like a sailor, and now he has been sweeping all day. Wang Changjong, while dragging the broom, felt an undeniable restlessness within him. As he swept, he couldn't help but glance towards the alley at the street corner. Today was the day Zhou Yu had promised to deliver something. However, he hadn't specified a time. Thus, he had risen earlier than a rooster, starting to sweep the entrance at dawn. And now, the sun was about to set, and where was Zhou Yu? Wang Changjong felt a mix of anxiety and irritation. And, as he continued to sweep, he couldn't help but mock himself. Old Wang, you're a grown man with a family. How could you actually believe the words of child? What did you become? Yet, despite his scornful words, his eyes kept darting back to the street corner. like a nervous gambler or an anxious elder waiting for news. Even he himself was unsure of what he was truly anticipating. But in the next moment, the broom inexplicably came to a halt as his eyes instinctively flicked towards the street corner. He paused, looked up at the sun nearing the horizon, then smiled, a smile tinged with self-mockery and a hint of frustration. I'm not waiting for that brat. He lit his first cigarette of the day, clapped his hands, and prepared to head back inside. Just as he turned, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure clad in linen high school uniform, a backpack slung over one shoulder, strolling towards him in the fading light. Zhou Yu has arrived. Wang Changzhong's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Though he quickly composed himself, he waved the broom nonchalantly, trying to mask the excitement that had built up throughout the day, transforming it into an air of casual indifference. Hey, little brother, he said, brushing off the dust from his clothes as if he had just finished sweeping, taking a drag from his cigarette and casually adding, I just stepped out to sweep and have a smoke, and here you are. What a coincidence. This unexpected display left the young lady at the front desk and Monkey dumbfounded. Hey, you sly boss, showing off two different faces today. Zhou Yu chuckled. Getting straight to the point, Boss Wang, I brought what you asked for. Shall we give it a try? Zhou Yu had brought a USB drive. For it was 2007, and even at 256 megabytes, one cost nearly 100 yuan, a significant sum for a high school student. There were no cloud storage options available, so he could only attach the completed software to an email and download it from the cafe's main computer. Unlike the future, where installation packages could exceed a gigabyte, this era featured low computer configurations and limited bandwidth, necessitating a more streamlined approach to software development. The total size was only 10 megabytes, and the download and installation were quick and seamless. Wang Changzhong eagerly took the lead, with Monkey and the young lady peering over his shoulders in anticipation. As soon as he opened it, all three were captivated. The interface was clean and straightforward, with distinct color blocks and clearly defined functional areas, exuding a touch of elegance beyond its time. It had a technological flair without being overly complex or rough around the edges, appearing instead quite professional and polished. Wang Changzhong was genuinely impressed, mentally grading a 99, just to keep Zhou Yu humble. It looks quite impressive, he thought. The young lady at the front desk, known for her straightforwardness, remarked, I can understand this. Regarding this software, Zhou Yu harbors immense confidence. This assurance does not stem from his technical accumulation from a previous life. The version he presents today is not the crude iteration from his past, but rather a refined product, meticulously polished through numerous iterations based on feedback from internet cafes. In the realm of technology, anyone can partake in its creation. However, to genuinely resonate with users requires continuous refinement, experimentation, and mutual understanding and cooperation. Both elements are indispensable. This is also the foundation of Zhou Yu's confidence, validated by the market and user feedback. In contrast to the startled reactions of the monkey and the receptionist, Wang Changzhong maintains an air of remarkable composure. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he barely raises his eyelids, his voice languid. Monkey, follow those guidelines and see what is going on with those machines. He then glances at the giggling receptionist, adding, and you, stop loitering around here. Return to the front desk and keep an eye on things. Don't keep miscalculating the accounts. The two obediently acknowledge his instructions, with the monkey darting off to inspect the machines while the receptionist murmurs her way back to the front. Zhou Yu senses that the serious discussions are about to commence. Wang Changzhong drops any pretense and directly addresses him. Master Zhou. Just moments ago, he referred to him as young brother, yet now he adopts a more businesslike demeanor. The product is satisfactory. Name your price. Although he conveys this casually, Wang Changzhong has prepared himself psychologically over the past couple of days of anticipation and waiting. This includes pondering. If the software is indeed suitable, what price would be acceptable? Currently, Zhuzhou Internet Cafe is thriving, with a monthly net profit exceeding 10,000, occasionally reaching 20,000. Wang Changzhong is acutely aware that a set of internet cafe management software typically costs only a few thousand. While Zhou Yu's offering does effectively address many of the issues they face, they are not naive enough to pay excessively. After much contemplation, Wang Changzhong settles on an ideal price point of 1 month's profit, with a ceiling of no more than 2 months' profit. However, he feels a twinge of anxiety at the thought of exceeding this budget. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu has already assessed Zhuzhou Internet Cafe's financials based on the number of machines, operational status, and rental costs in the area during his previous visit. While his estimates may not be precise, they are close enough. He inquires about the salaries of the network administrators, discovering that for someone like Monkey, whose compensation includes meals and accommodation, the monthly labor cost hovers around 1,000. Zhou Yu is clear about his pricing strategy. It cannot exceed the annual labor cost of a network administrator nor the cafe's monthly net profit. 10,000. Wang Changjong is taken aback, surprised that the figure is even lower than he anticipated. Before he can react, Zhou Yu continues, not only that, but for the next year, I will take full responsibility for any issues with the software. For the coming month, as long as I have time, I will come by. While I'm here, I will also assist with any problems beyond the software. His tone is steady yet resolute, instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Wang Changjong's eyebrows twitch slightly. It is hard not to feel tempted. The price is significantly lower than expected, and the additional services offered are indeed beyond what he had envisioned. Yet, a businessman is always inclined to seek more favorable terms, and he begins to open his mouth to negotiate. However, Zhou Yu interrupts him. Furthermore, the software will continue to receive updates and enhancements, becoming increasingly refined. By the way, the management software you currently use is not very effective, is it? I'll provide you with a superior version at no cost. However, you'll need to wait 2 weeks for it. Wang Changjong is momentarily stunned. There are upgrades? You're giving me new management software? He scratches his head in surprise. The current software they utilize is indeed sluggish, outdated, and cumbersome, but they have been making do with it due to the high cost and hassle of switching to a new one. In truth, there are very few options on the market that are both reasonably priced and genuinely functional. Yet, here is this young man offering it for free, and it's his own creation. Wang Changjong finds himself momentarily speechless, realizing that this matter is becoming increasingly complex. Zhou Yu nods, his tone sincere. To be frank, you are my first client, and I have no intention of making this a one-time transaction. Zhuzhou is a well-known chain of internet cafes in Lin, with over a dozen locations, correct? Wang Changjong squints, quickly grasping the implication of Zhou Yu's words. You want us to use your system in our other stores? He inquires. Zhou Yu does not deny it, and simply nods. Of course, I hope for that. He pauses, speaking with a measured cadence. However, I also understand that without a personal connection, others may not readily trust someone as inexperienced as myself. Wang Changjong regards him silently, yet he discerns the underlying strategy. Thus, Zhou Yu meets his gaze with an open smile, stating, I will sell the software to you for 10,000. From here on, I'll ensure everything is set up and functioning properly. As for other internet cafes, even your other locations or neighbors, should they wish to use it, he raises a finger. Every additional sale beyond the first will yield you the entirety of the profit. Wang Changjong squints, momentarily forgetting to light his cigarette. Little Zhou, you certainly have a sharp mind, he remarks, shifting from calling him Master Zhou to Little Zhou. The removal of Master carries a hint of jesting acknowledgement, while the addition of Little suggests a playful diminishment, a subtle test to gauge Zhou Yu's response. Am I to become your sales representative? He teases, though internally he begins to contemplate the depth of this young man's intellect, which seems far more profound than he initially presumed. You sell yourself short by calling it sales. You are my channel partner, an important strategic collaborator. Zhou Yu responds nonchalantly. He continues, I'm not going to pressure you. If you find it useful, simply mention it in passing. If it works out, we both win. If not, I will still take responsibility for your cafe. He clarifies, of course, I don't intend to limit myself to selling to you alone. But I can assure you that any future pricing will only be higher than what I've offered you. It will never be lower. As these words leave his lips, they come across as calm and unhurried. Yet to Wang Changjong, they resonate like a gently cast line, enticing him to take the bait. Little Zhou, you are quite ambitious. Wang Changjong muses, already plotting his next steps. However, let us first clarify the arrangement for my cafe before we delve into anything too extravagant. I'll take it for 10,000, viewing it as a means to make a friend. Such is the nature of a businessman. Having gained a favor, he still seeks to play coy. Pleasure doing business. Zhou Yu replies, I will send you the activation key shortly. Moreover, Master Zhou, Wang Changjong adds, I will give you a permanent internet card, so you can come here anytime to browse. While it sounds like a significant gesture, Wang Changjong is fully aware that this young man still has studies to attend to. He won't have the luxury of spending all his time at the internet cafe. If he does come, it will likely be to assist with repairs and tasks. A source of free labor along with built-in upgrades and maintenance. A deal that is undeniably in their favor. Moreover, it has been said that we have become friends. The transaction method is exceedingly simple. One hands over the money while the other delivers the goods. Zhou Yu presented the key, and Wang Changjong, under the complex gazes of the monkey and the receptionist, counted out 10,000 in cash, both red and green, in denominations both small and large. He then placed the money into an envelope and handed it over to Zhou Yu. Perhaps due to the numerous small bills, the envelope felt particularly heavy. Zhou Yu tucked the envelope into his backpack, securing it against his chest, resting his hand upon the zipper. While the public safety in Linen City is commendable, Zhou Yu found solace in this precaution. This 10,000, while insignificant in the future, represented several months' worth of wages for old Zhou in the present year of 2007. It was the result of frugal savings by old Zhou and Mu Guiying over a long period. After leaving the Zhuzhou Internet Cafe, Zhou Yu did not rush home. Instead, he turned into a street dedicated to selling electric bicycles, a street he knew all too well. In his childhood, he had traversed this very street countless times with Mu Guiying, exploring the various shops and electric bicycles available. Yet, each time, Mu Guiying merely looked and did not purchase, often stating that their bicycle was still functional and there was no urgency. It wasn't until Zhou Yu entered university and began to support himself that he took Mu Guiying to this street during his first holiday back. He chose the most eye-catching yet ordinary electric bicycle. That day, Mrs. Mu sat atop the bike, beaming like a child, as if she were truly experiencing the joy of owning something of her own for the very first time. Drawing upon memories from his previous life, Zhou Yu selected a vibrant pink bicycle without hesitation, which Mu Guiying had previously favored. Subsequently, he rode this striking pink electric steed to a liquor store to purchase a bottle of Luzhou Laojiao Teku. It is rather unfortunate that in his past life, old Zhou had few hobbies. Aside from keeping the house tidy, he enjoyed an occasional drink. However, Mu Guiying was quite strict, and even a small sip was considered a significant indulgence. Eventually, as Zhou Yu began working and earning money, he developed a respectable tolerance for alcohol due to social engagements. Yet, old Zhou's health had declined, leaving him unable to drink, which meant that in his previous life, the two had never properly shared a drink together. After securing the liquor, Zhou Yu made his way to a clothing store. The autumn collection had just arrived, and a simple yet elegant cream-colored knitted coat hung in the window. Neither too expensive nor extravagant, but clean and tasteful. To Zhou Yu, a Juan was more like an older sister who had cared for him countless times throughout his life. When he was a child and fell ill, it was a Juan who took him to the clinic for his injections while Mu Guiying was busy in the kitchen. When he had late classes in middle school, it was a Juan who brought him home. However, in his previous life, Zhou Yu never had the chance to bid her a proper farewell, and he had never seen her again. This thought had lingered in his heart like a sharp thorn. Zhou Yu entered the clothing store and selected the cream-colored coat, asking the sales clerk to wrap it up. He recalled that a Juan was particularly sensitive to the cold, often digging out her old coat before autumn arrived. Though she would claim the old one was still usable, the cuffs and hem were already frayed. Carrying the bag containing the coat, Zhou Yu felt an inexplicable lightness in his heart, tinged with nostalgia. The happiness derived from 10,000 at the age of 18 and 100,000 at 30 is fundamentally different. While the numerical value of money may vary dramatically, the feeling of walking down the street, contemplating buying a fine bottle of wine for his father and a well-fitted coat for his sister, cannot be purchased with later sums of 300,000 or 3 million. People are often like this. As they age and their perspectives broaden, the threshold for happiness rises correspondingly. Yet, the simple joys of youth often bring a sense of fulfillment that far surpasses the comforts of wealth accumulated later. Zhou Yu gazed at the bottle of liquor and the bag in his hands as he strolled down the old street at dusk. In that moment of contentment, he felt as though he were the richest person in the world. Chapter 47. Seize the Day. At the Xiaoying restaurant, Mu Guiying and Juan were taken aback upon seeing Zhou Yu return laden with goods. None of them had anticipated that he would come back late at night, carrying a bottle of liquor, a bundle of clothing, and pushing a brand new pink electric bicycle. Old Zhou was equally astonished, yet instead of expressing surprise, his hand instinctively reached for the bottle of Luzhou Laojiao Teku, eager to indulge, displaying a typical forgetfulness in the presence of alcohol. Faced with this scene, Zhou Yu steeled himself and fabricated a story. A new supermarket opened by the school today, and they were holding a lottery. I was lucky and won the grand prize, a bicycle and an additional 500 yuan. He hesitated briefly before adding, "Forgive me for taking the liberty to buy a bottle of wine and a coat with a 500. After speaking, Zhou Yu felt a pang of guilt, but surprisingly, none of the three harbored any suspicion. After all, throughout his life, Zhou Yu had been regarded as a model child by all his elders, consistently honest and trustworthy. Even if his words sounded implausible, they habitually believed him. Indeed, Mu Guiying was the first to accept his story, nodding enthusiastically at the pink bicycle as if it were a daughter-in-law, growing more charming with each glance. "Oh my, this supermarket has excellent taste. They chose such a beautiful color, just to my liking," she exclaimed, mounting the bicycle without a second thought. Zhou Yu was inherently reserved, whereas Mu Guiying was known for her exuberance. She hardly paused to eat, eager to take the new bicycle for a spin around streets, as if announcing to the world her good fortune. Naturally, Mu Guiying would never mention that it was a lottery win. She would proudly proclaim to anyone who asked, This is a gift from my son, the latest model. Meanwhile, old Zhou, unable to resist, had already moved closer to the bottle of liquor, chuckling as he cradled it toward the house. Yet, just as he was about to open it, he hesitated, muttering, "This is fine liquor. We ought to save it for a special occasion." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu quickly interjected, "Dad, why not open it today? I just want to have a taste. Just a sip to know the flavor." The room fell silent. Old Zhou paused, looking at his son in disbelief. "You little rascal. How old are you that you're already thinking about drinking? What a waste." Yet, in the next moment, he effortlessly uncorked the bottle. "All right, let us celebrate. I'll go buy some pig's head and peanuts to accompany your mother's new car." Acquiring a new vehicle, how could it not be regarded as a significant occasion? Old Zhou, too, would find ways to justify it. Yet, Ajuan did not share the same sense of satisfaction as the elderly couple. Standing beside Zhou Yu, she was a head and a half shorter. Gently tugging at the hem of Zhou Yu's jacket, she whispered, "This coat must have cost at least 200, right?" In truth, it was worth even more. It was exorbitantly priced. It had neither been worn nor washed yet. Perhaps it would be prudent to return it. The money refunded could be saved for her own enjoyment, perhaps for some delectable treats or delightful activities. "I still have clothes to wear," she added. However, Zhou Yu merely gazed at her, not responding. In many wardrobes, one could find garments worth thousands that had never seen the light of day. Yet, here was his sister, who had grown up alongside him, hesitating and feeling distressed over a coat that cost only a few hundred. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yu decisively took a pair of scissors and snipped off the price tag. It was now non-returnable. He grinned, adding, "It wasn't as expensive as he thought. I happened to catch a store that was on the verge of closing down and got a discount. Can you guess how cheap it was?" Ajuan blinked in surprise. "Only 50, she exclaimed, astonished, but without skepticism. "Indeed, today has been remarkably fortunate," Zhou Yu remarked. Inside, Ajuan donned her new coat, which fit her perfectly and complemented her fair complexion. Outside, Mu Guiying rode back and forth on that eye-catching pink electric scooter. In the distance, old Zhou carried half a pound of pig's head and peanuts, grinning from ear to ear. Zhou Yu watched quietly. Happiness, it seemed, was quite simple. The meal they shared that day, perhaps due to the extra dishes and drinks, lingered delightfully long. Only after the meal did Zhou Yu rise and return to his small room. He retrieved a bulging envelope from his backpack, but did not bother to count its contents. Zhou Yu had never been fond of tallying money. He believed that money was meant to be spent, not weighed repeatedly. Moreover, he was confident that in the future, he would be able to provide for his family far better than he could today. Leaning back in his chair, he stared absently at the dim yellow light bulb. He felt assured about the negotiation with Wang Changzhong earlier that day. In his previous life, during the entrepreneurial phase, he had encountered a myriad of clients and diverse business discussions. He had seen a share of eccentric characters and could discern the personalities of others fairly well. Wang Changzhong seemed inclined to collaborate with him. As for the outcome of their partnership, Zhou Yu was unconcerned and did not plan to hang all his hopes on that one tree. He proposed to assist at the internet cafe for the next month, which was a calculated decision on his part, not to serve as mere labor, but with ulterior motives. Furthermore, his choice of the Zhuzhou Internet Cafe near Linen High School was not merely for the sake of that 10,000 yuan transaction. He was more captivated by the brand effect behind it. Wang Changzhong was merely the first step. The Internet Cafe was just the gateway. Zhou Yu's ambitions extended far beyond merely selling software. That said, what had Zhou Yu bought for himself amidst the gifts for his family? In truth, most people's desires are quite simple, revolving around three main things: games, electronics, and beautiful women. As for the latter, even wealth cannot entirely resolve such matters. Regarding games, in this age, many renowned games had yet to be released. As for electronics, Zhou Yu had a keen interest. For instance, when the iPhone 4 debuted, it astounded the world and left a lasting impression on Zhou Yu. However, at that time, he was still an undergraduate burdened by tuition and living expenses, and a phone priced in the thousands was beyond his means. Nevertheless, his admiration endured for many years. Eventually, when he had a bit of disposable income, he still yearned for that device. Yet, by then, the iPhone had reached its 6th generation, having undergone several iterations in between. The once revolutionary iPhone 4 had long been discontinued. Nevertheless, Zhou Yu managed to acquire a well-preserved refurbished black 4S, purely for the sake of collection. While he felt joy in that acquisition, there lingered a sense of incompleteness. It was akin to the sentiment expressed in poetry. To buy osmanthus flowers while carrying wine, it is never quite the same as the carefree days of youth. At 30, purchasing items meant for an 18-year-old or visiting places once desired at 20 loses its significance. The world does not afford endless tomorrows. Rather, it is fraught with uncertainties. Thus, Zhou Yu had come to understand the importance of living in the moment and seizing joy as it comes. Yet, it was still 2007, the era dominated by Nokia's Symbian. In a few years, with the advent of Apple and the open-source Android system, Nokia would exit the market as abruptly as if struck down. Zhou Yu held no particular attachment to Nokia and had no intention of changing his phone. So, what was he planning to buy for himself? Zhou Yu had yet to determine that. With his wallet pleasantly swollen, he felt no urgency. Chapter 48. The Basketball Court at Sunset. Tuesday, after school. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its light struggled to break through the clouds, casting a half-lit glow upon the Linen High School's rain-soaked basketball court. This was the largest athletic area of the school. The court was divided in two by a dark green iron fence. On the left lay a standard football field, encircled by a 400-meter rubber track, while the right side hosted a series of basketball courts. 6 basketball courts were aligned side by side, their surfaces freshly painted, with clear lines marking the boundaries. The hoops were neatly arranged, adorned with backpacks, as several teams engaged in spirited matches. The sounds of sweat, shouts, and the squeak of sneakers filled the air. The physical education representative of Class 5, Wang Haosen, wore his signature colorful headband as he led the class basketball team in preparation for next week's autumn sports meet. Balancing a ball in his left hand, he recalled the final lines from the anime Slam Dunk. "Let us go. We are going to dominate the nation," he shouted, his heart swelling with excitement. "Let us go. We are going to conquer the autumn sports meet." With that, he tossed the basketball skyward, and everyone leaped in unison. On the other side, the football field was equally bustling. From above, it resembled a pot brimming with dumplings. At this moment, during the interval between classes just before evening self-study, Linen High School was at its most vibrant. The rubber track, bathed in the sunset, cast elongated shadows of the journey to the West Trio, akin to 3 figures slowly pursuing the sun. The trio represented 3 distinct skin tones: Si Bangzi, fair as freshly made rice cakes; Pan Jing, dark as if just returned from harvesting wheat at his grandmother S; and Zhou Yu, of a wheatish complexion, neither too dark nor too fair. 1, 2, 3. As Zhou Yu adjusted his breathing, he maintained a rhythmic slow jog. He was accustomed to matching 3 steps with 1 breath, then slightly adjusting the tempo based on his stamina. This was a pacing method he had developed during his previous life while training for marathons. He was able to regulate his heart rate and stabilize his breathing. He turned back to glance at the hefty Sibangzi trailing behind him, who was cursing the heavens while running, gasping for air as if he might collapse at any moment. "I can't go on. I am dying. This long-distance running is truly a killer," he grumbled, alternating between a few strides and a lengthy walk, his mouth spewing curses while his feet continued to move. Despite trailing behind like a dog, he exhibited considerable tenacity. The two were merely a dozen meters apart, yet in terms of laps, Sibangzi had already fallen behind by several circles. "I truly can't go on. I need a break." He finally halted, panting heavily as if he had just surfaced from the depths of the ocean. "All right, don't push yourself. Just stand. Do not sit or lie down, or you risk fainting," Zhou Yu earnestly advised, acknowledging the perilous situation. After uttering this, he directed his gaze forward, where a figure had already lapped him by a considerable margin, Bai Jing. This junior, with an air of coolness, ran without uttering a word or complaining of fatigue, thumping along like a well-oiled engine. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth, pursuing him for several laps, but to no avail. Damn it, who knew this kid had such stamina? He asked like a bull, brimming with unyielding vigor. No wonder he is so popular with the girls. It was genuinely enviable. Inside the rubberized track at the northwest corner of the soccer field, Meng Miaojuan, the delicate figure Class 5, strained to launch the shot put from her grasp. It traced a rather straight parabolic arc through the air before plummeting to the ground. "Hurry, help me measure the distance." Meng Miaojuan craned her neck to catch sight of the shot put's landing. The frail girl from Class 5, Xiao Yao, stood nearby at the drop zone. She approached, measured with her foot a few times, and turned back with a wink. "There's been some improvement. Junji, how far?" Meng Miaojuan perked up immediately. 5 meters. That's an increase of 10 centimeters. What? After all that, I still didn't T-pass? Furious. "I'm done practicing," Meng Miaojuan exclaimed in exasperation, flinging her hands. "You try it." "No way, I don't want to practice this." Xiao Yao shook her head, her voice sweet and airy. "Then just throw it back to me. Let me catch my breath before I practice again." With that, Meng Miaojuan sprawled on the grass, arms outstretched. "Just let me lie here for a bit." Before her words could dissipate, a dark shadow streaked across the sky. What is flying so fast?" She abruptly sat up, following the sound with her gaze. The shot put landed with a thud on the grass, at least 10 meters away. Meng Miaojuan was taken aback, slowly turning her head to look back. Xiao Yao stood with her hands clasped behind her back, akin to a misbehaving student, gently kicking at the grass. With her head bowed, She murmured softly it was an accident. Nearby, there was another soul in the same predicament. The tarot girl, Zhou Yu, adorned in her signature dark gothic makeup, sharp eyeliner, and deep purple lips. She appeared eerie, yet was utterly earnest in her actions. At that moment, she slightly bent her knees, swaying her hands at her sides, as her peculiar jewelry jingled with a cacophony of sounds. She leaped and landed. How far? Jiang Yuan eagerly inquired. Standing beside her, Lin Wangshu, the evening breeze tousling her long hair, looked like a scene frozen in a film. She quietly surveyed the mark left by Jiang Yuan's jump and calmly announced, 45 meters. Huh? Jiang Yuan gasped. I might as well just lie down. I'd land farther than that. If I just lay down. She whimpered, though not a tear was shed. Then she struck a pose that demanded a hug. Burrowing into Lin Wangshu's embrace. Jiang Yuan was not particularly tall, 161 centimeters, while Lin Wangshu stood at 168 centimeters, creating a perfect fit. Lin Wangshu gazed at her with an air of resignation, her voice soft. Indeed, you'd have jumped 16 centimeters farther if you had laid down. Perhaps this isn't your forte. Why must you insist on participating in the long jump? There's a boy in our class who always mocks me for not being able to jump, Jiang Yuan pouted. He laughs at me, saying I might as well just lie down. He hit the nail on the head. She fumed, stomping her foot. Why should I care about his opinion? Lin Wangshu remarked. I don't want to be looked down upon, Jiang Yuan replied. Lin Wangshu nodded in understanding. However, the 45 meters was indeed a considerable deficit, and she felt powerless to assist. She could only sigh softly. Jiang Yuan watched her, echoing the sigh. But in this moment of tranquility, Jiang Yuan suddenly squinted, tilting her head toward the direction of the track, exclaiming, Isn't that the child of stars? Lin Wangshu was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. Jiang Yuan scoffed, that annoying Zhou Yu. Chapter 49, The Secrets of the Standing Long Jump. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Yu noticed them, waving and jogging over. Hello. What a coincidence. He was grinning mischievously. Lin Wangshu was slightly taken aback, but nodded in response. Jiang Yuan, however, simply turned her head away, pretending not to see him. Throughout the past week, she had never once initiated a greeting with Zhou Yu. Several times, she had blatantly seen him, yet deliberately looked away, acting as if he were invisible. Yes, this was one of the most straightforward methods she, the brooding gothic tarot girl, could devise to retaliate against the child of the stars. Ignore him. Yet Zhou Yu was as unyielding as they come, always cheerfully greeting her with a grin. Who wants to greet you? Get lost. They were not close. What relationship did they share? None at all. If one were to speak of their relationship, it would be that he was destined to be pummeled by their tarot society this Friday. The dynamic of the aggressor and the victim. Jiang Yuan eagerly anticipated Friday. For the president, Shun Xingli will be going head-to-head with Zhou Yu. She had never failed to deliver. At this moment, Zhou Yu approached, blissfully unaware. His fist clenched at his chest. Are you all preparing for next week's Autumn Sports Festival? Little did he know that within mere seconds, Jiang Yuan's mind had already staged the entire first act of her tarot revenge plan. Jiang Yuan replied coldly, tilting her head. Zhou Yu glanced at the lines drawn on the grass, a standard format for the standing long jump. Have you all signed up for the standing long jump? No. I'm just helping her practice, Lin Wangshu stated. Jiang Yuan maintained her aloof demeanor. Zhou Yu nodded. How are you jumping? Lin Wangshu cast a glance at the pit Jiang Yuan had just created, her expression unchanged, remaining silent. Zhou Yu followed Lin Wangshu's gaze, eyeing the pit. With a slight arch of her brow, she remained silent. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuan cleared her throat. 9 meters, that's even farther than if you were lying down. Lin Wangshu, Zhou Yu. The two exchanged glances at the pit simultaneously. All right then. Zhou Yu forced a polite yet feigned smile. However, my goal is 2 meters. Jiang Yuan lifted her chin, expressing dissatisfaction with her current achievement. Lin Wangshu maintained her usual cool demeanor, unflinchingly agreeing. Indeed, a breakthrough has encountered a bottleneck. It was as if they were perfectly in sync, speaking as if it were the truth. In reality, they were far from it. Although Zhou Yu was not an athlete, he had been a fitness enthusiast in his previous life. Initially, he had spent a considerable sum on personal training sessions. When work was less hectic, he would frequent the gym at least 3 to 4 times a week, alternating between chest, back, arms, and legs while incorporating aerobic training. Not every muscle group was targeted weekly, but he always made sure to do squats. The next day after training, he would feel the intense soreness, a pleasurable kind of pain. Among all the muscle groups, the sense of rebirth from leg workouts was the most profound. Standing long jumps, in essence, were all about lower body strength. For Zhou Yu, a seasoned leg trainer, he had some insights. Thus, he spoke up. I have a method. I'm not listening. Jiang Yuan tilted her head. What is there to listen to? Are you going to regale us with the ramblings of a child of the stars? What if it's useful? Lin Wangshu interjected calmly. Jiang Yuan ceased her retorts, merely huffing in response. This stubbornness of hers was akin to a winding mountain road, a peculiar way of saying yes. Follow my lead and jump, Zhou Yu instructed, taking his stance and demonstrating the motions. Just like this, yes, knees slightly bent. Jump from a standstill. Jiang Yuan mimicked him a few times, attempting to jump and touch the ground. But after her second jump, she sensed something amiss. A sudden impact surged from her feet, causing her chest to shake violently. Her face flushed crimson. Today, she was wearing a tank top beneath her school uniform. Having neglected to don a sports bra, continuing to jump like this felt inappropriate. She hurriedly stopped, cleared her throat, and feigned nonchalance. Can we switch to a different movement? Zhou Yu pondered. Well, the main focus is on strengthening the lower body. You could do more squats. If squats bore you, try frog jumps. I believe frog jumps might be more beneficial than squats. They have less range, but train explosive power. As he spoke, Zhou Yu began to demonstrate. Hopping back onto the rubber track like a joyful frog. Let us start by jumping a lap around the field. Most importantly, persistence is key. However, it's quite challenging to maintain alone. Lin Wangshu, accompany her. You don't have to jump with her. Jogging is fine. It's perfect timing. You need the exercise too. With that, he bounded away, leaping like a frog. Why is he arranging this for you? Jiang Yuan remarked gloomily. Who dares to arrange for the illustrious Lin Wangshu? Lin Wangshu also felt something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint it. I don't know. My mother does the same with my father at home. As Jiang Yuan continued, she had already started doing squats, her breaths becoming labored. The other day when I said I was going to the library, my mother told my father, why don't you keep her company? Same tone, same expression. What are you implying? Lin Wangshu frowned slightly. I mean, you have that old married couple vibe, Jiang Yuan quipped, shaking her hands. Lin Wangshu moved behind her, hastily interrupting. Hurry and jump. Stop talking about this. I'll accompany you. Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhou Yu had already leaped to the corner of the track, pausing to glance back at them. Waving cheerfully, still sporting that mischievous grin. Thus, on the playground, under the setting sun, two graceful silhouettes emerged. One resembled a frog, bouncing energetically. The other, a human, ran alongside the frog. The evening breeze tousled their hair, and the setting sun cast elongated shadows at their feet. Youth may lack a soundtrack, yet many moments are more fervent than any background music. When the bell for evening self-study rang, Zhou Yu had just completed his 5 kilometers training plan for the day. He did not enter the classroom, but instead turned and left the campus, heading straight to Jiuzhou. For the foreseeable month, he would likely be coming here after school daily. This was his first step towards entering the market. To be frank, Boss Wang's efficiency exceeded his expectations. The trial version of the software had already been sent to all branches today. If all went smoothly, he would likely receive inquiries from clients within days. What followed? As long as the feedback was positive and user habits developed, word of mouth would flourish. Clients would come knocking at his door. After spending less than an hour at Jiuzhou, Zhou Yu returned home. Once home, he resumed work on the internet cafe management software he had promised Wang Changzhong, due in 2 weeks. Zhou Yu was certainly not engaging in a losing endeavor. His willingness to offer it for free was merely an experiment. If he could indeed leverage Jiuzhou to penetrate the market, then this software deserved meticulous refinement as the first step in his long-term business plan, firmly securing this initial batch of users. However, if the promotional efforts at Wang Changzhong's side yielded mediocre results, then the software would proceed as planned. But only a basic version would be created sufficient to meet needs, while he redirected his energy elsewhere. After all, he hadn't signed a contract. He retained complete control. This kind of management software actually required significantly more time than the tool software he had previously sold to Wang Changzhong. The functions were complex with numerous issues to resolve. Yet there were no substantial technical barriers. The tool software, on the other hand, posed higher technical barriers with fewer functions, necessitating time to surmount those barriers. The investment of time in the previous life allowed him to produce it within 2 days this time around. Moreover, bugs were fewer and stability was higher. In recent days, Zhou Yu had been spending time each evening at Jiuzhou Internet Cafe. Engaging in casual conversations with Wang Changzhong was one aspect. More importantly, he was there to listen and observe the genuine needs of users. In his view, all product inspiration begins with understanding people, rather than presenting a flashy PowerPoint to secure funding. In those years, the internet industry was booming and entrepreneurship and fundraising were as effortless as breathing. A cog from a major corporation, basking in the glow of technical prowess, would present the team's achievements as their own, securing funding, valuation, and financial freedom in one fell swoop. Countless companies thrived on concept speculation, capital manipulation, and storytelling. Amidst the winds of opportunity, Even pigs could soar. Yet when the winds ceased and the tide receded, only then could one see who was swimming naked. The market and venture capitalists are never naive. Taking money without putting in the effort or performing poorly can lead to dire consequences. As time progressed, securing funding became increasingly arduous. The thresholds for public listings rose higher, and the appetites of investors grew more discerning. In the years leading up to Zhou Yu's rebirth, it was nearly impossible to find any technology companies successfully ringing the bell on NASDAQ. In such an era, individuals like him, who diligently crafted products step by step, became a rarity. Yet, he remained steadfast in his belief that a truly exceptional technological product requires time for refinement, for maturation, and for iterative feedback from users in their environment. Black Myth, Wukong serves as a prime example of this philosophy. DeepSeek also embodies this, although its background and trajectory are a different narrative altogether. As society grew increasingly restless, with everyone in a rush, few were willing to pause. However, to genuinely accomplish something, one must cultivate patience amidst the chaos and establish roots in the clamor. Thus, he chose to remain at Zhou each night, simply to listen to the subtle frowns accompanying the pressing of the spacebar, to uncover the genuine issues hidden beneath the grumbling. As he was engrossed in writing code, a sudden notification from QQ interrupted his thoughts. Ahem, your friend, Lin An's first strongman, is now online. Zhou Yu suddenly recalled that it had been several days since he last played games with Lin Wangshu. Chapter 50, New Background Music. To say it had been a long time would be an exaggeration. In reality, it had only been since Sunday. Today was Tuesday, a mere 3 days. Moreover, her recent online hours had been considerably later than before, typically around 11 p.m., and she generally logged off after about half an hour. For instance, at this moment, it was already 11:30 p.m. What game could she possibly be playing at such a late hour? Thus, Zhou Yu opened the chat box. After all, this virtual romance could not be severed. Just as he hesitated on what to write, a status appeared at the top of the chat. Listening to Love Before the Common Era by Jay Cho. Zhou Yu chuckled softly. How does the 18-year-old Lin, the star, always manage to steal my playlist? He began to type, Genius Island. Hey bro, are you there? After a brief pause, he added a note of self-pity. Genius Island, you've been online so late lately, and I've been left to kneel countless times without anyone to guide me. On the other end, Lin Wangshu had just finished her shower, casually twisting her long hair into a loose bun. A few damp strands clung to her cheeks and collarbone, exuding a faint humidity. With the recent heat, she had donned shorts and a tank top, the straps of which had slipped down, partially obscuring her fair shoulders. She sat at her desk, completely unaware, her long legs dangling over the edge of the chair, swaying gently. She was wearing headphones, with the left ear connected to her computer, playing the original track of Love Before the Common Era, and the right ear linked to a recording pin, capturing her intermittent piano practice from the past few days. Unconsciously, she began to hum along to the lyrics. I inscribed my love for you in the era before the Common Era, buried deep in the Mesopotamian plains. The lighting was soft, and her profile revealed a hint of languid warmth. In this moment, the cool girl appeared imbued with a touch of gentle warmth. Suddenly, a familiar avatar with a 45-degree upward gaze popped up. Well, this is a perfect opportunity for you to practice your skills. One must learn to grow up. Ah, so you're putting on a show, are you? Recently, I might only have time to play games on weekends. Genius Island. So busy, huh? Yes, I've been busy practicing archery and piano. Zhou Yu had anticipated her archery practice, considering she had signed up for the archery event in the sports meet. In her past life, she had even secured second place. It was evident she had practiced in secret. Otherwise, no amount of talent would allow her to excel without preparation. However, piano practice? Hadn't she just said she didn't play during their last meal together? With this thought in mind, Zhou Yu naturally inquired further. Genius Island. Piano practice? You play the piano? There was a noticeable pause on the other end, and after a considerable silence, he began to wonder if he had overstepped. Just then, the other party sent a file. Love Before the Common Era MP3. As for why Lin Wangshu suddenly sent this, it was quite simple. She merely felt proud of her performance and wanted to be praised. Hey, I'm really something. Following this, she opened a conversation with Jiang Yuan and sent it over. After that, she also sent it to a few close female classmates. Yes, logging on at such a late hour was certainly not to specifically share this with an online acquaintance. She was merely preparing to send it to her best friends when this familiar acquaintance just happened to appear, and fortuitously, he inquired about it, all while Lin, the young lady, was in a particularly good mood and casually sent it over. Lin Wangshu was quite satisfied with her work. However, it was far too late, and Jiang Yuan and her other close friends were not online, nor had they even received the file. After waiting for a while, she received no feedback whatsoever. Even a usually quick-to-respond online acquaintance, Xiao Bingzhang Jie, had suddenly disappeared. Lin Wangshu's enthusiasm waned, and she pouted slightly. Was her performance not good? Impossible. The cool girl was always confident, always proud. Thus, she switched back to her conversation with Xiao Bingzhang Jie and began typing. On Zhou Yu's end, upon receiving the unexpected audio file, he was taken aback. Accepting and playing it, the sound of the piano flowed gently through the room, melodious and crystal clear, akin to a solo concert performed solely for him. His thoughts drifted back to a time in his past life when they had not yet been together. Zhou Yu, what are you listening to? Oh, Love Before the Common Era, the piano version. Share a headphone with me. I do like to listen. He had always been fond of Jay Chou's original version, having listened to it for many years, and now, hearing the piano rendition felt quite pleasant. It's all right, but not as good as how I play. There were relatively few piano covers online, and this one was already considered quite decent. So, he thought he might as well enjoy it. Little did Zhou Yu anticipate that within half a month following their mundane yet intimate exchanges, at his concert attended by tens of thousands, Lin Wangshu had arranged for him to be seated in a spot neither too far nor too close, yet with a splendid view. During the encore after the curtain call, she sat at the piano under the spotlight, playing Love Before the Common Era. It descended from above like a lunar goddess gracing the earth. The entire arena erupted in fervor. The world was in a cacophony, yet in that moment, Zhou Yu felt an extraordinary tranquility, unable to hear any shouts, only the sound of the piano. It was so quiet that he felt as if the audience consisted solely of him. At this moment, he gazed at the overlapping interface of the media player and chat window, completely immersed in the memories of that concert, as if the melodies still lingered, and the lights continued to dance before his eyes, until the message from the other party pulled him back to reality. How's it going? Zhou Yu smiled. A mere 3 words and a small symbol, yet he was profoundly familiar with her. He could almost envision Lin Wangshu sitting before her computer, her expression cool and detached, yet her eyes shimmering with a hint of anticipation. Genius Island, quite well. On the other end of the line, Lin Wangshu stared at the reply from Xiao Bingzhang. Again, it comprised just 3 unremarkable words. There was no expression, no interjections, not even the effort of an exclamation mark. It seemed like a forced compliment. She couldn't help but pout slightly. Unhappy, though she had only practiced for 3 days. Her performance was already commendable. Anyone who has studied classical instruments knows that compared to the lengthy practice pieces that span several pages and require half an hour for a single movement, pop music scores are truly child's play. The structure is simple, with many repetitive sections. With a bit of familiarity with the rhythm and a few iterations of fingering, one could achieve a level of proficiency. Was her playing rather good? Little did she know, Zhou Yu, in matters of pure enjoyment and without genuine sentiment, could elevate your spirits with his praises, filling the emotional void. However, when he truly invested himself, he found it difficult to articulate any grandiose sentiments. For instance, the phrase "quite well" was the pinnacle of his praise. In truth, many people in reality share this trait. When genuinely moved, they often stumble over their words. Yet the proud and self-assured cool girl didn't remain disheartened for long. She clicked on the media player and replayed the segment of her piano performance from the beginning. As she listened, a slight smile crept onto her lips. Indeed, it sounded delightful. In an instant, her confidence surged. She began to scroll through her QQ contact list, her fingertips gliding across the friends list. Only then did she realize, to her dismay, that she did not have Zhou Yu's QQ. Consequently, she turned to her QQ space and replaced the long-standing piece, River Flows in You, with the freshly minted Love Before the Era. Once everything was set, the proud and cool girl smiled with satisfaction and gracefully logged off to sleep. On the other end of the line, Zhou Yu, upon sending the words "quite well," already knew that Lin Wangshu would not reply. Sure enough, she vanished and logged off. But it mattered little. One must persist in sincere expression. Zhou Yu then imported the audio file Lin Wangshu had sent into his MP3. Afterward, he lay on his bed, donned his headphones, and listened to the timeless piano rendition of Love Before the Era, drifting into a deep slumber. That night, he dreamt once more. In his dream, he found himself at the familiar concert. He sat in the audience. During the encore segment, the lights went out, plunging the venue into darkness. A spotlight descended, illuminating her as she and the white piano descended from above. Yet, seated at the piano was the 18-year-old Lin Wangshu. Chapter 51, Microcomputer Class. The following day dawned bright and clear. Wednesday, the midpoint of the week, is often the most arduous day to endure. In school, anticipation for Friday would begin as early as Monday, for once Friday was conquered, the joyous Saturday would follow. The same sentiment applied post-graduation. Just the thought of the week being only half over with the weekend still a distant prospect, could render one particularly fatigued. Fortunately, today featured a microcomputer class. For the entire fifth class, aside from Friday, this precious Wednesday was the highlight of the week. Although it lasted less than an hour for students, it symbolized a sacred hour of liberation, a temporary escape from the confines of routine. Zhou Yu, however, held little interest in this class. After all, he had always been a free spirit when it came to computers, with no strict time constraints at home and parents who were sufficiently open-minded and trusting. He was the exception rather than the rule. In most households, computers were often treated like a double-edged sword. Many individuals, in fact, seldom came into contact with computers outside of school holidays. For such individuals, microcomputer classes were particularly invaluable. It is worth noting that Linen High School, as a provincial key institution, spared no expense in its software and hardware development. The computers in the lab boasted high configurations, rivaling even those found in the broader region. Therefore, such excellent equipment was naturally utilized for gaming. Although these computers were set to reset upon reboot, there were always those resourceful enough to bring their own USB drives, installing their favorite games on site. However, today, this microcomputer class was particularly lively, as the teacher had business to attend to, leading classes 5 and 0 to merge for the session. As the lab door swung open, students from both classes instinctively occupied opposite sides. Thus, the left section was nearly filled with students from Class 5, while Class 0 had only a sparse representation, occupying 3 rows. The atmosphere in the lab grew boisterous. Silence. Silence. Everyone quiet down, shouted the microcomputer teacher, Chi Li Wei, from the podium. Miraculously, the lab fell silent. Yet his shouting had little to do with it. Just after he finished, Lin Wangshu entered. She arrived fashionably late with a few girls, strolling and leisurely, her expression as perpetually aloof as ever. Perhaps the aura of the campus beauty, Lin Wangshu, was simply too potent. As soon as she stepped through the door, the noise in the lab seemed to hit the mute button. The previously raucous room fell abruptly silent. Even the whirring of the fans became distinctly audible. Numerous students, both male and female, craned their necks to gaze in her direction, as if bidding her farewell from an impressive distance. Today, inexplicably, the usually indifferent and cool girl cast several glances toward the densely packed Class 5, cold and detached. Yet this glance had an unintended effect. The male and female classmates who had been secretly observing her immediately averted their gazes as if struck by lightning. They all began to feign busyness. Either they were frantically pounding away at the keyboard, pulling out USB drives with exaggerated focus, or adjusting their hairstyles, flipping through textbooks. Each one appeared to be in a flurry of activity. As for those who still dared to steal glances at her, they sat up straight, puffed out their chests, and lifted their heads, as though fearing that others might miss their handsome profiles. It was quite amusing. In truth, she hadn't been looking at them at all, seeing the lab return to order. Today, teacher Chi Liwei evidently had no teaching arrangements, adopting a rather laid-back demeanor. He casually announced, "Feel free to engage in activities," before settling down at the podium, engrossed in some unknown task, his gaze never lifting. In Class 0, there were only about 20 students, seated sparsely. Our class leader, the esteemed president of the student council, a connoisseur of white shirts, possessed a chest as sturdy as steel. And then there was Hu Zikai, who fancied himself the most deserving suitor for Lin Wangshu in the entire school. Today he was once again clad in a crisp white shirt, the buttons undone just so, perfectly showcasing his remarkable aura. His half-rimmed glasses were worn impeccably, and his hairstyle was evidently styled with care, neat and poised. Although the recent debacle at the egg pancake stall had dealt a significant blow to both him and the student council, tarnishing his reputation, he remained steadfast in his belief that time would diminish all shame. More importantly, his fervent feelings for Lin Wangshu had never wavered in the slightest. After all, he was confident, tenacious, and held fast to the belief that perseverance could carve stone. At this moment, he discreetly positioned himself diagonally behind Lin Wangshu. In the front row, she sat alongside several female classmates. In the back, Huzakai silently fixated on her silhouette and her screen. Surely, my gaze must be imbued with deep affection. How gentlemanly I am, he mused inwardly. If only Zhou Yu knew how many subtle maneuvers and inner dialogues this fellow harbored, he would surely scoff. Peering over shoulders is despicable. Self-indulgence is pathological. Perhaps a visit to a psychiatrist would be advisable. Just then, Lin Wangshu logged into QQ and entered her QQ space. Huzakai suddenly recalled, "Damn it, I haven't even added her on QQ." Indeed, this fellow had toiled for nearly 3 years, yet had failed to secure even a single QQ friend. This underscored the challenge of this particular quest. To this day, he could only initiate temporary conversations through the class group chat. Of course, he had made numerous attempts, inquiring after her well-being, attempting to exchange contact information, and messaging under the pretext of homework assistance. He had tried every angle, only to be met with either cold indifference, read receipts without replies, or outright polite refusals, leaving no room for negotiation. Nevertheless, as they were in the same class, Lin Wangshu had added many classmates. She was not one to deliberately cultivate an aloof persona, shunning others from a distance. However, someone like Hu Zikai, whose intentions were painfully obvious, would undoubtedly be met with her disdain. Yet, Hu Zikai remained undeterred, still pondering how to elevate his relationship with Lin Wangshu to that of QQ friends. Just as he was brainstorming, the computer lab erupted with excitement. The students were preparing to form teams for a game of CS. However, with so few students in Class 0, they could hardly assemble 2 teams. In the demolition mode of CS, 10 players were needed to make it enjoyable. But today was different. Class 5 was also present. It was unclear who initiated it, but a showdown between Class 5 and Class 0 in CS naturally made its way onto the agenda. Kaigo, are we playing CS? Let's form a team for 5v5. A classmate shouted to Huzakai. Without raising his head, he firmly declined. Not playing. I don't engage in games. I am the exemplary student in the eyes of teachers and classmates, untouched by gaming. His image must be preserved, his persona maintained. Last week, we played quite well together. Another classmate persisted, but Huzakai shot him a glare, causing the student to immediately fall silent and seek out others to team up with. Unexpectedly, just then, beside Lin Wangshu in the front row, a girl with a high ponytail spoke up. Her name was Chun Yunxi, Lin Wangshu's deskmate and her closest friend in Class 0. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Lin Wangshu, they're playing CS. Isn't that your favorite? If you join, we can definitely win against Class 5. Before Lin Wangshu could respond, a certain someone in the back sprang to his feet with a swiftness reminiscent of a gopher popping up in a game. Count me in for CS 5v5. Uzakai exclaimed loudly, his voice echoing throughout the computer lab. At this moment, Zhou Yu was resting his chin on his hand, engrossed in watching Wu Lin Waizhuan on Tudo. That year, Wu Lin Waizhuan had just aired, achieving immense popularity. Nearly everyone was captivated by it, making it the most remarkable drama of countless youths. Unfortunately, no subsequent short dramas had ever surpassed it. The screenwriter had even ended up incarcerated. Currently, he was using Tudo, which had not yet transitioned to Youku and certainly had not gone bankrupt. The interface was laggy, filled with advertisements, yet he remained deeply focused. Wu Lin Waizhuan had accompanied Zhou Yu through many years, and although he had watched it countless times, he never grew tired of it. Each viewing brought forth new insights and emotions. At this moment, the episode featured the characters spending the night in the hall, with Lao by recounting ghost stories. This episode was one that even the dog had to pause and watch. He yawned, feeling a bit disinterested, and was on the verge of concocting a half-hearted excuse to excuse himself when C. Bangzi chimed in. Lao Zhou doesn't play CS. He gets dizzy in 3D. This was, in fact, the truth. During his student days, Zhou Yu had indeed avoided FPS games due to motion sickness. However, he had overcome this after meeting Lin Wangshu, rendering him immune to 3D dizziness. This was a tale of 36D curing motion sickness, but that was a story for many years later. Huh. Then what do you usually play? Bazing in Guit, Guitang, Zui U Ziplit Gasua. Huh. You play QQ Tang? Isn't that a game for elementary school students? How childish. Ba Jing burst into laughter, doubling over in amusement. Zhou Yu shrugged, his tone nonchalant as he replied, You all go ahead. I'm going to get some water. Ba Jing then yelled toward the front. Then Zhou Yu, you join in. There was a classmate from Class 5 with a name that sounded identical to Zhou Yu's. Zhou Yu, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, was the class monitor responsible for collecting homework, cleaning, and writing the duty roster. A quintessentially honest individual, the embodiment of the diligent classmate, toils away at every task. In an effort to avoid confusion, those who are more familiar with Zhou Yu, such as Pan Jing and C. Bangzi, refer to him as Old Zhou. Conversely, when addressing Zhou Yu, they use his full name. Meanwhile, those who share a closer bond with Zhou Yu tend to do the opposite, calling Zhou Yu by his full name while affectionately dubbing the class monitor with the moniker King of Farts. This epithet, well understood by those in the know, is not uncommon in any class, and Class 5 is no exception. The moment Pan Jing called out Zhou Yu's name, Huzakai's ears perked up as if equipped with an automatic sound detection system. His sensitivity to the pronunciation of Zhou Yu's name had reached a near-allergic level. Regardless of the surrounding din, he would instantly straighten his back and sharpen his gaze whenever those 2 syllables were uttered. The news of Zhou Yu's participation sent a wave of exhilaration through him. Zhou Yu and I are sworn adversaries. In previous encounters, He had unfortunately stumbled at the hands of this very individual. To make matters worse, each time he faced defeat, it was invariably in the presence of Lin Wangshu. After 3 arduous years of painstaking effort, all his meager progress had been rendered null and void. The mere thought of this caused his hand, resting atop the mouse, to tense with frustration, veins bulging. This time, victory was imperative. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu had prepared a double-layer glass cup, steeping goji berries within, already embarking on a journey of health preservation. Having endured several late nights recently, he continued the wellness habits inherited from his previous life. At this moment, he was elegantly navigating past the mainframe cabinet, cradling a glass cup reminiscent of the teacher's, the steam swirling above the goji berries. Qi Liwei, the computer science instructor, was hunched over, his expression grave, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. The layout of the computer lab was such that Zhou Yu stood directly behind him, with Qi's screen fully exposed. Before him lay a complex algorithm problem, the text sprawling across the page, a daunting mix of English and code that resembled an incantation. The focus was unmistakably on the BST problem. However, employing conventional methods, constructing trees, traversing recursive divide and conquer, would prove exceedingly convoluted and fail to meet the time constraints. Qi Liwei found himself ensnared in this mental quagmire, visibly distressed. Zhou Yu took a sip of his goji berry infusion and cast a glance, already formulating a plan in his mind. In this era, the trend of algorithm practice had yet to gain traction. There were not many tutorials, templates, or established routines available. Yet, in later years, it would become a rite of passage for every tech professional to tackle algorithmic problems in interviews at both renowned and obscure internet companies alike. Many of these problems have been derived from ACM ICPC, merely rebranded with new variables. Thus, the practice began, daily 3 problems, weekly 100, akin to the pressures of the Gaokao. The exam-oriented education system had birthed exam-oriented solutions. What one believed to be a pursuit of algorithmic knowledge was, in reality, mere rote memorization of strategies. The actual merit of these algorithmic exercises in professional contexts remained ambiguous and difficult to assess. Zhou Yu had persevered through this grind. With a solid foundation in his field and competitive experience, he had diligently honed his skills. The problems on LeetCode had become second nature to him. The task at hand was, in essence, not to be solved with conventional programming thought, but rather through mathematical deduction and induction. Thus, the adage that mathematics underpins all engineering disciplines rang true, a supreme truth indeed. This was the kind of problem that could be distilled into a few derived equations. Yet, adhering to standard approaches could lead to endless frustration. Without a word, Zhou Yu approached Qi Liwei's desk, casually picking up a gel pen and scribbling 3 lines of mathematical formulas on a blank space of used scratch paper. Once completed, he set down the pen and turned to leave. Qi Liwei was momentarily taken aback, glancing down to see a set of uncomplicated mathematical equations. His astonishment lingered for 5 seconds before he abruptly looked up, as if discovering a new continent, only to find Zhou Yu had already walked away. His silhouette graceful as he sipped his goji water, even stifling a yawn. Zhou Yu returned to his corner seat, resuming his viewing of the legend of the Condor heroes. After a while, having finished a segment of the plot, an advertisement interrupted his viewing. Upon glancing up, he noticed Pan Jing and Si Bangzi wearing expressions of solemnity, as if attending a memorial service. Curious, he leaned in to catch a glimpse of the screen. Alas, the scene was disheartening. Zhou Yu shook his head. His team of 5 had been utterly annihilated, while the opposing team stood fully intact. In the classic CS-16 demolition mode, it was a standard 5v5 battle, one team of defenders and another of attackers. The attackers would plant the bomb while the defenders attempted to defuse it. Victory hinged on either total annihilation of the opposing team, successful detonation, or effective disarmament, relying solely on skill. The current score was a dismal 13-1. The opposing team needed merely secure 16 rounds for an outright victory, and a maximum of 30 rounds could be played. The situation was undeniably grim. You all appear to be at a significant skill disadvantage, Zhou Yu remarked leisurely. How on earth are you going to manage? The opposing team has an expert sniper, Si Bangzi exclaimed, slamming his hand on the keyboard with a resounding pop. The sound echoed just enough to reach the other side of the room. Almost instantly, jeers erupted from the opposing team. Oh, resorting to insults without naming names? How very considerate. If you can't play well, just bark like a dog. If you can't win, blame Old Coin. Old Coin, phone runs, lazily retorted, a straw dangling from his mouth. Is Class 5 even capable? Perhaps you should switch to Dodiju. At least you could prolong the game. Other boys from Class 0 joined in the mockery. Just surrender already. Don't waste your ammunition. Or perhaps try using your mouse upside down to see if you can aim better. See Bangsy's face flushed with anger. Damn that old coin. Before he could finish his retort, the notification of being headshot interrupted him. Within less than 20 seconds of the round commencing, Class 5 was once again wiped out. The words counter-terrorists when flashed on the screen like a resounding slap. The score reached 14-1. With the commotion stirred by both teams, more students gathered around. Drawn into this virtual battleground, the audience had swelled. Chapter 53, Sniper. What a brutal score. The opposing team needed only 16 points to win, and they were already at 14. Rounded up, they were on the verge of match point. This mode allowed a maximum of 2 minutes per round, meaning, with a bit of rounding, they would be out of the game within 5 minutes. Zhou Yu was not the least bit surprised. For the players from Class 5 Sin in a battle were nothing short of amateurs. The formidable few have recently flocked to engage in 2K battles, leaving only this motley crew of novices to spar amongst themselves. Particularly, the likes of Li Jing and Si Bangsy approach CS with the finesse of a tower defense game, charging headlong in a confrontation, only to collapse in defeat shortly thereafter. In demolition mode, teamwork, strategic positioning, and coordinated defense are of utmost importance. Yet, they treat it as a mere brawl in the jungle. They shoot indiscriminately, and wherever they aim, they perish. Are they not merely living targets for the snipers? Frankly, many harbor a disdain for those who wield sniper rifles, vocally decrying them as cowards. Yet the truth is they simply lack the skill themselves. At this moment, the legend of the martial world had just concluded, and Zhou Yu stretched languidly, removing his headphones. The CS players had all shifted to his row, prompting him to join the spectating throng. In Class 0, Huzakai's in-game username was none other than his actual name, flamboyant and unrepentant. At that instant, he held a commanding lead in the kill count. A resplendent MVP badge gleamed beside his name, while the veteran sniper phone runs, the Class 0 ace, was adorned with a silver MVP, trailing just behind Huzakai. These two had become the dual pillars of Class 0. Huzakai glanced at his impressive stats before casting a fleeting look at the dismal records of the opposing team. Each of their usernames more juvenile than the last. Level 8 Tempest, Future, Free Fighting Champion, Lover of Fried Chicken Legs. It was hard to discern who among them was Zhou Yu. It mattered little. Who among them was not destined to fall before him? A smirk began to curl at the corners of Hu's mouth. That uncontrollable pride made him sit straighter, his posture akin to a newly enlisted soldier, ears perked to catch any murmurs from the back row. He awaited praise. Sure enough, a voice broke through. Seems like he's quite skilled. Who would have anticipated that the class monitor excelled at CS? And phone runs is impressive as well. If CS were included in the sports meet, our class would likely secure several medals. Upon hearing this, Huzakai could no longer contain his grin. He instinctively cast a sideways glance, his peripheral vision locking onto a cool, graceful silhouette in the back row. The earlier verbal skirmish had drawn the entire class into a lively scrum, yet these few girls had remained seated, quietly observing, witnessing every shot of the match. Did she see it all? This must have captivated her. My moment of glory. With that thought, Huzakai's smile broadened, reminiscent of a mischievous husky. Meanwhile, his desk mate, Chen Yunxi, blinked at Lin Wangshu. I don't understand. Who do you think is the best among them? No response. Chen Yunxi prodded Lin Wangshu again. Still no reply. With a gentle nudge, Lin Wangshu finally removed one earphone, her frosty eyes revealing a hint of confusion. What's going on? Indeed, the cool girl had not been watching at all. She was engrossed in the piano version of Love in the year 3000 playing in her personal space. To be precise, she had glanced at the opening match, but it was painfully obvious that the opponents were inept. What was there to see in such a one-sided slaughter? Furthermore, her own class wasn't performing much better. Phone Runs was merely holding a sniper to cover, while Huzakai wielded an AK-47, claiming headshots with a dismally low accuracy rate. Such a lackluster display, yet they seemed to revel in their achievements. The top-tier male student of Lin and could not fathom this. Therefore, before the first match concluded, she withdrew her gaze, returning to her personal space to explore new BGM. I don't understand their gameplay. They say Huzakai is the strongest. Who do you think is the best? Chen Yunxi reiterated. Lin Wangshu pondered. This question they were all rather lacking. If one must elevate the mediocre, then none could compare to the prowess of my apprentice, that little student, Zhang Gong. When did he become your apprentice? Let us call him my junior then. Thus, the cool girl opted for silence, quietly donning her headphones. On the other end, the 5 novices from Class 5 were similarly encircled by numerous onlookers. The pressure on the players was palpable. This round was utterly absurd. Their opponents had already discerned each player's capabilities and were now toying with them. 3 had already fallen, leaving only 2. Suddenly, the adversaries ceased their attacks. Ceasing fire did not signify mercy. Rather, they began to manipulate health, managing damage, and toying with their prey like a cat with a mouse. leaving them stranded at the map's edge, even too lazy to finish them off. The humiliation was profound. The score reached a staggering 151. Just one more round, and the game would be irrevocably concluded. The atmosphere was bleak. The ever-optimistic class monitor, Zhou Yu, quietly reassured everyone. It's all right, there's still one more round. We still have a chance. Believe that? This is no opportunity. It's merely a chance to be toyed with again. One student abruptly abandoned the match, slamming down the mouse and keyboard in resignation. Si Bangzi cursed vehemently, while Li Jing remained silent, no one wishing to continue, yet none daring to concede. At that moment, Zhou Yu sighed, sipping from his goji berry-infused water, and took a seat in the vacant position. Let us continue. The group was taken aback. Huh, old Zhou, didn't you say you don't play CS? Isn't it true that you get dizzy in 3D? Zhou Yu smiled softly, saying nothing, assuming the username of Level 8 Tempest. He then exchanged his AK-47 for a sniper rifle, the AWP. Huh, you're playing sniper? Is that advisable? Perhaps I should take the sniper role instead? Someone attempted to reach for the weapon. Stop your prattling. If you wish to win, follow my lead. His tone was calm, yet the unyielding confidence within it sliced through any skepticism. Silence fell over the group. As the countdown reached 0, the screen flashed. Map to Dust 2. 5v5 demolition. The final and decisive match. Old Zhou, be careful. Their sniper on the other side is quite formidable. Indeed, Phone Runs is exceptionally quick with the sniper, though his aim often veers off, leading to headshots becoming mere glancing blows. Even if he survives, he is left with half health. Exactly. And he has a habit of securing a kill at mid-door right from the start. Be cautious. Just as those words left his lips, a gunshot rang out. Someone has fallen? In Class 0, Hu Zikai and Phone Runs felt an intense surge of energy in their hands. I am truly invincible. How should we approach this final round? We should take it slow, drag it out. That's the way to enjoy it. Let us slowly torment them. Regardless, victory was assured. Very well. I shall commence as usual, eliminating one through the central entrance. No sooner had the words left my lips than the sound of gunfire and the thud of a fallen body resonated almost simultaneously. How in the world did I meet my demise? Phone Runs was momentarily taken aback. Level 8 Gale, AWP headshot eliminates Phone Runs. Chapter 54. Level 8 Gale. Hu Zikai was also left in a state of shock. Were you not supposed to snipe first? The realization had yet to dawn upon him. The kill sound echoed once more in his headphones. Level 8 Gale, AWP headshot eliminates Hu Zikai. Double kill. Yet this time, it was a blind shot through the door. What? Everyone was momentarily stunned. How did a sniper suddenly appear on the opposing side? Moreover, it seemed their shots were swifter and more precise. At the very least, they had swiftly taken down two with headshots. Securing the enemy's two core players at the outset undoubtedly provided a tremendous boost to morale for Zhou Yu's team. Most crucially, apart from Hu Zikai and Phone Runs, the remaining three players, including Si Bangzi and his companions, possessed similar levels of skill, mere novices. In less than a minute and a half, they successfully reclaimed a round. Under Zhou Yu's leadership, the team indeed grew bolder with each engagement. In terms of sniping, there was an absolute dominance of skill, having neutralized the enemy sniper and subsequently alleviated the firepower pressure from their core players. They relentlessly pursued the adversaries. And in no time, the score escalated to 15-14, a mere point away from leveling the match. Those who frequently indulge in esports know well that when a team surges from a deficit of 2 to 3 or 3 to 4, reaching the brink of equality often signifies a decisive moment. Particularly at this juncture, the team being chased down teetered on the edge of psychological collapse. In this scenario, the contest was not merely a matter of marksmanship, but also a gamble of mental fortitude. Especially for Class 0, who had just been dominating their opponents. They now found themselves transformed into frightened, vulnerable players on the verge of collapse. Phone Runs no longer dared to approach the central door, while Hu Zikai's complexion paled. The once light-hearted match had turned them into the subjects of ridicule. An increasing number of onlookers gathered, with some even bringing in benches to witness the spectacle. The notion of achieving an epic comeback if they managed to equalize sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. Goodness, to recover from 11 to 5 to 15 to 14 was already astounding. Meanwhile, the cool and aloof girl in the back remained entirely oblivious, engrossed in her music, devoid of any worldly desires, solely attuned to her own artistic recognition. Yet, she was once again awakened by Chun Yunxi's voice. Lin Wangshu, he tied the score. It seems thrilling. We are headed to the decisive round. Tied? A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Wangshu's icy gaze. Although it was merely a clash of novices, it was a contest between significantly mismatched novices, with one group of amateurs overpowering another. Could they truly equalize? The cool girl was somewhat astonished. Thus, she too rose to join the spectators of the equalizing match. In truth, throughout the process of leveling the score, Zhou Yu had nearly exerted 120% of his potential in the initial rounds. There had been no reservations, for the opposing team had already reached the critical score of 15. One more defeat would conclude the match. At that moment, the situation was perilous, time was of the essence, and the team lacked any rhythm, forcing Zhou Yu to single-handedly stabilize the game. However, after several rounds, he calmly discerned the entirety of the opponent's strength. Aside from the sniper phone runs, the others were relatively manageable. Huzakai, though his statistics appeared impressive and his kill count commendable, he was merely a scavenger, finishing off weakened foes. In a direct confrontation, he was utterly lacking. Thus, the rhythm began to shift. Zhou Yu transitioned to a strategic approach in the match. No longer merely engaging in head-on confrontations, he seized control of the battlefield. At times, he would focus fire on phone runs at the outset, directly diminishing the enemy's core capabilities. At others, he would deliberately feint to distract, targeting peripheral positions one by one before eliminating the main force. He altered tactics several times, each instance catching the opponents off guard. Ultimately, the front line became increasingly chaotic, leading to a complete collapse in the enemy's rhythm. More importantly, as Zhou Yu gained insight into his adversaries, he began to play with greater ease. He no longer carried the team single-handedly, but actively provided cover for his teammates, managing health lines, controlling key positions, and creating opportunities. Unintentionally, he began to allow others to secure kills. Gradually, each teammate amassed eliminations, fostering a sense of involvement, presence, and confidence among them. At times, the game was not merely about skill, but rather a testament to self-assurance, colloquially known as feel. At this moment, the atmosphere on the field was starkly different from when he first began. Now, Class 5 surged with momentum, while Class 0 was shrouded in silence. Without a hint of doubt, Zhou Yu's side claimed another round, leveling the score. The decisive round had arrived. In the final match, Zhou Yu even discarded the sniper rifle, opting instead for an AK-47, leading his teammates in a swift offensive breakthrough. Such a tactic would have been unthinkable against an initially formidable opponent. It would have been tantamount to courting death. Yet now, the circumstances had drastically changed. The opposing team was now a frightened flock. In the end, the decisive round concluded in a mere minute, with minimal damage but an overwhelmingly humiliating defeat. Huzakai and phone runs stared at the failure screen in disbelief. The opposing data appeared surprisingly balanced. This was absurd. Without a doubt, the MVP of the match was awarded to the seemingly possessed level 8 Gale. Upon seeing that ID, Huzakai felt a surge of fury. In the latter half, he had barely survived the opening moments before being eliminated by this player. Who was this level 8 Gale? This ID seemed off. When read backward, it became Gale level 8, level Gale 8. Good heavens! His pupils constricted as he suddenly exclaimed, "Old coin." This was the true old coin. Having shouted, he then realized that such outbursts were hardly befitting his refined persona. As expected, the class leader remarked, "How can you use foul language?" Indeed, wasn't he the class leader being rather crass? Was it merely a game loss that had transformed him so drastically? It appeared that losing a game could inflict such a profound blow on a person. The girls in the back row regarded him with peculiar expressions. Yet most devastatingly, Lin Wangshu was now watching him. She did not smile, merely casting her calm gaze his way, still as frosty as ever, yet strangely evoking an overwhelming sense of shame within him. Huzakai's face instantly flushed a vivid crimson, mouth agape, words stuck in his throat, caught in a dilemma. During moments of glory, she had not even glanced his way, yet in his moment of madness, she did not miss a beat. Where's the fairness in that? Phone Run sat in his seat, his face a shade of deep indigo, continually murmuring, "This isn't right, this isn't right." His demeanor resembled that of an exasperated character, repeating, "I've never won against a sniper. Each time, I am met with a headshot. This is illogical. There must be foul play involved. Indeed, there must be cheating." A teammate interjected vehemently, his tone imbued with righteous indignation. His voice, unrestrained, reverberated throughout the classroom. The atmosphere, once tranquil, was suddenly rife with tension. However, in the next moment, Si Bangzi rose to his feet, vociferously retorting, "If you can't win, do you then accuse others of cheating? Accept defeat gracefully, understand? If not, perhaps you should switch to a game of landlording. At least there, you could survive until the farmers rise." This statement was a mirror of Phone Run's own words. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Phone Run's abruptly stood, his face crimson, striding purposefully towards Si Bangzi. He was not there to reason. He was there to reclaim his dignity. who is the level 8 Gale, stepped forward. Come, shall we engage in a 1v1 duel? Do you dare? In Class 5? The onlookers exchanged glances with Zhou Yu, silently acknowledging the question posed by phone runs. Who was the level 8 Gale? The attention of those in Class 0 also shifted towards them. Phone runs furrowed his brow. He recognized this individual as the one who had recently been demoted from Class 1, yet their acquaintance was superficial. Huzakai, on the other hand, was taken aback, frozen in place. Was this truly his fate, to repeatedly encounter defeat? For some inexplicable reason, he recalled a saying, the last straw that broke the camel's back. At that moment, he felt akin to that camel, utterly crushed beneath Zhou Yu's weight. Had Zhou Yu been privy to his inner turmoil, he would undoubtedly have quipped, "Ah, our little chairman, who is rather fragile." Meanwhile, behind Huzakai, Chen Yunxi nudged Lin Wangshu, her tone tinged with surprise. It's him. Unlike Lin Wangshu, whose memory was fleeting, Chen possessed an excellent memory, never forgetting a face. Even after only glimpsing Zhou Yu in a forum photograph, she had etched his visage into her mind. Last week, when Yu Mingjie was pestering you by the school gate, he was the one who came to your rescue. Chen Yunxi added. Indeed, not only did he assist me, but he also taught me archery, accompanied me to the movies, shared meals, and even pretended to be my boyfriend, holding hands for pictures. So much has transpired in just 1 week, far too much to articulate. At that moment, the cool-headed girl remained silent, merely tilting her head toward the corner of the computer room. She then removed her other earphone, observing Zhou Yu as he leisurely sipped from a cup of goji berry water. Why would I engage in a duel with you? He inquired. This question left phone runs momentarily dumbfounded, as did many of the onlookers from both Class 0 and Class 5. Isn't it? I am questioning your alleged cheating. Shouldn't you duel me to prove your innocence? Phone runs quickly regained his composure, retorting, I knew it. You cowardly cheater wouldn't dare to face me in a duel. His words ignited the ire of many. Even Zhou Yu, the usually mild-mannered class monitor, spoke up in rebuttal. To accuse someone of cheating simply because you cannot win is utterly baseless. Your team has consistently performed poorly, especially this level 8 Gale, whose record is at the bottom. Suddenly, you play as a sniper and achieve headshots with every shot. Is that not evidence of cheating? A participant from Class 0 challenged. Fool, we swap players. You never stipulated that substitutions were prohibited. C. Bangzi shot back. You ought to know that my friend Zhou rarely plays CS. He is more of a bubble hall player. Getting beaten by someone who plays bubble hall. How amusing. As he spoke, C. Bangzi burst into laughter, prompting the others to join in, their mirth echoing through the room. It must be said this rotund fellow had a way with words that warmed the heart and effortlessly shifted the mood. Zhou Yu sat at his desk, a gentle smile illuminating his face as he leisurely swirled his cup of goji berry water. As he sipped, he reflected on the absurdity of the situation. Phone Runs was acutely aware that he could not afford to lose face at this moment. You shall duel me, yet for reasons unknown. His voice lacked the expected fervor. Fortunately, several teammates rallied around him, determined to stand their ground, almost as if they were throwing a tantrum, refusing to leave. Much like stubborn meat that cannot be driven away, they were resolute in their quest to regain their honor. Huzakai found himself at the back of the group. Having been repeatedly humiliated, he hesitated to draw attention to himself. For the first time, he felt that perhaps being an ostrich was not such a bad idea. Zhou Yu, casting a sidelong glance at Phone Run's group, remarked flatly, I already stated that I am not cheating. Why engage in a duel? He then returned to his seat, in full view of everyone, and proceeded to open an episode of The Legend of the Martial Arts. Phone Runs exclaimed, What the hell, am I invisible? Huzakai, experiencing a sense of déjà vu, thought, I have encountered this scenario before, yet I find myself helpless. Zhou Yu's presence commanded respect, as C. Bangzi acknowledged. No wonder he changed the class. His aura is remarkable. C. Bangzi added, he's managed to outshine everyone again, but let him bask in it. He led us to victory today. Fan Jing remarked, next time, I too shall adopt Zhou's approach and shine brightly. In youth, one can easily fall into the trap of self-justification, tirelessly striving to prove oneself to others. Yet, this endeavor is ultimately futile. What does it accomplish? Often, when others question you, it is merely an attempt to unsettle and exhaust you. Being doubted is commonplace. The strong do not seek validation. There is no need for explanations. Learn to counter-question, turning all inquiries back upon the inquirer. Much like Zhou Yu, who effortlessly tossed the question back, often infuriating those who sought to challenge him. Yes, it is indeed about vexing and discomforting them, isn't it? Instead of entangling oneself in self-justification, one might as well devote time to activities that bring relaxation and joy. Thus, the group found themselves at an impasse, standing there, neither departing nor sitting, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. Nevertheless, driven by the belief that if anyone should feel awkward, it ought to be someone else, they stubbornly remained. Huzakai, having learned his lesson, gently nudged Phone Runs, whispering, perhaps we should just let this go. Yet, Phone Runs grew even more incensed, declaring, come, I just recharged my meal card with 500 yesterday. If I lose the duel, feel free to swipe my card at will. As soon as the words left his lips, he slammed the card onto the table with such force that it nearly bounced off. Indeed, it is often said, one should refrain from falling into the trap of self-justification. However, there are exceptions. For instance, when your self-affirmation can yield tangible benefits. That changes the narrative entirely. Who could possibly refuse such an opportunity, akin to money being delivered right to your doorstep? But in truth, the money itself is of little consequence. The primary desire is to assist diligent students in overcoming their internet addiction. I, Zhou Yu, am merely a benevolent citizen eager to lend a hand. Upon glancing at the unremarkable meal card, Zhou Yu immediately rose, a grin spreading across his face. All right, let's engage in a duel. You set the rules. You questioned whether we were cheating, didn't you? Then let us head over to your side, using your machines and your accounts. Consequently, everyone migrated to the row of computers in Class 0, where CS was being played, along with the main character and the spectators. Zhou Yu casually chose a seat near the center, and as he settled in, he caught a glimpse of Lin Wangshu in his peripheral vision. She was quietly observing him, her gaze cool yet tinged with an elusive scrutiny. Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow and nodded at her, acknowledging her presence before redirecting his attention to the screen. He randomly took control of an account, the mouse flicking, the crosshair darting, and the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard resonating clearly. The 1v1 mode was straightforward. 2 players, a single map, and an AWP sniper rifle. The victor would be the one to score 10 headshots first. The map selected was the classic Opindia, featuring an unobstructed start and no cover, which demanded swift reflexes and impeccable marksmanship. As the countdown reached 0, the screen flickered. Phone Runs appeared visibly tense. As soon as he exposed himself at the spawn point, his mouse twitched and his movements faltered. In the blink of an eye, a gunshot rang out. The system notification sounded. Huzakai AWP headshot kill Phone Runs. In the very first second of the match, a headshot had been landed, before the screen could refresh. Phone Run's view had already turned gray, frozen in the moment of his fall. Chapter 56, Let Us Dance. Ironically, the account Zhou Yu had taken over was none other than Huzakai's. The dramatic irony was palpable, using a minor player to best another minor player. Phone Runs was competent, but merely so. Moreover, as a senior in high school, his online time had been drastically curtailed over the past 6 months, thanks to his rather unyielding parents. They even had the audacity to hide the monitor during the summer. Indeed, resorting to such extreme measures over computer usage is quite an accomplishment in its own right. Skills, as one might expect, require practice and refinement. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had not only regressed, but was far behind his peak performance from 6 months prior. Additionally, being in Class 0, a premier reform class, meant a tightly packed schedule, allowing for perhaps one clandestine visit to an internet cafe per week. Therefore, Zhou Yu felt quite confident in his ability to outplay Phone Runs. In fact, if we were to evaluate skill levels, Zhou Yu is undeniably superior, and by a considerable margin. Within less than 2 minutes, the score escalated to 9-0. Phone Runs had perished 9 times, trapped in a hellish cycle of respawning and fading to gray. The gaming experience was abysmal, and his mental state was plummeting. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he lamented internally. I've truly hit a brick wall. Upon his 10th respawn, Phone Runs had nearly closed his eyes in resignation, prepared to embrace the final gray screen. Yet, the sound of a kill remained conspicuously absent. What was happening? Zhou Yu stood mere paces away, utterly motionless. Phone Runs, caught off guard, momentarily forgot to fire. Then, Zhou Yu began maneuvering his character with peculiar, rhythmic movements, twisting and crouching in a bizarre dance-like sequence. Those familiar with games like PUBG would know that one could dance at any moment, even after being eliminated, while looting one's box. It was all about taunting, after all. In this era of CS, such flamboyant antics were uncommon, and it was unclear how Zhou Yu managed such a display. Nonetheless, it resembled a dance, albeit an ungraceful one, akin to a crazed child searching for their lost pet. How absurd! Regaining his composure, Phone Runs immediately fired a shot. Phone Runs AWP kills Huzakai. Counter kill. Phone Runs felt a surge of exhilaration, zeroing in on the potential respawn location, ready to capitalize on his newfound momentum. But alas, the screen faded to gray once more. Huzakai AWP headshot kill Phone Runs. 10-1, game over. Was this a deliberate act of mercy? Quite possibly, as a shutout would indeed be rather humiliating. Zhou Yu seemed to possess a competitive spirit. After all, during the Olympics, didn't he, the formidable Zhang Yining, manage to reduce AI Fukuhara to tears before conceding a point with an unintentional service error? Yet, Zhou Yu's prior antics, was he truly dancing? I wonder. I too would like to learn how to dance in Apindia. Ignoring the murmurs and gazes of the onlookers, Zhou Yu stood up and approached phone runs, casually snatching the meal card from his desk. As he did so, he cheerfully remarked, "On behalf of my classmates, thank you. Thanks to the afternoon tea fund." After swiping the card, he turned and strode back to Class 5, tossing the card to the class monitor. "Zhou Yu, treat the entire class to drinks. You decide what to buy. There should be nearly 500, and perhaps we could snag some snacks as well." The excitement was palpable. Old Zhou is amazing. Some began eagerly listing their desires. "I want milk tea. I'll have orange juice." Class monitor, "I want tomato-flavored chips. I want Wang Wei Xian." The atmosphere spiraled into a joyous frenzy, surpassing the delight of winning a scholarship. The previous class's beloved computer class would now be accompanied by snacks and drinks. Who could possibly resist such happiness? Zhou Yu, beaming, accepted the meal card, exclaiming, "Sounds good." He amused himself that this class reform group certainly was exceptional. Strong grades, excellent gaming skills, and commanding presence. It seemed he would have to look up to Zhou Yu more often in the future. The class monitor, Zhou Yu, was a genuinely good-natured individual, devoid of any ulterior motives or inflated superiority. Instead, he consistently recognized and appreciated the merits of each individual. Perhaps this was why he was elected class monitor, a testament to his expansive heart. As for how much money remained on the meal card, it hardly mattered. Zhou Yu had already resolved. If it fell short, he would supplement it. The paramount goal was for everyone to enjoy themselves. Upon returning to his seat, Si Bangzi and Pan Jing immediately began mimicking Zhou Yu's earlier dance moves, those mechanical gestures he had displayed to phone runs during the game. Their expressions were exaggeratedly playful, though their movements were painfully stiff, far from resembling a dance, more akin to the comical clumsiness of zombies in a horror game. In an odd welcome ritual peculiar to the adolescent whims of youth, Zhou Yu could no longer bear to watch and decided to join them. Thus, 3 zombies flailed about exuberantly at the back of the computer room. As for Class 0, the atmosphere remained relatively normal, save for the 5 who had lost the competition. After all, this was a top-tier class, predominantly composed of promising students from elite institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University. Their focus lay primarily on academics. Each absorbed in their own pursuits, their minds steadfast and undistracted by external affairs. Besides, wasn't it you who willingly stepped up to face the challenge? In life, embracing both victory and defeat is fundamental. And, truly, where in life is there not a verdant hill? If this time did not yield success, one could strive to reclaim it in the future. However, some mature and diligent students believed that there was little merit in competing over games. The true skill lay in academic pursuits. Yet, those who had participated in the match now languished in a state of despondency, slumped over their desks, particularly phone runs. Huzakai pondered for a moment, let out a sigh, and patted Phone Run's shoulder in a gesture of consolation, saying, "Brother, I understand your plight. I have been there too." "You understand nothing," Phone Runs retorted, feeling even more aggrieved. "I just lost my meal money for the month. I'm going to starve." He resolved to avoid provoking Zhou Yu in the future. Huzakai mused, "That guy really seems like a loser." Meanwhile, in the back row, the girls of Class 0 had been avidly observing the entire match. Although Lin Wangshu had not been paying attention earlier, she had not taken her eyes off the screen since the final round of the team competition began. Not to mention the highly publicized 1v1 sniper battle that had captivated the entire school. She had witnessed every moment, missing not a single shot. The ever-curious Chun Yunxi chimed in. "Though I don't understand CS, I feel that Phone Runs is quite terrible. What do you think, Lin Wangshu?" The direct address jolted Lin Wangshu from her meandering thoughts, her gaze redirecting toward the 3 dancing zombies in the corner of the room. The cool and aloof girl replied, "What are you laughing about? Shen Yangxi persisted. Huh? You find it amusing?" Lin Wangshu quickly suppressed her smile, shaking her head. "It's nothing. You think Phone Runs is quite bad too." Shen Yunxi continued, "I didn't expect him to be this bad, yet so arrogant, insisting on challenging others." Changing the subject, she remarked, "By the way, I think your rumored boyfriend is rather impressive." Chapter 57, The Fighting Guy. Rumored boyfriend? Lin Wangshu echoed, incredulous. "Isn't that rumor old news?" Indeed, every week, rumors surrounding the school's flower, Lin, circulated abundantly, essentially archived weekly. "Oh, you mean the fighting guy?" Chen Yunxi gestured toward Zhou Yu in the distance. It was amusing how girls often referred to boys by code names during discussions, derived from notable incidents of their first mention. The more dramatic the event, the more precise the name. This not only made it easier to remember, but also provided a layer of safety. After all, one might occasionally run into someone. And even if the person was not nearby, their friends might be. Walls have ears, after all. Thus, their codenames were quite clever. The one who always brought chips was dubbed Chip Guy. The one who cursed at the drop of a hat was known as Foul Mouth Guy. The exceptionally talented was simply Big Shot, and those who met in the rain, passing each other by, were romantically referred to as Rain Guy. There are many such examples. For instance, Huzakai also had a codename. Although he hardly deserved a place at the table due to his unlikable nature, it was precisely his unlikability that led Shin Yunshi to often gossip about him. Being in the same class necessitated a codename, and his was Husky. This was because every time he indulged in self-admiration, he would laugh exaggeratedly, resembling a mischievous husky. Regrettably, in this era, the drama featuring the husky character had yet to air, or else the expression pack would have been even more fitting. Zhou Yu's first impression on Shin Yunshi was that he had defended Lin Wangshu against Yu Mingjie, thus earning the title of Fighting Guy. Lin Wangshu found the codename somewhat amusing. It sounded rather fierce, almost as if it implied domestic violence. What does that have to do with me? She thought, shaking her head to dispel the whirlwind of thoughts. Forget it. It's not worth correcting Shin Yunshi. Compared to them, he is indeed formidable. The class bell rang, reluctantly ushering students out of the computer room, bringing their weekly respite to an end. As they approached the exit, Zhou Yu was intercepted by none other than Qi Li Wei, the microcomputer teacher who had recently encountered a puzzling problem. "Excuse me, are you from class 5? What's your name?" Qi Li Wei inquired. As a microcomputer teacher, he typically showed little interest in the names of his students. His routine revolved around opening the door, letting them out, closing the door, and clocking out. Zhou Yu nodded. "Zhou Yu, have you studied programming before?" Qi Li Wei asked. "You solved that algorithm problem quite well. You seem to identify the optimal solution at a glance." Indeed, these problems have been thoroughly familiar to him in a previous life. He could even extrapolate from them. Algorithm questions differ from rote memorization. They primarily involve a way of thinking. Once one grasps the thought process, many related problems become effortlessly solvable. Thus, in this lifetime, Zhou Yu could still handle them with ease. He smiled warmly, his eyes clear, and replied, "I read Introduction to Algorithms during last summer." "You managed to finish Introduction to Algorithms?" Qi Li Wei exclaimed, astonished. This book is considered the holy grail for algorithm beginners, yet has a high reading threshold. Qi Li Wei himself had struggled with it for 4 years during his university studies, not managing to digest it until his senior year, and even then, it was only after he began working and had to teach students that he finally tackled it head-on. However, what Qi Li Wei was unaware of was that learning also requires a certain natural aptitude. In his previous life, Zhou Yu had completed the book in his freshman year, even wearing it out. Consequently, after graduation, he purchased another copy of Introduction to Algorithms. While engineering knowledge might occasionally need refreshing, most of it, once understood, is not easily forgotten. It is not necessary to revisit it repeatedly. He merely bought it for his collection, as it is indeed an excellent book. Thus, he owned 2 copies. Similarly, he had another book, Computer Networking, a top-down approach, which was also an excellent foundational text. Zhou Yu had collected the 6th edition, which had since evolved to the 8th. He often acquired duplicate copies of such fine literature for his collection. "This book is well written," Zhou Yu remarked with a smile. "You know their SA programming club at the school, right? Although it is a club, it mainly focuses on algorithm training and competitions," Qi Li Wei noted. "The school's competition team is also trained here. Would you be interested in joining and giving it a try?" Zhou Yu was certainly aware of the programming club. It was established in the year I entered high school. Back then, he had flunked both the written examination and the interview. Who could have imagined that now he would be invited to participate? Truly, the tides of fortune shift every 30 years. Yet this programming club, along with its competition team, failed to secure a single medal by the time Zhou Yu graduated. Not to mention the opportunity for guaranteed admission to prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Beida. In this era, many competitions offer such guarantees, and the information competition is one of them. I serve as both the responsible teacher and the guiding mentor. Qi Li Wei added, "If you wish to participate, feel free to contact me anytime." It's no wonder they haven't achieved any results if the teacher is lacking. How far can the students soar? Zhou Yu chuckled softly. The most pressing matter, however, is that the registration period for the competition has already passed. With the preliminary round set for next week, there is no time for him to participate. If he had the chance, he might have snagged a medal, secured early admission, and avoided those dreaded 8 a.m. classes. He would have been eager to join, but alas, it is simply too late. "Teacher, I'm in my final year," Zhou Yu said, maintaining that earnest smile. "My studies are quite demanding, and I just experienced a class reassignment, dropping from class 1 to class 5. For me, the immediate priority is to focus on getting into a good university." Qi Li Wei nodded in understanding. Yet he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. It was disheartening. No worries. If you have any interest, just let me know anytime, he said, forcing a smile that felt somewhat strained. Those in IT are not particularly adept at feigning enthusiasm, except for Zhou Yu, of course. All right, thank you, teacher. The microcomputer class had yet to conclude when the class monitor, Zhou Yu, dashed out with a few burly classmates. By the time the students returned to the classroom, an array of drinks and snacks had already been brought back. Some favored cola, others milk, and some juice. Zhou Yu inquired at each seat, distributing each item while announcing, "This is courtesy of Zhou Yu." "Oh, not me. It's that new kid, Zhou Yu." Right, old Zhou. You don't have to thank me. Just thank him." Chapter 58, The Exchange of Badges. As a final class ended, everyone headed to the gymnasium, as usual, to exercise. The setting sun cast dappled light, creating a soft orange hue across the entire playground. On the rubber track, two slender figures, one tall and one short, leisurely made their way along the path. Jiang Yuan was engaged in frog jumps. Proud as she might be, she followed instructions diligently. Lin Wangshu, beside her, alternated between jogging and brisk walking, primarily providing companionship. Hey, hee hee. The tarot girl rhythmically emitted these sounds as she jumped. The cool girl glanced at her sideways, feeling something was amiss. What kind of jumping is that? It looked a bit silly. Hey, you don't understand. Hee hee. This is called rhythm. Hee hee hee. By the way, how's your archery practice going, hee hee? Not bad. Much better than last Sunday. Unfortunately, the badge from the archery hall has already been claimed by someone else. Oh, no fate. Hee hee. Jiang Yuan continued to jump energetically like a little frog, a smile lifting her lips. Yet, before her grin could fully blossom, she spotted a familiar figure in the distance, Zhou Yu. He was running towards them, backlit by the sun, waving as he approached, though his face was obscured by the glare. One could easily guess that this rascal was wearing a mischievous smile. Hello. He truly was a sunny boy. Jiang Yuan turned her head, pouting slightly. It seems we have a connection with that annoying child of the stars. Lin Wangshu had noticed him too and was not surprised. Yet for some reason, she instinctively raised a hand, giving a small wave in front of her chest. It was quite adorable. Hello. Zhou Yu jogged to Jiang Yuan's side, completing a formation with the three of them, casting shadows in a concave shape on the track. Zhou Yu and Lin Wangshu flanked Jiang Yuan. Zhou Yu glanced down at the still bouncing Jiang Yuan, the tarot girl, who today sported her signature dark gothic makeup, which appeared ominous. However, as frog jumps qualify as a form of aerobic exercise, she was now glistening with sweat, her eyeliner and eyeshadow smudged. After wiping her brow several times, her makeup faded, revealing a more natural visage. Zhou Yu caught a glimpse of what she might look like 15 years hence. Although she may not match Lin Wangshu's beauty, there was a gentle comfort about her. Her features were clean-cut, and her countenance was pleasant, exuding an air of intellect and freshness. Notably, she would don a pair of metallic frame glasses in the future, giving her a distinctly mature and sophisticated aura. Yet, in comparison to her current self, they were nearly unrecognizable. Very good. Keep it up, Xiao Jiang, Zhou Yu encouraged with a smile. Jiang Yuan feigned indifference, intent on maintaining her aloof persona. But her mouth still emitted those peculiar sounds. However, with the anticipation of the day after tomorrow, the day when Tarot Society President Shen Xingli would publicly face off against Zhou Yu, she felt a thrill. She had calculated hundreds of scenarios where Zhou Yu would meet defeat. How exhilarating! With this thought, she bounced even more energetically, not quite sure what she was proving. With each leap, she seemed to spring further ahead. Lin Wangshu glanced at Zhou Yu, her tone flat. The moment you appear, she jumps even more enthusiastically. Quite the spirited one. Zhou Yu teased, the future is promising, indeed. As a result, their formation shifted from concave to convex, with Jiang Yuan bouncing ahead, while Zhou Yu and Lin Wangshu jogged side by side behind her, engaging in a light-hearted conversation devoid of any particular theme. I noticed your skills in CS during microcomputer class today. Not bad, but to be honest, I don't particularly enjoy playing CS. Oh, do you really play QQ Tang? How to explain that? It was a challenging predicament. If the conversation on CS continued, it might expose his facade. The bun-snatching battle is quite entertaining. Zhou Yu muttered ambiguously, then seamlessly diverted the topic. By the way, what events are you registered for in the sports meet? Archery. What coincidence. So am I. Zhou Yu exclaimed, feigning surprise while mimicking an imaginary bow draw. Lin Wangshu blinked in surprise. Yet soon, a strong sense of competition enveloped her. Oh no, she would have another formidable rival. Looks like I need to practice even harder these days. The cool girl thought to herself, her expression remaining inscrutable. However, speaking of archery, she was reminded of a certain incident. Thus, she retrieved a small item from the pocket of her school uniform. Here, this is for you. It was a rather comical and humorous badge depicting a target-licking dog, now laid out in Lin Wangshu's fair palm. Under the golden rays of the setting sun, it unexpectedly shimmered with a brilliant golden glint, akin to a warrior's medal, symbolizing unmatched glory. So much so that Zhou Yu couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. How ridiculous! Who genuinely desires that target-licking dog? Lin's elder sister had taken it quite seriously, and she had brought it over so swiftly. True to her word, she indeed embodied the consistent style of Lin's elder sister. In truth, on Monday, Uncle Wang, the driver, had won the target-licking dog back. Why say won? Because the owner of the shop was rather peculiar, refusing to sell it for any price. One could only win it through skill. Uncle Wang, lacking in both vision and archery talent, shot for over a dozen times before hitting the 60-ring mark. He spent nearly 1,000 yuan to win back a rather ugly and comical badge. On the way back, holding the badge, Uncle Wang was quite puzzled. Why did Lin Wangshu insist on having it? Nevertheless, he secretly marveled that it was fortunate the first prize had already been claimed by someone else. Otherwise, if the owner refused to sell, he would likely be shooting arrows until next year, which was a rather terrifying thought. How fortunate! Zhou Yu exclaimed, beaming at the target-licking dog. You really want it back? Indeed. Lin Wangshu slightly lifted her chin and extended her hand with the badge further towards Zhou Yu. Yes. She would not reveal that this was obtained through the efforts of the driver. This is what I won back. Absolutely. Thank you, Zhou Yu replied. You've gone to great lengths. I too have something for you, he said, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a small item. As he opened his palm, a platinum badge featuring a bow and arrow crossed elegantly appeared, its lines sharp, gleaming with a cold sheen, exuding a sense of high quality. It was indeed the first prize that Lin Wangshu had failed to obtain that day. Chapter 59. The Enthusiastic Citizen, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yu then extended his hand forward, parallel to Lin Wangshu's palm, displaying the target-licking dog. Lin Wangshu had a cool, fair complexion and slender fingers, while Zhou Yu was not particularly dark. He appeared considerably duller by comparison. In the golden light of the setting sun, the badges in their palms, one platinum, one brass, simultaneously reflected a similar golden hue. In that moment, the first prize and the consolation prize were indistinguishable. Lin Wangshu was momentarily taken aback. Rare surprise flickered in her usually aloof and indifferent eyes. Then, the cool girl raised her head, gazing at Zhou Yu, and a gentle smile graced her lips, so radiant that it diminished her usual chilliness. Zhou Yu met her gaze and saw his own reflection in her bright eyes, his lips involuntarily curving upwards. The two stood there, sharing smiles under the warm glow of the setting sun. How did you manage to get this? As they spoke, they seamlessly placed their respective badges into each other's hands. Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow and began to fabricate a story. That day, when you left, the rain grew heavier. I thought I'd wait for it to lighten up before leaving, so I returned to the archery range. I remembered you were still talking about this before you got into the car, so I thought I'd give it a try. How many shots did you take? Lin Wangshu inquired. Zhou Yu shrugged, feigning innocence. I can't quite recall, but I shot for quite a while. I ended up completely broke. Oh dear. My entire allowance from childhood was spent here. He sighed dramatically. In reality, he had only taken one shot, the one that had left the girl handing out flyers at the door utterly stunned. Not just her. Several groups of spectators had even begged Zhou Yu to shoot for them. Thus, one shot led to another, nearly exhausting the prize pool, to the point where even the most inconspicuous consolation prize, the target-licking dog, was almost claimed entirely. The following day, when Uncle Wang arrived, the owner adamantly refused to sell. Zhou Yu bore some responsibility for that as well. That day, as Zhou Yu exited the archery range, the owner and the flyer girl were nearly in tears, almost sending him off as if they feared this daunting man might turn back. Presently, as Zhou Yu narrated, he put on a pitiful expression, feigning bankruptcy. Lin's elder sister almost waved her hand, saying, I'll reimburse you. Of course, she kept this thought to herself, simply watching Zhou Yu with bright eyes and a subtle smile at the corners of her lips. On the synthetic track, in the distance, Hey was immensely focused and persistent. Hey, I feel like I'm incredibly strong now. Shu Bao, what do you think? Where is everyone? Where has everyone gone? As night fell, at Lakeside Number 1, Lin Wangshu finished her archery practice, took a shower, and changed into a set of silk pajamas. The soft silk fabric clung to her, shimmering with a gentle luster under the light, outlining the contours of a young girl blossoming into maturity. The weather had been rather unpredictable lately. The sudden downpour last Sunday left one yearning for cool shorts and tank tops. Yet today, the temperature had dropped abruptly, carrying a hint of early autumn's chill in the air. Instinctively, she tugged at the sleeves of her pajamas and wrapped her arms around herself, as if adapting to the erratic shifts of the season. Having just completed her piano practice of love in the year before, she could momentarily take a break. With one less daily task to check off, her time suddenly felt much more ample. Lin Wangshu first retrieved the platinum badge of the sharpshooter from her backpack, contemplating where to place it, eventually deciding to display it prominently on her desk. However, this item refused to stand upright no matter where she placed it, always toppling over. The cool girl pondered for a few seconds, her gaze inadvertently landing on the strawberry bear attached to her backpack. That small strawberry bear was the one she had casually hung on her bag that Sunday. In truth, it had always quietly accompanied her to school, home, and practice, sharing every day with her. The strawberry bear appeared somewhat worn and old. In fact, it was designed to have a vintage feel. But whether due to the duration of its companionship or not, it seemed even older than she remembered, as if it had been with her through countless years. Lin Wangshu reached out and gently took it from her backpack. Then, she carefully pinned the sharpshooter's platinum badge onto the bear's belly. The bear was already small, and the badge was quite weighty, making the two together appear somewhat incongruous. Yet the cool, aloof girl grew increasingly satisfied as she gazed upon her upgraded strawberry bear, her lips unconsciously curling into a smile. So be it, she nodded, contentedly reattaching the enhanced plush toy to her backpack. Subsequently, she powered on her computer and logged into QQ. Images of her observing a CS match in the computer lab from earlier that day floated through her mind. It had been several days since she last played, and her fingers itched with a yearning to engage. Suddenly, the QQ notifications sound chimed. Genius Island. Are you coming online? Fortuitously, her friend Zhang Jie had sent a game invitation. Lin Wangshu stared at the screen, her fingers poised above the keyboard. She certainly wished to play, yet the competitive spirit that came with CS loomed over her. A night of excitement could easily stretch into the early hours. Her schedule had been quite packed lately, attending classes during the day, training with Jiang Yuan in the evening, and practicing archery after night study. Though she relished gaming, she maintained a strong sense of discipline, discerning priorities when important matters loomed. However, it was still early in the evening. Her biological clock had not yet settled into an early bedtime. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she replied with a message. How about we play QQ Hall instead? There was a brief silence from the other side. Genius Island. Are you serious? On the other end, Zhou Yu was momentarily taken aback. Lin, the campus beauty, was indeed quite amusing, consistently presenting new surprises. The bun-snatching battle is incredibly fun. Ah, the earnestness of her tone was both charming and sincere. Zhou Yu chuckled softly. The cool girl was sometimes quite entertaining, taking everything she said to heart, and always engaging with a certain seriousness. In this light, the 18-year-old Lin Wangshu appeared rather endearing, her demeanor presenting a delightful contrast to her otherwise frosty aura. Nevertheless, did she genuinely wish to play QQ Hall? This was a game she surely did not favor. It seemed he would once again be aiding someone in overcoming their internet addiction. The very next moment, Zhou Yu responded, Genius Island. Let us do it. That night, Zhang Jie and the most formidable male of Linen engaged in an epic bun-snatching battle in QQ Hall, clashing for quite some time. To be precise, Lin Wangshu was thoroughly bombarded by her CS junior throughout the night, ultimately logging off in a state of utter disarray. The gaming experience had been abysmal, and she had no desire to revisit QQ Hall, particularly the bun-snatching battle. Notably, an anonymous yet enthusiastic citizen, Mr. Zhou, successfully assisted 2 senior high students in liberating themselves from the clutches of internet addiction within a single day, earning him the title of a modern-day beacon of positivity. Chapter 60, Old Acquaintances. The following day, Thursday, in the evening at Linen High School, on the wind and rain sports field. Today, the weather remained fair. Yet since last night, a wave of cold air had silently swept in, carrying an unexpected chill, reminiscent of a reminder before autumn's arrival. Upon reflection, with Sunday marking the autumn equinox, it seemed quite fitting. However, the summers and autumns in Jiangnan often lingered together, reluctant to part ways. The autumn heat would occasionally strike back with surprising intensity, leaving one questioning the season even in October. Students, meandering leisurely, had already begun donning their jackets. Those thin school uniforms provided just enough protection against the sudden coolness. On the grassy expanse, the tomboyish Meng Miaojuan from Class 5 was tirelessly practicing her shot-put technique, her slender arms straining with determination. With another throw, the ball traced a half-hearted arc before thudding onto the grass, still a small, awkward distance from the passing mark. Standing nearby, the delicate Xiao Yao observed the landing point and shook her head for the 69th time. The results remained disheartening, failing to even graze the threshold of passing. In truth, shot put was neither particularly light nor overly heavy. The crux lay in the fact that Meng Miaojuan, despite her boisterous demeanor, lacked the necessary strength. Beneath her bravado of calling everyone bro and little brother, she embodied the essence of a genuinely fragile girl. In contrast, the seemingly gentle Zhou Yu possessed remarkable strength, effortlessly capable of carrying a bucket around the playground without breaking a sweat. Why you insist on practicing shot put? Zhou Yu furrowed her brows, her tone laden with exasperation. Meng Miaojuan pouted, flicking the damp bangs from her forehead. Her short hair was completely soaked. In her eyes, the students in jackets, strolling leisurely, resembled two distinct seasons. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Meng Miaojuan countered, I see your athletic talent is exceptional. Why not participate in any events? My mother says that girls should be more demure. I'm not suited for such intense sports, Zhou Yu replied. If our class needs a cheerleader to dance, I'd definitely join in. When did you learn to dance? Meng Miaojuan widened her eyes in disbelief. I could learn on the spot, Zhou Yu winked playfully. On the basketball court, the atmosphere was still electric. Wang Haosen sported his signature colorful headband, sweat trickling down his forehead, eyes focused and intent. Today marked the training match day between Class 5 and Class 6. Both teams had arrived early, and even before the game commenced, the tension in the air was palpable. On the distant rubber track, the journey to the West trio appeared as orderly as ever. Sha Shidi, like an inexhaustible machine, bounded onto the track, running silently and swiftly, disappearing in a flash. Meanwhile, the second brother, Si Bangzi, had been complaining since yesterday about his aching body and discomfort in various places. After all, it was entirely normal for a sedentary individual to feel sore after abruptly engaging in aerobic exercise. In severe cases, even getting out of bed could feel perilous. Since yesterday, he truly found himself unable to run. Lifting his legs felt like they were weighed down with lead, each step a challenge against his physical limits. Yet, this stubborn boy remained resolute. Despite proclaiming that he would not set foot on the wind and rain sports field that evening, he ultimately found himself at the playground, taking a few steps before needing to pause, all the while insisting, I absolutely won't come back tomorrow. In reality, his words echoed throughout the day, yet his little chubby legs seemed to possess a will of their own, leading him back to the rubber track, trailing behind Jiaqing and Zhou Yu like a predictable NPC. Yet his current speed paled in comparison to Jiaqing's, akin to an elderly lady crossing the street. Even slower than the leisurely students strolling about. One dashed forth like an arrow, while the other dragged behind like a deflated cat. Zhou Yu found himself caught in between, resembling a lone stray dog racing down the track. Yet running alone could often be more gratifying, allowing one to relish in a moment of pure solitude. A truly delightful experience. However, this solitary moment was confined solely to the time before Lin Wangshu's arrival. The instant she appeared, for reasons unknown, Zhou Yu inexplicably found himself drawn to her company. It was certainly not intentional. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the wind and rain sports field, a somewhat familiar figure finally made his entrance. Yu Mingjie, adorned with his signature leg hair, made a dazzling appearance. He had even changed his hairstyle, sporting a non-mainstream side fringe long enough to obscure one eye, and to add a twist, it was a deep burgundy hue. Last week it was blonde. This week it was red. He extended his hands to touch his temples, flipping his long side fringe like a character from manga. What do you think of my new hairstyle? Am I handsome? Absolutely, declared leg hair number 1. So handsome, chimed in leg hair number 2, ever the flatterer. Nearly 2 weeks had passed since that dramatic confession incident at the school gate. Why had this fellow not made an effort to assert his presence until now? One reason was the rumor circulating from last week, claiming he had fought the exemplary student Zhou Yu. The delusional blonde truly believed he had emerged victorious and fancied himself quite dashing. He even created a secondary account to rally support on the forum, posting comments like, Yu Mingjie is so cool for fighting. Although the replies were scarce, he still managed to garner some attention from his followers. In his mind, not only had he secured his reputation, but perhaps he had also captured a fragment of Lin Wangshu's heart. Yet, unbeknownst to others, he often lay awake at night, secretly nursing his injuries and shedding tears from the pain. Nevertheless, externally, he maintained a facade of bravado. Last week, he could barely roll over in bed without wincing in agony. He had been laid up at home for several days and had only just returned to class this week. Additionally, he felt he had achieved both fame and fortune, and thus saw no immediate need to educate the once-defeated Zhou Yu. I, Brother Jia, am a man of principle. I relentlessly pursue a vanquished foe. To be frank, Yu Mingjie's self-absorbed, melodramatic disposition was akin to a secondary character in a novel. The kind that no one desires. Little did he know, in less than 2 weeks, his world was on the verge of being stripped bare. At present, Yu Mingjie surveyed the sports field and track. Quick, where's Lin Wangshu? Indeed, today his visit to the wind and rain sports field was solely for Lin Wangshu. As previously mentioned, a campus star like Lin Wangshu attracts considerable attention wherever she goes. There were even die-hard fans, school representatives who followed her daily and updated the school forum. Consequently, upon noticing a post featuring a photo of Lin Wangshu standing closely with Zhou Yu, many rushed over to catch a glimpse. Most notably, yesterday's post included an image of Lin Wangshu and Zhou Yu appearing quite intimate, reviving the rumors of her supposed boyfriend from the previous week, which are now being circulated with embellishments. By the time Yu Mingjie saw this post, it was already late at night. Therefore, today he not only woke up early but also meticulously styled his hair, even grooming his sideburns with care. Arriving at the sports field well in advance to stake out his position, he thought to himself, Lin Wangshu will surely arrive soon, and I will present myself in my most handsome form. With confidence brimming, he merely needed a glance to spot Lin Wangshu. Though Yu Mingjie had slight myopia, around 300 degrees with a touch of astigmatism, he stubbornly refused to wear glasses, believing they would mar his looks. However, Lin Wangshu's unique aura, presence, and demeanor made her stand out, even in the uniformity of school attire. Thus, even through the blurry lens of his vision, he recognized her immediately. It is worth noting that today, the cool and composed girl had tied her hair back into a ponytail, enhancing her purity and vitality. At that moment, she stood at the 400m mark on the track. Yet, who was that standing beside her? It was difficult to discern, but it was evidently a male figure. Was that thing standing opposite Lin Wangshu? Yu Mingjie frowned and queried. It seems to be the one who fought us last week, leg hair number 1 whispered. Yes. It's Zhou Yu from class 5, added leg hair number 2. TCH, Yu Mingjie scoffed, lifting his chin in feigned indifference. Why is this guy everywhere? Does he really think he is the protagonist? After uttering this, he paused, suddenly feeling something amiss. With a furrowed brow, he turned to leg hair number 1. Wait, what did you just say? Who fought whom? We were the ones who beat him. Meanwhile, at the 400m mark, Zhou Yu casually asked, whereas that giggling Jiang Yuan today? As he warmed up, Lin Wangshu sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated. It turned out that the melodramatic girl, like Si Bangzi, had neglected her physical fitness and had been focusing solely on leg exercises for 2 consecutive days. Today, she encountered the aftermath of lactic acid buildup. Her legs felt weak. She floated while walking and even needed to lean against the wall to use the bathroom. From yesterday's lively frog to today's limp shrimp, she had intended to continue her training. In essence, fitness is about muscle tearing, rebuilding, and recovery. If she could just push through the discomfort and metabolize the lactic acid, she would recover more swiftly. Unfortunately, as she heroically set out for the sports field, the moment she stepped outside, her legs gave way, and she fell flat on the ground. It was uncertain whether she would be able to attend tomorrow, but today was definitely off the table. Lin Wangshu had only just arrived on the track when she received a QQ message from Jiang Yuan. Upon learning of Jiang Yuan's predicament, Zhou Yu nodded sympathetically. Indeed, she needs to rest properly. Let her take a few days off. And what about you? Lin Wangshu asked, her brow slightly furrowed. She hadn't quite decided yet, wavering on whether to return to the classroom to tackle her homework. Why don't we run together? Zhou Yu suggested. After all, we're already here. Lin Wangshu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to refuse. After all, this statement carried significant weight. We're already here is a phrase that most Chinese people find hard to counter. One of the legendary 8 phrases of forgiveness, such as, it's a special occasion, grant me this favor. It's for your own good, and they're just kids, especially when they're indeed kids. If he is still a kid, then why not to chase him down? Yet, at that moment, Zhou Yu had already taken off, creating a small gap between them, as if assuming she would follow. Noticing she hadn't moved, he turned back, lightly bouncing on his feet, his tone as casual as if calling a family member. Come on, what are you hesitating for? Lin Wangshu stared at him for a few seconds, initially intending to decline, but for reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself inexplicably running after him. Thus, the two of them ran towards the setting sun, casting parallel shadows on the rubber track as the evening glow bathed them in warmth. Zhou Yu occasionally quickened his pace, then slowed down intermittently. At times, he would suddenly pivot and run a few steps backward. The wind rustled through his school uniform as he ran, glancing at Lin Wangshu. She maintained a steady gaze ahead, her expression as cool as ever. Yet in the fleeting moment their eyes met, the corners of her eyes seemed to flicker slightly. This evening's breeze felt particularly gentle. On the other side, Yu Mingjie observed as the figures grew distant, his anger boiling within. Brother Jia, shall we pursue them? Asked leg hair number 2. If the 3 of us chase after them, won't the track become a bit cramped? It might be more honest if we collide. Leg hair number 1 murmured. Yu Mingjie snorted disdainfully. Run. We shall run. Everyone get moving. Huh? Join them? Leg hair number 1 retorted. Yu Mingjie flicked his long bangs confidently and declared, even resorting to the dreaded English. I intend to outpace him. Let us see who can endure until the end. I want Lin Wangshu to witness who the most enduring man truly is. No sooner had he spoken than Yu Mingjie dashed forward in a flash. The two leg hairs were momentarily taken aback, but quickly followed suit. On the track, Lin Wangshu and Zhou Yu ran in silence, their conversation suspended. Occasionally, Zhou Yu would run backward for a while, observing her ponytail swaying in the sunset and the hem of her uniform fluttering in the wind. He couldn't quite understand why, but he felt a twinge of joy. What was the source of this happiness? It was ineffable. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Youth is truly wonderful. However, as they continued to run, a flash of something red-haired sped past. Damn it, it looked like a ghost. It was even more ominous than Jiang Yuan's usual gothic makeup. Moreover, that thing would accelerate wildly the moment it drew near, tossing its head as it ran. Terrifying indeed. As for Lin Wangshu's thoughts, that remains a mystery. For who can truly know the heart of a young girl? Yet, many years later, on an ordinary, warm afternoon, Lin Wangshu nestled on the sofa, clutching a cushion, scrolling through a short video platform. The video depicted high school students running across a playground bathed in the sunset. The image was not particularly clear, with only their silhouettes visible, yet the light was warm and the breeze just right. The accompanying background music was the chorus of G.E.M.S. My Secret. While a female voiceover gently intoned, the silhouette of a youth running with the wind at sunset conceals my greatest secret of youth. She watched it several times, paused for 2 seconds, and liked it. After a long while on the rubber track, Brother Jia, I truly can't go on. I can't run anymore. Brother Jia, we've run 5 laps already. If I can't keep this up, how will I survive in the future? I want to become the most courageous man in this school. Wait, where's Lin Wangshu? Why has she disappeared? Brother Jia, did we run for nothing? Shut up. Chapter 62, Subsequent Collaboration. As usual, after completing 5 kilometers, it was over. Lin Wangshu had already left before the evening study bell rang. However, unlike the previous days, Zhou Yu first changed into a fresh outfit. The temperature had indeed turned cooler, unlike the past few days, when he could dry his clothes as soon as he left the playground. Now, clad in a damp school uniform and walking in the wind, it would be strange not to catch a cold. Although his 18-year-old body was resilient, almost impervious to ailments, the soul residing within still bore the wisdom of a 30-year-old. At times, he instinctively took an extra moment to consider things and pay closer attention. Another reason was that today he had to visit Jiuzhou to meet a client of some significance at this stage. Lu Hongji, the owner of the Jiuzhou flagship store, was also the founder of this brand. The feedback on the distributed trial version had exceeded expectations. Currently, no fewer than 10 internet cafes under Jiuzhou had expressed purchasing intentions. This number surpassed Zhou Yu's anticipations. He had initially estimated that 5 to 8 would be satisfactory, especially since it was only the first round of testing without any advertisements, relying solely on Wang Changzhong's connections and persuasion. Yet, the results were unexpectedly impressive. Furthermore, Wang Changzhong had performed admirably, with an average markup of 20 to 30 per establishment. This meant Zhou Yu would also benefit significantly, invigorating his motivation to expedite the process. At this pace, barring any unforeseen complications, he anticipated a 6-figure sum next Monday. In this era, that was no small amount. Consequently, the prominent businessman Lu Hongji had proactively proposed a meeting to discuss the collaboration details. Thus, Zhou Yu donned a white shirt today. Upon arriving at Jiuzhou, he found himself 15 minutes early. Lu Hongji was already there. The entrance presented the familiar scene. Wang Changzhong, cigarette in mouth, sluggishly sweeping the floor with a broom. The ground wasn't particularly dirty, and the sweeping wasn't thoroughly effective. Yet the ritualistic manner in which he swept was almost obsessive. Everything inside the internet cafe was as usual, without any issues. The management software Zhou Yu had installed for Wang Changzhong was running smoothly, saving considerable labor and maintenance costs. Even old Wang himself remarked, in these times, high technology is truly beneficial. The trial stores had reported a smooth experience, and some owners had even offered suggestions for improvements. After exchanging a few casual words with the young boss, Lu Hongji arrived precisely on time, 1 minute early. In appearance, he was small in stature and wore glasses, reminiscent of a monkey. Yet the moment their eyes met, the distinction was clear. Lu Hongji's gaze held the cunning and calculation of a businessman, giving an impression that he was either assessing you or scheming against you. Initially, when discussing with Wang Changzhong, the sales strategy was aimed at retail customers, focusing on single-store purchases. However, now faced with the demand for bulk purchases, the distribution model and pricing strategy needed to be thoroughly reevaluated. Therefore, Zhou Yu had prepared a complete upgraded proposal for this meeting. For a business client like Zhou, which owned multiple stores, he upgraded the original retail version directly to an enterprise version that could connect up to 20 stores simultaneously. The pricing was also adjusted, with the enterprise version priced at approximately 65 of the retail version after discounts. The more stores the other party had, the more cost-effective it became. Additionally, the set of management software promised to Wang Changzhong was also to be gifted to Lu Hongji. Wasn't this akin to a buy-one-get-one free offer? As for the distribution commission for Wang Changzhong, it remained as previously discussed, fluctuating around 20, with flexible settlements. In the tea room, after presenting his proposal, Zhou Yu maintained a calm demeanor with steady eyes. Lu Hongji did not respond immediately, merely nodding slightly. A few seconds later, he spoke, his voice low and measured. Is the corporate edition's price, with a 35 discount, the lowest you can offer? Zhou Yu replied swiftly, at this stage, yes. However, if the scale expands, for instance, to encompass hundreds of stores, we can discuss OEM licensing, with technical integration subject to separate negotiation. The term OEM licensing refers to company A granting permission for company B to utilize or sell its developed products or technologies under its own brand. With his previous entrepreneurial experience, Zhou Yu understood well that the marketability, channels, and sales of software are paramount. Many entrepreneurs, emerging from a technical research background, often lack this crucial aspect. Moreover, the deeper issue lies in the limited potential of this inspection tool. Its value primarily serves as an entry point into the market, capable of generating initial cash flow to allow for subsequent product experimentation and expansion. That alone is sufficient. Lu Hongji, upon hearing this, smiled faintly, non-committal. As he spoke, he scrutinized Zhou Yu once more. The youthfulness etched on his face was undeniable, yet his gaze belied the naivety of an 18-year-old. Not to mention the composure and ease in his demeanor. He appeared far from a mere fledgling adult. After bidding farewell to Lu Hongji, Wang Changzhong stood at the entrance of the internet cafe, lighting a cigarette, enveloped in an indescribable sense of surrealism. He was uncertain whether the term was appropriate, but no better word came to mind. This collaboration had concluded in less than an hour, remarkably smooth. He was not the principal negotiator in this discussion. Contemplating this, Wang Changzhong cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Yu, standing beside him. The young man seemed to possess more depth than he had initially perceived. Zhou Yu, however, felt indifferent. It was all part of the calculation. Over the past fortnight, Zhou Yu and Wang Changzhong had grown quite familiar, addressing each other as brothers and enjoying convivial moments together. Occasionally, they would even sit at the front desk, sipping tea and reflecting on life as they observed the comings and goings of patrons. Wang Changzhong had adjusted his tone toward Zhou Yu, abandoning the old tactics of belittling based on seniority, and even shared a few heartfelt words, expressing a sense of camaraderie. Ah, my young brother, you truly understand me. In time, he had come to regard Zhou Yu as a half-confidant, half-relative, a distinguished friend across generations, one who can drink, listen attentively, refrain from retorting, and understand technology. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was a form of dimensional reduction, a compatibility of sorts. At this moment, Zhou Yu was in no rush to depart. The two stood at the entrance of the internet cafe, engaging in conversation. Initially, they discussed matters of collaboration, but soon Wang Changzhong veered into casual topics. The conversation circled back repeatedly, and as he took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a puff of white smoke, he returned to the subject of the cafe. What do you think of our front desk girl? Zhou Yu, chewing on a piece of gum, glanced at the young lady sitting at the front desk, engrossed in reading the first volume of Jin Yang's The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The light illuminated her hair, casting a soft orange hue. She appeared earnest and youthful, clearly passionate about reading. Zhou Yu remarked, every time I see her, it seems she's always reading. Every single moment, Wang Changzhong replied, irritation seeping into his tone. She's fixated on that book, as if she is here for self-study. She hardly acknowledges anyone. He paused before adding, today, a red-haired customer even argued with her, claiming her attitude was poor. Several patrons have lodged complaints against her. I'm considering letting her go. This isn't a place for reading, nor is it suitable for her. It would be better for everyone involved. Now that the internet cafe had stabilized and the system had improved in efficiency, such trivial matters could be handled by a single person. The young lady, seated there, seldom spoke and was far from charming. Frankly, her presence was becoming increasingly unnecessary. Zhou Yu remained silent, merely chewing his gum slowly, the sound soft yet crisp. He cast another glance at the front desk girl, who was intently reading Jin Yang. Truth be told, her demeanor felt out of place amidst the chaotic blend of instant noodles and cigarette smoke that permeated the cafe, a flower blooming in the wrong environment. Wedged between ashtrays and beverage bottles, overlooked by passers-by, Chapter 63. A challenge has been issued. After leaving Zhou Yu returned to the small restaurant. However, before he reached the entrance, he noticed a small queue forming outside the Xiaoying restaurant. Inside, the dining area was fully occupied, with old Zhou and Awan bustling about, delivering dishes, spinning like tops in their busyness. At this hour, it was no longer time for selling the meat floss buns. Today's supply had already sold out. These customers were drawn in by the allure of the buns, now seated for a meal. In recent days, the restaurant's business had been thriving, reminiscent of the bustling atmosphere when it first opened. Despite the busyness and exhaustion, Mu Guiying's smile had grown increasingly radiant. Of course, the primary reason was the financial influx. With daily earnings on the rise, who wouldn't he be smiling? It's not that I'm greedy for money. I'm simply naturally cheerful. As for the secondary reason, it stemmed from her pride and fondness for this little restaurant. She genuinely enjoyed this line of work, and now, she finally glimpsed a new horizon on this path. Standing at the entrance, Zhou Yu observed the lively scene for a while, unable to suppress a genuine smile as the corners of his mouth turned upward. He refrained from entering. The place was already crowded, and he didn't wish to add to the chaos. After a moment, he quietly turned away, found a nearby Sha County eatery, ordered a plate of rice, hastily finished his meal, and returned home. Upon arriving home, Zhou Yu first completed his homework for the day. Though his mind was equipped with 2 lifetimes of memories, including knowledge from after university, he approached his studies with unwavering seriousness. He listened attentively in every class and diligently completed all assignments. Only after finishing his homework did he turn to coding, followed by his leisure time. The sequence could not be disrupted. As usual, once he completed his assignments, he opened his computer to continue developing the internet cafe management system he had promised to deliver to Zhou. As the clientele swells and the market expands, the software must be crafted with greater meticulousness and solidity. The age-old adage remains: one can only accomplish as much as one is compensated for. It is unreasonable to expect a horse to run without providing it with fodder. Once the grass is plentiful, the horse shall naturally possess the vigor to gallop. Engrossed in his writing, he was suddenly interrupted by the familiar chimes of QQ, signaling the arrival of a message adorned with a flashing avatar. It was from Sibang Zi, sporting a non-mainstream hairstyle reminiscent of the Shamade style. However, it appeared to differ from the previous Shamade avatar. The last had black hair, while this one boasted a vibrant red hue. Regardless of the color, it retained the same characteristic side-swept bangs, lending it an almost spectral appearance. In this age and era, many individuals seem to revel in changing their avatars daily, as if adhering to some peculiar trend. Pineapple chicken leg burger. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. The pineapple chicken leg burger was Sibang Zi's favorite hamburger and also his online moniker. He bombarded the chat with several messages expressing his concern without elaborating on the matter. Genius Island. Could you perhaps select a more earthly avatar? Pineapple chicken leg burger. What constitutes an earthly avatar? Pineapple chicken leg burger. Quickly, check the forum. You've been challenged. What? A challenge? Zhou Yu's mind momentarily blanked. Genius Island. What is a challenge? Pineapple chicken leg burger. Have you lost your wits while running? Yu Mingjia has issued a challenge to you, summoning you to the gym tomorrow after school for a duel. Pineapple chicken leg burger. Brother, you're in a predicament. It was only upon Sibang Zi's insistence that Zhou Yu recalled the nature of a challenge. In this day and age, students at Linen High School have numerous methods of resolving their disputes through duels. Perhaps it is for the sake of greater spectacle and the pursuit of fame. They partake in a somewhat juvenile ritual, issuing challenges. The forum serves as a platform to declare the terms of the duel, including the method, location, and stakes. Historical precedents suggest that those named in a challenge almost invariably accept. Of course, some do decline. However, the youthful exuberance of adolescence often compels boys and girls alike to relish such fervent and public confrontations. In his previous life, Zhou Yu had always been a diligent and honest student, never harboring any enmity towards others. Yet, he had observed numerous challenge posts with great interest. The majority of students shared this sentiment, as they delighted in the drama of it all. Each time a duel was announced, the post would ascend to the top of the forum, remaining there for an extended period. Many would gather to witness the unfolding events. Little did he expect, in this second chance at life, that he would find himself on the receiving end of a challenge. How amusing, Zhou Yu mused. Meanwhile, in the secondary hall of the Jojo Internet Cafe, within a room filled with outdated monitors, Yu Mingjia sat at the center, flanked by his 2 companions. He gazed at the challenge post that had gained prominence on the forum, feeling quite satisfied. He massaged his slightly sore calves, determined that this time, he would triumph openly and decisively. Reflecting on his recent exhausting run, he realized that his efforts had gone unnoticed. It was as if he had exerted himself for naught. Yu Mingjie was quite vexed. He had even logged on to the internet, only to be greeted by photos of Lin Wangshu running on the playground, each one featuring Zhou Yu alongside her, captured from just the right distance and lighting. Heavens, how infuriating, he exclaimed. Was this a scene from a campus idol drama? Get lost. Consequently, the rumors circulating on the forum escalated further. Yu Mingjie was seething with frustration. Thus, with a firm resolve, he directly issued a challenge to Zhou Yu. After sending the challenge, Yu Mingjie reclined in his chair, asserting with fervor, "This time, I shall win and make a name for myself." "Indeed," echoed leg hair number 2 in agreement. Following this, Yu Mingjie began to search for poignant quotes online, preparing to update his signature. At the very least, he felt compelled to post something. One particular phrase caught his eye, resonating deeply within him. "Love is an individual's eternal longing," Yu Mingjie murmured, finding himself increasingly convinced of his own romantic inclinations. After reading it several times, leg hair number 1 quietly interrupted, "Brother Jia, I believe you may have misremembered." The original quote states, "Unrequited love is an individual's eternal longing. Your affection for Lin's campus beauty is common knowledge. It cannot be classified as unrequited love. You ought to say, unreciprocated love is an individual's eternal longing." Yu Mingjie fell silent for a lengthy spell, then retorted, "Isn't it essentially the same thing?" Meanwhile, noticing Zhou Yu's prolonged silence in response, Sibang Zi grew anxious. "Pineapple chicken leg burger. How about tomorrow? We invite Pao Jing, and the 3 of us go together. Pineapple chicken leg burger. We can hold our own, and his stature can help intimidate them." Hearing several notifications from QQ, Zhou Yu, who had immersed himself once more in his coding, finally reopened the chat window. Indeed, he had scarcely paid attention to the matter, and he had not even accessed the forum. He simply typed 2 characters, "Genius Island." No need.